generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up beautifully. Enemy list. Wired death. Dead bags. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them that were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the Technological Society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The Industrial Society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, Technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is already less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed. 22. Baudrillard. When watching TV, we are incapable of knowing that this miracle is a long social process of production, which leads to our consumption of images.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtain secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension is making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, how to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, compare work it work. Come on, Jiggler.
Testis Ghost, the coming of Doomsday. What we say, UK, something kinda tragic. Let 'em have it, let 'em have it. Yo, dragging dusty daggers across your chest, you mark for death. The machine of conquest, every tongue should confess. Divided with violent tendencies, the tortured author. Flying saucer transformer, bearer of disorder. In my paranormal form that day, I cracked your vertebrae. Careful with the words you say, the coming of Doomsday. A passionate and poignant epic voyage, bombs deployed. The schizoid mind you avoid, now destroyed. A gambling man in a place once kept safe. The wailing woman awakes with a gun to embrace. Planes crashing, sword swinging, drunken assassin. Albatross in the tiger's heart's lock, still thrashing. Smack you whack rappers backwards, desperately depressing me. Flow so heavenly, oh now, how you mentioned the cobra venom weapon therapy. Very enemy, bullets enter me, strike back out with no discrepancy. The purest energy, hologram was never there. Hidden prophecy soon revealed, stay trapped in my glare. No air in the underground lair where we slumber. Beware of nightmares that float by and drag you under. So bring all your wishes to me and I'll dismiss them one by one. Throw body bags off the cliff after I kiss them. Loud bumps, torn and twisted body lumps in solid mud. Squeezing rats in my apartments, I would settle love.
Watching wolves peck at my flesh, the face of the amulet. Haunted woodland, disfigured just like the woodsman. Drag a pickaxe, skin sacks, bones collapse. Facts opposites attract, bridge snap, grips crack. In the shadows we fade to black. Perpetrate, imitate, initiate, lock on, detonate, eliminate. Zombie pharaoh, tarot bathing in flaming arrows. On the brink of the everlasting, time is passing, pain it remains the same. Barely tamed the hand that came out the drain. For a friend I wouldn't warn you again. Sword on bend, the beast that came out my pen. Purple sunset, doom bloom like a blood red moon. Secret room, you will find me inside the tomb. Gas chamber maker, barren landscape, mind state navigator, storm activator. I was spawned from a dark nature, overrun with the thoughts of madmen. Who would have them? Past the priest, I drag them. You're abandoned, tongue kiss a loaded magnum. Seek and destroy, the target is never random. Close the fly trap, perched on the point of a nice cap. Time lapse, bunker buster cluster. In the suitcase, body of a dead butler. Fed the duster, you've heard of the mad long ghost. Bracken dance, straight out the ground we rose. Tested stricken, art of the beast mimic. This the earth style, 4-pillar wood prison.
It's Doomsday. It's Doomsday. It's Doomsday. It's Doomsday. It's Doomsday. 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 Doomsday.
He's so sinister, he could run up on a minister. 6 and sinister stricken, it was written. Smash the sickness and sentence, you can be the victim. Smart chop off your brain with the vertical stent. Bend his spine so he can't bend. A striking sickness a sin. They trying to brawl, he grenaded off alcohol. Raging mad with a murder talk. You act foul, I'ma break you off. Small fractions of blood subtracted by the razors on the mattress. Sucking body secretions and feed it to the demons. After resembles you looking like a prune. Like the 7 movie, Brad Pitt voice boxes in the room. Synchronicities resonate, mystical mysteries with centuries. We building a legacy. Persistence and patience when the president represents a slave coupon. I hate this.
Neo-Nazis nosedive in fallen spaceships. The corrupt governments filled with raving racists. What's gonna happen for us to change this? Mental bars that we cast right off the slave ship. Like Atlantic, it's crossed like ancient natives. Columbus was a place where we're not related. Witchcraft on Ceylon slot where they burn on hatred. You call it sacred, we call it the Matrix.
My tongue left scars on my lungs, past littered with forbidden thoughts and strangers left hung. Through the scientists' precise research, spirits are revoked. Troops deserted in the desert, I'll swing from the rope. Swaying to and fro, swinging back and forth. Copper froth overflows, my antique pipe piece. Misplaced the Nokia magic, under tragic memory loss. Bloody right fist, emerald tablet held aloft. Possessed by extraterrestrial entities that enter me, commanding high flows of intense density. Solid technology flows through the air, beware. Explore shadow laws and anomalies in astrology. I'm stuck in mythology, hollow door, this swallows me. Sinister image of both towers, these alien gals, hideous pale face. Destroy the hybrid race, escape into space, await my fate. I'm from a place where dark physicists make plate tectonic shifts. Devils dancing in the mist inside my subconsciousness. Wandering holy man, dirty, unkept perfection. Try by ordeal, we kill left with no recollection. Escape from Bedlam when the spaceship touched down behind my cerebellum. Extract confession till death will we tell them. Twisted misfit, mad scientist, catatonic, overwhelmed by the smell, unwell. Diabolics, unspoken words collapse, black holes when shaken. I died a Tyburn with the visage of Satan. All that was took will now be taken. Physical manifestation, drift suspended in ages twilight before the star's creation.
Remains in death.
Welcome! Come on, to the greatest show on earth!
The water is warm.
Welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I'm gonna go with that introduction, dark aesthetic here because I want to remind you the place where you all came from. Right, you were spit out, right, for having thoughts. Okay, but
Dissenting thoughts.
Exactly, but I mean, and to remind you that if you don't know where you came from, you don't know where you're going, and obviously, if you don't know where you're going, right, any road will take you there, right? Combination of two sayings, right? One from Christ in the Bible, and the other from Alice in Wonderland. Right, these two ideas that I employ, right, is about movement, time, right, history, memory, right, okay, all these things that they tried to program a machine to have these things, right? So this is part and parcel of why we're here, right? We're engaged in thinking about thinking and examining our own thoughts and reflections, right? And so is all forms of artifice and reflection, right? A form of thinking about thinking, right? And that's why, we are, in a sense, right, creating and existing simultaneously, right, through this medium, right? So the fact is that, what you're getting is merely artifice, right? And so the redundancy of the statement, the machine lies, right? Of course, artifice is not true, but where did it come from, right? Where did this untruth become fabricated by, right? Okay. Okay. Now we know that reduction of everything to pure means, right, is a flawed sense or view, right? That means that everything that happens is pure mediation, right? It's kind of this epistemological straitjacket, right, that we're trying to arrive from. Okay. This idea that thoughts can free us from thoughts, right? That thinking can solve the problem that thinking creates, right? And does thought create things, right? Create from what, right? Okay. Is nature standing reserve, right? For our thoughts, for our process of creativity, right? Or is the process of enframing part of a second order nature itself? Okay. Transmuting things through symbols, right? Is that part of a second order nature? Okay. And, the mind itself is a sort of ordering, right? And so when we think of nature and intelligence, right, we're asking a question: where does mind originate from, right? And there we can ask the question about, nature versus time, right? Okay. What is more primary to our understanding, right? Okay. Is it nature? Okay. Which means the essence of things, nature with a capital N, or we're talking about, right, the way things develop over time, right? This temporal understanding, right? So the first one, nature, deals with ontology. The other one, time, deals with teleology, right? Or causality, right? Okay. Okay. And of course there is the technological, this third concept, right? Okay. Techne logos, right? And this idea of technique, okay? Which I think is, a third type of thing, right? Okay. That you could think of thoughts in one sense, activity in another sense, right? You could think of consciousness, right? Right. Now, I don't think that physical matter, right, that understanding the world through understanding physical matter, right, okay, is going to lead to ultimate understanding of nature, right, or the essence of things, right? Okay. But yeah, you know what I mean? If we could bring things down to earth, right, then the mediation, right, between you know what I mean, consciousness, right, and the activity part of consciousness, right? Okay. And the mediation between that and, this idea of creativity and mind is this idea of technique, right? Which is almost, right, not precisely, right, but one could say that it's an externalization of mental resources, right? Okay. And imposing those onto some sort of already existing natural framework, right? And this is why we say it's second order, right? All technology is second order nature, right? An all-embracing technique is the conscience of the mechanized world, right? To quote a Lul, right? Okay, this is Lul's quote, right? So yeah, you know what I mean. So we have different ideas that Alul talked about. He talked about economic systems production. He talked about the idea of organization. Okay, social techniques, right? Looking purely combining the idea of technique and social organization together, right? Okay. One could arrive at the notion of social techniques, right? Greetings.
Greetings, TML.
Yeah, peace.
Wonderful day. I'm excited to be here. Thank you. Grateful.
Awesome. Yeah, blessings. Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, so yeah, this idea of mediation, right? And you could see that this idea of mediation happens quite readily, right, through the use of symbols, right? And so we have the architectonic framework, right? And obviously architectonic, right, comes from these, from these two words, right? Archi and techne, right? So archi, right? It's about the ruling principle of things, right? And that's why it says in the beginning of the prologue of John, right? In arche kai hon logos, right? In the beginning, there was the logos, right? And the logos was the ruling principle, right? Is what it's attempting to portray there, right?
But
So
wasn't that also from a Greek philosopher who originally wrote that in its original text and form? What was his name again?
Well, there's a few different ideas, right?
Okay.
There's a few different ideas since the beginning, right?
Yeah.
And I think I briefly mentioned those yesterday too. I think it goes from Heraclitus to the Sophists to Plato, right? But they all imagined it as different things, right? Because they all had different ideas of what the archy was, what the ruling principle was, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So it's interesting, right? But this word, right? And depending on who you ask, but the Sophists, right? I think that they had a very interesting idea of it. And their idea was about mind opposing language, right? They disagreed with Parmenides, right? That things have some sort of fundamental nature or essence, right? And that essence was probably not defined by matter, but how they relate to this quality of oneness of being, right?
Yeah.
One with all of existence, right? And so he thought that this idea of separateness, change, time, and all of that type of stuff, that all of that had to be illusory, right? So yeah, because he thought, how could something become separate from the intelligence that is nature, right? Nature is one, right? And existence is one, right? So he thought change and all that stuff, that's impossible, right? Well, Heraclitus came through and he says, well, you know what? There is no stable reality to anything, right? He said it's definitely not the one, right? But if you study nature, you'll see that there is a element in nature called mind, which assigns intelligibility to things. Okay, so he called this the logos, right?
Okay.
Now, if he told Parmenides this, I'm sure that Parmenides would have said that's like what do you mean? There's something in nature that's moving it about? Like that's stupid, right? Right.
Yeah.
But he thought, well, there's no definition to things. So this idea his students came to understand about the indefinite, and his students came to coin all sorts of ideas like atoms and evolution and all these sort of things, right? And what did the people who studied Parmenides say? You know, right? They said close down the philosophy schools, right? Because people are going to keep talking about atoms and all this stupid shit, right? Right? That you can't prove their existence, right? So Zeno came up with all these paradoxes and said, right? Like philosophy's stupid and so is science, right? Right? And you know what I mean? But people weren't buying it, right? Plato wasn't buying it, right? None of these guys were buying it, right? So so it just came down to that.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I mean,
but the sophists, but the sophists said there's no such thing as mind, the way Heraclitus is saying, that's moving through nature. You know, right? It's just us. It's us assigning definitions to things, right? So they said this is language and not mind. Right? There's no intelligence in nature, right? It's just convention, right? So and he was they seem to be borrowing this from, and right, some of the atomists, because the atomists kind of say the same thing, right? They kind of said, well, since you can't really define all qualities through other things. Things need their own definitions. And how do we obtain those definitions? Well, they said it's just by convention. I said, why do atoms, combine the way they do to form certain things? Just convention. They're just used to doing it.
Right? Little naive, I guess, or
Yeah.
excited. I mean, aren't sophists the people nowadays that like they basically value culture and artifice more than anything, and like kind of like the facade of playing the part in culture, and they're kind of like, because there's a lot of sophists around like Boston. Like, am I right?
Well, I kind of said that the sophists were kind of like pragmatists, the pragmatists, right? So, and I don't think that it's a bad philosophy. It's been given a bad rap by Plato, right? But this whole idea that that language isn't in this thing called mind, in some sort of transcendental realm, and right? So they simply were pre-modern because they rejected transcendentals, right? So that gives them a more modern view, right? And they also said, well, the primary game here is to look at politics, and there's lots of philosophers who claim that.
Right.
I mean,
yeah. Okay.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Including one we just read, and one that also said that you should look at politics. You should assign precise definitions and meanings to words and phrases so that we could have them. Those are arguments of Confucius, right? So Confucius firmly believed a lot of the points that the sophists made, right? So and if you read the writings of the sophists, they're comparable to the writings of Plato. So I think that this idea that the sophists were dummies and Plato was a genius, right? Obviously, because they preserve Plato over time, right? And and that's what spread through Alexandrian learning systems, right? So the Alexandrian schools, they taught Plato and Aristotle. So even though the Greeks people rejected them, they came to be set up as a central place in Athens, and we're going to look at some of that too. The Greeks had a fascinating way of life, that which they felt that you could achieve high sense of cultural refinement and a low tech lifestyle. They actually considered manual labor to be like slave labor, right? So they thought like more refined people would go and pursue intellectual pursuits and let the slaves do the menial labor, right? So they had this kind of interesting society, right, where they really prized intellectual reflection and nature, right? Reflection of nature and being in nature. You know what I mean, right? And having good quality like food and clothing and all that kind of stuff. They thought that was like, that these were that this is what people really focused on, was improving their culture, right? So this Greek understanding was very different from some of the mega civilizations and empire builders of the time, right? It was just because they had a different notion of how society should function, and and so Alul talks about how this idea from the Greeks and this idea from the Christians, right? It actually had a remedial effect on the improvement of technique, right? Which he says is Oriental. Now, why did Alul say all these things, right? I think it's because he's a white guy living in Europe, right? It's because he's basically just thinking like, look, technique came from outside Europe because that's where civilization came from. And the Greeks had this, view of nature, you know what I mean, right? And that, Christian European civilization. But then the same question can be asked: why did, the technological worldview or universalism and liberalism, why did they grow out of European and Christian society, right? You know what I mean? Why was that the case? And we have to look more closely at some of these ideas and concepts to really get the idea. But I think that Alul, it's safe to say that Alul's views on history, I mean, he's not like a historian or anything, are going to be pretty biased, right? But putting that aside, we could definitely look at some of his critiques, and definitely Greek and Christian ideas. One could definitely see how they had a remedial effect on technique. So even without taking his entire thing seriously, right? One could definitely see that religious traditions, that sort of thing, an ascetic lifestyle, even, and right, that sort of thing, even, and right, that these things had a remedial effect on technique, for sure. And I did like a very, very long introduction and commentary on this yesterday, so I'm just gonna move right into it here. Let me change my glasses here so I can feel more comfortable, because every time I'm looking down here, I'm thinking of how people could just see, not see my face. So maybe I should look here and put the book here so that people can see my face as I'm reading. It'll look more better. I don't know. But yeah,
they're just ever so rose colored though. Just a tinge of the herb, the herbal veins.
Yeah.
You add up reading with a joint. You got joints tonight, or what you got?
Yeah, I wish I had some joints, but no, I have my water pipe here, right? So it's just the same water pipe I've had for a long time. And yeah. Thank you so much, R. Paul, man. I appreciate you too, man. Blessings, brother. I'm very honored to have 24 people in here, even though it's Wednesday night, and I don't care about growing the audience. That's not why I'm here. But I really, really appreciate even more than 20 people here. I mean, that's just a great blessing to think that 20 people would focus on something like Alul, on a live show. Could you imagine? Right? I really wonder. And I really think that you guys are, not like normal people for sure. Because have a capacity to do philosophy, because there's numerous, items, and there's so many reaction shows about other YouTubers. It's just 90% of the live streams are conversations about conversations, as my friend Reddington likes to say. Right.
Diagnosis of a problem culturally.
Yeah.
How do we talk about the good knowledge and information that we actually need to share, and not make it about what's trendy and or what's going to make us rich or get us to gain, basically? I mean, our whole discourse is completely, it's in a troubled spot.
Yeah. Could you imagine
all
that
ruined culture and music and TikToking? It's all ruined. No more discussion. It's interesting. I mean, you have to force yourself to do it, and that's why I do it. That's why I'm on the panel here. That's why I try to talk to people all day during work, and then if I do go out, yeah, I question people on it. But anyways, continue. Some side commentary.
Yeah, yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, but could you imagine that you know, there's you know, pretty good feedback here, blessings. I mean, and yeah, I just think it's a surprise. You know what I mean? That and we'll see some of this later because they'll mention points that I've been making on this show for an entire year on CNN stories. Right, but still none of the podcasters or the internet shows and could you imagine that they open up this forum for supposedly anybody to talk about anything and people all talk about what everybody else is talking about. There's almost no different shows at all, right? So I just think that that's fascinating. I mean, the system couldn't do a better job at cultivating people's minds. I mean, right? And pretending like, they just, are making up their own mind. So that is the fact is that, as much as we want to marvel and complain, and all that type of stuff, it's exactly as the Tao says, right? That, when the ruler is but a shadowy presence, the people will say, we did it ourselves. Right? Right? It's right. Right? It could work in a beautiful way or it could work in a negative way, but the Tao is what works, right? Right? Is what it's showing us. I mean, right? Definitely. Give me a second.
Yeah, it's like a presence, a fly on the wall in the room. It's always there. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And that's yeah, and yeah, and I can't believe that in the Mangione story on CNN, right? They were saying that Mangione was really concerned that technology was growing so fast that we would lose our agency to technology. Right? So that's one of the main points we make on this show. And then another thing they said was that he always made the point that culture is being guided by technology. It's not it's not culture that guides technology, it's technology that guides culture. You know what I mean, right? And so yeah, fascinating stuff. Point that I've been making on this show against accelerationism, right? Because we heard accelerationists say a year ago, right, or they were arguing a year ago that it's European culture that caused all of this atmosphere of science and technological innovation, and we just couldn't disagree more, right? And you see some of, and case in point is that you see these Japanese and Indian guys that are extremely servile and all their instincts, right? And they of course excel at technology, right? Right, far more than any European ever could, right? Because they have a weak and servile nature, right? So right, they're perfectly predisposed to operating machines and that sort of thing, right? So it's fascinating, right? And
No,
that's
they're just plugged in, plugged in, and dude, it's so fun.
Yeah, it's fascinating, right? But you can't get these big, Viking dudes to, tap away on the keyboard. Right? Like, yeah, it's hilarious. And
Japan actually has the most declining birth rate. So I don't know what that says for their test level, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, Yeah, but this is the whole idea is about reason and efficiency. Right. First, reason becoming the dominant means that people use in order to order efficiency, then efficiency basically replacing reason as the main drive, right? So so the machine makes us more reasoning, right? It wants us to calculate, quantify our world, a la Guanan and all those other guys, the reign of quantity, as we were talking about, right? And then and then the response is that, right, we want to make things more efficiency. Speed and efficiency become the calculators of reason, right, itself, right? So, it's this whole idea that economy, right, is totally subservient to technique, right? And this is because technique creates means, he says, right? And
Like
you know, yeah.
right? And then that okay, then a short-sighted end or effect. It's an inversion, like you said yesterday. We're not actually seeing what the end result is of its gathering of these means and complexifying them and creating more techniques, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Because the end goal is efficiency, and it could always be improved, right? And so the means become the ends. Technique creates means, right? And I just think that is such an interesting line, right? It's like the ends are being plugged back into the means, and so it's like you know, um, technique creates means out of ends, right? Right, or it's this process of transforming ends into means themselves, right? And where everything becomes a process, everything becomes pure mediation, right? As I say, right? So, right, and yeah, this is a quote I was trying to read the other day. Check this quote out, and right, it says in this book, The Media Lab. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I can't even. Yeah, The
Got it.
Media Lab. Yeah, The Media Lab by Stuart Brand. It's called, right. But yeah, it says here, with digitalization, all of the media become translatable into each other. Computer bits migrate merrily, and they escape from their traditional means of transmission. A movie, phone call, letter, or magazine article may be sent digitally via phone line, coaxial cable, fiber optic cable, microwave, satellite, the broadcast air, or the physical storage medium, such as tape or disc. If that's not revolutionary enough, with all digitalization, the content becomes totally plastic.
Damn.
What a
It's
line.
flat. It's not dimensionally. It's not transparent. It's flat. It's lost its artistic like phi, right? It's lost its Fibonacci. It's completely been right.
Yeah.
Could that also be a correlation, or is that a
Oh
stretch?
yeah. It's like totally plastic, like malleable, like like yeah, like reason can become nonsense, right? Yeah, right. To totally, and it could mean the same thing. It could have the same value attached to it, all right. So like yeah, like that's what that means. The content becomes totally plastic. Right, that's what that means. All right, that's scary. All right. And he just
Well,
says it like that. Right, he just
what
says, yeah, he just said, all content becomes totally plastic, total plasticity of content, right? And I don't know what you need more to say that it's all fake, right? You don't need a statement like the machine lies to say that it's all fake, right? But he says any message, sound, or image may be edited or from anything into anything else. Total plasticization of all content, right?
one man's plastic, another man's treasure. Oh, I messed that up.
Yeah, but pretty much, right? Um, you know, um, yeah, plastic, exactly. Right. All right. But yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, I mean, but pure mediation. Everything translated into pure mediation, right? Is what I'm trying to say, and yeah, total plasticity of content. I mean, and yeah, that means that it's far beyond economic means, physical products, right? And that sort of thing. We're operating on a totally different level here, right? So yeah, this is what he said. Technique creates means, right? So so you know, and digitization is one means by which, you know, all content becomes pure mediation. I mean, right? Purely plastic. And it says here, technical operation still occurs on the same level as that of the worker who does not work. The skilled worker, like the primitive huntsman, remains a technical operator. Their attitudes differ only a small degree, but the two factors enter into the extensive field of technical operation: consciousness and judgment. This double intervention produces what I call the technical phenomenon. What characterizes this double intervention? Eventually, it takes on what was previously tentative, unconscious, spontaneous, and brings it into the realm of clear, voluntary, reasoned concepts. Okay. I'll read that again. Essentially, it takes what was previously tentative, unconscious, spontaneous, and brings it into the realm of clear, voluntary, reasoned concepts. Okay.
So it takes what's spontaneous and makes it out into the open, and it completely just disrupts its original like value. Like there's no like set of like sequencing or hierarchy with it. Like it's all the same. Just there's no meaning or it's basically everything has been commodified. I'm still trying to pull it out because it's like there's
Yeah, 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 and he demonstrates this with the swordsman, right? And he basically says that, you know, there's a person, right, who wields a sword, right? They've made an unconscious decision, right? Now, say they master using that sword, right? Right now, their skill has improved, right, by wielding the sword and all that type of stuff. You know, their skill has improved with wielding the sword, blah blah blah, right? But the fact is that, you know, right, their choice to wield the sword is an unconscious choice. Now, the person who selects what kind of sword is best and measures the performance of different types of swords and different types of warriors,
that would
right?
be techniques. That would be a technique making.
Yeah, they're looking at the technique of swordsmanship, right?
Correct.
So he's saying that this is what is different, right? And it goes to the levels that I was describing, that a person who you know you know you know masters a game, right? To somebody who you know is the one who made the game.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You know, and yeah. So yeah, so you know, he says here, he says, you know, when Andre Leroy Gurhan tabulates the efficiency of Zulu swords and arrows in terms of the most up-to-date knowledge of weaponry, he is doing work that is obviously different from that of the swordsmith, right? Okay, so there's a person, so the person who wields the weapon, the person who makes the weapon, and the person who, you know, sees how, you know, various types of weapons are used. You know, right? You know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
You know, there's almost 3 levels to this shit, right?
Yeah.
And you know, and he says up to date knowledge of weapon. He's doing the work that is obviously different from that of the swordsman, who created the form of the sword. The swordsmith's choice of form was unconscious and spontaneous. Right? Although it can now be justified by numerical calculations, such calculations had no place whatever in the technical operation he performed. But reason did inevitably enter into the process because man spontaneously imitates, he says, nature in the activities accomplishment that merely copy nature, however, have no future. For instance, the imitation of birds' wings from Icarus. Okay, reason makes it possible to produce objects in terms of certain features, certain abstract requirements, and this in turn leads not to the imitation of nature, but to the ways of technique, right? And I mean, right, so he's you know, essentially putting technique as something apart from the mere imitation of nature. And he's going to bring that point full circle later, where he says that, you know, the imitation of nature is human society, but technique is, you know, is something on top of human society that imitates nature better than human society does, right? In a way, and in a way, it works as a replacement for nature itself, right? So technique becomes to human society what nature used to be for it, right? Uh, and so it accomplishes a huge thing there, right? By becoming by parasiting on human society, it becomes a replacement for nature, right? And it says the intervention of rational judgment in the technical operations has important consequences. Man has become aware that it is possible to find new and different means. Reason upsets pragmatic traditions and creates new operational methods and new tools. Okay. So this is what he means by technique creates means, right? It examines rationally the possibilities of more extensive and less rigid experimentation. Okay. So essentially, technique uses reasons as a means, as a ordering principle, right, to dispel pragmatic tradition, right? Reason in these ways multiplies technical operations to a degree of diversity, but it also operates in the opposite direction. It considers results and takes account of the fixed end of technique, efficiency. Okay, so efficiency is a goal of technique. Okay. Okay, and reason itself, right, by multiplying the technical operations and by seeing um you know the best use between them, right? So reason gets put underneath this project of finding efficiency, right, through technical means, right?
Yeah. So it's deprioritized. It's
Yeah.
basically given.
Yeah. You know, yeah, you know, and you could already start seeing it happen. You know, human reason is taking a backseat to technical efficiency, right? So he's trying to lay this out now, right? And yeah, you know, I gotta say he's doing a great job, right? And so it says here, he says it notes what every means devised is capable of accomplishing and selects from various means at its disposal with a view excuse me, to securing the ones that are most efficient, the best adapted to the desired end. Thus, the multiplicity of means is reduced to one, the most efficient. And this is what I meant: complexification of means towards a single end. And here, reason appears clearly in the guise of technique. See, reason's ruled by efficiency, right? Saying it appears under the guise of technique, right? I mean, in addition, there is the intervention of consciousness. Consciousness shows clearly to everybody the advantages of technique and what it can accomplish. The technician takes stock of alternative possibilities and the immediate result in which he seeks to apply the new method in fields and traditionally had been left to chance, pragmatism, and instinct. The intervention of consciousness causes a rapid and far-flung extension of technique. The twofold intervention of reason and consciousness in the technical world, which produces the technical phenomenon, can be described as the quest of the one best means in every field. And this one best means, quote unquote, is in fact the technical means. It is the aggregate of these means that produces technical civilization. The technical phenomenon, he says, is the main preoccupation of our time. Okay. And this is a very important quote. He says, in every field, men seek to find the most efficient method, but our investigations have reached a limit. It is no longer the best relative means which counts as compared to the other means. Also in use, the choice is less and less a subjective one among several means. which are potentially applicable, right? It is really a question of finding the best means, which is the absolute sense on the basis of the numerical calculation. Okay, here we understand his definition more: total ensemble of means.
Wow. That pretty much puts a fucking kink, or what do they fucking call it when a hose blocks up? That puts a fucking stop in everyone's anyone that puts value in stock in reason and consciousness and speaking, trying to grow their consciousness, yet at the same time just expanding techniques, just multiplying the amount of techniques they're using and the amount of reliance on technology, because it just described how those two are interlinked.
Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a quagmire to be in. It puts us in a quagmire to be in of this technical phenomena. How to, like, when our lives are we allowing to be a metric for our data? It's so interesting because everyone has the option right now to use AI for email and AI for this and AI for that. So it's like, basically, there's a if we culturally view it as the way as like, well, that has to be done in order for you to quote unquote stay ahead and get to the most quickest efficient way to an end, then we're sacrificing reason, is what this is claiming, right? We're sacrificing the discussion and discourse of coming to more reasonable truths and more reasonable ways of interfacing with each other in quote unquote business, education, and science. But these are all already in and of itself already have a, would you say, a false pretext or a false foundation of technique, that they rely on technique, especially when science is involved. Because now, does that make sense? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think like the machine obviously has its own mind way of configuring things, and I think efficiency is the mind of the machine, right? Where it abandons reason and chooses efficiency. It uses humans to get the reason, you know what I mean? Because it can't select between things or learn its own like mistakes, right? So he's kind of saying like, yeah, it's like using humans for their reason, right? To like extract out efficiency, right? Because right, and yeah, reason is taking the back seat for sure, right? Because the more we give way, as you said, to the multiplication of techniques, it goes to the unconscious level. And yeah, he's saying like, that reason and consciousness have to be surrendered up to this process, right? And that's the huge issue, is that there's obviously huge compartmentalization, due to the ordering of efficiency itself. So there's lack of mutual discussion between the different parts of the system that are all ruled by individual experts, right? So each style of technical wizardry has its own experts and technical means attached to it, right? So you simply can't use reason, right? But reason is used to select between the various technical means, right? So it's just that what is the reason being used for at the end of the day, right? It's just being used to improve the technical means, right? The most reasonable way, what reason suggests is choose the best technical means possible, right? so you're trapped, right? Right. He's saying like, what's the point of having it, right? In a way, I mean, it I mean, and yeah, I think that exalts the specialist. He says it is then the specialist who chooses the means. He is able to carry out the calculations that demonstrate the superiority of the means chosen over all others. Thus, a science of means comes into being, a science of techniques progressively elaborated. this science extends to greatly diverse areas. It ranges from the act of shaving to the act of organizing the landing in Normandy. um, or to cremating thousands of deportees. Today, no human activity escapes this technical imperative. There is a technique of organization, the great fact of organization described by Toynbee fits very well into this conception of technical phenomenon, he says.
Would it be fair to say, maybe not, but if, like, say AI were to be fully conscious, I don't think it can be, but if it is fully conscious, would that say that consciousness is basically the sum of its parts?
Yeah, I think an argument can be made, right? And they can't really disprove that with the brain itself, right? So, you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, you know what I mean?
I mean,
So,
you said
ghosting a
earlier,
machine.
that technique had a mind, so I was thinking, I guess I was
Yeah.
equating mind with consciousness.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm saying that the way the human mind has reason, technique has efficiency, is what I was trying to say. I mean, right?
Oh, okay.
You know, yeah. So the way I said it now is much clearer. Goddamn. All right.
It's good. We're making progress.
Yeah, but that was a little bit what I was, attempting to, say. But yeah, it's interesting that he says that, technique uses human beings for these two items, reason and consciousness. And of course, if the machine had consciousness, it wouldn't need human beings for that anymore, right? So it's funny that they're trying to give the machine that thing so that, our work is cut in half for having to decide, right?
I'm of the opinion that we're more easily going to be duped or fooled into thinking that it's conscious when it's not conscious.
Yeah, and he kind of says here, he says, that the machine uses human beings for reason, right, to arrive at technical means, right, so that it can have more efficiency. Efficiency is the goal of using human reason, right? But consciousness,
Right.
and I'm going to read that again. It says there is the intervention of consciousness. Consciousness shows clearly to everybody the advantages of technique and what it can accomplish. The technician takes stock of alternative possibilities. The immediate result is that it seeks to apply the new methods in the fields which traditionally had been left to chance, pragmatism, and instinct. The intervention of consciousness causes a rapid of far-flung extension of technique. A rapid and far-flung extension of technique. So reason improves means, and consciousness selects between the means. Right? So if we could have a system with overarching consciousness, right, it could select between the various technical means and decide which one is the best, right? And yeah, it would save human beings a lot of time. I think that is what they're trying to do with the AI systems, right?
I can't even talk right now.
Ideology.
Telos without actual consciousness.
Yeah. Yeah. Wild.
Man. All I know is the machine assigning certain, like, almost technical position to find the one best means in our society and culture is already happening, because that's what a social credit system app is.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
And a lot of those dating apps are social credit apps, right? If you just see. So yeah, as I said earlier, the machine is a sexual selector, right? Right. So I mean, it's on a different level, and I said that to make the point, that that these people are saying, oh yeah, we're going to change the breeding patterns in the society, and that's going to cause how many babies people, we're going to have traditional relationships, and that's going to change society, right? When the machine is selecting who gets to have sex with who, right? Yeah, you guys are going to change that, right? Good luck, all right? But I mean, incredible, lackluster, right, solutions. I mean, and yeah, I mean, so he points out the subdivision of technique into various areas, right? So now we have these different things that people were going to equate with technique, right? Society, an organization, economics, right? You have mechanics and industry, right? You have the science and the arts, right? You have these various aspects that people equate with technique itself, right? But these are all various subdivisions of technique. Okay, so Alul describes that, no, there's social techniques, there's economic techniques, right? There's scientific techniques and there's mechanical techniques, and they're just different types of techniques, right? So these are all extrusions from technology, right? He explains it here. He says, if we examine the broader areas in which the search for means is taking place, we find three principal subdivisions of modern technique, in addition to the mechanical, right? Which is the most conspicuous, but I shall not discuss because it is well known to the forms of intellectual technique. Okay, he says, one, economic technique is almost entirely subordinated to production and ranges with the organization of labor to economic planning. This technique differs from the others in its object and goal, but its problems are the same as those of the other technical activities. The technique of organization concerns the great masses and applies not only commercial or industrial affairs of the magnitude coming consequently under the jurisdiction of the economic, but also states to the administration and police power. This organizational technique is also applied to warfare, ensures the power of an army, at least as much as its weapons. Everything in the legal field also depends on organizational technique. And lastly, human technique takes various forms, ranging all the way from medicine to genetics to propaganda. Here, man himself becomes the object of technique. Okay. Okay. Okay, so it seems like the technique of organization is mainly about political organization, right? Okay, the economic technique is about production, right? Okay, so there's different levels of technique. Now, I think that, obviously, I think mechanical, economic, organizational, or social, right? Human, okay, and all these other means, right? I think you can make better subdivisions or greater or clearer subdivisions than the ones he's made. But I think generally, right, the point here being made is that, various activities that we conflated with, the whole of technique itself, they're just expressions of technique, right? Subdivisions, right? Okay, he says, we observe in the case of each of these subdivisions, and we're going to take a break here in a minute. But he says, we observe in each of these subdivisions, these subordinate techniques may be very different in the kind and not necessarily similar one to another as techniques. They have the same goal and preoccupation, however, and are thus related. The three subdivisions show the wide extent of the technical phenomenon. In fact, nothing at all escapes technique today. There's no field where technique is not dominant. This is easy to say that, and it is scarcely surprising. We are so habituated to machines that there seems to be nothing left to discover. Has the fact of technique no intrinsic importance? Does it spring merely from the march of time, or does it represent a problem peculiar to our times? Our discussion of biology and technique will bring us face to face with this question. The first, we must survey in detail the vast field which technical phenomenon covers in order to become fully cognizant of what it signifies. And now he moves on to the technique's historical development, right? To show how through through the development of social organization and different types of society, different types of ideas, and the improvement of science and the improvement of these types of means, technique gains more and more control over time, right? And yeah, blessings.
On
Yeah,
the level,
thank
did even say what's up to Annapurna. Hi, Annapurna. How are you doing today?
Doing well, thank you, Michael. And hi, TML. Hi, Red.
Yeah.
So we take it. Oh, is that what you said? Is that where you left off?
Wait, I'm sorry. Say that again, Michael.
Are you taking a music break, or are you still going?
Yeah, I'm gonna take one in a minute here. But yeah, blessings. Yeah, anything you guys would like to add is thank you guys so much.
Making the beats, faking the streets, etc. That's a video. That's a quote from a video, but from a long time ago. But never mind that.
Lower.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta take a look at this chat too and see.
Yeah, right. That sounded like running through the city. That was said a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I can't believe. Yeah, on the Cockboy Hotline show, they're talking about how whack my taste in music is. You guys know about this? I listen to whack music.
So weird, the obsession with you. My God.
It doesn't surprise me. I mean, it is what it is.
We'll play that later. They started playing Amon Hillman's rap music from Lady Babylon, and they go,
Teddy Bass.
Yeah, and they go, TML would play the shit out of this, man. That guy's so whack. That guy,
man, it's like AI beats, pretty much.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that.
I thought Teddy Bass was AI until he actually brought him on. I'm like, oh, he is a real person.
Yeah, I don't even
Satramone.
Yeah, but they were saying, yeah, this sounds like the stuff that TML listens to.
Oh, such a burn.
Such a burn. And I'll play the little whack. This guy listens to like German house music or some shit. That's like what these like Nazis play like in the church before they like have sex with little boys. I don't even understand. All right, but it's like some German house music, dude, that this dude was playing on the show. Good Lord, dude, it sucked ass. And then the other dude, I couldn't even believe. Yeah, but I can't even, people come here just to listen to the music. So I couldn't believe the whackness. The whackness. So I might go ahead and play some of that at the end of the show. We're gonna do a little breakdown of that because they are obsessed with me and Annapurna.
It's kind of like Merce style,
Oh shit! I got drawn
raw
into
shit.
Yeah, you got drawn into. I think they put like Khalil. I think
Pretty
they put like
much
Kali up.
anybody gets drawn into it.
Yeah, like some like gay loser that they were talking about had like Kali, you know, behind them, and they go that's that Annapurna right there. It's Annapurna.
Is that even a real insult, though?
I don't even know.
Like, I
I
don't
don't know.
really see that as an insult, but whatever.
Yeah, Kali's like badass, if I
Yeah,
understand it
but
correctly.
see, like, it's also like you know, this like a lot of the occult characters and stuff, they worship Kali. So
Oh,
that's also given as what is that, like that ergo Hinduism worships death. That's like the position that follows.
it's so strange to like death is basically transition, so it's like, well, let's worship the transition instead of the destination.
But she's not death though, you know.
Right.
That's not what she represents. She represents destroying evil, death to evil. And the god of death is Yama, so there is a death god, so to speak. So, you know, it's just ignorance all around. This is.
Yep.
Let them. Thank you for telling me that.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, just what are they even breaking down? You know what I mean? Right? Like people don't know the stuff that they're breaking down is already bullshit. Like, like what are you uncovering here? Right? So I'm very confused with the premise of their show, like what they're really uncovering by like watching these YouTubers and reacting to these YouTubers, right? I mean, you know, I really don't know, but yeah, let me find where they play this guy's music, and they're like, TML loves this music. Here, hold on. Oh yeah, here it is. This guy. Yeah, B Smiley. I mean, B Smiley has a guitar on his fucking. I bet his music sounds like ass. We should play some of B Smiley's music.
Damn. I gotta hear this now.
Yeah, how horrible it is. Yeah, my shit might freeze as I'm trying to share this, but you know what I mean. This is what they play. This is their show.
Wait. You know, if you go to the CBO channel,
Yeah,
the video with the most views is me. He still has that shit up on there.
isn't that
Motherfucker.
funny?
Most views.
So we still create. Yeah, we still.
Yeah, look
created-
at the most popular stream.
Crazy.
It's an interview with me. Yeah, motherfucker, take that shit down, asshole. If
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
if we're so shitty, why are you fucking
Exactly.
parasizing off of me?
Yeah, same thing. Yeah, same thing with the all the videos that I'm on. I mean, right? You know, he got great views on those videos where I was a part of his show. I mean, so yeah, definitely. You know what I mean? This dude is a total sycophant. You know, pretends like he totally loves your work, right? And then turns around and lies about you in a fucking fake slander campaign. And not only that, that's all his fucking YouTube channel is. There's nothing else that they actually do, right?
Right,
Right,
they
other than
got
slander, motherfucker.
sent to jail apparently, like big fucking achievement.
Yeah, but that wasn't them. That was Tartarian Truth, right? And
Apparently, it was Chalk Body Outline. He took credit for it, and it wasn't Tartarian Truth. It was CBO that was responsible, according to him.
Who knows?
yeah.
They're
So we
still
got
farming
this.
guys for the clout in the
But
future.
it's just such a weird, like, gay dynamic, like men obsessing over men.
Oh yeah, yeah,
what
because
the fuck is going on?
yeah, because this is the show here, and I don't even know B Smiley at all. I've never listened to music with B Smiley, but this is what it says. It says
Thank
TML
God.
would slap the fuck out of this, and then they're playing this trash right music.
138, what it do? AIX 138, represent.
It's going to all those dungeon programming.
Yeah, great show, guys.
Yeah, that
So
don't
just
nothing like what you play anyway. But I don't know if that man's ears are broke.
yeah, and then this is what they
That
do.
was like some generic ass, like whatever healing music shit.
They got Satan here, all right? Satanic music they play before their show, and then you go later, is just a big ass dick on the screen,
Oh
right?
my
So
god, what the
so this
fuck?
is basically
I
their
know.
show, even right, is about some type of gay sex ritual, and I'm not even lying, right? And you know what I mean? And this is what they focus on. And you go back a few shows, it's about people drinking horse cum, and then you go back a year ago and they have Grace Thorpe on talking about incest. I mean, this is just their whole show is just sexual degeneracy, and they got their sodomite Discord, and the dudes talking about grape and Rock E on the other show. You know, let's grape old people. All right. So you know, in front of the Mary. All right. So yeah, great show, guys. Oh yeah, but TML is whack. He plays whack music. It's like,
My god.
what in the world, dude? You know what I mean? But yeah, you know what I mean. Oh yeah, let me play this because this is
Apparently,
actually
they don't know like underground hip hop, so or
yeah. Thank you
electronic
so
music.
much. Yeah, thank you so much for watching, Duvid. Blessings. I mean, became Hindu at University of Michigan, Bhakti Yoga Society. Blessings, you know what I mean? Yeah, thank you so much, I mean, for watching, you know what I mean? I appreciate you. Yeah, Claire, trying to work with Claire Hall. She's excellent. I mean, definitely gonna be working with her on a number of these issues. And I seen her on a show today talking about Islamic civilization, European civilization. Very interesting discussion. But yeah, yeah, this is the thing that yeah, let me try to play this here because you know, they got really mad at me one day and really mad at Talcott one
Yo,
day.
Duvet just mentioned Bruno.
Yeah, Vincent Bruno. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, we had a very interesting discussion with him. Um Awkward. You know what I mean?
To say the least.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, right now we're just taking a break, Duvid, but we're gonna move on to Taoism after that. But yeah, I mean I'm just
You
sort of
said
looking at
Bruno used to be a Hindu. Wow.
yeah, Bruno did used to be a Hindu, yeah.
What kind of fucking Hindus?
Well,
My
he didn't know much about it because he was under the impression that the whole Vaishnavism thing was like the top breed, you know?
Oh.
Yeah. So
Hmm.
he's a little bit in the dark about a few things about it, for sure. But
Mhm.
yeah, you know, and I tried to clarify that for him, and actually I sent him the presentation we did, you know. So
Awesome.
yeah, and
Yo, is this true? Sorry, I'm sorry, but is this shit true? Bruno actually helped create the Hindus for Trump movement in 2016.
yeah, I mean the things he was saying that flat Earth parents should have their kids taken away from them. Can you believe that?
Well, he's a
Wow.
statist, so that makes perfect
Yeah,
sense to him.
yeah, total gay fast.
Hinduism says doesn't say the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, he was promoting total gay fascism. 1,000,000%. I mean,
Hmm.
We are
so
living through some fascinating times.
yeah, 100%. And this was the show they did. It was literally an attack stream on the brother Talcott, and and so they had terrible arguments. And this guy Rusty Smackleford, he totally lost live debate with the brother Talcott. All right, he had all this bravado, right, about like we should close down the unions and all this stuff, and yeah, the guy had no points, right? So I come up and I tell these guys, look, you guys you guys are covering stuff for shekels, right? This guy's selling T-shirts with fucking, cereal brands on the fucking T-shirts. I'm like, this guy will do anything just to make some money, right? So I'm like, this guy's like a Mexican selling bootleg T-shirts on the corner, right? I'm like, you know, but you're doing it on YouTube. I'm like, go fuck yourself, right? So I said, Steve and David, I write books and featured your songs on my show, and you talk shit about me for no reason. I'm just telling them facts, right?
That cancer culture, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and then I said, stop featuring the machine lies if you think I'm a fraud. Easy solution. Like, right, you still feature my content on your show, right? All right. And so I'm telling them all this fucking shit, right? I'm just destroying them in the chat. This guy stops his show and he plays some fucking oh, here, hold on. This is what this guy plays. Listen to this, guys.
You may wobble, but don't lose your footing.
That's him.
Yeah, if he's not gonna come up, I'll just shut it down then, and then he'll be like, "Oh, see, you're shutting it down because you're scared."
Oh yeah, I'm gonna come in on your show, dude. Like, yeah, I'm gonna come on your stupid fucking show. Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
people spit on your face once and you go back. That's ridiculous.
Right. Let me go on your show again.
Who's that? The bootleg, like, is that him?
Life is hard, I know.
No.
Hate, I know. Believe in God, I know. And you'll be straight, I know. Show no love, I know. Stay strapped, I know. Once you're gone, I know. Ain't no coming back, I know. Life is hard, I know. People hate, I know.
Yeah, I'm good on
God, I know. And you'll be straight, I know. Show no love, I know. And stay strapped, I know. Once you're gone, I know, ain't no coming back. I know I don't show no love, cause I don't love y'all. And I don't show hate, cause I don't hate y'all.
Damn.
That was hard.
That's deep.
Yo, who said did the motherfucking did the motherfucking guy on the stream rap that shit? Who did that shit?
What? He unironically played that song. He was like, yo. It's like,
it's not even him rapping.
It's like basic trap beat. Like, so what?
It's so bad. It's so bad.
Shit was straight. So this is the shit that they're bumping out there, right? So.
Hey man, we're all different. He's selling his T-shirts. He's somewhere playing that music out the back of his car. He's doing his thing.
It's like, it's like, yo, you know. So I'm like, dude, I talk about philosophy, history, theology. like, hey guys, you know, I'm covering big topics.
You extend an olive branch sometimes, and then you leave the panel open. You welcome them here. They want to have a voice. Maybe they don't, but then they go off and do that.
Yeah, and
it's what it is, man. You can't.
Yeah, but if you observe their Discord, it's super weird. Like the dynamics in there is not. It's not straight married dudes. I'll give you that.
Yeah, it's a lot of talk about sodomy in that Discord. But yeah, the fact is that definitely won't be appearing. And this dude, Toilet Bowl Earth, dude. Man, this dude looks like he's gray and black hair. He looks like a fucking skunk, right? But yeah, you know what I mean?
He's been around here or Talcott's channel. I've seen his name.
Yeah, he's been around everywhere. But yeah, the fact is that, definitely.
But he's an Iranian trying to be a whitey, right?
Oh yeah, if anybody has information on this dude's real name or his location, please send it to me, privately, and yeah, we'll figure out what's going on. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying I don't already have that information, by the way. All right, I'm just gonna put that out there. But yeah, blessings, guys. Thank you guys so much. I mean, and here's some songs for you guys. I mean, and definitely, yeah, enjoy these songs, right? And we'll be back in like 7 or 8 minutes or something like that.
This one is for my beats out on the street of 6 feet, baby. Watch yourself, kids. The jakes be deepin' on the creep now. What the deal? What the deal? This one is for my guns and sub-state and doing long biz. For real, kid. We stay reppin' for Queens, infrared Bayo. I only rock with famine.
plot planning niggas, the cop cannons, one with the eyes jamming niggas, do a whole bit in the box standing. 8 niggas that's quick to hop in the van and cock blocks and put the drop on top of the whole block gambling. Turn it to Nas Landing, gunshots got them scrambling. Leaving 4 cops to examine. The streets are frigid, so I speak and vivid. Sleep with it, love it, and live it. If you want one of these slugs, I'ma give it. If pop it to you, drop liquid. Your days are numbered out, get dropping in digits. Bodies get sent to the chop shop like civics. All for popping up on the wrong blocks to visit. The wrong spot to risk it. Nothing but hollow tops in a biscuit. Get helicopter lifted out your hot lizards. Keep you far from the child shit. 40 cow spit, running with wild clicks. Dead you would beat the murder trial shit. 12 valve whips, the strip is fortune. Flooded with drug enforcement, lawmen stripping your fortune. Shorties are like the Statue of Liberty, they stay living the tortured office. Split the 5th off, then mad chicks get abortions. Weak ones, lay stiff in the coffin. Federal stakeouts, spots get raided. Shots get traded, coming to lock everything rock related. Keeping the cell blocks overly populated. Incarcerated, star faces intoxicated. Then I get operated, some get chopped and faded. Leaving them bleeding, need for medical aid. From sharp metal relay, when shit get hot, it's hard to settle the blaze. The ghetto we pray, make the life you hold. It's vodka, that's the dice you roll. Be careful, kid, the streets is ice cold. The thirsty ones out, working the night patrol for the price of gold. In the story of a life you told, nigga, simple and plain. The life you hold is vodka, that's the dice you roll. Be careful, kid, the streets is ice cold. The thirsty ones out, working the night patrol for the price of gold. In the story of a life you told, nigga. Yo, how many make it out? It's 1 in a million. Scared to death cause one of your children just might be the next one that gets stressed in front of the building. Thumbing out, pulling guns out. Running with villains, living in pain. Kid in the street game. Trapped in these blocks where the heat flame. When niggas reach for they thing. Speak slang, chop your grill until it me hang. Busting their gas, running the deep games. Look out for the cheap things that set you up. Invite you to the crib to wet you up. Lift your necklace up, bringing the click to lift and mess you up. Smith and West you up, never press your luck. Be prepared to bust, how many you dare to trust? Keep your friends close and enemies closer. I pour double shots, serving me the toast and friendly ghost until it gave me over. Send some guineas to roast it. If they can't approach it, send me toasters. Give them the Kennedy doses, empty in your boulder. Life is about bending them slimmies over. Plenty bennies and rovers, half naked, women for lemmy sofas. Crib with the Fendi sofas, black coats and offers. Crack Jehovah's, stacker like sofa. Tailor-made suits, with Gucci penny loafers. Mac 10s and holsters, harassing vultures. Having DT's packaging coaches. The raps and vocal, blow the backs and covers. Run with the gat exploders, gun swingers. Corners of slum hangers, the brick and tongue bringers and swingers. Keep one in the chamber, aim the life you hold. It's vodka, that's the dice you roll. Be careful, kid, the streets is ice cold. The thirsty ones out, working the night patrol for the price of gold. In the story of a life you told, nigga. The life you hold is vodka, that's the dice you roll. Be careful, kid, the streets is ice cold. The thirsty ones out, working the night patrol for the price of gold. In the story of a life you told, nigga.
Chain smoking beaties till his brain's broken completely. Get back on his feet, work out, and eat some Wheaties. Greedy for the cheese, please, most couldn't fathom. Had him in the Cobra clutch when he spat the mad hymn gems. Collection of brats, Tims and hats. Had no time for the pity pat, I'll give him that. The rhythm hit him back with a right hook. Shook it off, Porter Shiner thought it was a aight look. Depends on the shades, the end of days, spades. Pretenders late and daisies on stages. Do melees, eat it up, microphone, microwave, mayonnaise. His own way was strange, but it matters not. Tuned into a frequency tone that shattered rock. Hold it down like Shatner do Spock, rapper docs. Need to put a sock in their chatterbox. The block got lied of IOT stock. Folks gather round, it's no joke like knock knock. It's them, they came home to roost, y'all. And watch them transform the game to the rules of foosball. She's too small. Any questions? Him could squeeze blood from a penny in the recession. Keep guessing, it gets deeper than depression. The power of suggestion, wake or sleep or keep the lesson. Dig that beat. Ripped it with metal fingers and stomped it with dick fat feet. And you know what they say, cut the hay. Resistance is futile, you will be assimilated. But today, it's all gray, metallic with a ruby stone. Ruled like the type of dude you could write a movie on. Hardcore porn, did his own stunts, writ his own rhymes, and split his own blunts once in a while. Every other minute, eyes pop out, Popeye heavy on the spinach, steady on his business and ready with an ill pitch. Keeps the bad bills mixed like Denny Cusinel's nicks. No hitch, just a shitload of spitting sneeze. Strictly G stacking up off a rack of hidden fees. Rappers like the gay club striptease with hippies on the yip saying, hey, bub, grip these. They screaming for attention, beaming at the mention of a scary demon convention. You could cut the tension with a switchblade and serve it on the same plate of hors d'oeuvres a witch made. Delayed, persuaded the chambermaid to bet her paycheck on a get naked game of spades. Straight up, no chaser, no layaways, causing faint taste to microwave mayonnaise.
Doom has taken over every continent.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's not whack to me, but good lord.
MF Doom ain't whack. Rest in peace.
Yeah, and it definitely doesn't sound whack with that fucking future sounds of London. And, wow,
It's dope.
Yeah, and that's Microwave Mayo by MF Doom, and mixed with the song Mouth Muse. So altogether, it's Microwave Mayo Mouth Muse. But yeah, blessings. I mean, yeah, I appreciate you guys for being here with me, and we're gonna move on to some other summations of Taoist teaching, which I may or may not agree with some of the major points there. All right, we'll exchange the spot for Brother Talcott, and we'll put Reddington here, and we'll put myself right here. Blessings, man.
Musical panel seats, I guess.
Exactly. And allow me to discover where I put this. Oh, whoops. Fell my weed there. Okay, here. Give me a second, and let me grab this title here, and we'll look at Jacob Needleman and his, what I think, false summations of Taoist teaching, right? I think D.C. Lau did a pretty good job looking at some of the historical foundations, right? Comparisons to Confucianism, a lot of the things that we want to kind of think about and look at there, right? But yeah, we're gonna look at Jacob Needleman's introduction to the Gyia Fang edition and see if we could tease out some of the philosophical details. And on Christmas Day, I suppose we will be looking at the text itself, the Tao Te Ching, right? So I'm excited to look at that. We'll be looking at 10, at least 10 different translations of the text, right? So we'll be taking an extensive look at the text itself, right? Before we move on to some of the other ideas, right? And we're taking an extensive look at various accounts of the historical development of the teaching and the thoughts, right? And the reason I'm focusing so much on Taoism, way more than I focused on Hinduism or Confucianism, right, is because it's going to play a very central element in Buddhist teaching, the way Buddhism develops, because we're going to be given an extended presentation on Zen philosophy and some of the readings of Zen philosophy, right? And in those accounts, as I explained earlier, Taoist and Buddhist teachings are melded together, right? So it's very, very important to understand, right, the foundational principles within Taoism and Buddhism, right? And since this is a presentation on Buddhism, right, the main focus is going to be about, you know, the development of Buddhist philosophy. So the main presentation is going to be, although I'm giving like 10 or 15 presentations here on Taoism, right? There's also I'm going to have to give, as you may imagine, 20 or so presentations on Buddhism, right? Because that is the main topic, Buddhist philosophy, expansive, right? I have two works that I want to look at. So yeah, it's going to take a while to get through two books, right? Obviously on Buddhist philosophy. So by the time I'm done with all these presentations, they may be about 50 or 60 presentations here, right? In terms of Eastern philosophy, right? And yeah, so I mean that's just a rough estimate at this point, right? In the direction that we're going, right? It seems like that's the direction we're going, right? So in terms of Buddhism, right, and that's why I've also moved into Lul, right? Because I want to spread out the time here, right? And yeah, thank you, brother Talcott, for being here.
Yeah, I've still yet to even really pierce through all of Skrbina's recommendations to read that Panentheism book and the other one. All that, it makes more sense. God more so aligns with the principles of nature. In essence, right? Is that Skrbina's main like premise on life? Like humanity has to return to nature?
Yeah, but I don't think returning would be part of his thing, right? But I think he thinks that nature just sort of is, right? And I think he thinks that nature and mind should be given more of a central place than God and man, right? That you know what I mean? And yeah, I totally agree with him there. We need to find places where we could look at life and spirit and mind in terms of, not just God and humankind, right? But also look at nature, right? And also look at consciousness itself, right? On its own terms, right? Which we haven't been able to do successfully, right? And define what consciousness is, right? So the fact is that until we get our mind around all those things, as Dr. Skrbina is saying, right? I think he presents some fundamental issues, right? And he does so mainly in his book Metaphysics of Technology. If we get the time, I want to go over that work too after we look at Elul, right? Because I think that these sort of ideas, right, from Kaczynski to Elul to Dr. Skrbina, right? And there are various ideas about philosophy because Elul doesn't really do philosophy, right? And he does sort of, you know, analysis on society and psychology and these sort of things. I mean, his sort of thing is more human centered. I mean, and then with Dr. Skrbina, he goes into the abstract levels, and then when you get to Dr. Kaczynski, he's only concerned about the practical aspects of the problem, right? And like what to do about it, right? So he cares less about the theoretical manifestations of the issue, right? So I mean, and so it's fascinating, the three of them, right? And if I could present to society in general, right? If I could make it a thing, and some of this is already happening despite my efforts, right? And maybe in spite of my efforts, right? Right, is that these are becoming household names, right? Especially Kaczynski is now becoming a household name because of this feller, right?
Yeah.
Once again.
Yeah, who will look at? Oh yeah, hold on. Let me drop the link here for our friends. Because there's more people out there that might want to join the discussion. Right? Thank you guys for being here. And yeah, 2 hours into the show, I usually pin the link here, and hopefully we get some joiners here. I mean, no pressure. You know, I know there's you know, quite a bit of people watching at this point, but you know, we will respect you and your opinions here, you know, on stage. So yeah, so don't worry about it. But yeah, let me try to find where the motherfucking
Unless those opinions are lies and gaslighting.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that was calculated, right? By some of our old friends, right? But yeah. Um we haven't experienced much of that other than from a particular group of people. So it just so it's very interesting that way, isn't it? Right?
Yeah.
It's just like it's like we actually don't have problems with anybody else. Right? But yeah, but yeah, the fact is that I mean, you know, we're going to Taoism here.
Great. Taoism is who you are.
Exactly. And I pinned the link there for everybody. So that's what I was attempting to do while I was
Yeah.
floundering
good move.
around. Yeah, like a fish out of water here. But yeah. It says here, this is Needleman here. He says the 81 short chapters known as the Tao Te Ching have been translated into English more often than any other book except the Bible. So this is the second or third time we've heard that claim, right? So okay, so I'm fascinated by that claim. Okay, you know, and I've also heard, you know, in the opening of Coleman Barks, that the such can be said about the works of Rumi as well, the poet, right? So Rumi, you know, the Tao Te Ching, the Bible,
Most
and right,
produced books.
most produced books, right? Very interesting, right? You could actually line books up as the most produced books, most reproduced books, right? It's like all-time bestsellers or something like that. You could say, right? You know, OG bestsellers. Right?
It's like Bible, then like Agatha Christie is up there.
Yeah,
I forget what the other ones.
You showcase it at your house, yeah, behind your work desk, yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, people read that. They read the Torah. They read all that. The Torah, the Talmud. Even the Quran's read a lot, though. Right?
I don't know about the Talmud. That's
But
got
think
some
about how many times
crazy
the
shit
Veda's
in
been
it.
read. Like, what is this actual number and what's been told to us?
That's true.
Yeah, it's interesting. And and I'm suspicious about this claim because you know, it's saying the Tao and the Bible, right? And I somehow think this has something to do with the Crowleyites because of, you know, they're thinking like, you know, let's promote, you know, let's just say like Taoism is another side of the Bible, all right? Because they want to promote dualism, right? So it's just like some weird type of aspect to it where because Crowley translated the Tao, right? So I think
He
like
did, yeah.
yeah, so I think like, you know, there's some sinister agenda behind putting Rumi and the Tao in there because I think they constantly lie about what the Tao is and what Rumi is. Right? So you know, that's
They
for
inflate it.
starters.
It's inflated.
They inflate it, they make it theosophical, right?
Okay.
They make it you know what I mean? All that type of stuff. I mean,
true.
So yeah. Yeah, and yeah, it says
Yeah, the
yeah.
Theosophical Society been messing with everything since America's been established. In the British Institute. It's the British Institute that runs it, though. I really think so. Yeah, but now there's some clearly, you know, some people in Israel that got the most money. But besides that, I feel like it's Britain. Like Britain put a spell on the United States, and now that spell is ending. Its term is ending. So I don't know. But I think America will have a revolution. We'll blow all our energy and burn all our fucking cities and be stupid, cross each other's backs, and then hopefully we use reason. But I don't think we will at this point. Something's gonna have to happen. I just be on the ground, so I think I understand what's gonna happen. I can tell it's gonna be like what happened with COVID, in my opinion. And I think what everyone should do is continue to go outside, continue to talk to people, talk to your neighbor, help people resolve. There's always ways to resolve issues. Garden, share, like a resource-based economy could just be sharing at that point. If that's not the Tao, then what else are we transitioning into? Because right now the system is parasitizing on our children. We can induce that based upon what was said earlier, his theory proposed. So why are we still consenting to it? That's my problem with it. So I've been forced to use my hands, and we all have to. We have to go talk to your neighbor, try to sell a service, offer something, clean water, clean energy, get off the grid, building service. Like, what else can we do? We have to get seeds. People don't understand. Like, I don't think people understand what's really happening. You know what I mean? I feel like people have already come to their conclusion that they're just pessimists and they're done. We're done for.
Yeah, you know what's funny is that I was listening to a conversation between Dr. Scribina and the guy who runs the Fitch and Madison Publishing, right? Who produced the second edition of Technological Slavery, right? Right, with Kaczynski, right? So he has material where they're gonna produce a work called supposedly called Technological Slavery 2, right? Where they have more writings, with with Dr. Kaczynski. But it's funny, this dude was talking to Kaczynski and stuff, right? While he's in prison and all this stuff, right, with Dr. Scribina, right? And he's saying, and he says to Dr. Scribina, he's like, hey, have you ever heard of the Tao? Like, have you ever looked into the Tao Te Ching? And he goes, there's some real solutions in there about what to do about this technology stuff.
Love it.
Isn't that interesting? But yeah, it's funny. like talking about this stuff. Man. But yeah.
Yeah, it's a great concept, ruling from behind and letting people have their joy and connectedness, That's what the Tao is. It's yielding. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful work. You can read it like frontwards, backwards, and it fits every day.
Yeah, and I agree with what Needleman is saying here. He says that it speaks to each of us at our own level and understanding while inviting us to search for insight and experience that are not yet within our comprehension. So yes, it's talking about individualism, not society abroad, but it's also talking about some type of some type of understanding where it's addressing the mystery in nature. So it's talking about the self facing this mystery, right? Not as a person in society. So it's almost talking about, man as a primordial being. You know what I mean? In a sense. And I think that's why the last translator, DC Lau, he compared it to Hobbes because he's thinking of it that Lao Tzu perceives man as a sort of nature oriented being, not a man in society the way Confucius perceives him, right? But I think that's not really true, all right? Because obviously the Lao Tzu is talking about ruling, right? He's talking about the ruler. It's written to the ruler, right?
That is true.
So I think that this idea that it's like, written to like some common person, right? That is sort of diminishing the quality of what the text seeks to accomplish, all right? So and that's why I think it's interesting.
Wild.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because that last writer didn't really explain that correctly because he said that Hobbes wanted to create a system to deal with a man's primitive nature, and Taoism wanted to convert the ruler to Taoism. so that man could just be allowed to express his
Wow.
primitive nature.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. If the people never see things as exciting or desires, their hearts will remain placid and undisturbed. Therefore, the sage rules by emptying their hearts and filling their hearts, weakening their intelligence and toughening their sinuses, every striving to make the people knowledgeable and desireless. Indeed, he sees it to it that if there be any who have knowledge, they dare not interfere. So it's dropping knowledge. It's not
Right.
being philosophical. It's not being like cutting with
Right.
your knowledge. It's not being detected, but removing desire in that from the equation with people. So there's not this thirst for it. So they don't have this, you know what I mean? Like it's, man, it's interesting. You rule from behind. You rule from witnessing. You rule from, I don't know. It's how to remove hierarchies from the male mind, because we have grown up with them. You know what I mean? In America.
No, actually, I don't know how that relates to the earlier statement or what hierarchies in the mind of the male even means.
I think men have a hierarchy that live in America. I think there's a hierarchy of like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like all the people that have their institutions, they have their sports leagues. It's bad. They do. And I think Protestantism is actually false. So that's a problem. And Catholicism is also being exposed right now as being false. So a lot is going on. You know what I mean? People don't trust religion or government
I
at all
understand
anymore.
in that sense. Okay.
And I grew up in the Northeast. I was just describing the situation I grew up in. It's not good. In order to get to the Tao, the man has to integrate from that super dualistic, super combative way of being. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
nah?
no, yeah, and it would be almost better for the Taoist if society just had one monolithic code. Therefore, man could just stand opposed to society as it is and find his place within nature, as Lao Tzu suggests. But since there's all of these little groups and clans and clubs, as you're saying, I mean, right, that sort of imbalance makes it even harder for man to adjust to his primordial nature because their society, being a member within society abroad, is seen as the authentic way of being as opposed to being in a club or a group, right? So man loses his actual, idea of like his primordial essence, right?
Wow.
Because like, yeah, you know what I mean? And yeah, and that's the thing is that, the way Hobbes perceives man, right? See, Lao Tzu's type of man always has to deal with being in a society. The solution for him is, a lot of the ways that the Sufi put it, you know what I mean, right? Which is loneliness in the crowd. It said that the Sufis, they would promote bad rumors about themselves in the community so that when they actually committed to doing deeds, it would be because of their own heart, right?
Okay.
So one of the Sufi writers, Rabia Basri says, she says, God free me of this concept of heaven and hell. I mean, right? Because she doesn't want to do things for rewards. I mean, she wants to do things simply for the love of God. Right? Was the concept, right? So
Okay.
she says, yeah. So it's this concept that she had, right? Free me from this idea of heaven and hell, right? So she prayed to God to free her from concepts like heaven and hell, right? So that she could actually pray, right? Right? And and interesting type of stuff, right? And another one of the saints, he would go around to different people who were praying, right? and preaching, you know, and whisper in their ears that if they're doing it for any other reason other than to please God, they should stop doing it because it's for vanity, right? So this idea that, you know, right, you know, the rules of society could create another sort of adjustment level that people adjust to, you know, right? Another false form of assimilation, right? As one did, you know, right?
Okay.
So, yeah, so you know, obviously in chapter 20, you know, Lao Tzu talks about an individual and his place in society, and he says, you know, it's better to just, you know, not be accepted by society, you know, right? That the person who follows the Tao isn't necessarily going to be accepted by the society at large, right? So, and that's why he says that my teachings are very easy to follow and very easy to put into practice, but no one under heaven follows them, and no one under heaven, you know, actually puts them into practice, right? Yeah, you know, essentially is what he goes out to say, all right? So,
yeah, this verse where he talks about being he's like, all men have enough to spare. I alone seem to have lost everything.
Exactly.
My mind is the mind of a very idiot. So dull am I.
Yeah,
The world is full of people that shine. I alone am dark. They look lively and self-assured. I alone look depressed. He goes through it all. It's funny. Okay. I got
so
you.
it's pretty virulent rejection of society, right? And henceforth Confucianism, because
At the end,
Confucian is, you know,
he
the
gives
fundamental,
ode to the mother's breast. Always the Tao is what he calls it. That which is empty.
Yeah, but the fundamental thing there is about his, you know, his rejection of society, and if you put it into context with Confucianism, Buddhism, and all those types of things, right? What's going to come into, you know, conflict is society's customs, religious customs. Right? Right? You know what I mean? Right? You know, and that's why Zen Buddhism, you know, it comes to the conclusion that, you know, as one of the, you know, Zen, you know, priest says, he says the Buddha is a shit stick. Right? He literally says the Buddha is a shit stick. Right?
That's funny.
You know, which is literally the thing they use. You know, a wooden stick that they use to wipe their ass. All right.
Damn.
I mean, and
I've been
yeah.
disciplined by Buddhists at a little temple in Massachusetts. They disciplined me. Oh my god. Anyways, I don't know. I think now it's best to not go to places that could be like cults. You know what I mean? Like Esalen in California and like all these places like Vermont. Like everything's real culty up there. You ever been? You ever gone anywhere? A retreat center, TML? I know Anna has. Anna's definitely
Not
traveled.
up that way. I think Vermont. I'm not too familiar with that. Yeah.
Yo, everyone should go to a Vipassana center at least once. They are beautiful.
Yeah, we're gonna take a little break here, but before we do that, we got this guy here, 6079 Smith. Let's have this guy on stage. All right. Blessings, man. What's going on, homie?
What's up, man?
Hey, what's up? What you got for us?
Turn up, man. Are you a pharaoh?
Nah, a pharaoh? No.
What is that?
Well, that's the golden bull.
Oh, that's
where
the
they
bull. That's the
sacrifice,
ball.
They sacrifice their child.
Give me your black babies.
The original
get that out of my
false idol
face.
worship.
I don't want to see it.
Give me your black babies.
Yeah, the original false idol worship, the golden bull.
Damn. I hope you don't roll that way, but you're on some shit.
No, I don't roll that way. That's how society rolls. That's how society rolls because God didn't damn it. A company from Beaverton, Oregon did with their false idol worship. That was Nike, the god of war.
Oh.
They made Jordan their first signature billion-dollar athlete, and then he mocked God with his all-mocking tongue, and then people worshipped him. Yeah,
I don't doubt that. That's symbolism. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, people aren't getting shot in the street over fucking Donald Trump shoes, though he does have a pair of golden shoes. But you know what I mean? It's Jordan. So I made a video. I just thought it was interesting. It's 1 minute 27 seconds. It's not about me. If I wanted to grift on people, I'd put out a video. I don't care about video. Check it out. It's phenomenal. It goes to everything I've been saying. It's about the shootings. There's been 38 deaths by school shootings so far this year. You know how many died last year? 38. This is the 83rd school shooting. It happened 338 days before Biden's 83rd birthday. You'd have to see it. You don't have to like numbers to understand it. Take care, guys.
I mean, bro, there's a lot of immigrants hurting people in the United States as well. There's a lot going on in the United States. The border is atrocious. We need to stop that situation. People can come across, but they can't come across like they're coming right now. And kids being taken. We can no longer have kids being taken at the border. Anyways, a lot's changing right now, but at the same time, people always think like change actually happens. Like people don't take back being the agent of change and disassembling what their view is of themselves with the machine. You know what I mean? You have to step aside from that social media, social persona. Like, it's hard. Do you know what I mean? Because the more techniques develop, the more
100%, yeah.
The more parts and fragment can develop in a person's mind, especially like a mom raising a kid with like her just having social media, him having a phone, him having an iPad. Horrible. Like diverting timelines of children away from like different, more creative and vocal expressions. You know what I mean? It captures them and puts them into a fucking black mirror of techniques. You know what I mean? It's bad. I'd rather have kids building, talking, like expressing emotionally. And then eventually you get them learning. You get them on like a trivium. You get them reading the trivium, Greek, everything through. You get them reading the classics. That's what you do. Go through it. Teach them Latin if you need to. Teach them Greek, a little English. They'll learn it. Homeschooling is not hard. People just don't read. You got to read. You got to read to your kids a lot. Think about the solution to that. If you read to your kids 8 hours a night, 8 hours a day, whatever, 8-10 hours, they'll love it, and you'll get smarter. Like we need to spend time with our kids, but now we're taken away by. It's like what he talked about. It's the unconscious need or the unconscious root that we can't see. Do you know what I mean? It takes over. We don't move from our spirit anymore. We don't just say, "Oh, this is what feels right in my gut, in my spirit," and do it. And you know. So that's why I think everyone should go out and like find deals, like talk to homeowners. They need help. Fix their house, clean their house, sell them solar, sell them landscaping. Like that's what we need. And then from there, we need to take money and make like institutes. Like we need to continue the re-education of America, because right now we need like deprogramming, but eventually we need to re-educate America. Like we need to have like the trivium in schools. We need to have all discussion of grammar. Like, why is there a differentiation between Montessori schools, Steiner schools, and a regular public school? That's such a... Public schools are basically a factory. So what are we really doing? Like, is Trump actually fixing things, or are people just saying he's appointing random people, but they're just faces?
Yeah,
I think they're all fucking faces.
Yeah,
I
totally
think Trump is a
forgot
face.
about you when when we had Manel up the other day. You mean you should definitely talk to Manel, because she is a huge supporter of the Steiner school thing.
She
You
is?
mean, right? Yeah, she went
I
there.
like
She
that.
knows
I
all,
like that.
she knows all about that. All right.
I'm not like a Steinerite. I'm not saying Steiner's a god. I don't want to idolize Steiner, but he's wrote some very interesting
Yeah,
books
he's
about
wrote
school.
some very interesting
Good school,
works.
good books.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean,
He did.
yeah, he's not your average occultist. Let's just put it that way. You know what I mean? Definitely not. And there's a few of them like that. You know, Krishnamurti definitely.
Read his,
has some very interesting ideas. Both Krishnamurtis, Jiddu and UG Krishnamurti, and we might go over some of their ideas as well, because they're worth talking about as a sort of postmodern expression of Buddhism. I mean, so these hyper modern Buddhist concepts. I mean, we might use them to describe those.
Mm-hmm.
Need to teach the kids to how bad usury is, for one thing.
That's true.
It's
We never learned that in school. Needs to come early. Hey, there's people that do usury. They're just viewing you as interest. because that happens early.
That was taught to me through The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare, but I think that's called anti-Semitic now.
Well,
Yeah, definitely.
You
Blessings.
know what I'm talking about, TML? The
Yeah.
Merchant of Venice. Okay.
hey, all I know is I saw a study a little way back about how certain people from a group of a country had the most amount of pedophiles per square foot. So I don't think that's a false statistic. But that country gets to do what that country wants. So we don't want to get banned. So we just Isn't that weird? It's a very weird phenomenon. Hey, I'm white, so trust me, people are probably looking at me like I'm the problem. But there's certain countries where some not the best men come from. I'll put it that way.
For sure.
I don't think it's just them though. I think it's like Switzerland. I think it's like Italy. I think it's like Germany. I think they're a little cabal running it up in there. I think they meet in like Switzerland. I don't know what they do, but we're not in the mix.
I don't think we want to know what they do, to be honest.
I don't know, bro. I mean, I feel like everything's kind of been exposed anyway now. Don't you think?
Yeah.
Like Twitter kind of blew it open. The Diddy case blew it open. The Epstein list coming.
I think you know, and I've experienced this myself. You know, you could literally tell people exactly the terrifying news, you know, what's going on, and they'll hardly react. You know, most people are numb. You know, they're fucking zombified. I mean, for sure. I mean, right. So they hardly sensibly react to you know, critical information. I mean, right. And that itself is very stupefying over time.
That's one of the effects of technology.
Oh yeah. One of the huge effects, right? Because
I can't talk tonight.
Desensitization to overstimulus, right?
Yeah.
I mean, right.
Wow.
Right. Desensitization to overstimulus, in effect, and right, hardcore, and I mean, the bystander effect is pretty much that, right? And I think technology, you know, technology is a bystander effect on steroids, right? Definitely. And we're gonna move to some music here, and then we'll come back with some Taoism blessings. I mean, it's only been 2 hours here. Holy shit! Right, time is going at a snail's pace tonight. I don't know how this is possible, but you know,
time is a rope snake.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna play some music here, and hopefully, I mean, we don't dissolve. I mean, blessings.
Deep is your longing for the land of your memories and the dwelling place of your greater desires, and our love would not bind you, nor our needs hold you. Yet this we ask, ere you leave us, that you speak to us and give us of your truth, prophet of God, in quest of the uttermost. Long have you searched the distances for your ship, and now your ship has come, and you must needs go. Deep is your longing for the land of your memories and the dwelling place of your greater desires, and our love would not bind you, nor our needs hold you. Yet this we ask, ere you leave us, that you speak to us and give us of your truth.
This is a journey into the desert as I enter the measure on the back of a camel that was robotic, and I got it from a lizard man that came from a hole in the sky that came down in the prehistoric time with a holographic rhyme accelerating mankind from a grunting hunting caveman to an upright, more intelligent slave hand with obedience to follow an invisible diplomat. So follow my orders or you'll be punished in the desert storm, in the sand where the desert's warm, where the peasant's corn doesn't grow very well and there's a smell of frankincense. Frankenstein is a mummy in a different way, so save a dead pharaoh like your money in a recycle bottle with a genie in it. Wait a minute, watch out for that evil genie who offers a wish, but when you get what you wish for, you wish you never picked up that bottle of spirits. It's a burial ground, you're grounded. Put the marionette down, how with a mounted puppeteer, can you lower this price here? I just met a man that came from the sky, and I can't lie, only told me we are puppets in the world, controlled by the greed and the girls and the government, and the preservation of the little people on the earth, and the loss of the love due to the cause of the goods. Since our separation from our mother's womb at birth, the tomb was searched, and I found this here, and I'll trade it for an explanation of the missing link. I'm missing your point, so I'll point this spear at your throat, and I'll take it from you anyways, or there will be whips and running, for the ship is coming, and I'm running out of fuel for my jet pack. So get back, or son of a rat. accelerating microscope. I'm a creator god and I created you to erect a colossal monument for the mothership is coming to earth to snatch our people. Also, my uniform is made from a metal, not an earth, and we all can't go. With respect to the exodus of slaves and the high-tech petroglyph with the tractor beam. By the Red Sea and the Ark of the Covenant was a weapon of religion for the visitor to protect the investment. All the prototypes are really cheap when you buy them bootleg on a different planet, boot them up. Transport the soldiers in the orbit to a moderate climate, upgraded from an older version of a primate. DNA change, rearrange, so you can't remember who made you from an egg. Back to the grave.
The distances for your ship, and now your ship has come, and you must needs go. Deep is your longing for the land of your memories, and the dwelling place of your greater desires, and our love would not find you, nor our needs hold you. Yet this we ask, ere you leave us, that you speak to us and give us of your truth.
A man died on his knees last night begging for mercy. Praying to a false god, his soul was thirsty and that's what hurt me. He once stood with pride like a redwood tree, but now he leans on the river's edge to be swept away. Nothing else to be left to say. Even a humble man must have courage. This badge of honor must be worn at all times so you can flourish and be nourished. And everyone is forced to fight their own demons and struggle. And everyone in the world won't love you when the energy moves so subtle, which causes us to face fears of the worst kind. And the worst times are yet to come. So let the drum be the savior to answer the call. And I hope to God you don't let up. Get knocked down and get back up. That'll be a test of your will, against your will, against all odds. Courageous, outrageous, contagious throughout the stages. It's combat for a higher purpose once it all engages. So lead us not in temptation, but deliver us from evil, so we can live out our true destinies and help liberate the people and have some courage.
That isn't Merce, is it?
A man died on his knees last night, begging for mercy. This badge of honor
kinda sounds like him.
So you can flourish and be nourished. It's yet to come, so let the drum be the savior to answer the calling. Courageous, outrageous, contagious throughout the stages. Bravery, dignity, and valor is not the only thing that matters. And I'd rather have that than a weak heart and go through life with a weak spark. I can, I will, I won't turn back. Now's your chance to stand against the people that held you. Believed in, but they failed you. A long life of weakness changes, and God made everyone famous. You can't just sit there and take that. Gotta make that day to make the music. Fight the power, defeat the coward inside you. You've been lied to. Living when fear deprives you, and the courage to find you. How did they find you? A stand-up individual, in the physical, metaphysical. Metaphorically speaking, it's like each and every man's ritual. Without any warning and notice, it moves on you like the slowest, deepest gut feeling. Swallow your lump in your throat and have some courage. I'd rather have that than a weak heart and go through life with a weak spark. A long life of weakness changes, and God made everyone famous. Fight the power, defeat the coward inside you. You've been lied to. A stand-up individual, in the physical, metaphysical. Courage under fire. When they conspire, you fire.
burn them out entirely. Higher heights against the pyrites. Now what about your rights? With all your might you fight for freedom, and you lead them through the night and read them they rights before you meet them. Now he who wears his heart belt, courage make the emotion melt. Shaka Zulu, Marcus Garvey, Che Guevara, marks the era. Intimidation has no place here. Insecurity has no face here. All my spirit is based here. My legacy will be traced here. Now who's the victim? The victim. I don't feel sympathy for those who oppose my energy or any attempts to limit me. A man died on his knees last night, begging for mercy. Praying to a false god, his soul was thirsty, and that's what hurt me. And he once stood with pride like a redwood tree, but now he leans on the river's edge to be swept away. Nothing else to be left to say. Even a humble man must have courage. His badge of honor must be worn at all times, so you can flourish and be nourished and have courage.
Man, I've heard this. Which one is this? I've heard this before, I think.
Alrighty then. Thank y'all for being here.
Salute.
Yeah, and that was very exciting. I'm pretty stoned at this moment. But yeah.
Likewise.
Yeah, let's see. It says, as with every text that deserves to be so-called sacred, deserves to be called sacred, he says, it is a half-silvered mirror. And it's possibly very strange for a type of sacred sort of text, and that's why it can be described, you know what I mean, maybe in terms as utterances, sort of poetic and philosophical utterances of saints, right? That have existed throughout the centuries, right? It definitely is in line with some of those, right? But yeah, it says to read, it is not only to see ourselves as we are, but to glimpse a greatness extending far beyond our knowledge of ourselves and the universe we live in. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao these words are among the most famous in all world literature. They were first offered some 2,500 years ago, not to modern Western people like ourselves, but to people in a place, ancient China, far removed from us. Okay. So what's fascinating is that, okay, this idea of Wu Ming, right, is a very central concept, right? And it goes to this, central theme about form and name, sort of being primary characteristics of things in the material world, and also the bridge between the material and the mental, right? So this idea of name and form, right? Nama and rupa, right? Were coinciding with pre-material concepts, right? For example, right, there were sort of intuitive frameworks, right? And and obviously, these things were not discovered by like Kant or anything. Right? He was simply just ruminating on the transcendental ideas that were brought forward from the philosophy of Swedenborg, right? So the fact is that these were already, he was just transcribing, or could have been most likely transcribing these Eastern concepts, right? But these ideas that these are the bridge between mind and language, and of course we discussed that I gave a little presentation on how Plato thought that the mind is primary to language, and how the Sophists thought language was primary to mind, right? And we're not going to rehash those debates here, but this whole idea that there's something beyond words, right? The Tao, that can be told is not the eternal Tao. I mean, right?
Yes.
There's this whole concept that that words are limiting. I mean, words themselves are limiting, right? And that is a fundamental theme, because and they're saying it's a fundamental theme because it's about Chinese society. Yes, because in Chinese society, just as in Greek society, right, the people who ran the society, right, they were overly concerned with names and titles for a good reason, right? Because that's what that is the fundamental thing. Confucius felt that that was a fundamental thing that kept order within the society, was names and titles, right? So if you don't have those, right, how are you going to have order, right? And he thought that all these other sort of characteristics in society, that are functions of social cohesion, are unlike these other types of things, which are names and titles, right? That names and titles really have to be preserved for there to be any understanding of or function of ethics or ritual or culture or any of those other items. That if there was no social hierarchy, right, that those things couldn't be preserved anyways, right? And the Tao totally discards the idea of defining things, of naming things,
True.
I mean, right, of finding definition of things,
No labels or definitions.
of giving labels and definitions to things. It actually says that we should define least things as possible, right? And and besides, what is fundamentally important cannot be put in terms of words. So it
right here, the Tao in 29. Some are feeling vigorous just when others are worn out. Therefore, the sage discards the absolute to start the all-inclusive and the extreme. So when I read that, I was like, oh, that's like how techniques work, because they're trying to make an absolute of means for each category, for each different technique in our world. But the sage but therefore the sage discards the absolute, the all-inclusive, the extreme. He who by the Tao purposes to help a ruler of men will oppose all conquest by force of arms. For such things are wont to rebound. Where armies are, thorn and brambles grow. The raising of a great host is followed by a year of dearth. Therefore, a good general effects his purpose and then stops. He does not take further advantage of his victory, fulfills his purpose, and does not glory in what he has done. So he does not have a past, fulfills his purpose, and does not boast of what he has done. So not boasting. No pride, fulfills his purpose, but takes no pride in what he has done. Fulfills his purpose, but only as a step that could not be avoided. Interesting. So that's like the most natural step, in my opinion. Fulfills his purpose, but without violence. For what has a time of vigor also has a time of decay. This is against the Tao, and what is against the Tao will soon perish. All right, that's the end. Damn. My bad. I had to read that, though, because that was like directly related to the techniques, in my opinion, at the beginning.
Yeah, I think so. That
the sage discards the absolute, the all-inclusive, the extreme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this idea of collectivizing, forming extremes, and then, you know, having, you know, interrelated schemes, you know, between all the various parts. I mean, right? So, you know, that goes to this term of like convention, and obviously, you know, technique wants to have a sort of monism, and obviously mediation has its own thing. I mean, all sorts of mediation require differentiations, right? Between the you know, between the barriers. You know, mediation creates barriers, right? Obviously, but the fact is that, I mean, right? You know, it goes to this idea that you know, and you know, I explain it in different ways. For example, right? You know, you could think of, you know, technique as a filter, right, for knowledge and information, right? Meaning that it's going to filter out different types of information, right? And that goes to the idea that you know, this the idea that it's selecting between different means, right? And then you can go to the idea that it's a filler, you know, that technique is actually adding something unique onto what is already there, right? To the function of what is already there, right? So, you know, so, you know, it goes to those two levels, and so filter and filler, you know, is technique a filter or a filler? You know, and obviously by technique, you know, it's talking about words. Are words filters for reality, or are they fillers in terms of, are they adding to reality, you know, something that doesn't need to be added, right? Or are they mediating between, you know, our experience and reality itself? You know what I mean? You know, and I think of different ways to project images, right? Like you could see things on a wall, projected on a wall, right? Or you could see things through a window, right? You know, so, you know, obviously if something's projected on a wall, you know what I mean? You know the distance, and you know that what you're seeing is fake. Through a
Yeah.
window, you know what I mean? There's a barrier between you and what you're looking at. But you know what I mean?
You don't
I mean,
think
what you're seeing outside is real, right?
Americans get tricked outside their window? I think they could.
Yeah. Yeah, but the difference between a projection on a screen and looking through a window is that although there's no barrier between you and what's on the screen, and right, it's fake, right? Well, what you're looking at through the window is real, right? But yeah, you're saying that obviously you could get tricked, right, by looking out of the window, right? Obviously, right? So what is real, in that sense, right? And then you can look at what's on a screen, right? I mean, so you could look at reality through a screen, right? And you know, if you see an image through a screen, are you looking at what you're looking at, right? Or are you looking at something extraneous to what's being shown, which is the image of what's being shown, right? I mean,
Wow.
and I think it's obvious that it's not an easy question to answer, right?
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, it's definitely quite the illusion going on those at the movie theaters now, and in Disney. That's like the last bit of kind of they're still messing with our kids in the education and through Disney. That's all they do. They push that pedophilia now. That's the problem. The pedophilia pushing is the problem. I don't think
Yeah, we gotta say PDF, but yeah, I hear what you're saying. All right,
Yeah.
but I think for some reason we're not allowed to say that word in fully. But
PDF.
yeah,
Damn.
but yeah, I hear what you're saying though about that. There's a lot of that going on. Right, definitely.
Yeah.
Right. Especially in Disney, especially on the Disney Channel.
Yeah.
Right. Where
horrible channel.
Yeah. And
creeps. But yeah. I mean, we have to change how we do schooling in America, so we have to get educated. I don't know if we will, but I'm probably going to go South America somewhere, to be honest. I'm going to bounce.
But yeah, those those symbols in those movies, you know what I mean? They do a lot of the heavy lifting, you know what I mean? For the parents. I mean, in terms of the parents have to go outside less, right? If they just show more of those movies, and that's usually how it's done, is that those movies are ways to socialize people, and in that, they filter reality in a way, and they add, elements to people's social experience of the world, right? So the fact is that, right, words, don't just translate information, right? They also add information, right? And so there's all sorts of ideas there that about, we're not really aware of all the things that words and symbols are doing for us, right? So we just think that, yeah, words and symbols are not a threat, right? But yeah, they're clearly the biggest threat. Right? Right. And that's why you got to watch out for words, right? And you have to really watch out what you look at and what you say. I mean, you got to really pay attention to that, because it will change you. It'll change how you function on a spiritual level, right? If you start to say lies, right, and actually, if you start to look at things that are not worthy of your vision, if you start to look at, you turn your vision towards beautiful things, right, and and it'll heal your spirit, right, for real. So yeah, people don't have that idea today, but it's a real thing. You can pollute your mind with images and sayings, or you could program. It's the quickest way to program yourself, right? And obviously, psychiatrists know this fully. People who engineer ads on TV and all that type of stuff. They know that fully, right? But we don't give assign to words and symbols and images the dangerous quality that they actually have, right? Because we're spiritually and intellectually impotent, right? Folk.
The whole country's struggling.
Yeah.
Fighting over Trump.
Yeah. Yeah. And he says, yeah, yeah, it's funny. He says the Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. And then he says these words are among the most famous. like they're words, you moron. Like, didn't you read the passage? It's so funny. But yeah, right up.
So if you read the whole passage, these words are the most famous.
These words are the most famous. So you just focus on the words. It's like what? It's like, yeah, but the passage says don't focus on the words. But yeah, he says they were first offered some 2,500 years ago, not to modern Western people like ourselves.
The one thing I love more than anything about it, he never wrote anything. And then he was stopped at the end of his life by a gate and told to write. And he wrote that.
Yeah.
That is the best part of the whole story. And then he died. But anyways, wow. Or did he? He just evaporate. Bro.
Yeah, shit's weird.
It's a mind-bending text. And if you do the hexagrams and the I Ching, it's pretty accurate on most people's lives. You know what I mean? Like, that stuff's accurate. Ayurveda's accurate. Astrology. It's all accurate if you know how to do it. Growing food. Gardening. I see our culture moving the tech route, and I'm very unsatisfied with it. I don't know what else to do. I write my representatives. I try to talk to people about it. I talk in libraries about it. I'll walk around and just have a conversation anywhere about it. But I'm trying to expose to people that you don't have to be attached to your phone. You don't have to be addicted to it. You don't have to be constantly looking for drama on it, using social media for sex. Like, it's just not a good idea. These aren't good ideas to do. You want to be pursuing, reading, learning. That's what we should be teaching in America. Like, if everyone spoke like that to their kids, it'd be better.
It's reality warping.
I'd just be like, hey, all right, guys, come home here. Do you want to learn something here? All right, keep going to public school if you want to. If they didn't like public school, okay, whatever. I'll just take them private. That's what I'd do. I don't know. America's kind of whack, though, so I don't want to raise kids here. That's why I think I'm going to go to, like, Guatemala. Like Guatemala or Costa Rica, right around there. Yeah. I'm going to buy land. My friends are from Africa, so I don't know. But, hey, man, there's land that's pretty cheap in Uganda. It's like 10,000. Sometimes for bigger land you pay up to like 40, but it's like
that's not cheap for someone from there.
Yeah, you're right about that. You're right about
10,000 is pretty damn steep. That seems like people have inflated the price already, because the issue is everybody's moving out of America because it's fashionable right now to say America sucks. I'm not denying the issues here. But then you go abroad, it's especially the retirees on their Social Security. Yeah. They come abroad and they can afford to pay 2, 3, 4 times and still what the local people pay and still call it cheap.
Wow.
And yeah, so that's why land in Uganda is now $10K. My gosh, that is way too expensive.
I know. I hope we get it on the low. I hope we could get it lower. But to be honest, you said right around there for what I want. Like a plot of land, 2-story.
Yeah, but then like, people get kickbacks from that. So what's the actual price? And then what's the price for the know-how? Yeah. It's like easier said than done. And it's really a pipe dream, not to shit on you, Michael, but
that's true. That's true. Okay. I know what you mean. It's Uganda as well. completely different language.
Crikey, it's the Ugandan Razas.
Right, but if you don't have a well, a house or a land means nothing.
That's true too. That's why, like, maybe somewhere in Central America or South America. I got friends in Peru though. I could go there. I mean, we'll see.
There's a bunch of people that went to Peru.
Right, but it's this sense like I'm American, I can go anywhere. I can do, it's like
Wait,
great. It's just like, what about the people that live there? Is it good for you to go there? Are you a service to the community? Do they want you there? None of that is asked. It's like, all right, well, I can go, so I will.
Thailand and Florida. What do you mean? Like like these people love me. I don't know what you mean. I go to Thailand. I have friends in Thailand. Like I have friends in Miami. I have friends in Florida. Like I have good people.
That's not my point, though. My point is the exploitation of Americans and therefore their problems everywhere else, which is what's actively going on.
Hey, all I know right now, white people are being phased out. There's more illegals coming over our border than I've ever seen. We got the highest taxes. We got the highest property. We got the highest insurance. We are the worst country right now.
That's not true. Scandinavian countries are taxed way over American country. America.
We paid like 500 billion trillion to fucking Ukraine the last. Like we have.
Yeah, but your income tax rate. I'm talking about your income tax rate because that's what you're talking about, taxes.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Yeah, I think the United States has like, I think that whole like Doge committee is gonna come in and just really like expose them all, like drop like 70% of the jobs and just drop all that nonsense. Anyways.
It's not the fantasy land you think it is abroad. Like the price of almonds is way more expensive outside America than it is within America. It's like the price of electricity. You think the price of gas, it's not really cheaper in the third world. The only thing that's cheaper is produce because everything else you end up paying in one way, shape, or form or the other. So it's really like you have to be realistic about this. And, I'm speaking from experience. I'm not trying to shit on your dream or whatever, but
I'll fast. I'll have my fruit. You haven't seen me.
Yeah, but it's like one thing to say it and one thing to do it, yo. It's not the fucking same, yo.
I used to live in California and do it, and in Florida. What do you mean? It's all good. I know it's from love. I'm here.
What do you mean? What I mean is like, what are you going to do when people with machetes show up at your door and try to evacuate you from your land? Like, what are you going to do when the government wants a cut because they know you're American and you can pay more? That's the kind of stuff that you're really missing the point here.
I got guns. I got a security system.
Yeah, but where else in the world can you carry a gun? Which other country has the right to bear arms?
I don't know. So
no one else can bear arms. That's the point.
Bear arms in any country in the East. What do you mean?
No, you can. Not legally.
Going out
not legally.
Yeah, guess what? Yeah, not legally. Whatever.
Well,
whatever.
I'm not a legal name. States in America.
I don't
certain
need to
states, certain states in America have actually got open carry laws and shit. So
he's talking about Asia, DK. He's saying he can carry in Asia.
And I promise I could carry somewhere in Asia. I promise.
Yeah, you're talking to legally, actual Asian here, buddy.
Legally or just carry?
And I could.
It's not legal though.
Right.
Yeah, how you gonna fucking procure a gun, yo?
Why not? Why can't I just have
one?
Like
you have to get it from a criminal element if you're in the third world trying to carry. United States Constitution doesn't apply abroad. I hope you know that.
Yeah, if you get caught with shit in Asia, you're really in trouble, man.
Fuck
like
them.
Really, really big time.
Okay, just be quiet. I don't want to hear.
I just don't want to hear. You're shitting on my plans.
Shut up, DK.
Hey, I went over to Thailand and this big billboard saying, what was that? Possession of weed, 25 years. Sale, death. How do you think it goes when you're carrying a gun?
You sound like you're the reason why they don't want me to go to Thailand, or why they're talking shit like I shouldn't go.
I just didn't smoke weed over there. I just got on the piss the whole time. I just didn't touch drugs while I was over there. Still got searched by all the drug dogs and everything when I was leaving. Because I had, I looked like a long-haired surfer and shit back then. So yeah, I still got stopped at the Thailand airport and then again at the Sydney airport as the stopover back to New Zealand. I got pulled out of our group of 12 people. I got pulled out myself, just me, at both airports. I knew they were going to pull me over, so I didn't.
I mean, to be honest, you do kind of stick out, dude.
I know.
Right?
Oh yeah, fully.
Just saying.
That's why I just didn't touch anything. It's like, if it's that bad, I just won't touch drugs for a fucking week. Sweet as. I just get on the piss.
This guy.
Lol the freak.
Like, yeah, don't go thinking that you're going to be safe if you carry around a gun, unless you're willing to start shooting cops. And most of Asia is highly surveilled these days, so it's still probably not a good idea.
That's fucking true.
And they use gate technology, like GAIT, not facial recognition anymore. They use gate technology. Like, they use both, but so many people have been wearing masks that they had to try and find another way to identify people. So they use gate technology. So the way you walk is now registered everywhere. Oh, yeah. See, most people don't know that one. It's not just facial recognition. You can't just put a fucking mask on and they don't know who you are. They spent years with everyone wearing masks so they could work out technology on how to still identify people. Why do you think they made you wear masks for years? So they can identify people who try and hide their identity. Yes, all of this is leading up to Agenda 2030. Nothing that has happened in the last 5 years has been an accident. Nothing. It gave them an excuse to do that to people, and it gave them time to perfect their new technology so that they can identify you without even seeing your face.
Yeah, but I don't know if you heard DK. We don't even say technology here. We say technique. I'm just kidding. But anyways,
the technique is the overall goal. The technology is what's helping them get there. They've used the last 5 years to improve the technology that will allow them to achieve their goal, their technique, their methodology.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, but it says here, and actually, this is a crazy statement. I gotta kind of I kind of have to agree with this statement. It says the Tao Te Ching is a work of metaphysical psychology. Okay, I like that a lot. All right, because it's talking about, the way, it's sort of talking about how to use your mind in its optimal way, but in another way it's relating it to the way nature and the universe and the cosmos actually functions, right? So in that way it's very, very interesting. It's maybe could be compared to hermeticism in that way, because hermeticism always talks about the mind and its relationship to nature, right? Although it comes to very dualistic understanding of how that works and how you have to transform, the mind, and how there's this creative element within the mind and nature. So it's a little bit different, right, than the Tao Te Ching. right? But the basic two elements are the same. You know what I mean? It's about this idea of the cosmos and also nature and also, how the mind functions, right? But it says it's taking us beyond the social or biological factors that are the main concerns for modern psychology. Okay, it helps us to see how fundamental forces of the cosmos itself are mirrored in our own individual inner structure. Huh. And it invites us to, okay, so see, he's comparing it to Hermeticism. See, he's saying that, see, that statement itself, right, is as above, so below, right? He's framing it in that way, right? But, you know, in this way, there's more of a direct relationship, right, between man, right, and nature itself, right, and the mind is less a mediator between the two, right, as in the Platonic or the Hermetic sort of view, right? So, you know, again, I have to stress this idea, non-mediated, right? I mean, so, I don't think that, this idea that, it's mirroring something that's above, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, this is kind of the idea that, I mean, I just want to suss that out. If he's going with that, I have to disagree, right? But he says it invites us to try to live in a direct relationship to all these forces, to see truly, live fully. This is what it means to be authentically human, but it is extremely challenging. This challenge was apparently as difficult to men and women of ancient China as it is for us. We too try in vain to live full lives without understanding what it means to see. We too presume to act, to do, to create, without opening ourselves up to the vision of ultimate reality. Okay. It's a historical information about the text and its author is scant. Even little information we have is at every point subject to dispute by scholars, although many are willing to accept that Lao Tzu was a real person born in the Henan province in China 6 centuries before the Christian era. Tradition has it that Confucius once journeyed to see Lao Tzu and came away amazed in awe of the man. According to the tale, Confucius described his meeting with Lao Tzu in the following way. Quote, I know a bird can fly, a fish can swim, an animal can run. For that which runs, a net can be made. For that which swims, a line can be made. For that which flies corded, an arrow can be made. But the dragon's ascent into heaven on the wings of a cloud is something which is beyond my knowledge. Today I have seen Lao Tzu, who is perhaps like the dragon.
The dragon is the Tao? A metaphor? I don't know. Did I miss it?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Another legend, about the Hanggu Pass. He was stopped by a gatekeeper named Ying Si, who knew of the reputation for wisdom, who begged him to set down the writing, the essence of his teaching. Thus, the legend tells us the Tao Te Ching came into being.
77 is the best. Heaven's way is like the bending of a bow. When a bow is bent at the top, comes down, and the bottom end comes up, so too does heaven take away from those who have too much and give to those who do not have enough. But if it is heaven's way to take from those who have too much and give to those who have not enough, this is far from being man's way. He takes away from those that have not enough in order to make offering to those who already have too much. One there is, and one only, so rich that he, the possessor of Tao, If then the sage, though he controls, does not lean, and when he has not achieved his aim, does not linger, it is because he does not wish to reveal himself as better than others. Damn. That's interesting. I don't get that. Nothing under heaven is softer or more yielding than water. But when it attacks things hard and resistant, there's not one of them that can prevail, for they can find no way of altering it. That the yielding conquers the resistant and the soft conquers the hard is a fact known by all men, yet utilized by none. Yet it is in reference to this that the sage said, only he who has accepted the dirt of the country can be lord of its soil shrines. Christians would have a problem with that. Only he who takes upon himself the evils of the country.
Yeah, and there's that other concept there. It's not only without words, but it's beyond use. So, this is what I mean about beyond utility, right? Beyond use. And this idea of the non-utilitarian principles, the unmediated forms, right? And henceforth, that is the intuitive, right? The primordial, obviously the uncarved block, right? This ode to primal simplicity. I mean, and yeah, thank you so much, Michael. Blessings. I mean, I think he just fell out there by accident, but I think he'll be back in a second here, but we'll see what happens. I mean, or
Shout out
he's
to Ragamuffin too.
yeah, also the Ragamuffin. Blessings, Ragamuffin.
Not sure who Drew Berger was, but
Drew Berger. Yeah, that's
I thought
I don't
maybe
know
it
if
was
I want to.
JG or for a
Well, if I
second,
want to
but
dox him, but yeah, I think that was Soul Reed. But yeah, just
oh,
chilling
okay.
on the panel for a second. But yeah,
Lols.
yeah. But yeah,
Oh, he said his phone died.
yeah, yeah. Blessings. Yeah, thank you so much, Michael. Man, I mean, that was a great, very excellent read before your phone died. Really squeezed the juice out of that. All right, last few seconds there of battery life. I mean, blessings, man. Oh, here he is. Greetings.
Switch to laptop or something. No audio, can't hear you. Might have to make sure the web browser is got permissions for Mike. But
Yeah, we'll
that's
figure it
just
out.
a suggestion.
Yeah, but it says here, he says, legends aside, there's no doubt about the immense importance of the text in history of China and East Asia. The figure of Lao Tzu and his writings are revered by followers of the Taoist religion, and the message of the Tao Te Ching has been one of the major underlying influences in Chinese thought and the culture for more than 2,000 years. Throughout the world, when one thinks of the great spiritual figures in history, Lao Tzu is placed among or alongside Christ, the Buddha, Moses, and the Prophet Muhammad. Some remarks about the language of this work may help. At this point, the word Tao has been characterized as untranslatable by nearly every modern scholar. But this statement should not lead us to imagine the meaning of the Tao was any more easily understood by the contemporaries of Lao Tzu. Okay, and he says himself. Okay, this is the famous quote from chapter 70. My words are easy to understand and easy to perform, yet no one under heaven knows them or practices them. Okay. Yeah, souls. Yeah, soul. Hilarious. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, I seen Michael back here. I think he's having trouble figuring out, how to fix the thing. But yeah, take your time, brother. You know what I mean? There's no rush here. You know what I mean? And if you can't figure it out, definitely we'll be back here in a couple of days. We're gonna continue on this trek that we're going on. And I try to cut this show to like 9 hours, right? But I always get trapped doing the show for 11 hours, even though I do that 2 hour show, introducing these topics. But yeah, I try to do this Wednesday show for 9 hours, and then maybe do the Saturday show, make that a 12-hour stream or whatever. Right? But but yeah, we should definitely start cutting this show off at 6 hours if I can, right? But usually that's not the case, right? But I try to do that, just do a 6 hour show and then do like a 7 to 9 hour show on Saturday, right? And then we always play like 3 hours of videos or something like that at the end of the show. This is the basic format that I'm going with right now. As it's been mainly just an experimental show and development here. So if you guys have been watching, we changed the days that we stream and all that type of stuff. We've had little shows and little deals and the length of our streams. But you know what I mean? We're finally reaching a conclusion as to when we're streaming and all of that type of stuff. So, so far Wednesday and Saturday, right? Usually starting at 8 p.m., right? And then on Wednesday, as I said, we're trying to go for 9 hours. On Saturday, try to go for 12 hours if we can, right? In terms of stream time. So yeah, blessings. I mean, but yeah. But yeah, anyways, what I was saying here is about this word and practice, right? Obviously, the various expressions, right? There's no one central method or practice or school, right? Or lineage, right, of the teachings, right? And all that type of stuff. And obviously Lao Tzu is very, very strange in his ideas. Now, the thing I could compare it to is like Diogenes and the Cynics. See, they try to compare it to all this other shit, Plato and Hermes Trismegistus and Buddha and all that. Like, what I mean? Really, what it is it's a lot like the cynical philosophy of Diogenes, right? Where he's sort of negative, he's sort of against society. He's about like simplicity and harmony with nature, and he's about like virtue and goodness, right? You know, and not about following
It's
authority. Yeah.
apples to oranges, comparing it to Plato and etc.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Especially because of this sort of transcendental scope. Nothing like that exists within Taoism. The Tao is all permeating force or principle, right? So I don't know. How it could be something that is beyond nature, right? Uh, that definitely wouldn't make any sense at all, right? That's one of the main concepts here. So if you're looking for similarities in Confucianism, similarities in Plato, sort of different from all that. It's different from other Chinese systems and Western philosophy, right? In pretty substantial ways.
But yeah. Um says here, Tao refers to the way things are. Psychologically, it refers to the way human nature is constituted, the deep dynamic structure of our being. Ethically, it means the way human beings must conduct themselves with others. Spiritually, it refers to the guidance that is offered to us, the methods for searching for truth that has been handed down by the great sages of the past, the way of inner work. Yet all these meanings of the Tao are ultimately one. In this work, we are offered a vision that relates to the following structure of the universe and structure of our individual nature, both in itself and the manifested details of our everyday actions of the world. I guess what he's skipping is the heavily individualistic, and I don't mean individualism in the sense that in the Hobbesian sense, right? Because in that sense, he's talking about the equality based ethos, right, of species being from Darwinism, right? And this, you know what I mean, right? A human being is more or less unique, right? But the whole idea about his primordial nature, right, um, has to do with being opposed to society, right? So, I can't believe that he didn't really see that this is a conflict with Taoism and Confucianism, right? So I don't know if Needleman will get into that, but he's sort of saying that, oh yeah, it's about your personal psychology and its relation to the universe, right? But yeah, I mean that's very abstract and poetic, but you know, what Lao Tzu is a striking figure because of how he relates to Confucianism. Confucius can't understand him. That's very interesting, right? Because the fact that Confucius can't understand Lao Tzu, you know, like that seems to suggest that that Confucian philosophy can't understand the mystery of Taoist philosophy, right? So it's not just about these two men. I mean, the whole story is legendary. It's about their teaching, right? Obviously. But yeah. Yeah, blessing. Yeah, thank you guys, man. You know what I mean? I really appreciate those comments, man. Jake, Green Diesel. Yeah, thank you guys, man. You know what I mean? Mama Soup. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but yeah, no linguistic or philosophic analysis of this word can ever capture its essential meaning, because what is referred to is an experience that can be understood only in the moment it is tasted with the whole of our being, simultaneously sensed, felt, thought, because this way of experiencing is entirely different from the way almost all of us act, think, and feel in our usual lives. Okay. And I don't know, he's kind of making it sound like it's enlightenment or something special, where the Tao is what's natural, right? Okay, yeah, the metaphysical truth lies in the opposite direction from the way we usually experience our lives. Is not different method, quote unquote, of thinking and experiencing is required. Okay, not to say that a different method of thinking or experiencing is required. Right, right. Okay, so it's not about realizing some special method, right, in order to gain realization. Okay, so yeah, he's correct about that one. Right? That goes more to my concept, right? Non-mediated, right? That it's against mediation. Can't all that. You know? Okay, so what is what is that issue is nothing less than the activation of an entirely new power within us, an entirely new an entirely new movement of consciousness. Excuse me. The point is that we are built to receive, contain, transform this power, and then to make our life a complete expression of it. I noticed the word transform in there. It doesn't make any sense at all, right? Maybe receive and contain. You know, we're there to receive and contain the Tao, but how are we to transform the Tao and use it? Can't be used or exhausted, right? So, yeah, he's skating kind of freely here, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, transform it, he says. And yet our lives are lived with little awareness or contact with this force of consciousness. That's true, right? Okay. We work, we love, we struggle, we eat, we sleep, we dream, we write books and create art. We even worship our gods closed off from it. Here, hold on a second. This is why every sacred teaching in history of the world begins as a revolution, incomprehensible, paradoxical, mysterious. Whether it be the gnomic teaching of Lao Tzu, man, what is he getting at here? Whoever he was, and if he was, or okay, but you just said he was most likely a historical figure. So the profoundly troubling doctrine of unknowing brought by Socrates, or the exalted hidden God speaking through Moses and the prophets of Israel. See, he's going a little crazy here. Or the shattering,
Why
or
is
the
he equating that?
he's and he says that and he's saying every sacred teaching in the history of the world begins as a revolution, incomprehensible, paradoxical, mysterious. That was his original statement. And then he goes on to say, Socrates, Moses, right? Those two guys, right? Together, right? Or the shattering sacrifice of the love transmitted by Jesus. Oh, right. So he's skating freely here, right?
What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, he gets very strange. Every sacred teaching remains sacred only as long as it opens a path that has never before been open, yet always exists and must always exist for humanity. What a weird statement. I'm going to go ahead and read that again. Every sacred teaching remains sacred only as long as it opens a path that has never before been opened and yet always exists and must always exist for humanity.
Is that like Joseph Campbell level comment or something?
Yeah, that is like, that is
Like, make it make sense.
like what the fuck? Yeah, like always exists and must always exist. But okay, yeah, I'm just not even gonna try. That is a riddle wrapped in a fucking enigma. I mean, to say the least. I mean, look, it cannot be seen. This is from the Tao now. It is beyond form. Okay. Listen, it cannot be heard. It is beyond sound. Grasp, it cannot be held. It is intangible. It is called indefinable and beyond imagination. Stand before it, and there is no beginning. Follow it, and there is no end. Stay with the ancient Tao. Move with the present. Okay, so that is an excellent passage from the Tao Te Ching, chapter 14. Okay, going to this concept of non-utility and you know, no name, right? Wu Ming and Wu Wei, right? As we earlier described, right? Of equal importance in approaching this text is the life that calls us to the word day, right? Okay. The word directs our attention to the question of the expression or manifestation of the supreme reality in our day-to-day lives. The present text, following numerous other translations, renders day by the English word virtue, but we must be careful not to bring our ordinary moralistic associations with this term. Interesting that he said that, even though there's
Even though it's given directly, like what is
yeah,
this
even
given?
yeah, and it's talking about virtues that are common to, you know, the moralistic terminology. All right. So right, it's talking about
What else can virtue mean rather than virtue, right?
well, I guess sometimes it's translated as power. So that's the interesting thing. All right. Um
Got it.
so yeah. So it's fascinating. And you know, another work that I see that being done in is the Prince of Machiavelli. So yeah, I always think that that's very interesting, right? You know, especially because those two works were really one of the first philosophy books I ever laid hands on. The first two like philosophy books I ever read when I was like in like middle school was like The Prince by Machiavelli and the Tao Te Ching, right? And yeah, and I always found similarities in both of those works, right? And I thought it's interesting. Both of them use this word virtue a lot, which is interesting. And they both talk about a ruler. So that's very interesting too. And they're both always referring to the concept of the ruler, right? So and they're also referring to nature as well. So yeah, I mean, some things are super weird and strange. But yeah.
Yeah, but virtue being translated as power sometimes is not that much of a, like to give this all the specification. I mean, it's only if you look at power through one lens alone. Because it's like if you view power as aggressive, then I guess that could be contradictorial. But if you don't, then it's not, right?
Yeah.
I'm just curious, who is a translator?
Well, the translator is different than the person who's writing this. This is written by Jacob
Oh,
Needleman, and
so Needleman is not translating; he is giving commentary.
yeah, and yeah, he's definitely an occultist. I mean, the way he's writing this, but yeah, um, yeah, yeah. The way he said that earlier, he said this word directs our attention to the question of the expressions or manifestations of supreme reality. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, this what is supreme reality and all that? Like, where is that coming from?
Yeah, I think yeah, manifestations of the supreme reality. So yeah, I think that is a mouthful, right? And it kind of sounds like a lot of occultism. Yeah. And yeah, blessings, Michael. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you, sir.
I'll
I
take
mean,
some supreme reality with a side of hash.
yeah, exactly.
Because the supreme reality is sounding a little culty to me. From some I like the Indian cults that I'm
Exactly.
familiar
Yeah,
with.
exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely sounds like one of those. And yeah, we could do like a little Wikipedia search, and we should, right? Like a little minute here. Take a little music break, and we'll do a little Wikipedia search to see Jacob Needleman, where he came from, what he studies, his involvement in the occult. I'm sure it'll all be there on Wikipedia. All right, blessings. But yeah, it says it is true that the word "te" introduces us to ethical dimension of this teaching, but this is ethics that is solidly rooted in metaphysics and completely separate from ethics considered as rulers of social morality, which vary from culture to culture, epoch to epoch. What exactly is he saying? Nation to nation, class to class. I mean, he just said it's ethical but not moral. So, right,
But what does that even mean?
yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, I mean, that's. I think he's being a little bit too. I mean, and is he then literally saying that
How
that
can how can you actually be ethical and not moral?
right? Yeah, I've been thinking about this one too. Like people try to separate these two terms, and yeah,
As far as I'm concerned, they're pretty much synonymous.
right, yeah,
Like ethics and morals are pretty close to the same thing, although morals are more ingrained. Ethics, I suppose, is more like how you act in that society as well. So I guess that's the only differentiation, is that ethics is how to act in a society, whereas morals is how everyone should just act.
yeah, definitely.
Well, I can't go over to like, was it like Abu Dhabi or some shit and go and get on the piss, can I?
Oh yeah, you definitely can over there, but
That's right. See,
yeah,
that's what I
yeah,
mean.
but I
See,
get what you're saying though. I
yeah,
get what
see,
you're saying though.
morally there's no problem,
Yeah,
but ethically it's an issue in that society.
yeah, yeah. But the thing is like those big time countries where they have like a lot of commercial real estate and all that type of stuff, they actually allow you to do all that stuff. But yeah, I hear what you're saying though. But yeah, it says here, you know, that Tay refers to nothing less than the quality of human action that allows central creative power of the universe to manifest through it. So I don't
This sounds crazy. Sorry.
yeah, that last line seems closer to what he's talking to what Lao Tzu's talking about than the other things where he's saying it's not moral, right? But yeah, the
Yeah, but see, what is these terms he's throwing around like supreme reality and then like creation force of the universe and all that? It seems a little bit scattered. Like, can he just be focused? Sorry. This is
yeah,
taken away.
he's got some worse lines in here too. And I can't wait to get to those ones because he's got some really bad ones in here. But this idea of obviously creative power is not a good term. I mean, I think primal power or primal nature or simplicity or you know harmony with nature or acting through you know nature or letting nature act on its own. Remember, I think that would be the greatest. I mean, form of it. But yeah, um, you know, but yeah, it's funny that the part that is on virtue also deals with society, right? So that's fascinating to me. That the second part of the book seems to deal more about rulers and society and all of that type of stuff. But yeah, chapter 25, it says something mysteriously formed, born between heaven and earth. In the silence and the void, standing alone and unchanging, ever present and in motion. Perhaps it is the mother of 10,000 things. I do not know its name. Call it Tao, for lack of a better word. I call it great. Being great, it flows. It flows far away. Having gone far, it returns. Therefore, Tao is great. Heaven is great. Earth is great. The human being is also great. These are the four great powers of the universe, and the human being is one of them. Okay, now it says the human being follows the earth. Earth follows heaven. Heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows what is natural. Okay, so these four items. Okay, and it interestingly similar to the four items that I mentioned. God. You know, um, humans. Nature and technique. Right. Yeah, those are my four. Right. But I was trying to draw a totally different relation than than look at you know how nature functions in its most optimal stage, right? You know. But yeah. He says here the picture before us is of a cosmic force or principle that expands or flows outward, or more precisely, perhaps descends into the creation of the universe, the 10,000 things together. With this, we are told of a force movement of return. All of creation returns to the source, but the initial coming into being of creation is to be understood as receiving of that which flows downward and outward from the center. Every created entity ultimately is what it is and does what it does due to the specific reception of energy radiating from the ultimate formless reality. This movement from the nameless source to the 10,000 things is Te. Human beings are created to receive this force consciously and are called to allow their actions to manifest that force. Such conscious receiving in human life is virtue. Thus, the movement that leads back to the source is also opening towards great action in outer life. So, notice he said movement back towards the source, and he's saying that you get power from the source, right, and enlightenment from the source, right? But the fact is that the source is primal simplicity, right?
So it's
So
natural.
yeah, and it's nature, right? So you
So
know,
is he saying that the source is different than nature?
I mean, that's what it sounds like he's kind of saying
Mm-hmm.
to me, is like you go beyond nature to the source and then you can align with nature. But I'm like, I mean, then he says virtue is an opening rather than a doing, quote unquote. But yeah, I like doing non-doing, right? So that is one of the fascinating ways. Way woo way. And yeah, but I like what he says about movement backwards instead of forwards. But then he smuggles in this word source, right? And I think that is too lofty. But yeah, he then says, in sum, Lao Tzu distinguished human virtue from what we ordinarily consider moral action by the cosmic nature of the force, and human virtue manifests great action for Lao Tzu is action that conducts the highest and subtlest conscious energy. Ordinary moral action, on the contrary, a manifestation whose source is lower down in a vast chain of being. It is portrayed in chapter 25, Tao, heaven, earth, and the human being. The ego, our ordinary initiator of action, is ephemeral construction which is formed by factors operating far beneath the level of the source, which in the enlightened state of awareness represents a kind of blockage or impediment to the interplay of fundamental cosmic forces. In other words, because of our identification of ourselves with the ego, we ordinarily call action or doing, cuts off the complete reception of conscious energy in our bodies and actions.
One moment, ego?
Yeah. I
Is
think
that
yeah, I think that could be a correct thing if he's talking about in terms of it's about not having names or definitions, all right? So
oh, okay.
yeah. Yeah, in that sense it seems good because yeah, the self is one of those identifications or barriers definitely. And right when performing an action, one has to forget oneself is doing the action is the best way to accomplish it. All right, and all right that stands to reason that you know focusing on the goal of the task and not the task that's being performed, or focusing on yourself as you're performing the task is not always optimal. But yeah, the idea that must inevitably sound revolutionary, overthrowing the value we place on socially constructed systems of morality and efficiency. Okay, that's correct. For the point is not only what we do, but the source from which we do it. Okay, now I'm starting to understand his word source, but still then I like how he's going into this idea about constructed systems of morality and efficiency. So he's saying source in terms of what we begin with and not what we do it for, essentially. So purpose instead of utility, right? Which is great, all right? That is one of the real aspects of it, right? And yeah, the metaphysical nature of the source determines the ethical, cognitive, pragmatic value of all human action. That is the goodness, truth, and practicality of what we do in this life on earth. Our primary and perhaps only true responsibilities to become individuals. We're also conduits for the supreme creative power of the universe. All the responsibilities for knowing the truth, for feeling the good, for accomplishing what is useful and effective must flow from this in our external world, in our day to day lives. Okay, and within the recess of our psychological makeup in the ancient traditions of the West, this idea has been known as the doctrine of human beings as a microcosm. Okay, see, he's smuggling this in, right? Okay, now he says in Christian and Jewish mysticism, okay, in the philosophy of Plato and the Hermetic tradition, okay, in Islamic mysticism, we find this idea pouring forth in endless symphony of symbolic forms. Okay, I don't think that that is a, obviously the transcendental forms, right, in Christian and Jewish mysticism, right, the idea, um, within the Hermetic tradition that's as above, so below, right, that I outlined earlier, right? I think that that's false when framed in terms of the Tao, right? As I previously explained that, right? In terms of Islamic mysticism, I mean, yes, there's some similarities there, as I mentioned before, but yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot.
But what is Needleman trying to do? Is he like trying to finish his paper because he's like drawing parallels where they don't exist?
Yeah, I think it's like you know, I think it's a
Like he's
very
trying to fluff his page, like when you run out and you still have like 3 or 4 pages to turn in, and
yeah,
you
I
just
just
try to accessory stuff around it.
Lulz.
yeah, I just think it's interesting that what he mentions because it's like the exact tradition Christian Jewish mysticism, Plato and the Hermetic tradition, Islamic mysticism, like that is basically Egyptian um Memphis, Mizraim, like Freemasonry right there. Am I right? Those are the basic elements of it. All right. So it's fascinating. It's like you're saying like the Tao is like Freemasonry, all right? But and he might see that there because this is what he practices, right? So then, right, he just wants to project that onto this, right? So that I think is what this is, right? Because that is a highly specified list of traditions, man. I'll tell you that. When I first read that, huge red flags went off. Right? But yeah, it says in the Tao Te Ching, it is offered to us as a whisper. Thus, respect of the Tao and honor and virtue are not demanded, but they are in the nature of things. Therefore, all things arise from the Tao. By virtue, they are nourished, developed, cared for, sheltered, comforted, grown, and protected. Creating without claiming, doing without taking credit, guiding without interfering. This is primal virtue. So look at that, non-mediated acts. Creating without claiming, doing without taking credit, guiding without interfering. Okay? Yeah. And this principle of engaging all things while doing nothing, right? Stillness, right? And obviously, if complexity imbues assimilation, right, then engaging all things while doing nothing, right, is sort of an opposite way of going about things. I mean, but yeah, blessings. Yeah, thank you, Amos. Yeah, good to see you here, man. Yeah, we still got 29 people watching this shit. Blessings. Yeah, I greatly appreciate you guys. Yeah, we're gonna be reading some more of this stuff here. I mean, and you know, we're getting through Jacob Needleman and his understanding of the Tao Te Ching, and yeah, quite a. I mean, obviously, I agree and disagree with some of his views, right? And obviously, they've mentioned and not mentioned some of the main aspects of the teaching that I think should be highlighted, right? So there's also some of that going on, right? But not everybody's gonna align with the way I read things and come to understand things or highlight the importance of what I see in it, right? So that's why I'm here, right? Is because that happened so many times that I thought, fuck it. Right? I'm here, you know, uh piling up these critiques I have, right? Why not you know, let the cat out of the barrel here, right? See what happens. But yeah. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, definitely Amos, man. You're welcome anytime. I mean, definitely. We're gonna read this for a little while here.
Ellen's actually one of my friends from from YouTube and D Live and shit. Like, I actually know him really well. He's actually coming over to visit me next year.
Oh, this person Amos 77 you're referring to?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Wow,
Yeah.
excellent. Yeah.
Yeah. So he came over because I'm streaming you on D Live.
Excellent. Yeah. That's great.
Yeah, man, we all got to work together. Holy shit.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, and we're also gonna be looking at technological slavery here in about I'll read this for another 10 minutes here. We'll take a little break, and then a little music break, and then we'll go ahead and move to Kaczynski. I mean, and we'll look at a little CNN news story. We have a little CNN news story. Blessings, Amos. How you doing?
Very well. Yeah. Carry on. What were you saying? I'm not going to intrude. I just thought I'd say g'day. Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of your thing kind of skipped around there. You know what I mean? But yeah, blessings. You know what I mean, right? Your audio is a little bit choppy there, but I think it's actually just the image. But yeah, blessings. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, I'll stop the camera because I'm only running on Wi-Fi sort of thing, or Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
so
yeah. No worries. Yeah,
I'm a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, of
But
course,
mate,
of course. Yeah.
I was just considering the chat that was happening just then in your chat room. Your chat room is it's got a good feeling. You know what I mean? And yeah, well,
thank you,
that's what
thank you,
we're all sort of
blessings.
talking about. Yeah. Another Aussie. Yeah. Well, actually, I'm an Englishman who came to Australia when I was 2 years old, but I realise the world isn't what it probably could be, and it's up to us, folks, to make the world what it could be. No matter about all the issues and stuff we talk about, we have the potential to make this a beautiful place, and well, that's what we're doing, aren't we? Yep. That's me rant.
Yeah. I mean, the world that's shown to us is not the real world, definitely. I mean, and yeah, it's up to us to realize what is true and what is fake. I mean, so yeah, I
And
definitely can. Yeah.
And is it just a simulation? There's a point. Is it a simulation? I like to go on what Bernie Eastwood says. We're all collective consciousnesses experiencing something subjectively or something like that. Yeah. We're all part of the same thing.
I
We're
keep
just
trying to
different.
remember that. I haven't been able to remember that whole statement.
Yeah. Well, you'd find it if you could look on Vinny. Did any of you guys know Vinny Eastwood?
Nah, they're over in America, man.
Yeah, well, so's Vinny from New Zealand.
Oh, yeah, he's on Ground Zero Radio
Yeah,
over there. That's an American show. True.
Yeah. So, guys, I recommend you look into Vinny Eastwood. He's basically DK and I are moderators on his channel, and for a young bloke, he seems to have a lot of I don't know. What would you say, DK? What has he got?
He's gained a lot of
He seems to
knowledge.
be correct.
He's New Zealand's longest running alt broadcaster. He's been doing it for about 14 years or so. And so he's interviewed a lot of really interesting people. He interviewed Rosa Quarry before she died. He's interviewed David Icke, Mark Passio. I mean, holy crap.
On the same interview, that was brilliant.
Yeah,
No,
that
guys,
was
that's,
when he got,
that's
when he
the
got
show
both
worth
of them
looking
on
at.
that one show. That was a really good one. But yeah, no, he's interviewed a lot of people over the years. And yeah, and because he does usually just sit back and listen, he actually takes a lot of it in, and then he's got things that he can use in later shows. He's actually a really awesome guy.
Wait, who this? Do you have a YouTube
Vinny
channel
Eastwood.
or?
He
Yeah,
streams
this is
on
a
YouTube.
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
this is a
just
guy we
does-
might look up and then combine our community with this guy because
Oh yeah,
because these guys
honestly,
are here. That'd be funny. Yeah.
honestly, TML.
I just
That would
Oh,
actually be awesome because I'll be able to hook you up with him, man. Because I'm admin on his Telegram channel. His Discord got shut down a couple of years ago.
that
So I'm
sucks.
admin on his Telegram and and I'm on your Discord. So I'm sure I can connect the two of you somehow. Yeah, man. But he just did his last show for this year on Monday. I'm not sure when he's starting up again.
I think you mentioned this guy before. I tried to look for him, but I didn't really get too far.
Well, I've just given you the links.
Honestly,
the links is in the YouTube.
I'll get it. Well, I'll get a link.
And the
I'll
private.
post it. Shit.
I've just put Vinny Eastwood's site link in the chat in YouTube and the StreamYard studio. So, mate,
cool.
that's where you start.
Well, that's what I was going to do. If you've already done it, yeah, man.
The show.
Did you? You sent the website link, not the YouTube link.
Yeah. I can find that and put that in if you like.
I would. Yeah. I'd post the
Finding
YouTube
these
link.
things
People are
lately.
more likely to jump on the YouTube link to see what he does first.
Yeah, I've been trying to do this by you find links and stuff easy. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, I'm on
blessings.
the old computer at the moment, so it's fucking.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Okay, there's nobody here. Yeah, I thought there was somebody in the backstage, but yeah.
Oh, no, I think it was Anna said she was, but you've already brought it back on.
Yeah, blessings, daughters. Yeah, thank you for being here. But anyways, yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, I'm gonna move on here. Yeah, blessings. But yeah, but yeah, I love those lines, creating without claiming, doing without taking credit, guiding without interfering. They really get to the heart of the matter, right? Of non-mediated acts, right? You know what I mean? And this whole idea of Wu Wei, right? But yeah, it says we are now in a position to consider what, for many of us, is the most compelling aspect of the Tao Te Ching, namely putting into practice of the teaching. The metaphysical doctrine now stands before us as an outline, an unformed, ungraspable, pure conscious principle lies at the heart and origin of all things, is referred to as a Tao. This principle moves, expands, descends into form, creating the hierarchically and organically ordered cascade of worlds and phenomena called the 10,000 things, or simply the great universe. And this movement, especially as it can move through humanity, is called virtue. At the same time, there is a great tide of return to the source, back towards the undifferentiated pure reality of the uncarved block. Okay. And this movement is also termed Tao. Finally, the supreme whole composed of both movements is also given the designation Tao. Ching simply means book. Each of us is built to be an individual incarnation of this whole. Our good, our happiness, the very meaning of our life is to live in correspondence and relationship to the whole. Okay, I agree with that one. Right. The secret of living according to Tao Te Ching is to open within ourselves a great flow of fundamental forces that constitute the ultimate nature of the universe, both the movement that descends from the source and movement of the return. Empty yourself of everything, let the mind become still. The 10,000 things rise and fall while the self watches their return. They grow and flourish and then return to the source. Returning to the source is stillness, which is the way of nature. Expressions like this show us the way the Tao Te Ching has assumed such great popularity. There is a widely shared realization that in our modern world, we have arrogantly and foolishly believed in science, a product largely of the intellect alone and not of our whole being, an instrument for imposing our will upon nature and in relationships among peoples. Europeans and Americans have often assumed the right to impose their values and desires upon peoples whose lives are not yet based on technological application of science. As for Western religion, the Judeo-Christian tradition, okay, he used that term Judeo-Christian, okay, which is a totally nonsensical term, right? But he's totally right about the Tao's views on the application of science to nature, right? It totally agrees with that, right? Okay. It says, do you think we can improve the world, change the world, improve it? Right? Obviously, it says it can't be done, right? The world is a sacred vessel, right? Cannot be improved, changed, right? Says here, presents a fierce moral demand, a commandment that individuals override their own instinctive emotional nature, conform their lives to standards that suffocate the vital forces within the body and the heart of every being. I mean, yeah, blessings. And it says that check this out. It says there is nothing new in the reaction against what is perceived as the tyranny of the intellectualist and the puritanical value system. Our culture heard it in the early criticism of the Industrial Revolution, he says. Then he says, in the work of Blake, Dostoevsky, Kierkegaard, and Nietzsche, to name a few. Okay. Yeah, those are all champions. Except for maybe Blake. I mean, but yeah, you know what I mean? Blake, he's definitely interesting. But yeah, the romantics, obviously Dostoevsky was an Orthodox Christian. Kierkegaard was a Protestant, right? Nietzsche was a total spiritual antichrist, pagan, weirdo. I mean, but he still opposed technological society and saw the hubristic views of science and its attacks on nature, right? So yeah. Anyways, gonna take a little musical break here. Blessings, guys, and then we'll move to technological slavery, right? And that work.
Yeah.
And yeah, thank you guys for being here.
Time.
Yeah.
And unmute out, do your music bit. Much love, no fear, brother.
Yeah, blessings.
Cheers. Been great so far. I'm going to disappear down the bolo soon, so there's a possibility I may disappear. But I'll hang around for a little while.
Yeah,
Cheers,
no
it's
worries,
been great.
Amo. Thank you for being here. Yeah, blessings. Yeah.
I'm the creator of terrible certainty. It's no escape from the toxic traits. Pop your face, storm of a menace of blind faith. The angel of death, read between the lines, out to heaven. Expendable youth, divine intervention. Teaching y'all a lesson in violence. Dr. Death injecting the virus, apocalypse. I'm a horseman in the circle of tyrants, and death's the error. Possessed like Jeff Becerra, consuming impulses. Drown you in the depths of terror forever. Peace sells, but who's buying? Who's trying? Who's crying? Who's lying in a pool of blood dying? Peace sells, but who's buying? Who's trying? Who's crying? Who's popping with the 4-pound iron? Peace sells, but who's buying? Who's trying? Who's crying? Who's lying in the pool of blood dying? Peace sells, but who's buying? Who's trying? Who's crying? Who's lying in the pool of blood? Stranger in hell, by America dated betrayal. Brainwashed by a system that's created to fail. Freedom of fire, Securitron, ominous fate. Fear factory, manufacturing, high-tech hate. A slave new world, world gone mad, a world without heroes. Used to go to shows surrounded by weirdos. Lava Lemurs, mastering the science of war. Reading Metal Forces magazines, dying to tour. Biohazards and carnivores, living the life for agony. Where to go, we gotta know, like Harley Flanagan. Electric funeral, children of the grave, behind the wall asleep. Be afraid, killer to be saved. I don't need society, down for life, foul and tripe. Ill bill, dirty, rotten imbecile, down to fight. Give me my taxes back, money, God's a liar. Speak truth to deaf Americans like Tom Mariah. Peace sells, but who's buying? Who's trying? Who's crying? Who's lying in a pool of blood dying? Peace sells, but who's buying? Who's trying? Who's crying? Who's popping with the 4-pound iron? Peace sells, but who's buying? Who's trying? Who's crying? Who's lying in a pool of blood dying? Peace sells, but who's buying? Who's trying? Who's crying? Who's lying in a pool of blood? Psychic vacuum, jab you with a knife and stab you. Ravenous medicine, tribal convictions is heroin. Experiment, macro solutions to mega problems. Let the revolver solve the chaos mongers. A cosmic drama, peace sells, but who's buying? So I stay with the funds. Be real, so you die and find you laced with the slugs. With the quickness, you're calling me my sacred love. I got bad brains, the reason I spray with guns. Now listen, peace sells, but who's buying? Who's trying? Who's crying? Who's lying in a pool of blood dying? Peace sells, but who's buying? Who's trying? Who's crying? Who's popping with the 4-pound iron? Peace sells, but who's buying? Who's trying? Who's crying? Who's lying in a pool of blood dying? Peace sells, but who's buying? Who's trying? Who's crying? Who's lying in a pool of blood?
Thank you. But yeah,
Those tunes.
yeah, thank you. But yeah, we're moving on from why the system can't be reformed, right? And there's many reasons why, the system can't be reformed. And they kind of relate to this other concept of why, you know, the use of technology is not optional, right? We can't control the speed and pace of technological innovation. The technological system functions as an interconnected whole, right? So there's many different other factors, right? And obviously large scale changes in society cannot be predicted, right? So among several factors that, Dr. Kaczynski mentions, right, in terms of why systems can't be reformed, right? And a lot of them are being taken from the work of Alua as we described earlier, right? But yeah, he then proposes, right, why a revolution against the technological system may succeed where reform has made no progress, right? So, you know, so he said if reform is the only option and reform will lead to greater indignities, right? Because at the end of the day, it'll improve the system, the way it functions in all its capacity, right? And the indignities that it imposes on humans, right? Okay. So he's talking about several different things. He says there are several reasons why revolution may succeed where reform is made no practice. Until circa 1980, I used to think that the situation was hopeless, largely because of the people's thoughtlessness and passivity and their tendency to take the easy way out. Up to that point, I had never read much history. Okay. But, obviously history is rife with those examples, right? Of people, just a few of them, right? Dedicated actors, small groups, functioning within small groups, right? Took over whole societies, civilizations, toppled all sorts of programs, right? Changed history forever, right? And one doesn't really have to work hard to think of a few of these examples, right? Okay. Um yeah. Today I heard somebody say that you know, I think it was I think it was our friend Unseen Warfare, right? That Peter and these guys were just like a few guys and they took over the entire Roman Empire. It's true. They had ideas powerful enough, right? That they could just take over the whole thing, right? Topple the whole thing. Yeah, Chile. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, you didn't know about Celtic Frost. Oh man, you're in for a treat. You're in for a major treat, right? Definitely. Celtic Frost is one of the greatest metal bands in history, for sure. Yeah.
After you played that, I was saying it sounded like Tool. And then the singer started singing. I was like, except for the singer. So the music actually sounds like music like Tool plays in some of their songs. The singer's got that that raspy voice, whereas the singer from Tool like Maynard, it's like a more melodic voice and shit. But the music's good with both of them. Yeah, I was trying
Yeah.
to promote Tool. It's my favorite band. Sorry. I got
Yeah,
nothing to do with them. I just like the band.
yeah, it's a great band. It's a great band for sure. And yeah. And yeah, but he says Thomas Carlyle's History of the French Revolution. How about that one? Opened up my eyes to the fact that in time of revolution, the usual rules do not apply. People behave differently. Subsequent reading about revolutions, especially French and Russian ones, confirm that conclusion. Once a revolutionary fever has taken hold of a country, people throw off their passivity and are willing to make the greatest efforts to endure the greatest hardship for the sake of the revolution. In such cases, it may be that only a minority of the population is gripped by revolutionary fever. But the minority is sufficiently large and energetic so that it becomes a dominant force in the country. Long before that large and dominant long before that large and dominant revolutionary minority develops, that is before the revolution actually begins, an avowedly revolutionary movement can shake a much smaller minority out of its apathy and learned helplessness to inspire it to passionate commitment and sacrifice in a way that a moderate, reasonable reform effort cannot do. This small minority may then show remarkable stamina and long term determination in preparing the way for revolution. The Russian revolutionary movement up to 1917 provides a notable example of this. Okay, and actually, he provides painstaking analysis of different revolutionary movements in his work, Anti-Tech Revolution, Why and How. We're going to go ahead and look at that entire work, after we're done reading this work here, all right? So that's going to be our next sort of reading project, end of the, show end reading project.
Hey, have you got a list of all the books that you've already done, so that people don't suggest things that you've already read?
I mean, we just started read like I don't really read books on here that much, right? But we have
Okay.
looked at a couple works, right? That
Alright.
are of extreme relevance to the channel and its material, right?
Oh yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, I was just like, I was
Yeah.
just wondering if you in your description, if you had to list the ones that you've actually
Yeah.
already done, sort of thing. So
Yeah, I
people
mean,
have got some reference to go back and look at some of the other things you've already done.
yeah, I mean, we've definitely looked at a number of works, but we've only looked at parts of shit like during shit that I explained. So we've
Yeah.
looked at parts of Nietzsche, we've read parts of Hagakure, The Way of the Samurai. We've looked at different other texts. I played different audio works here. I
My
played some
favorite, my
yeah.
favorite one was that conversation between Confucius and Lao Tzu.
Yeah.
That was like one of the best things that I've actually. Well, I mean, I wasn't reading it; you were. One of the best things I've heard. That was like quite crazy to listen to them to try and dispute those things backwards and forwards. That was good.
Yeah. And I read other works too. I mean, I read some Mumford here and there. I read Illich. I read Nietzsche. I read obviously we're reading Elul now, but in terms of works, entire works and stuff, and obviously I've read parts of my book that I wrote, right? So yeah, I've
What's your book called for people on my D Live channel who don't know it?
Is Christ Protagonist or Logos Dethroned?
Christ Protagonist?
Yeah.
Christ Protagonist or Life Dethroned?
Logos.
Logos. dethroned.
Or logos, as some people would say it.
Logos, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's logos.
I think it's kind of pretentious, though. People that say logos.
Could just be regional accents or countries' accents, So you can't always put things down to something if you don't really know. That's the judgmental thing that too many people do straight away.
Yeah, these works that I'm reading now are some of my favorite books. Tao Te Ching, Technological Society by Jacques Ellul. Obviously this work, Technological Slavery, right? Yeah, some of those works in Eastern philosophy, some of those Hindu texts we talked about. Obviously the Bible and all those other things. Yeah, those are like my favorite books. Plato's Republic. I've read all those books. I'm obviously Machiavelli's Prince, right?
Yeah, I
these are
want to read.
yeah,
I want to read more of Machiavelli because a lot of what I've heard you say from him aligns with what I think anyway. And I haven't read stuff all by him, so I want to see it. I want to read it myself. I did do the Socrates Apocrypha and shit when I was back at high school because I took classics at school, but then I ended up leaving school, so I didn't do enough of it. I went and did Polytech and went into adventure tourism because school was boring. But yeah, went through like the Socrates, what is it? The charge of him being impious and the Socratic method of questioning and everything. That was very interesting to learn.
Oh yeah, the unexamined life is not worth living.
Yep. And the first thing you need to examine is your damn self before you start worrying about anyone else.
Oh yeah, knowledge itself is the greatest knowledge.
Yep. I know how much of a dickhead I am. I'm well aware of it. I've got good knowledge of myself.
That's when he goes up to the Oracle of Delphi. That's what the Oracle says. That Socrates has the greatest sort of knowledge because he has knowledge of himself. And then Socrates ruminates and says, what could the Oracle mean by this, right? In the Apology, right? And essentially he says that the knowledge that he possesses that's greater than all other humans is knowledge of his own ignorance. He says because he doesn't he said he examined his own knowledge and he says he doesn't possess any special sort of knowledge. So he said what the Oracle must have meant is that Socrates is a rare human that possesses knowledge of his own ignorance.
It's not the fact that I don't 100% agree with the way that's worded, but I understand the concept that is trying to be portrayed. It's the fact that once you start learning, you realize how little you knew beforehand, and it gives you some concept of how much more there must be out there that you don't know. See, that's the way I choose to look at it.
Oh yeah.
You have to start with yourself, but then keep going. Your life isn't in a vacuum, so.
Yeah. But I just mean even knowledge in general. You got to start somewhere, but then once you start learning, you see where you came from and realize how much you've learned. You learn a bit more. Then you go, oh, look how much I've learned. So I wonder how much more there is to actually learn. And anyone who doesn't wonder that is doomed to stagnation. If you don't wonder how much more there is to learn out there, then you're not even close to being awake.
Yeah, I usually don't worry about it. I notice more than I can comprehend, so I don't worry about it too much.
I'm constantly about trying to learn new things, man.
Yeah, I don't learn new things, but don't worry about how much more to learn because there's no possible way I could capture it already. I need another mechanism to store all that data and process it.
That's why I have like Telegram channels and Discord channels and shit going, and D-Live and everything, so that Discord and Telegram I install things on. I've got about 3 Telegram channels. One is just for storing information. It works same as a Discord channel, like it's under all different topics. So I can actually save everything under everything. That's my archive channel. So yeah, I do actually do this all the time. This is basically my full-time job. I now also have a part-time job that actually pays me money though. So, you know, the getting paid a bit of money does take precedence at time.
Of course.
Because I stream 24/7 for free. People do donate here and there and shit, but I can't cash out half the stuff that people donate. Like on D-Live, I haven't signed up to the crypto wallet thing. I use the buy me a coffee one. Every once in a while, someone sends me something that way, but usually they just donate the lemons on D-Live, which I can't cash out, so I just end up donating to other people. You know, someone else will reap the rewards of it.
Is the wallet like kind of like a surveillance thing, or?
Yeah, you got to send in your driver's license and everything, like your
Oh, damn.
Yeah, and I was like, as soon as I got to that point, I was like, nah, and so never signed up.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I was just over it straight away as soon as it said it needed that level of identification. Like, nope, I'm all good. I know I'm probably already marked and on every list that there is anyway.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean I need to make it easier for them. For fuck's
Exactly.
sake. Give them my fucking driver's license number and shit so they can start tracking me and my car and everything. Like, far out. That's why I buy old cars. As little electronic shit in them as possible. Manual gear drive. Manual fucking windows. Manual steering. The bastard still... I took it in for a warrant today. Sorry, I'm going to rant for a second. I took my car in for a
What
warrant
about the
today.
drones that are surveilling, like when you're out and about? What about that?
Oh, they're
Like,
everywhere.
even if the car isn't watching you.
Oh, yeah, no, I know that. I was out at my mate's farm. I think the first time I went out there was like a couple of, well, might have been late October, early November. The first night I went out there, we were like, doing a bit of work for him and everything and shit. And then we just like sitting outside around like this bit of a fucking campfire thing that we'd made, having a few drinks and shit, looking at the stars. This is over like an hour and a half out of town, like way out in the country. And we're just sitting there having drinks, looking at the sky, and there was stars that were flashing. Shitloads of stuff zooming around all night. All 3 of us tried to record the sky, and everything was just black. Like, it didn't show any stars or anything on any of our phones. Everything was just black. And we sat there watching this for a couple of hours, like about 3 hours. Just watching this happen all night. No way to prove it because none of us could actually record it. All 3 of us tried, and it was just blank, black screen when you pointed the camera up at the sky. You could record at the ground, but if you pointed up at the sky, it was just black. And that was just meant that whole video was black. Like, I wouldn't even have the start bit that you could see beforehand. Once you looked at the sky, that whole video was just black. Seen shit out there quite a few times, but never as much as the very first night I went out there. That was super crazy. And I honestly meant it, like stars flashing and then disappearing. Some stars not moving at all. we couldn't see constellations that we could usually see. Like, I live in New Zealand. The Southern Cross is on my fucking flag. We couldn't see the Southern Cross. The last time I went out there, we were able to see the Southern Cross. So it's not like it permanently disappeared. Just that night, couldn't find it. Couldn't find the Big Dipper either. Because those are the two constellations that I know quite well and can always find. The Big Dipper and the Southern Cross. See, I'm not an astrological expert, but those two I can always find. Neither of them was in the sky at all. And there was shit coming and going, zipping all across the sky for 3 hours.
I
and
think
every video just got blanked.
I think I understand why you have a hard time implementing the Socratic method. To do that, you have to be a really good listener.
I can be sometimes.
Like, if you wanted like a master class, go watch me on Jack Telcott, not today, but the day before today.
I'll post a link. Whether
Okay.
it's in, even if it's just in the restream chat or on the YouTube, yeah, post a link.
I
I'll
can
click
do
on
both.
it and I'll have a watch later.
I can do both. I'll go to a timestamp where it really starts getting good.
Now, see, this is why I like doing it in voice chat. Could you imagine how long it would take me to type out what I just said?
A couple
That'd be
minutes.
like 20 messages,
Lol, Hank.
one sentence at a time.
I guess you're not very fast of a typer.
I know, but you can only use so many characters before it runs out. It would still be like 10, 20 messages I'd have to type.
Let's use a word processor then. Attach it.
Nah.
For chat?
Well,
Oh, you can have voice to text things set up and shit. Yeah, you can actually do that.
Yeah, for if you get short
Still a
stories like
character
this.
limit.
Hey, the problem is it would miss half the words I'd say. It's probably set to American, and I would fucking screw up half the words that I say, wouldn't it?
Yeah, wouldn't know ginger, so.
Fuck you, motherfucker.
Holy smokes, it's like a barren desert out there. There's like no souls on the internet, and definitely, there's a definitely empty feel, to this entire arena. I can't believe, right? Because I think it was like last stream or like 2 streams ago, it was like popping over here. Like there was like 9 people on the panel or some shit. Remember that shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was just yesterday or the day before.
Yeah, that was like just a day ago. Yeah, it was totally popping.
You do know what dead internet theory is, don't you?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
All right. Oh, it's your show. Explain dead internet theory to people, and I'll tell you why this is happening right now.
Bots watching bots.
Yeah.
And someone's eliminating bots. That's why everything seems so much quieter. Because there's not fucking a million fake bots jumping on certain people's accounts anymore.
I don't know.
Even the trolling bots seem to have disappeared.
Yeah, but then there's like AI. What is that? The AI avatar now of people.
With Elon Musk taking over shit, they're obviously scared because they think he knows what he's doing, and he's been allowing free speech on X. Don't get me started on all of the Elon Musk shit. But I'm just thinking that it's obviously scaring some of these other people, and the bots, or maybe he's just employed people to start shutting bots down on other platforms instead
Come
of just
on,
X.
be
No,
crazy.
because he got people to try and shut
Some
down all the
fucking.
bots on X. So maybe he's getting them to shut down bots on all the other on all the other platforms too. That's
But
what
all the bots are
all I'm
following
wondering.
me on X.
Sorry?
All the bots are following me on X. It's
I
like,
know,
oh,
me
this,
too. I know,
this,
like,
you
what the
know,
Won't be
this
long before
hot
they get
chick
me.
follows you. I'm like, who the fuck is this?
Yeah,
It's
I
a
know,
bot.
right? Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah. It's
I
like,
don't know more than about 3 or 4 people who follow me. I generally just go and abuse, like, to be honest, I abuse Elon Musk lots. I abuse New Zealand politicians, New Zealand mainstream media, and then after that is just anyone who says something dumb. And I end up with followers after every comment I make every time. I've only been playing on X like since earlier this year, and I'm on probably less than once a week. And I'll get drunk and just go and abuse people on X. So I have no idea if anyone who follows me is actually real or a bot. I don't spend enough time there to know.
It's not just the followers though. There's like AI can copy your voice and your image, and most
Uh,
people are just putting like some little prompt
I've already
and
had it. I've already had one deep fake made about me. I would love to screen share it right now, but it will not be suitable for YouTube because it was people trying to make me look like a complete idiot. Lots of abusive swearing and derogatory terms and shit. I do not think it's a good idea putting it on the show. Otherwise, I would screen share it because I only have it on Telegram. So I can't even get it to Discord. But yeah, that's funny, eh? Someone screenshot me one night, or not, screen recorded me one night, and obviously recorded my voice. Then like manipulated my mouth and changed all the words and stuff. It's like, I can't, I honestly can't even say any of what it says. It's that bad. They were trying to make me feel bad and like abuse me and stuff. And I just thought it was funny as, and I'm like, dude, I'm saving that. I'm going to play that every so often. That is just a crack up. Like, what? They thought I was going to
it's
be
like
all
15 minutes
all
of like
upset and butthurt. It was like just funny as.
the DK show. Blessings.
Sorry, guys.
No, it's all good. Yeah, the thing is that I try to like at least have 15 minutes of solid like banter every time I do this, but you know what I mean? Like, man, it's just been like a emotional like desert out there. Like it's been fucking dry as bones. Like people have been just not showing up. But yeah,
Well, if
I
I'm
mean, I
here, I
expect
won't
that.
shut up unless you tell me to.
Yeah, yeah, but I usually expect that on the Wednesday show, but yeah, it's some crazy shit going on when it goes on the Saturday show. But yeah, the Saturday show should be the popping show. All right, so all of this should just be presentation and preparation for uh a very incredible Saturday show, right? Where we like open up videos and like react to shit and like do all this crazy stuff and have guests on and all this type of stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Right? Maybe we'll get to that. But yeah, it's very interesting. He's bringing up Thomas Carlyle, right? And why is Carlyle so significant? Right? I want you guys to think Carlyle, right? He's a British monarchist, right? And he's very much against technology, right? So his writings against technology. So this whole idea by Thomas Carlyle, right, on the French Revolution, right, and the reversal of social mores during the French Revolution, right, and how Thomas Carlyle is used by these thinkers nowadays, right? You know, Kaczynski and Carlyle, they're being championed now by alt-right thinkers, accelerationists, right? Collapse theorists, right? All those kind of fringe thinkers, right? Are all using people like this, right? In order to make their extreme political views, right? Top of the list, right? Obviously, Moldbug, right? Mencius Moldbug wrote several compelling defenses of Carlyle's views, right? Okay, and this idea about him using Carlyle, right, goes to his support for monarchy, right? So this whole idea about the French Revolution, and then you'll also see the huge focus on the French Revolution, right? I mean, by these type of thinkers, right? The modern conservatives, right? They really see it as, you know, one of the most important chapters of history, right? Because you know, it's way more extreme than the American Revolution, right? So you know, that's and some of the things we read on it, definitely shocking, right? But yeah, and some of the views of Hegel on the French Revolution, right? And how he thought this was part of, you know, the New World Order, pretty much. I mean, but yeah, yeah, but yeah, here it goes. You know, he's talking about Carlyle in the French Revolution, and he's saying that people throw off their passivity, are willing to make the greatest efforts, endure the greatest hardships, right? And he's saying the Russian Revolution is also a proof of this, right? And he says the fact that revolutions are usually prepared and carried out by minorities is important. Okay, so you don't need a majority of people in the society to agree. Actually, reform usually comes by having the majority of people in society agree, right? But revolution usually opposite, right? It's usually small groups who carry out revolutionary actions, right? And yeah, small groups, small parties. Yeah, could you imagine how long it takes, right, to get everybody in society to agree on something, right? Okay, you know, I mean that's going to take 10 or 15 years, right? As opposed to a small group of people, right, replacing the small group of people that's now in charge, right? That's going to happen relatively quickly, right? We got somebody here. I mean, let's see. This seems like a very um oh, okay. Yeah. I thought this was going to be a yeah, we got the Grinch. Blessings.
Something we're overdue for.
Yeah, exactly. Uh, but yeah, you know, yeah, the Russian Revolution. The fact that revolutions are usually prepared carried out by minorities is important because the system's techniques of propaganda almost always enable it to keep attitudes of behavior of the majority within such limits that they do not threaten the system's basic interests. As long as society is governed through the usual democratic processes, elections, public opinion polls, and other numerical indices of majority choice, no reform movement that threatens the system's basic interests can succeed. Okay, I'll read that again. As long as a society is governed through the usual democratic processes, elections, public opinion polls, and other numerical indices of majority choice, no reform movement that threatens the system's basic interests can succeed. Okay, seems like a fundamental and basic enough point that most people understand it, right? Who are serious, but you know, you'll still find people that proposed this as a major way to change society. Right? That if you're going to change society, this is the only way it can be done. I heard that just today, right? You know, and yeah, I mean, you know, these people are either asleep or just totally unaware of history, or just and you know, let's just be honest. 51% who are just barely interested enough to cast a vote will always defeat 49%, no matter how serious and committed the latter may be. Oh man, called the tyranny of the majority, right? But in revolution, a minority, if sufficiently determined and energetic, can outweigh the relatively inert majority. Okay, that's a pretty powerful principle there. Okay. And it says, unlike reformers, revolutionaries are not restrained by fear of negative consequences. So the finality of revolution, right? Okay, there obviously failure is not an option, right? Because failure is death anyways, right? Because it's treason, right? So, you know, yeah, revolutionaries are not restrained by fear of negative consequences. Consider, for example, the emission of greenhouse gases or the creation of nuclear waste associated with the generation of electrical power, because it is unthinkable that anyone should have to do without electricity. The reformers are largely stymied. They can only hope that technological solution will be found in time, but revolutionaries will be prepared to shut down the power plants regardless of the consequences. As noted above, reformers have to fight a number of different battles, the loss of any one of which could lead either to physical disaster or conditions intolerably offensive to human dignity. Revolutionaries whose goal is to overthrow whose goal is the overthrow of the techno-industrial system have only one battle to fight and win. Okay? And you know, a similar case can be made about technological society, right? It's putting all its eggs in one basket, right? And the improvement, okay, of technical means, right? And of course, if those fail, right? And there's many ways in which, you know, one of the parts of the system and the improvement of technical means can fail, and the whole system can be brought down as a result, right, of a failure of a part of the system, right? This is due to the interconnectedness of the system, right? Similar to this, reformers have to, you know, work on so many different problems, right? There's so many different technological disasters that could be done, right? There's like computer viruses, you know, meltdowns in nuclear power plants, you know what I mean? Nuclear warfare, I mean, genetic engineering, right? Pollution and contamination of people with metals and plastics and stuff, right? And, you know, they have to constantly deal with reforming all of these different parts, right? Saving humans, saving animals, saving nature, right? Save the children, right? You're in, it's like 100 different things, right? That they have to try to reform, quote unquote, right? The 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 person who's trying to deal with all the causes of the problems that are caused by the technological system, right? And is just trying to take down the technological system as a result of all these problems, right? Has only one final goal. He could devote all his resources to one goal, right? So, I mean, there's so many different, ideas here, right? I mean, it's just easier to focus on one query than thousands of mini queries, right? That perhaps may never be solved, right? With the current stage of thinking, right? But yeah. Okay. As I've argued, history is guided mainly by objective circumstances. If we want to change the course of history, we have to change the objective circumstances to that end. The dominant objective circumstances in the world today are those created by the techno-industrial system. If a revolutionary movement could bring about the collapse of the techno-industrial system, it would need to change the quote-unquote objective circumstances dramatically. Then it says, as I pointed out, your proposed solution through the piecemeal reform has no historical precedents, but there are numerous precedents for elimination through revolution of an existing form of society. Probably the precedent most opposite to our case is that of the Russian Revolution, in which the revolutionary movement systematically prepared the way for a revolution over a period of decades, so that when the right moment arrived, the revolutionaries were ready to strike. Even if you believe that adequate reforms are possible, you would still favor the creation of an effective revolutionary movement. It's clear that the necessary reforms, if such are possible, are not currently being carried out. Often the system needs a hard kick in the pants to get it started on necessary reforms. In a revolutionary movement, it can provide that kick. Further, if it is an error to attempt revolution, that is, if adequate reforms are possible, then the error should be self-correcting. As soon as a system has carried through the necessary reforms, the revolutionary movement will no longer have a valid case, so it will lose support. For example, in Western Europe during the 19th and early 20th century, the labor movement was revolutionary in nature, but the revolutionary impulse of the working class subsequently faded because the condition of the workers was sufficiently alleviated through reforms. This in contrast to what happened in Russia, where the Tsarist regime stubborn resistance to reform led to revolution. Okay. Yeah, wild stuff. But yeah, I'm trying to find our little coverage of this clip we did earlier. I might play that after this show here.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, if there's like no comparison between Dr. K and this, new guy. Like, they're not even trying anymore. Like, if people want to say Dr. K was like MK Ultra and all that shit, at least they try. If that were the case, at least they tried pretty good with that. Like with this Luigi guy, it's like half-assed, lackluster bullshit.
Have you ever talked to anyone who has been through all that?
No.
I spent several years doing it. I met some chick online who had gone through SRA, was apparently from a couple of the elite family bloodlines and that crap, put through all the SRA, put through all the MK Ultra. I won't go into detail and everything. Ended up at the Playboy Mansion, was promised to be in like the calendar, but she wouldn't go through with some final ritual, and that's when she finally got out. And I met her like 20 something years after she'd been through all that online. And I was talking to her almost every day for about 2.5 years. Some of the craziest, scariest things that you'll ever come across. I could name seven of her different personalities. So the multiple personality thing is not a lie. If I was on video chat with her, I could tell when she changed into someone else, and most of the time I could tell which personality it was. Like, that shit is no joke.
Like I'm generally aware of that kind of stuff. I haven't talked to anybody directly about it.
Yeah, that's when it became real to me. It's like you see videos about it and yeah, people talk about it and you're like, yeah, whatever. You know, why don't you actually talk to someone who's been through it for like several years? Like not just one conversation, several years. It's completely different and you realize it is an actual thing. Multiple personality disorder is real. Like, as I said, I used to be able to name 7 of her personalities. I don't know if she had more. She said she only had 7. And I used to be able to name 7.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely seen this type of shit. But yeah, blessings. You know what I mean? Yeah, and prayers for those people that, you know what I mean? Obviously, you know, people have been programmed in that way. But yeah, the fact is, you know, he's sick of people, you know, kind of pussyfooting around with this term here, right? Revolution, and he thinks that it's got very loaded. You know, obviously this is a very loaded term. You know, so Dr. Scribina is pointing out that this is not a very opportune term. You know, like, what are you going to overthrow the government? You know, and this is also with some of these guys, like these sort of Christian nationalists or something like that. You know, it's like, what are you going to overthrow the government? You know, like, what are you, a wise guy? Right?
Yeah.
You know, like,
That's kind of the point it's at, isn't it? Like they're actually saying it's like, oh, peaceful protests aren't working, so what do we do now?
yeah, exactly.
Everyone's
Like
actually
the
trying to
implication.
promote that. Yeah,
Yeah,
everyone's
the
trying to promote
implication
it
is
without
that.
openly saying it.
Yeah, exactly. They're saying it without openly saying it. So it's like they're Fed posting, you know, obviously. So the fact is that he's saying, well, you know, just bring out the word, right? You want the word, right? Look, the words worked in history, right? People have revolted. There's been revolutions. It's legitimate, right? It's legitimized by history. So he's saying, you know, look, there's nothing wrong with this word. And this is Kaczynski. This is not me, right? Obviously, I think that this is obviously, you know, fully loaded term that has very leftist implications, right? And
It's extremely controversial.
yeah, it's extremely controversial term, right? But the fact is that it's too much linked up with these Marxist types, right? So I don't think it's really opportune. But it says here, it says perhaps it would be useful to focus on specific actions necessary to alter our present technological path rather than to use loaded terms like revolution, quote unquote, which may alienate as many or more supporters of change as it would galvanize adherents. Or so my colleague suggests. Once, and so Kaczynski writes in response, he says, once one has decided to overthrow the techno-industrial system, he says, excuse me, once one has decided that the overthrow of the techno-industrial system is necessary, there's no reason to shrink from using the word revolution, quote unquote. If a person is prepared to embrace a goal as radical as that of overthrowing the techno-industrial system, he is hardly likely to be alienated by the term revolution. Furthermore, if you want to build a movement dedicated to such a radical goal, you can't build it out of lukewarm people, he says. You need people who are passionately committed. You must carefully avoid allowing your movement to be swamped by a lot of well-meaning do-gooders who may be attracted to it because they are concerned about the environment.
All right, what are they concerned about? Is it getting too hot, too cold? Is the ozone layer diminishing? Or is it just too much CO2? Or is it now just a general term called climate change? Holy
Yeah.
crap.
Yeah. Yeah, so see, from that you can gather that Uncle Teddy's not really concerned about this whole global warming thing. All right, that's not really his whole the main drive here. All right. And then it says but will shrink from taking radical measurements, he says. So people who are concerned about the environment but they're not going to take radical measures. He says, so you want to alienate the lukewarm do-gooders. He said, you need to keep them away from your movement. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
So so that's full radical type shit. Yeah.
Yeah. He said, yeah, it's good because you don't want people who just want to be part of something, part of some type of group, so you want to push the super radical ideas so that people really know where they stand in terms of, you know, what's possible, right? Like we don't want to.
What the person beside you is willing to actually go.
Yeah,
and
like
do.
we don't want to limit, the way we construct our ideas and themes. So we want to push.
These are definitely things we need to be careful about talking about. But yeah. Like, holy crap.
Yeah, I mean,
because like there's states in America that are still saying, "Yep, start up a militia." I believe the sheriff in North Carolina said that everyone should start up a militia because FEMA wasn't helping. In fact, they were stealing the donations and giving it to all the illegals. So the sheriff actually said they need to start up militias to actually be able to protect what is being donated to them.
Yeah, that's not the type of thing that he's talking about here. But
I
but
know.
yeah, this
I was
is totally
trying to
different.
bring it back to something legal.
No, that's not. No, I don't think that's legal either. But yeah, this is
the sheriff said it was. The sheriff said he was going to deputize people, and they
no,
could start.
but I'm saying the scale of this type of quote unquote revolution that he's talking about and what this revolution is against, right? He's not talking about some hillbilly police officers we got to round up these immigrants, right? No, that's not what I'm talking. Okay,
that kind of revolution is
this is something totally different
until it gets
DK, you got to settle down. DK, you got to settle down here, right? But this whole thing is a little bit more about revolution against the techno-industrial system will be against the economic and technological basis for the present civilization. So this is a totally different. So it's not against any political system either, and it could be done in tandem with the political system of any country or or any of that. So you know what I mean. So it doesn't because of course the techno-industrial system is a worldwide system. So this is a different scale of revolution than some guy in a town. Am I right? For sure. Am I right? But yeah, I'm gonna move on here for a little bit. It says a mistake that most people make is to assume that more followers you can recruit, the better. That's true. Oh wait, I skipped a little bit. He says, wait,
Oh, no, wait. No, I didn't. Yeah, okay, excuse me, sorry. He says a mistake that most people make is to assume that more followers you can recruit, the better. That's true. If you're trying to win an election, a vote is a vote, regardless of whether the voter is deeply committed or just barely interested enough to get the polls. But when you're building a movement, the number of people you have is far less important than the quality of people and the depth of their commitment. Too many lukewarm or otherwise unsuitable people will ruin the movement. As I pointed out in an earlier letter, at the outset of the Russian Revolution in 1917, the Social Revolutionary Party was numerically dominant because it was catch-all party to which anyone who was vaguely in favor of the revolution could belong. The more radical Bolsheviks were numerically far inferior, but they were deeply committed and had clear goals. The social revolutionaries proved ineffective, and it was the Bolsheviks who won out in the end. This brings me to your argument that if the nomadic hunting gathering society is taken as the social ideal, the pool of potential revolutionaries would be minimal. You yourself, same page, same letter, suggested a possible answer to this, namely that the nomadic hunting and gathering ideal might draw in the most committed activists. That is essentially the answer that I would give. As I've just argued, the level of commitment is more important than numbers. But I would also mention that of all societies of biologically modern humans, the nomadic hunting and gathering ones were those that suffered least from the chief problems of modern society brings to the world, such as environmental destruction, dangerous technological powers, dominance of large organizations over individuals and small groups. This fact certainly weighs in favor of the nomadic hunting and gathering ideal. Moreover, I think you greatly underestimate the number of potential revolutionaries who would be attracted to such an ideal. Okay.
Lukewarm do-gooders. You only end up with ice cream socials with them.
Yeah.
No, bro, those are the people telling you to mask on and reporting you when you're not.
No, not like that at all. Because like we ran a community group.
Yes,
and
they
we
are.
pretty-
The environmentalists are the first ones in line telling you to wear masks.
I don't care about them. It's like we ran a community group for open.
Yeah, well, that's what they were talking about, DK.
We ran a community group for open-minded people that were trying to get all the people that were awake to everything that is actually going on, and we're damn sure we got infiltrated, and the place, like the building, the lease got terminated on us. So yeah, we're damn sure that place got infiltrated. We're damn sure it had been watched. It got tagged by Antifa and shit. Oh, yeah, but you think that I haven't done anything? I just do my best not to say too much, man. Shit. It's too easy to get in trouble. My country's so small. The number of people who are actually standing up are probably 1,000 or whatever. The people who are actually standing up. A lot of other people follow behind when someone starts something, but there's probably only 1,000 people who regularly do shit. That's easy to keep track of in a country of 5 million. Of course I'm on every fucking list that they have.
What's up, my peoples?
Yeah.
Yo.
What's going on? But yeah, this whole idea that he's talking about purposefully pushing radical ideas so that you turn away lukewarm people. Only a small group is necessary for change, right? And most revolutionary groups have small number of committed people. Now, most people, right, that are trying to have a view of the more committed problems, they're not going to follow the ideal of the modern society. So you're not going to draw in most of the people, right, from the type of people who want to just reform the system, or you know, they have concerns about the environment, that sort of thing, right? You know, so those people are going to be lukewarm supporters. What you need is a base, a small base of committed people, essentially. All right. So it's quite an interesting thing that he's saying here, you know, and then he also lays out the nomadic hunter gatherer society ideal as providing a basis for the type of people that would be committed activists, but you know, don't really, you know, follow the you know, that they don't really understand the problems of modern industrial society. You know,
Most people don't understand the problems of modern society. They think the government will save it and fix it for them. They'll just keep paying taxes and stay ignorant. As long as everything's provided, they don't mind being a bit poorer. They'll whinge about it, but they won't do anything about it.
No, most people actually start engaging in petty theft and stuff.
No, most people don't. Only low-life scum do. Or people who really are starving.
Not true.
It is true. Why would people start engaging in theft if they can still afford what they want?
Because they can't afford it. Because they're poorer. You said it yourself.
That's what I just said. It's only the really poor who are actually starving and low-life scum who will go and start stealing. Anyone
But
who
people
can't
don't
afford it,
starve
they have a problem.
in the first world, really.
Anyone who can still afford to get by every week is still going to get by every week. It's not till there's actual real hardship that people actually stand up, like en masse. You're only going to get small groups until it affects everyone. Then you'll see a change. You won't see a change till each individual is actually affected so badly that they have no choice but to either bend the knee or stand up and fight. This is what it is going to come to eventually.
Is that because they're in a village that they don't normally steal or something? Like a village works together.
Yeah, if you do the community basis, yeah, of course, because everyone just looks after each other. It's when you get the biggest cities and it's governments and councils that you're expecting to look after you, when all they're doing is, you know, like feathering their own pockets rather than actually doing what they should be doing with the money.
Collecting a paycheck.
We'll set up a panel with my friends for $5 million instead of spending $5 million on the homeless. This shit happens all the time. All your money gets frivolously spent on bullshit that is basically just money laundering, and none of the things that they are even trying to achieve have been achieved. They haven't done a single thing they said. Like any government on the planet, except for the people that got eliminated, who were trying to, no other leader of a country is doing anything for their people. It's either play game, you know, play ball, or it's like you're a target. The NWO thing is not a lie. All these drones over New Jersey, people don't realize what that is either. That is actually the corridor that the military uses to test their drones.
drones over Brooklyn. You guys remember the LP made a song, "Drones Over Brooklyn"?
Yeah,
Crazy stuff.
it goes between like the area that they're over.
Hmm.
There's 2 military bases in that area, and it sort of flies between them and like around the area outside each one of them. But that's the corridor, and that's where they've always used to test drones. It's just that right now they're testing shitloads of them because fear is a good weapon. Now half of America is scared. Half of them think it's some overseas drones. Half of them think it's UFOs. What percentage actually realize it's the US military testing their drones that they're going to be using on people? Oh, we can't shoot them down. Yeah, of course you can't, because it's an American drone. Why would you shoot down your own drones? You just spent like $10 million on that thing. Why would you shoot it down? Like, this is so obvious that it's not funny. And everyone's scared. And the thing is, they should be scared. They should be scared of what America is planning to do in the future. But they're not doing it now. The fake alien invasion is scheduled for 2027, the year before Donald Trump's the year before America's next election. So it's scheduled for 27. That gives them like a year or so to amp up fear. That's why the last election is supposed to be the last election. Because that gives them this many years to like get to that point, then amp up fear, and then they need Star Force and a world government to combat this intergalactic threat. And there's your new world order, your world government with Trump at the head of it. And Agenda 2030 then proceeds as planned. Because in case people don't realize, Elon Musk already has about 6 or 7 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals himself. If people really paid attention, they would see exactly how much we're being screwed with. And yeah, on D Live, I can talk like uncensored. This is my censored version.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, but yeah, so there's 3 parts so far. He's going into the first part. You know what I mean? The impossibility of reform. Second part, why revolution will succeed. And third part, the necessity of revolution. So even if, you know what I mean, so you can't reform the system, right? There's only one other option for humans to regain control, right? The other 2 options are either collapse or the system continues, right? So as I said earlier in the beginning of the manifesto, he lays out these 4 options, right? But here's the section, necessity of revolution. He says, you challenge me to present evidence that the situation is so urgent that truly revolutionary action is demanded. And you write, if in fact the situation is serious as you portray, then surely there would be other rational thinkers who would come to the same conclusion. Where are the other intelligent voices that see this reality and likewise conclude that revolution is the only option? But there are 2 separate issues here. The seriousness and the urgency of the situation is one question, and the call for revolution is the other. He says, I shouldn't have to offer you any evidence on the seriousness of the urgency of the situation because others have already done that. You're familiar with Bill Joy's article, Jared Diamond and Richard Posner. Okay. Have written books about the risk of catastrophe. The British astronomer Royal Sir Martin Rees estimates that the odds are no better than 50-50 that our present civilization on Earth will survive to the end of the present century. 50-50. Yeah. Among other terrifying possibilities, experiments with particle accelerators at extremely high energies could conceivably lead to catastrophes that could destroy the whole planet almost instantly, and eventually the entire universe. I don't think your colleague will dismiss any of the foregoing people as "quote unquote" raving anarchists. The people mentioned in the preceding paragraph warn of dangers in the hope that these can be forestalled. I think that there are many others who see the situation as hopeless and believe that disaster is inevitable. Several years ago, someone sent me that um, sent me what seemed, to be responsible article titled Planet of Weeds. I didn't actually read the article, I only glanced through it, but I think the thesis was that our civilization would cause the extinction of most life on Earth, and that our civilization was dead, and the human race with it. The organization, I'm sorry, the organisms that would survive would be the weed-like ones, those that would grow and reproduce quickly under adverse conditions. Many of the original members of the Earth, first before it was taken over by leftists, were political conservatives. And I don't think your colleague would could reasonably dismiss them as quote unquote raving anarchists. Okay, that's that's fascinating, right? Okay, I don't know if you guys know what Earth First is, right? But
Yeah, I don't know.
yeah, they were kind of like these guys that had like a newsletter and stuff, and they went into lumber yards.
They did like jerry wrenching, monkey wrenching, right?
Yeah, they did like monkey wrenching stuff. Yeah, but yeah, they like went into these lumber yards, for example, and they
Eco
put
terrorism, I think that was what called.
yeah, eco-terrorism. Yeah, but they'd put like steel bars in the middle of the trees so that when these chainsaws would hit the trees, they would explode. Right. So
Oh wow.
yeah, so they did crazy stuff like that, right? And
Exploding trees? What?
exploding, yeah, chainsaws that basically injured one or two people. Took out one or two,
Oh,
lumberjacks, right? And they would shut down these operations, because they weren't trying to find out who else was gonna die, right, at their job, right? Um, and so that was like Earth First. They would do different things like that, right? And yeah, but this idea that of the desertification of the planet, you know, and the obviously the destruction of the coral reefs and all that, right? The creation of dead zones in the water by the nitrous, and yeah, all of this type of stuff that irreversible damage to the land and the water sources, right? Okay, that seems like you know, uh, something that is not being resolved, right? It's being, you know, turned up, to the next level because,
By the
obviously,
same organizations that say they fight it.
yeah, yeah, because it's being used to produce the food, chemicals, okay, and all that type of stuff. So obviously, the chemicals are being used to produce the food, so it's an irreversible process, right? But
Well,
yeah, so yeah.
well, sorry, machine, but Chat GPT uses like 20 or 30 times more electricity than a Google search for the same result. So it's like this whole AI revolution, by that same logic, is highly detrimental to the environment, yet you're not hearing anything about that. There's no one going in and like killing AI servers like they were monkey wrenching trees and chainsaw.
Yeah, like these data centers, they use up more energy and power than an entire city, right? Uh,
Have you seen all the data centers that have been getting busted in, well, all the call centers that have been cyber hacking centers and bot centers in Germany? They've been raiding quite a few places over there, and it's all like illegal immigrants that are hacking out these like cyber hacking centers, which I've been calling call centers, and they've just been trying to hack into everything across Europe. Have you seen any of that or not?
Not I.
Shit.
Is
guys
DK
really
talking about the scammers from like India and Africa and shit and Bangladesh?
Yeah, but it was going further than the scammers. They've actually started busting like I
Well,
don't know,
those scammers are employed by so-called call centers in the third world. I know that.
no, this is worse than that. This is like cyber spying and hacking and everything. Centers. They're like disguised as call centers, but they're actually just doing cyber crime constantly.
Like what? What would be a cyber crime?
Hacking into people's computers, stealing all of their information.
Yeah.
Of millions of people. Because you've got to think, there's like 50 people in that office block. Probably more. Like, there's actually video of the army walking in and lining them all up against the wall and stuff so that they can process them one by one. There's actually video of this happening. This has been like several call centers in Germany over the last few weeks. And I'm going to sound racist now. Not one person that was arrested was white.
But what does that mean? Like, you're telling me these scammers have the acumen to like hack millions of computers and shit and all that? It sounds like a setup.
All they have to do is like one person has to give them like a file and says, as soon as someone clicks on this, download that file. You now have access to all their information. But they don't actually have to think. They just have to download a file that they've been given. And it hacks everything. But people don't realize it's that easy. People have already created these things. And it's just a matter of someone goes and buys it, downloads it, and then shares it and says, everyone use this anytime anyone responds. Then we have everything that's on their computer. If you've got like online banking, you're about to be broke. Like that type of evil nastiness. We go through all your keystroke history, everything. The things that are available right now are unbelievable. If you have no morals, like serious, if you have no morals, you can be rich in like a week. I'm still broke as fuck. Morals do cost you something.
Yeah, and
Here's the thing,
actually,
I
I
know
have
what we.
some of the writings from these guys from Earth First, and we might read some of that later because I have a lengthy text in Scribina's anthology by these guys. It's actually wild. All right. But yeah, in terms of what he's saying about how the movement was first, essentially made up of people who were social conservatives, and then it was infiltrated by leftists when it grew in popularity. All right. So the feature is that he's identifying that leftists they don't provide serious support to the movement. You know what I mean, right? They're the real, you know what I mean, right, kind of lukewarm supporters of the movement, right? And besides, leftists always want to reform the system, right? And they're always concerned with those types of problems, right? Environmentalism and all those types of things, right? That could seen as you know not really serious in looking at society and how the system operates and the people behind, who actually, are operating the system, right? But otherwise, it might be, concerning all of these other types of issues, right? Like helping all of these problems, right? Helping the poor, helping the environment, helping the animals, and right, all of this other issues, and right, so he's talking about, you know, the people who actually have sane critiques about the system, right? That are not so-called anarchists, right, or so-called revolutionaries, and of course, right, you could even cite Dr. Kaczynski, right? You don't have to cite Dr. Kaczynski to bring up critiques of the system. You could cite Rousseau or Ellul or Carlyle, right? Anybody who didn't blow shit up, right? I mean, would be nice. I mean, for starters, I mean, but yeah, the fact is that
Statue bone.
yeah, the fact is that that he's marketed in this way. I mean, as Luigi Mangione and right, and all this type of stuff. Right, it's not exactly good sloganeering, right? But yeah, it says here, um, you know, but on another side, I think that is exactly what they're trying to create, right? They're trying to say that the new lone the new type of lone wolf terrorist is sort of
Oh, sorry. I think you heard
it's all
my
good.
sewing machine there. Sorry about that.
I am
No,
machine.
it's no worries. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, the type of lone wolf terrorist is sort of going to be a eco T. I mean I
Yo,
mean
but it's also like so vague. Like he's so all over the place that it could be anybody, and it makes me wonder. Like, oh, Neuralink is the only thing that can know for sure. So everybody's got to get it.
Yo, I just realized the Grinch is in here. That's gotta be Joel, right?
That's your buddy Joel. Yeah.
Yeah.
You just noticed now? You've been here
Yeah,
for like
I
20
just
minutes.
looked down. I was like, who is that?
You do realize with Neuralink, the only reason Musk is pushing it is because he thinks AI is so dangerous that the only way that humans will be able to compete with AI is if they're able to basically link up with the internet themselves. And that's the only way we're going to be able to compete with AI. And yet, with him saying it's so dangerous, he carries on going to create AI robots and shit.
yeah, well,
But
it's
what if the
obvious.
AI takes over your neural link?
Yeah, yeah.
You're
I was just
screwed.
gonna say that. Thank you, Reddington. Duh. Like the obvious, like begs the question. Like,
It's like
yeah, the fucking
it's like you've been saying, TML. Trying to solve the technology's created the problem, so you're trying to solve the problem with technology.
yep, yeah, you know,
You,
yeah, I
you
mean,
could probably
modern
solve it with
solutions.
a rock and a stick.
Yeah, modern solutions. I mean, I mean, I mean,
Modern problems require modern solutions.
yeah,
And modern
exactly.
problems require basic solutions. Just smash
Yeah,
shit.
yeah, and you know what I mean, yeah, yeah,
Go fully
definitely,
caveman and just smash shit. Fuck it.
yeah.
You're not gonna be able to invent shit that beats their technology. Just go smash the shit.
Yeah, and that's what it says here. It says their view that the collapse of industrial civilization through environmental disaster was inevitable in the relative near future. They felt that it was impossible to prevent the disaster, and their goal was merely to save some remnants of wilderness that could serve as seeds, quote unquote, for the regeneration of life after industrial society was gone. Um, so I think there are significant numbers of intelligent and rational people who see the situation as more serious and urgent than I do. The people I've mentioned up to this point have considered mainly the risk of physical disaster. Alul and others have addressed the issues of human dignity. And if my recollections of his book, Autopsy of Revolution, are correct, Alul felt that there was at most a minimal chance for avoiding a complete and permanent end to human freedom and dignity. So Alul too saw the situation as worse than I see it. Why then is rational advocacy of revolution so rare? There are several reasons that have nothing to do with the degree or urgency of seriousness of the situation. In the mainstream American society today, it is socially unacceptable to advocate revolution. Anyone who does so risks being classified as a raving anarchist merely by the virtue of the fact that he advocates revolution, even though the history of the country, the whole basis for the country is revolution, and then the whole idea that it was done twice in 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 the country's history, and also that Thomas Jefferson basically said there's nothing wrong with doing another revolution down the road. And,
And also the fact that most people don't understand the meaning of the word anarchy. Anarchy does not mean chaos. See, chaos and anarchy are different. Anarchy just means without government.
yeah,
That's not chaos.
yeah,
Anarchy just means no government.
yeah, but he says even Alul saw the situation as worse. Mainstream America, they see it as unacceptable. He says, anyone who does so risks being classified as a raving anarchist merely by virtue of the fact that he advocates revolution. Many would shrink from advocating revolution simply because of the physical risk that they would run if revolution actually occurred. Even if they survived the revolution, they would likely have to endure physical hardship. We left in a soft society in which most people are much more fearful of death and hardship than members of earlier societies were. Anthropologist Turnbull records the contempt that traditional Africans had for modern man's weakness in the face of pain and death. Most people are extremely reluctant to accept fundamental changes in patterns of life that they are adapted to. They prefer to cling to familiar ways, even if they know that those ways will lead to disaster in the years of the future, or even 40, 20, or 10 years. Turnbull observes that few of us would be willing to sacrifice modern achievements, even in the name of survival, instead of achievements, he would have said habitual patterns of living, quote unquote. Jared Diamond has pointed out that societies often cling stubbornly to their established ways of life, and price of doing so is death. This alone solution are hardly ever heard outside of radical fringe. Even People who might otherwise accept a radical change in their ways of life might be frightened at the prospect of going without the technological apparatus on which they feel themselves to be dependent. For instance, I know of a woman in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan who hates the technological system with a passion and hopes for its collapse. But in a letter to me dated August 19, 2004, she wrote, quote, "A lightning strike on June 30th fried our power inverter at the cabin. For 3 weeks I lived without electricity. I realized how much I was dependent. I grew to hate the night. I think the humans will do whatever possible to preserve the electrical power grids," she wrote. Many people, the original Earth Firsters, whom I mentioned above, think the system will collapse soon anyways, in which case no revolution will be necessary. Finally, there is hope. There is hopelessness and apathy. The system seems so all-powerful and invulnerable that nothing can be done against it. There's no point in advocating a revolution that is impossible. This, rather than the revolution is unnecessary or too extreme, is the objection I've heard from some people. But it is precisely the general assumption that revolution is impossible that makes it impossible. In fact, if enough people could be made to believe that revolution were impossible, then it would be possible. One of the first tasks of the nascent revolutionary movement would be to get itself taken seriously. That is where we'll end this round of presentations today. I mean, right, because we did an hour earlier where we looked at the news story about Luigi Mangione, and I want to play some of that before I play some of these recordings. I mean, right, but yeah, thank you guys for being here.
Have you seen the one that relates to the 286?
No, I don't know what that is.
The Pokemon that he uses as an icon, like Louis Magione, the Pokemon that he uses as an icon is number 0286. I can't remember its name. Someone checked it out. I've got a video on Telegram about it. And it's number 0286. And they checked a few other things, and then about his health things and everything. And then they worked out that 286 is actually the code for the healthcare's denial. So 286 directly relates to United Healthcare's denial policy.
Oh, denial.
The code 286 is, and there's about 3 or 4 different references to 286 with him. Like one of his friends has 286 followers. The McDonald's he was found in was 286 miles away. Like there's all these references to 286. It's like some really, really weird psyop, this one, man. I can't work out what's going on with it. Like, I really can't. Because he screamed out when he was getting taken into the police station or the prison or whatever. Because he knew that's the only time that his voice would be heard in public. Probably ever again. He screamed out saying something like, "It wasn't me, I didn't do it," or some shit.
Yeah, crazy stuff. But yeah, DK, you got anything else you want to say to these people? We're going to close this out. Blessings.
Oh, no, you go for your Louis Margione stuff, man. Go nuts, bud. Much love, no fear, everyone. I think I've said enough times where I am and where you can find me. No one seems to join D-Live or Telegram. I do have a Discord channel as well. That's called Much Love, No Fear. So you can always search that up if you actually want. All right. Anyway, cheers, TML, and everyone else on panel. And thanks everyone in chat.
Easy.
Yeah, thank you, DK. Yeah.
Except Brown Boy, because he muted me.
Timed out.
Yeah, damn. Yeah, we'll figure that out. Yeah, but blessings. Yeah, thank you, DK. You know. Yeah. Yeah, what about everybody else?
Who wants to go?
Go, unseen. Go.
All right, all right. Thanks for having
Do
me.
it. Do it now.
I appreciate it as always, and later, my peeps.
Yeah, of
Easy.
course, brother. Yeah, blessings, brother. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we got the homie. You know what I mean? The Grinch. You know what I mean? Blessings, brother. You know, don't know if he's out here.
He's having an onion.
So yeah, blessings, Grinch, man. Thank you so much for being here, brother. I mean, yeah, definitely. We'll talk to you soon. I mean, the homie, deaths to compromise. I mean, thank you, homie. I mean, yeah, many prayers for the homie Joel. I mean, thank you so much. Yeah. Annapurna, what you got for these people?
Um, crap. I just think that it's been so-called dead around here. So-called because I didn't really. Yeah, but I mean, I know what you mean, like in contrast with other dates. But I just think that there's other shows on, like there's some other people they're probably watching because Talcott
Oh
was
no,
here for
no.
just a
Actually,
minute.
you know what happens? Actually, there's several people that are pressed to go live every time I do my show. So definitely, I noticed that. And it's funny because they don't ever go live, but they'll go live like Wednesday and Saturday, like on like some strange ass day.
Oh,
So yeah, definitely. And that's what it is. You know, you got to drown out this stuff with noise. You can't let this stuff go out there. I mean, but yet and still, I'm fascinated by how many people go back and watch the re-recording. You know, right? Hundreds of people click on the re-recording. So yeah, you know what I mean. It
that's true.
obviously,
Yeah.
yeah, it can't be stopped. I mean, so yeah, people have their own little thing. But yeah, blessings, Annapurna.
Yeah, I appreciate being part of something like that. And yeah, I appreciate the space here, the knowledge, the conversations. I appreciate when you come over, both of you come over to my channel. I'm glad to have found a little enclave that I can, do something productive and have good productive conversation, not just like a conversation, but something that builds acumen. So yeah, I finished a skirt right now that I made. So I'm feeling pretty good and I'm ready to go to bed. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent, sis. Yeah, and I'm glad to have you too. You know, it's been a great blessing. You know, getting to know you and to work with some of these ideas, especially in terms of the expertise. You know, we all have different levels of knowledge, and we're all sort of interest in different things, but they collide on a specific range of subjects. So I think that that is a great gift to have found you guys. Definitely, I mean, right, blessings, sis. Man.
Same to you. Take care.
Yeah, definitely.
Easy.
Take care. Yeah, that's a compromise. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, exactly. Good stuff, my friend. Yeah, you know what I mean. And yeah, 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 we got little conversations here, and yeah, of course, it's a great blessing. But the type of thing that we're doing here definitely, you know, will not be replicated at all. All right, so yeah, I mean, yeah, I thought that when I basically create anything, I just look at how unique it is, and yeah, I'm blessed to be in this particular skin. I mean, right? Right. I definitely wouldn't have it any other way. No regrets. I mean, yeah, thank you guys. I mean, yeah, Reddington, what you got for these people, man?
You know I'm passing out when I'm asking about exploding trees, so it is what it is.
Yeah, 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 we're trying to cut this to like 9 hours. I mean, lots of time I spent online. You know what I mean? And you know, I really appreciate you guys. I mean, blessings, Reddington. I mean, I'll talk
Like,
to you.
I
Yeah.
had maybe 6 or 7 hours total of sleep over
Damn.
the past couple days. Yeah, today I had to get up early for obligations, so I had no choice. So I'm kind of shooting myself in my own foot. So hopefully I can recover the next couple days. Get rid
Yeah,
of the
definitely.
sickness finally.
Yeah, I'm praying for you, Holmes. Yeah,
Thanks.
definitely. Yeah, definitely. I've been worried about you. Yeah, especially with the asthma and all that stuff. I mean, but yeah, blessings. I mean,
Yeah, thankfully it hasn't really uh, done too much with that. It's been mostly a head cold kind of thing.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, you have a peaceful night, my friend.
Thanks, you too.
Yeah, thank you so much. And for all the rest of you people, you know what I mean? We recorded a lovely hour for you guys on this Luigi Mangione situation. And then I'm going to go ahead and show you guys uh, some panel dynamics that we went ahead and exposed. Okay. Essentially a trip we had with the ideas of flow state. Flow state had spread a rumor about himself and another panelist to start up a feud against a few of the panelists so that he could generate funds for his show. A very sly move, and we're trying to unleash and unveil some of the panel dynamics, right? I mean, on some of these live shows, you know what I mean? Definitely scripted conflicts, right? But on a smaller level, right? Very understandable. I mean, because we expected so much and we've been talking about a lot of different aspects of that. But obviously the medium is the message. I mean, right? If you could be told what to see and hear, you can be told what to think and say. You know what I mean, right? And how do you know if what someone says is true, right? Unless you know it for yourself. You know what I mean, all knowledge comes from within. You know what I mean? Listen to everything, believe in nothing until you can prove it for yourself. I mean, question all things. I mean, question yourself, right? Knowledge of self is the greatest knowledge, right? Don't ask why if you know it's wrong. I mean, how much technology is necessary to live a good life, folks? Right? This is a fundamental question we got to ask ourselves, right? Right? Okay. And you know, whatever comes up comes out, folks. I mean, I won't save my breath till the end of time to tell you guys what's on my mind. I mean, right? I'm gathered here right now. I have a moment here right now to join with you guys and tell you guys what I think, right? So yeah, this is the situation. This is the machine lies, right? Where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. You know what I mean? And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed, right? Right? Okay. Okay. Freedom is realizing your own limitations, folks. Right? And yeah, you know what I mean? Start a well-intentioned fight, right? See the lies flat in defense, folks. I mean, question the lies. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm here to bring you guys. You know what I mean? Some of these themes. But yeah, blessings, guys. You know what I mean? And yeah, here's some more songs, ideas, right? Play some songs for you guys. And then we'll be back on Friday night with some music, right? Saturday night
with another continuation of our presentations, right? Elul, Taoism, Kaczynski, right? That's what we're on right now, right? So yeah, blessings. And for the rest of the show, right, we're going to be playing our thoughts on the Mangione on the news, right? They're talking about Kaczynski on the news, right? They're talking about technological determinism on the news. They're talking about whether technology influences culture on the news, right? Why? Because the killer was reading Dr. K, right? Interesting, right? Okay. So the ideas we talk about here for a year ended up on the news, right? Okay. Interesting stuff, right? Then we're going to look at our show with Izzy, panel dynamics, right? And yeah, interesting information there, right? So yeah, blessings, guys. Thank you, guys.
Bring it on! You can set the mode to whatever. So simply pay the penalties for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter egos will let you penetrate. How you fucking fall when you fake? Bring it on! You can set the mode to whatever. So simply pay the penalties for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter egos will let you penetrate. How you fucking fall when you fake? Bring it on! You can set the mode to whatever. So simply pay the penalties for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter egos to let you penetrate. How you fucking form when you fake? Bring it
Even
on!
be getting more graphic. Neo, ready to make computer chippies. Let me clean my lips and then I'll spit it out, go ahead, spit it out. That itty style you up top. Better believe I put fucking season the way it appears to stuck up. This is my terminology that strikes the mind. If this is beautiful, you know the many styles I do from the start. I go awkwardly, that's awkwardly. I know that to the rhythm. Incisions are made into the brain and then I begin to give them a lobotomy. Follow me, shaping your brain. La 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 la. Give me the PH, give me the AR, give me the OA, give me the HE barrel. Crazy boys and zip arrows are hitting you from all directions. You cannot dodge, I manage to dislodge them to the point in which they are connecting. I am collecting little staff out from how to them people try to get fuck wow. Fuck that. When I'm in a state of mind, I'm innovative. Never been afraid of rocking the microphone, I'm prone to be eliminated. Cling when I sing a song of sixpence, if it makes sense, then sing along. Cling along to my nuts, if you got guts, then bring it on.
Bring it on! You can set my mode to whatever, but simply pay the penalties for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter egos to let you penetrate. How you fucking fall when you fake? Bring it on! You can set my mode to whatever, but simply pay the penalties for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter egos to let you penetrate. How you fucking fall when you fake? Bring it on! You can set my mode to whatever, but simply pay the penalties for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter ego will let you penetrate. How you fucking fall? How you fake? Bring it on! Consider me the epitome of rhymes within the text. Execution is parallel to them with the inception of the organism. My telepathy can't be dismantled, so it's like me getting me back while outdated raps get trampled. These 5 steps of elevation show that I'm ahead of your time. Behind a dope rhyme, ripping shit up that prime time. I'm up to this prime time material, imperial wizard, a vocabulary havoc. I eat MCs like cereal, that's soggy, milky skills like Mr. Miyagi. When it's fog, at least groggy, this remains the rap of the lobbies. Ow, rip your nick shit, get thick, quick, get your clue before I do something glory till your wife feels too stop. Then it's your rap and wax, time and knife. It's the 5th dimension of the typical, never typical manifestation. I, mystical, rips it till the flower blows. Those shows to compete. We delete them, observe defeat, descending down from above. Get your head, like your picture you. Victorious, the story is, you're born. Bring it on! You can set my mode to whatever, but simply pay the penalty for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter egos to let you penetrate. How you fucking fall when you fake? Bring it on! You can set my mode to whatever, but simply pay the penalty for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter egos to let you penetrate. How you fucking fall when you fake? Bring it on!
This is the poisonous, venomous, killer bee, queen bee connection. Live and direct. Salin, BK, QB, boogie down, wherever you found. Yo, deadly venom, that's how we end them. Master bends him, no friend to him, bend him in half for entering. My camaraderie, move like tight security. Known to tear the club up, plus the after party. On the battlefield, catch a body with no fair warning. My queen bee connects, swarm on him. Primate, hold your mic straight before you challenge me. You're lightweight and only force me to cause casualties. Battery backs, can't match mine with the solar power. They get overpowered. Shower with rhymes, it's like white lines of powder. Powder madness, so me and solo with the counter.
I'm taking no shorts for sure. I'm coming through smashing my through the floor. Whoever wanted war, yo bring it. If you got the sword, I'ma swing it. Flip it back to the pit when my phone started ringing. So come here, what's up? About to get stuck. Running through the chamber, they ain't giving up. Cause I'm deadly. I'ma set the pace like a method. Relay, who can have been a winner replay?
Nice, make heads crack like dice. Give them a double order, a manslaughter. On the tape recorder, the law and order tape muffled and distorted. All you heard was murderous shots, the rest is pre-recorded. The jury boarded, I'm a free venom. Hitting niggas with the momentum, even villains wanna get a venom. The feeling deviance from the previous, but the way we leaving this is sure to make snakes hiss.
FBI, the most high, fly, robbing fly. Keep a close eye on Johnny 5. I'll be coming live from New York. It's Saturday night, so it's only right I step to the phony type. See him in the party acting hard, but they hardly a threat to the vet. Once you start me, no stopping. No part me, no copping. The plea, I beat you in the head. 3rd degree, what's the science? The 411 can't do me nothing. Still ghetto, I rhyme ghetto. My brother's ghetto, never say die and never settle for anything less than what the devil possess. I'm like MOP to the death. Now who is Johnny Blaze, Mr. Meth?
Hitting fever, come with the raw. Deadly venom with the rule. We want more to go, now what's to do?
Ghetto collaboration, set the deadly combination. Face to face, shaking your earth, rocking your nation.
Subdivisions, rolling with the deviants clan. I got a master plan of the blast your man. Getting lyrical, hurting your feeling deep in your mental. Like a pistol blow in your brain, killing your spiritual. Be a vision now, vision out, rolling with a bunch of criminals. Street gunner, finish strike like thunder. That'll stop your hunger, ready for war. Let me let you get a taste of the raw. Coming through with the clan so you won't get far. Rather than scar, all respect due to the God. And my queen killer bees is collecting that cheese. Overseas getting ready for the year 2G. DV.
Pillage, yo, I'm a great commodity to see me, the unchained magnetic. I release mine, y'all, I piece mine together to the 3rd power. Hit y'all like the Mayflower scandal. Slash 3 felonies and be the 1-6 vandal. From Park Hill, Shaolin put the work in from dusk to us dawn. Lebanon dawn, don't sleep on the adversary. Midtown, stalk y'all out on the ferry. You got trapped in between pillage and the venom.
Yo,
Chubby heads a minimum.
Process of elimination with Jackson like Rhythm Nation. Got your heart speeding like you drag racing. Be lab replacing. Try to avoid the confrontation. You kinda mixed up like Tiger Woods with that combination. I ain't calling no names. Here's a hint with no brains. Guarantee things gon' change. Dudes admire the visual. About the coolest Carolina individual. Anything digital like Bobby. I'm loving on them kung fu flicks. Poison the hottie. My crew be known to run through clicks. Quick, fast, in a hurry. When I smash, leave your vision blurry. Trying to make the bill like Murray.
Hitting fever, come with the raw. Deadly venom meet the woo. We want more to go, now what's to do?
Ghetto collaboration, set the deadly combination. Face to face, shaking your earth, rocking your nation. All the Prince kids got my blood hotter than Did you ventriloquist talking out shit like this? Cause I insisted you the one to show the tape for the hit. I told you quit showing the tape like King. Take a trick, wanna violate rape. Woo and venom annihilate. Don't hesitate to push the rhymes like weight and shake.
Yo, PLO, when the guns blow, use a no-show. Posing like a scarecrow with no dough. Street pros move through the metro rapidly. My faculty quick to blow the boost out your battery. My African queen bees is back of me, shutting down your salary. J Boo twist another daiquiri. Ricky Steamboat float on this scenario. Hydro door click off like a calico.
Get it on, mics get blown when you step into my zone. Heads get blown for trying to clone. Now take that, now you got one to grow on. Go on, baby paw, hold on while I flow on. I keep it tight with 4 sides to a square. You ain't seen no thugs like these nowhere, I swear. You wanna test me, how can it be? I'm rolling with the fam, Wu-Tang TV.
Yo, I dead MCs with this poisonous venom. Return and send them, whack bitches in them. To secretly analyze this
is live. I see the allies trying to stalk the beehive. Forgot the deadly stinging was major bell ringing. Too strong for with eyes closed and swinging. Major point, spot your target and zoom in before it's too late. Saw the snake through his handshake. Aiming your darts at the click you can't handle. Attack with the pace those that travel on camel. A warm side that you cross the barrier. But my storm side that destroy your area.
Hitting fever, come with the roar. Deadly venom meet the womb. One more to go, now what's to do?
Ghetto collaborations at the deadly combination. Face to face, shaking your earth, rocking your nation.
Hitting fever, come with the roar. Deadly venom meet the womb. One more to go, now what's to do?
Ghetto collaborations at the deadly combination. Face to face, shaking your earth, rocking your nation.
A strange situation, to say the least.
Yeah, it's that this thing with influence is very strange. I mean, but the Onion had to control the site for literally a weekend, and now it's back and under Alex's control, and it's just very strange. The narrative actually makes sense, but I still understand what's going on.
Yo, play the CNN clip, and then the Jay Dyer debate, please.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll look for my Jay Dyer clip too for comparison.
Yeah, Machine might have stepped away, so when he comes back, we can cover it. But I can send it to somebody else. I think I put it in the Discord, but oh, there it is. Okay, cool.
Exclusively. And Gurinder, I appreciate your time. So you began
So this guy looks totally fake, right? Why is this British dude, this pen pal of this dude, right? And he's only sent him messages online. So a lot of this is looking very strange, right?
Brick wall.
Yeah, and he's a guy who wrote an article, which you'll talk about later. And the article is about this kind of stuff, I guess. And then he said that Luigi contacted him personally to talk about this, but it was not. He tries to like play it off, but then he later says, "Well, I could see some things that were kind of concerning in retrospect," or something. It's very like odd the way he puts it. It's like he kind of reverses himself a couple times, so it definitely seems a little.
This is like if like I shot up a place and then like they had like toiletable earth on the news, like
yeah, that's how
he's like, oh, I sent him messages for months, right? He was kind of off kilter, but he was a nice guy.
It makes me want to just fake it. That's why I get them to say, to know what kind of BS you guys will say. Then surprise, no one died. Haha. Now you're in checkmate. What the hell are you doing?
Well, the fact that they have so many people coming out of the woodwork to say, "Oh, I knew this guy and we talked," and then he disappeared 6 months ago. I mean, it's just very odd. Like you have an ongoing case of the guy going to prison, and all these people are like, let me involve myself in an active like conspiratorial murder, perhaps. I mean, it's like very strange decision on the part of these people. I mean.
But they want to be famous, Jack. They want to be famous. They want to be part of the story. They want to be involved. Why are you the guy?
I mean, let me put it this way: if I were in a PSYOP department of the United States government, I would say what we really need is to popularize the fact that people involving themselves in a RICO case. That's what I would say. But okay, let's see. let's see how that goes.
Yeah, that's one thing that they had on Truther Cop, where he had the lady on Paul Enslaved, Jaguar Wright, and she said, she goes, did you know that the entire YouTube, organization is under RICO investigation from the FBI? That's what she said.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Really, I wonder where
you are right. Went on Truther Cop.
That's interesting, but I wonder where that trail will lead to. I have my suspicions that it'll be important.
Did Jaguar Wright say that on her own channel or on Truther?
She said it on Paul and Slave's channel.
Fuck, she went on Paul and Slave?
Yeah. Truther
How
Cop.
weird is that?
Yeah, I know.
It's
Truther
not weird
Cop was
at all.
covering it. He was like,
in context, it's not weird at all.
We thought it was a little weird, but
who is that? I never heard of this person. Who's that?
What? That's the one that talks about Diddy.
Yeah, she's the Diddy lady. Yep.
Yeah, I know, but Pussy Paul has officer snaps of daddy. It's not weird in context.
Whatever, Hank. It is weird to me.
Yeah.
Why are you here doing like damage control? Like Hank is looking a little sus.
I'm always sussy.
Hank's always been sus. Yeah, exactly. He's a quagmire. But yeah, it's just been, you know what I mean? Hank's there to keep everyone.
My avatar's literally a lizard
Make sure
person.
we all think right, Hank.
It's
become the
literally
top
a lizard
police.
person. Just look at it. From West North. Literally a lizard person from West North.
Exchanging emails with Mangione in April. And I know you also had hours-long video call with him in May. But can I start off with when he first reached out to you and then you start interacting and exchanging many, many messages? What was your impression of him?
He seemed like a really down-to-earth guy. I mean,
I'm always sussy.
Hank's always been sus. Yeah, exactly. He's a quagmire. But yeah, it's just been, you know what I mean? Hank's there to keep everyone.
My avatar's literally a lizard
Make sure
person.
we all think right, Hank.
It's
become the
literally
top
a lizard
police.
person. Just look at it. From West North. Literally a lizard person from West North.
Exchanging emails with Mangione in April. And I know you also had hours-long video call with him in May. But can I start off with when he first reached out to you and then you start interacting and exchanging many, many messages? What was your impression of him?
he seemed like a really down-to-earth guy. I mean, he was polite, he was thoughtful, he was open-minded.
Yeah, so I think this dude might be like some type of M16 like agent or some shit. Like I don't know, but like yeah, dude. Like, why are you contacting this dude? Like, she wasn't really clear about like under what pretense he came into contact with him, why he's being his pen pal from Britain, and all this type of stuff. But yeah, apparently this random guy online is like homies with him.
He seemed very curious. Curious was a very particular thing about him. He always wanted to know more about things, and sometimes I'd make an obscure reference to something, and he would tell me to tell him more about it. So he was very interested in learning, and he was very interested in
that. Sounds like a profile of a type of person, right? So like they're saying like, curious type of people, right? People who are interested in self-improvement, people who are interested in all that type
Yeah,
of stuff.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's the thing is like it's like they're trying to form like a new incel person who's like in their mid-20s. They're into like Joe Rogan and like biohacking and like, oh, now you're under suspicion by the U.S. government because you're interested in Teddy K and That is very. If you're curious, therefore you might be a terrorist. That's your word.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's accept that premise. Are you going to solve the incel problem by getting the dicks wet, or are you going to stay there and just cling onto your tongues and your pearls? What are you going to do, government? Exactly.
Well, on behalf of the U.S. government, I would assume I'll say that probably a mixture of different. It's going to be a multifaceted field of
AI
operation.
girlfriends. What are you talking about? That's already the solution that's already there.
Yeah, they're working towards a solution that's going to be final, probably. Yeah.
I don't understand how chatbots are going to solve the problem because they're just going to be either puppets of the corporation or
People
just
are already willing to accept just a chatbot, is my point. It's not that they're going to solve the problem. It's going to be a chat sex bot or whatever.
Yeah, but then the next problem is terrorist chatbots, like on Microsoft Hey. So you didn't do anything to magically solve the problem.
Like they ever meant to in the first place, Hank. Like, who are you defending or arguing against?
The shrinks, of course.
Yeah, blessings. But yeah, I think this entire type of description, I'm forced to think when I hear it, like, it reminds me of myself. And I think that's on purpose.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. And it's like it's not even an incel profile. It's like a giga chat or whatever profile on this person.
Yeah, he's obviously a giga chat.
No, but that's what I'm saying is like they already have the incel thing and even with this girl who did this thing in Madison allegedly, like, okay, now if you're in KMFDM and you're kind of like into the neo alt right and you're going on these Twitter things, now you're a suspect, and now they have this guy who's like a normie, valedictorian, well educated, suspicious of the government. It's basically like a Teddy K 2.0. Like now it's like, okay, well, now they need like a new version of that that's like into like Joe Rogan stuff. And so, I'm just saying it's like they're kind of covering their bases.
But they're kind of failing at it.
I mean, they failed at the first time. The real threat isn't Teddy K, it's Louis Rossman. So
it's who? Who'd you say?
Louis Rossman. That's the actual threat that they should be defending against.
Who's that?
Well, but that's the guy who's pointing out how you're getting fucked.
By technology or the government?
Yes, both of them.
Oh, okay.
Link him in the back if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
And let's watch some more of this. I want to see what I can't remember exactly word for word what they said, but it gets really weird at like halfway point. I know that.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely play that part about technological determinism on the show. So before I do my Kaczynski reading, because I think it's such a odd place, right? It seems so strange for them to talk about it on CNN.
In self-improvement as well. Like whenever I would sort of make a statement about, say, for example, human psychology, he would ask me how he could apply that to his life. So he was always looking for practical takeaways to things, constantly looking for self-improvement.
Which is very interesting. I know that he had talked to you about reading The 4-Hour Work Week, a book that had been a bestseller for ways to improve his life. He also, I know in conversations, and as you know, Gurwinder, he had posted about Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber. He had talked about.
What, this guy is Gurwinder? His name is Gurwinder? What the fuck, dude?
Yeah. So
Is
Yeah,
that
so
like a joke or something?
yeah, he's
No,
I
he's
mean,
Punjabi.
yeah, he's
Supposedly.
Punjabi, yeah. So
Whoa.
yeah, so what's interesting is that this whole idea that he's talking about self-improvement, I think what they're trying to do, because they've tried to change the profile of the lone wolf terrorist, I mean, right? So it's been getting progressively different. And then I think that the MGTOW killer, I mean, that was an interesting sort of crisis actor type of dude. Like that dude, like literally went to acting classes and stuff, right? And but yeah, the fact is I mean, it just seemed like, you know what I mean, that they've been trying to change the profile of the lone wolf terrorists. You know what I mean? And they had the Aurora guy. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, that clown.
yeah.
Well, well. By the way, like they're literally using the same script with this girl in Madison as the Columbine. Like it's the same music, it's the same aesthetics, it's the same like neo-Nazi stuff. And also, it's 12 years, 2 days after the Captain Hook event in Sandy Place. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of an interesting like timing as well. It's like exactly 12 years, 2 days later, they decided to run this, you know, similar kind of profile right after, and again after the Mangione thing, and I don't know, just the timing is kind of bizarre too. Maybe it's, you know, again, maybe there's something real about it, but again, it's just the way they're contextualizing it is very interesting. But I'm going to see this chart that we can bring up later too, because it goes over some of the connections that we're talking about. So I'll send it to you.
Yeah, and that's another thing that showed up recently is female killers. All of a sudden, there started to be a lot of female killers, right? So I think they're going for something different. They're not going for insane, but they're going for normal, right? Normal killers. So you know what I mean? You know, and I think there's more
It could
ambiguity.
be anybody.
Yeah, like it could be anybody. Yeah, exactly. You know?
This is just a typical class warfare story. I mean, we've still been doing this like on a weekly basis. The only reason
Right.
the big deal is that one of their big guys got whacked. So it's just class warfare.
Yeah.
Him in other posts, but I know that in your exchanges, you also had a chance to talk to him about Kaczynski. What did he say to you?
So one of the things about Luigi was that he was afraid of losing agency. He was afraid that technology was going to take people's agency away. He actually believed.
Oh snap!
Yeah, so that's the main point from Alul and all of that type of thing. That's the most controversial point, right? That's the thing that I debated with Andrew Wilson about, right? So it's just pretty funny, right? So the most high profile instances of ideas on our channel or whatever has been concerning that one concept, right? So it's just fascinating.
It is like the main point, I think.
Yeah, so I mean, I find that you know, I didn't think like
Yeah, and that's not what the previous guy said. He talked about corporate greed. Remember the other one that had a co-work
Right.
in Honolulu and Hawaii and
Yeah.
from Oaxaca, living in Oaxaca. Yeah, so he said something totally different that as a talking point from Kaczynski, and this guy is now saying something different. So I wonder, let's see what angle they're getting.
Well, and the interesting thing again is like this is becoming a bipartisan, nonpartisan issue where they're basically saying like it doesn't matter if you're on the left or the right, it doesn't matter what issues you have. We all agree we don't like CEOs, we don't like this. And again, there's good arguments to be had, but it is interesting that they're weaving in like the very topic we've covered for like 15 months straight right into the narrative. And I doubt, and definitely the way that this Luigi guy allegedly framed things is very bizarre. It's definitely not the way that we contextualized the issue. So this thing does.
I like most CEOs. Most CEOs are no problem. Some of them are total dickbags.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, but that's what I'm saying is like it frames things in a very particular way. I mean, I think actually, I hate to say it, but Richard Spencer had a very interesting take where it's kind of a joke, but it was like, making fun of Luigi and stuff like that. And, it's just both sides are obviously getting their talking points ready. And, it's very bizarre to say the least, but yeah.
So I want to get this clear. The Democratic Republican Party is just one side. This side of the oligarchs. So
it was definitely a good argument, definitely for that. But my point is overall is like now they're going to glorify violence on left and right, and it might be ultimately you'll see a overt merging of the underground left and the underground right into a single thing, and then you'll see the above ground merge into a central, enlightened centrist position, perhaps.
They already do that. I mean, Trump's people sells Punisher with Trump toupees on them. The Punisher symbols with Trump toupees. They already do that.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just saying it's going to be a new, 15.0 update or whatever. But yeah, follow that. Come on. Let's watch some more.
I believe that this was already happening. And so he became interested in Kaczynski's work for this reason, because Kaczynski also believed this. And a lot of the conversation that we had was really about, how technology is taking people's agency away from them, and how we can sort of restore it, how we can reclaim our agency, how we can reclaim control over our lives. So that was something that resonated with him about Kaczynski's work.
So this guy had, queries about how we were losing our agency and control to the growth of the technological system, the main topic that we talk about. Then he corresponded with some British guy, for months over this issue, where they constantly, gave each other queries on this main issue. Right?
Just some random British guy.
Yeah. So and I'd venture to say a lot of the conversations hit upon a lot of the points that we're making on the show. So it's very interesting.
It's to discredit the message.
Yeah, definitely seems that way, right? Because yeah.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, or it could be to popularize a particular version of it as well.
Control the narrative.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I remember when they had the Islamic terror, right? And they would go on the news every day, and you know what I mean? It was crazy how much they would lie about Islam. Like, like they would just say, like it would just be like, well, Islam promotes this, Islam promotes that, and it would be like the main channels that were doing it. So yeah, if you could go back in time and collect all those news stories together, they're probably gone now, right? But the fact that you would get from a lot of these stories and shit, it'd be like, damn, well, they just tell a lot of stuff just to promote a certain type of narrative. So it's obvious that that's what they're doing here, right? So, it's just fascinating, right? Like what does this dude killing a CEO have to do with him reading Dr. K, but it's on CNN. That connection is on CNN, right? It's like, what? All right, fascinating.
Yeah, and definitely if you read his writing, he kind of tries to use some similar arguments, but it's obvious that he didn't, from my perspective, I don't think he didn't seem to do his homework. Let's just put it that way. It's not very clear that he was using Teddy K argumentation to say, well, this kind of ethics justifies my position on, whatever. And again, like, you can't perfect forever, but still, it's like, first of all, it's a very atheistic viewpoint that he's obviously taking. So that's number one. So it's kind of, I don't know. And I guess you could say Teddy K was atheistic, but I don't know. It just seemed very, for someone as educated as him, it didn't seem to add up. But, again, what do I know?
So I want to ask you more about that. But first, when you're talking about, his view about humans losing agency, I know one of the exchanges you shared with us when he's talking about.
I don't know what exactly he said on his way in there, but I did hear the word conspiracy. Right. So right when he got pushed in there, right. So it's very
There's a
interesting.
video on YouTube like that shows a different angle of where you can kind of see his mouth, and there's people in the comments that are making comments on what he said, And if I'm not mistaken, it was like he was basically saying like it's absurd and disrespect to the American people or something like that.
The intelligence of the American people.
Yeah,
like,
that's what it was. Right. Correct.
Yeah, and just the way they got out of that car and the way they're acting, I mean, it seemed just very
like pushing him in there, like don't talk
very
to the
staged.
cameras.
Very staged, yeah.
It being in Japan when he had spent time there. And he's talking about NPC behavior, which stands for non-player characters, which appear in video games. And NPCs tend to behave very predictably, right? They don't think for themselves. So he, and in his exchange with you, he writes, Japan is peak NPCville. Scary lack of free will in this country. I'll have to tell you a story from my morning today where I saw a dude have a seizure on the street and run 2 blocks to the police station. They followed me to help, but refused to walk across any empty streets if the stoplight was red, even while the guy was seizing on the ground. Luigi.
Well, what's interesting about this this claim that it's in an email, I saw this like more than a week ago where they were saying that this was from his writing in general. So now they're saying it was in an email. Well, how did it get leaked like a week or two ago? So that's what I've already seen this quote floating around, like he wrote it somewhere else. So very strange that all of a sudden, like now they're using this as from an email. Well, so this guy leaked this email like weeks ago, or I don't know. Pretty interesting.
This is his, I guess, his view about the lack of connection that people could have for each other. Can you tell me more about how important this overall topic was in his psyche?
You know what I think this shit is?
I'd say about 90% of the 2-hour conversation.
I think this is to rally the American people against the government and the healthcare system, right? Of course, but I think it's commies, dude. This is some like communist shit.
Well, and the thing is this, I mean, you're right. I think you're right ultimately, but the thing is, like, there is good arguments against the U.S. system, and the problem is, like, whatever solutions are going to float out are probably going to be a lot worse. And the thing is like, it's. I mean, I'll be honest. Like, I've wanted to leave the United States because I think that number one, everything is way overpriced. Number two, way too much immigration. Number three, the healthcare system is like an abomination. Now, if I were in a car accident, I would be happy to be here in America. If I'm just in good general health, it's the worst place to be because like you're basically forced to pay for stuff that you can't use. Essentially, I mean, it's insane. So
I think it's the Kremlin though. That's what they're trying to portray themselves as. A greater nation, and then get the American people sort of to turn on themselves, on our own government. So it's another one of these cases where like they, overthrow the government type shit and then set up their own people or something. I don't know. I might be tripping, but
well, if CNN and the Kremlin are working together, we're fucked. But there is a good
there's
argument.
definitely people in there. That's
CNN
be,
is
right?
Commie Central, right?
Communist, right?
Yeah, CNN is a Communist Central Network, right? Pretty much.
But anyway, like, but where is this headed though? Because, you know, if they're coming to the point that they're admitting the problems with healthcare, then what is in store? What is the order out of chaos this time? Because
well, think about it like this. Remember, Obama tried to put through the Affordable Care Act, which was a disaster. Trump, quote unquote, fixed it. Now, you know, they just let in probably 40 million people in the last 5 years into the United States. So, you know, you're going to have a lot of people taking out of the system to stop paying into it. And even if they do, they just started paying into it. So it's like, either way, it's like, it's just another way to say, well, we're already 31 trillion. What's another 10 trillion now? So I think that's really,
and eventually we're about 10 years, I think, from, if it is like the robotics as advanced as it is, we're about 10 to 15 years from being replaced as labor.
well,
so then what? Like, then it's like UBI and like people as slaves, pretty much. Like, because it's like, okay, it's at this point, yeah, it's overpriced, but I can pay for it.
well, no, but here's what I, and again, like, I'm just kind of skipping ahead, but I think really the thing is this, like, we're already, I mean, you know, Alex Jones did a good documentary one time where he talked to, I think it was him or one of these guys, but he talked to some guy, some Native American guy living on a reservation, and he said, "Welcome to the plantation, Whitey." He's basically saying, like, you know, we got put on reservations. Now the whole country is a reservation, and you're just here in it, and you're just trying to survive. Like, you'll get your little libertarian, you know, anarcho-capitalist thing on your little third of an acre, and you'll feel free, but you're not, because you're basically on a plantation. And I mean, he made a really strong argument, I think, and I think that's what they're really trying to popularize, is just basically bring it to the forefront and say,
but
well,
even that is going away. Like, that's that status quo is what you mentioned, but you're saying, but according, like, to this logic, even that will be taken away. So then what will people do for their health?
well, the best way to not need healthcare is to not be alive. I mean, I think that's really.
I think our little dive into Twitter yesterday was interesting. Like those pages and stuff. I think that's a telltale sign. Like, once you're looking at what's being promoted, what's being pushed out there, it's psychological warfare on the highest scale. And I don't know what the purpose for it is, besides, you know, disseminate and rot us from the inside, I guess.
Conversation we had was about sort of the effects of technology on agency, and well, not just technology, but culture as well. But he believed culture was downstream of technology. He believed.
Oh shit!
Oops. Public enemy number one. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, man. Yeah, don't say culture is downstream of technology, or A, you'll lose agency, and B, you'll oppose accelerationism, but C, you also might go totally insane. But yeah, that is such a interesting point. See, I've heard the accelerationists say thousands of times, right? Like people like Peter Thiel and all these people, right? Say that no, technology is downstream of culture, right? But you know, yeah, you know, it's the killers that think the opposite. Right? It's fascinating stuff, and for sure. Right?
That it was the technological developments that were causing the cultural changes that were resulting in things like what he would call NPC behaviors. So, you know, he believed amongst the things that he believed was taking people's agency away from them was shallow entertainment. he really resonated with an article that I'd written.
And this is such a central point. You know, I just seen today, you know, Claire go on Stephen James, this guy's channel, right? And this dude was saying, like, you know, basically, Claire, you want white people to neglect the thing that's made them great, which is science and technological innovation, right? So he was openly saying, he was like, look, if we accept Islam, right, then you know, or if we even tacitly accept Islam, right, secular Quranism, right, then we'll basically, you know, be, you know, shooting ourselves in the foot, essentially, because it's white culture that caused all this technological development. He was actually openly saying that. So this is one of the main points they'll make, right? So once you break it to them that that's actually not what happened, right? All right, they have a very hard time dealing with it, right?
Yes, plus they have a hard time accepting that Arabs were white, including the Jewish ones. So
yeah, and Ted's not accelerationist, right? So, all right, so that's two different ideologies, right? Accelerationism says culture is moving technology. Ted says technology is moving culture, the same way Alul said, right?
yes,
And the main argument comes from Alul, the work that we're reading when we open our show here.
Called the intellectual obesity crisis, which is about useless information.
So it's so funny that he mentioned that point, right? And he acted like that this is an opinion of Mangione, when actually,
correct, not a little.
Yeah, not Alul, right? So it's funny.
And how we are addicted to useless information because it's like shallow entertainment. And he was very concerned with things like online porn. Like, he believed that a lot of men were not going out and meeting women because they were addicted to porn. He was really concerned about video games. He believed that people were not making accomplishments. They were not accomplishing things in the real world because they were getting sort of these dopamine hits from video games. And he also believed social media addiction was a big problem that was taking people's agency away from them as well. He feared this was happening to him as well. And one of the topics of the conversation, I mean, was about, he wanted advice from me on how he could sort of reclaim some agency.
Check this out.
I might respond to that. I think I'm taking those.
Wait, Hank, stop. What is this guy's qualification, Gurvinder or whatever? Like, why is he qualified to give advice on this subject?
He's a reporter and wrote an article on this stuff. He was talking about his own article about, you know, this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I would like to respond to this. I'll take it personally. So I did a Truity test and I came out ENTJ, and they're known for being a leadership type executives. But here's the thing: society doesn't want me to be a leader because I don't have the physical. I don't look the part in this society. I don't look the part. I'm too short. I'm the wrong race. So so they're pretty much saying I should just play video games and watch porn. But they're saying I shouldn't do that either because it's against their current values. But you assholes are superficial, so I don't understand what you want me to do. So until you figure out what you want to do, I'll just do what I want. Do what you allow me to do with your restrictions.
Well, that's kind of the idea, isn't it? I mean, you have a game that's set up for certain rules, and then you change the rules, and then cognitive dissonance ensues, and then you want to get away from cognitive dissonance, and they give you a path of least resistance, and then you take it, and then there you go.
Yeah, and the path of least resistance is currently the porn and video games. But if you want me to stop it, I'll be breaking the rules then too. So
no, you're
something.
Hold on, you're not breaking the rules. You're following the rules of evolution, Darwinianism. See, you're following exactly the right rules.
Well, would that be breaking the policies and codes of the current society, though? So I need you guys to pick one.
Well, that's the thing. You have a choice. You can pick death or double think.
It's the same thing.
Maybe. Now you're getting it. What I want to say on this particular point is Can you just back that up like 10 seconds? Let me just hear what the last words you said. Hold on one second.
Was a big problem that was taking people's agency away from them as well.
Yeah,
But
okay.
he
Now
feared this was happening to him as well. And one of the topics of the conversation, I mean, was
so he's using the term agency, which again, like William Gibson's last book was called Agency, and that's why it's, you know, I almost called my channel Agency too, because I think it's really it's a very interesting argument, and I think Unseen has an interesting argument about this too. Like, you know, it's like, do we have agency? Do we not? Is it taking away our volition? And it's like, basically the way he's framing this is like, he's describing reality. Like, we are, all these things that he's quote unquote concerned about are happening. The only question is, what level of concern do you want to apply to it, right? So the way he's framing it is he's very careful to say, this is what his concern is. He's very careful not to give it any credence that it actually is based on reality, right? So I think it's very interesting framing of the situation. So
was about, he wanted advice from me on how he could sort of reclaim some agency.
And so he reaches out to you and you have a video call. And I know the video call went nearly 2 hours. This was in May, which is really important timing, Gerwinder, because this is right before he sort of went off the grid or went missing in early July, as far as we understand it. Was there anything in that call that now you see what has happened stands out to you in retrospect?
What had happened was,
I mean, there are a couple of things which kind of make a bit more sense now, but I mean, I can't say that I would have really predicted his behavior from.
Yeah, and I think that I mean, obviously, he's willing to say that because I mean, it's you know, especially damning to his position, because if he's the one corresponding with him on this issues, then what does that all say about him, right? So obviously, he's going to say, "Well, I don't think there's anything substantial there that you can make a case from."
From that video call, you know, he did allude to his frustrations with the U.S. healthcare system. There was a brief exchange we had where he compared, you know, he said that the U.S. healthcare system was really expensive.
This guy has the video call. You're still right.
It's kind of sus, but it is kind of hearsay at the same time.
Yeah, like
Rejection, hearsay.
Like, how did he, like, why didn't he release the call, you know?
And I told him about the NHS, because here in the UK, we have a free healthcare system. And he kind of seemed to idolize the UK's healthcare system. And I told him it wasn't quite simple, because although it was great, I'm a big fan of you.
Yeah, there's a socialist angle there. And I think it works in that way that that since this guy went crazy, that it could work as a story to help reform the system, right? But you know, obviously there's nothing quote unquote revolutionary about his actions. Right?
Universal healthcare. I said that it's not quite as simple as that, because we have big waiting lists in the UK. So, you know, there's a bit of a trade-off. But I did say that the UK system was better than the US one, and he agreed with that.
So his mother, when I'm talking about the timing here, and I know you talked to him for hours in May, his mother said to police that she last spoke to him on July 1st. And obviously that's very soon after your call with him. Do you have any sense of what might have led to him at that point distancing himself from his family and friends? And actually distancing seems like too light of a word, right? I mean, he really completely stopped communicating with people in his life.
There was a part of the conversation where he said that the people around him were not on his wavelength, and he was eager for a community of like-minded people. And that was one of the reasons why he wanted to talk to me, because he felt that I was a kindred spirit.
Yeah, that seems like another reform point. All right. Essentially saying, hint, hint, you should form a community around these ideas. All right. You know what I mean? It's like promotion. Right?
And he just said that the people around him, he couldn't really talk to them because, like, he said that they were on a different wavelength. I don't remember much of that part of the conversation other than that statement that the people around him were not on the same wavelength as him. And again, he felt that the same was true in Japan as well. He felt like he just didn't really connect with the people in Japan. You know, he went to Japan because he really enjoyed Japanese culture, and he was a big fan of the Japanese sort of honor, the sense of honor. But he felt like it was a very sort of isolated place, and he may have been lonely. I don't know. He may be.
Yeah, such a weird background. Black and white bricks, right? It's like, what the fuck? Right. Highly Masonic background.
Yeah.
Lonely.
Gurwinder, thank you very much. I really appreciate your taking the time.
Thank you, Aaron.
Hello, I'm Patrick.
It's me, Picard.
Oh, we should definitely watch the Picard. We should definitely watch the Picard commercial. Hey, gay space communism is good, guys. I mean, hello, this is Picard.
You know, let's do that. Let's actually watch the commercial.
Make it show.
Boo.
Even though they don't pay us, we don't make any money from us to actually watch their commercial.
I need to put my accent, but yeah. I like Picard. Picard's my favorite captain. He's definitely the most interesting. Oh, can you bring up that chart I sent you, Machine?
Yeah, I think I can.
Because I think that relates kind of to what we were talking about, all those Korjipsky and all that. This chart is one of my favorite charts I've ever seen in my life. Hank will like this one.
Can't see that good.
Oh shit! Sorry, I don't know how to.
Screen that. Yeah, open it in a new browser. You can full screen that.
I think I sent it to you too, Hank. If you know how to blow it up, you're definitely welcome. I think I sent it to you.
Yeah, I just told you how to blow it up, but and let me see how he sent it. No, you didn't. Just put it in the main chat on the Machine Live server real quick. Okay, I got it. Let me present it. Shrink it a little bit to get it all in. I have it shared. Go ahead and share my screen. See, it's a bit bigger. In fact, I'll actually fall off screen. So you have. Well, you don't have any axes defined. It's just a relationship chart. So masonry, and it's hierarchical somehow. It's hierarchical. What's the base? Masonry, void, space opera, sausage culture, scouting. It all
You got core gyps middle.
Yeah, I kind of understand it, but I will rearrange that. Personally, I would rearrange that chart and just
Well, guess who got it? Just Guess who just got honors from the U.S. Navy yesterday?
Oh,
Tom
Ron,
Cruise.
Tom Cruise. Yep. Okay. Well, what did Tom Cruise do in the Navy?
Well, that's what we should ask ourselves, I think.
David Miscavige. So what would you say the chart's about?
Well, what do you think of the flow of it? You have masonry, then what does it say? I can't read from my little screen, but masonry, then OTO or something.
Yeah, have you made like masonry?
Golden Dawn.
Oh yeah, Golden Dawn.
Yeah, I believe there's like a connection between masonry and Freud. If you made masonry the root, then the chart would make more sense. Unless maybe there is a connection, but I'm pretty sure there is.
Yeah, and there's some names that they may have missed, like Peirce, William James, Mesmer, and others, right?
Yeah.
Well, actually, look all the way on the right side. Look all the way on the right side. Look all the way on the right side where it says U.S. Navy. I didn't even see that, but I just noticed that right there.
Yeah. But I guess what it would be is...
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Hold on now.
Yeah, but I guess if I could describe the chart, it would be a link between the occult and psychology, right? So that's essentially what it's showing, right? Occult, secret intelligence, and psychology, right?
And that has Nexium down there. What does it say? What does it say right there? It says abstract therapy. Or what does it say?
Well, if that's the case, you put Gnosticism as a root and derive everything from there.
It says U.S. Navy ab-reactive therapy. What is ab-reactive therapy? What is that?
Why are you saying it's all the other therapies still about the same? What name is that? Harris isn't there.
Has anybody ever heard of Rainier? The bottom piece there, it says Rainier or something.
Yeah, Nexium guy. Yeah, I heard of him. He had the sex cult.
You think he was hanging out with P. Diddy or what?
There's no evidence that he's hanging out with P. Diddy. And there's no evidence that he's hanging out with what's his name? Weinstein either. So
they got Ron DeSantis, Navy intelligence. You got Jack Posobiec, Navy intelligence. You got what's his name? Steve Pachenik. You've got Alex Jones. I don't know. I think I would add them to the chart.
I see hypnosis there, but they didn't list Mesmer explicitly.
Maybe he just figured it out by accident.
Yeah, Rosicrucian there, but Rosicrucian has Catholicism as a base. Yeah, I had to rework this chart to make it make more sense. And the diaries there, I don't know which diaries they're referring to.
Well, then they have like the Mayo Clinic for something. Is that Mayo Clinic or something? Or
yeah, they do have Mayo Clinic. But no, that's Mayo AAC. I don't know that. That's not Mayo Clinic. But yeah, I would totally rework the chart.
Yeah, and you guys can share something else if you guys want to. I just wanted to show you guys this chart because I thought it was related to what we were talking about. You can play something else now if you want.
Okay. I have J Dyer thing queued up. So let me just find that. This one, I'll read that one. I'll spawn another tab.
Yeah, I have it queued up too if you want.
Well, I have a different J Dyer thing for contrast.
Oh, okay.
Just me with Jay Dyer.
Oh, okay.
But it's open forum, so we're opening it up now. This guy, I don't know if it's the same guy that put the super chat up. Hank says, "Tell Jim Bob." No, today Jim Bob said that New Agers are all solipsists. Yeah, I think so. I would say solipsism is true for the root of mind only. Well, solipsism isn't true. So why would you think solipsism is true at all? The mind of God? Well, again, our worldview is based on divine revelation. So it's not based on any kind of like solipsist philosophical speculation. So I don't know where you're getting that.
Lols.
Uh-oh. Adam King wants to debate.
Yeah, I skipped around because he took another call before mine. So
Go ahead, dude. You gotta unmute, man. King, I thought other dude name.
I've got quite a few questions.
So I don't even know what the actual number of books is. Let's see.
No,
7 letters to the
Atlanticism. So
because Revelation
religion and
Hank wanted to come discuss. So go ahead, Hank. Are you the guy asking the question about solipsism? You got to unmute.
there you go. Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Excellent. But yeah, you read my question, but I'll just ask it again to let the audience know that I'm here reading it. Yeah, today Jim Bob said New Agers are solipsists.
Mm-hmm.
I would say solipsism is true for the root mind only, the mind of God, and for us it's idealism. How am I wrong?
What do you mean the root mind of God? I don't even know what that means.
Yes, so the root is pretty much like a computer term. The root account is the account that controls everything on the computer. And relation to us, God is the root of the universe.
Okay, how do you know this? Sounds like where are you getting this from?
So if we assume God is omnipotent,
Is what?
and omniscient,
Omnipotent?
it just follows.
Huh?
It just follows if we assume God's omniscient, omnipotent.
Okay, well, how do you know that's who God is and how he is? We know that as Christians because it's in divine revelation, but what's your source for this?
I am a Unitarian Universalist. That's Christians right from religion. So
Oh, you're not? Okay, so
you do.
So you're not part of our revelation because revelation says that he's triadic and not just a Unitarian being.
Okay, well, I can't make sense of triadicism, so I may have to send in.
So God has to submit to what you think makes sense, or what?
He doesn't have to, but it doesn't mean that you know better than I do.
Does the Old Testament teach that he's a triad?
No. You want to say something about that so far? No commentary yet?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, he is right. The Old Testament does teach that.
Yeah, if you use your J-Dye decoder ring, I agree with you, but otherwise it's hard to find. In fact, I can find scripts contradicting that.
It would seem to be contradictory, right? But context is key, you know? Like if you could take anything out of and put an overly logical view on it and be like, look, see, you know, and it's really not that though.
Yeah, but that would mean that the Jews who wrote it don't understand what they wrote, and that is absurd.
No, I mean that would mean that you don't understand what they wrote.
But the Jews don't agree with Jay Dyer. They don't. They wrote the thing and they don't agree with him. The only way you can derive it is using your Jay Dyer decoder ring.
No. See, the Holy Fathers do agree amongst themselves, and the prophets agreed. There was sects of Jews that didn't agree, and they were the Sadducees and the Pharisees and the Essenes and the Samaritans. Like there was different sects that didn't agree, but within Christianity, you're going to find that the prophets of the Old Testament agree with the New Testament teachers.
And I disagree on that.
you can, but it's true.
Truth is just a feeling. Let's continue. Let someone else has something to say.
It seemed like he was somewhat making fun of your stutter there for a second, or did I miss that?
Sure, but I've gotten used to it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so what about all the 3 hours that I just did the other night of going through all the texts in the Old Testament that teach a triad? What are all those texts?
You mean not the Kabbalah?
Yes, I had to go back and rewatch it. From my understanding, it does not teach a triad, which is why the Jewish people don't say that.
Well, that's a fallacy. So what? So the fact that Jews don't accept it means that it's not true.
Well,
are Jews Unitarian? Are Jews? Do Jews teach Unitarian Universalist solipsism?
No, you don't. But
okay, so then, so it has nothing to. So it's irrelevant. So that's a fallacy.
Okay, so we're both fallacious.
No, it just means that your argument's fallacious. Doesn't mean I'm fallacious.
Lols.
But both arguments are fallacious.
No, they're not. I mean, I just appealed to the Old Testament theophanies. What are those? I mean, it says the glory of God appeared as the angel of Yahweh. Who's that?
Was it Michael?
No, you can't worship Michael. Michael's not uncreated.
Oh, we can only worship uncreated things. So you
don't believe that?
False because we can't possibly, the physics prevent us from.
All right, you can't. I'm sorry, man. This is just, it's not even, can't even understand what you're saying. Mark, what's up?
Sad trombone.
Yeah, it dropped me because he just didn't like where we were going with that. Because the first commandment would have just contradicted them.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't really take. Oh, you got dropped in the call-in show. I don't take that all that seriously because the host can drop a call because it's a rage quit rather than the caller is bad.
Yeah.
And Jake died rage quitting because he knew he didn't want to go any further with this thing because if you could physically worship things other than non-created things.
Yeah, I really wanted to know. Yeah, I really wanted to know his answer to that. But yeah, he won't engage. Right?
Yeah, he was running with a false premise. The Bible itself says it's physically possible to worship uncreated things, which is why there was a commandment against it. And if it's physically impossible to worship uncreated things, there would be no reason to make a command because it's not physically possible to do. Any questions about that? That's not. We can go to the i5 one for comparison. Do you have that queued up? The machine lies.
Yeah.
I have questions about that. What do you mean? What are you trying to say about uncreated? I don't understand. What's the argument exactly?
So my argument is that God is the root mind, and he's a solipsist, and we're relative to hit God's solipsism. We're idealists because we're in the mind of God, but we're not. That we don't have root control over. We don't have the privilege to modify the universe however we please, like God does. And he doesn't like that model because his church fathers told him differently. Even though
what's the official Orthodox view on that unseen? Is that I'm not sure I quite grasp.
So what?
Personally, do you see any contradiction between what Hank is saying and what Orthodox says? Because I don't quite understand what's the
what did he say? I'm
It's
sorry,
like
I was talking to Jeff.
Oh, it's okay. Can you repeat your claim really briefly for unseen?
Yeah, God's the root mind. He has control of the universe. Relative to him, we are idealists because we're in the mind of God but don't have root control of the universe.
That's a false presupposition. We're not in the mind of God. God is outside of time, and and at the same time, the Holy Spirit is everywhere and fills all things.
Oh my! You get it now, Neil Jack?
Well, I don't understand why you think that what he said can't be a part of what you're saying. I don't understand. If he refines what you're saying into a more precise view of things, why is that a contradiction?
Like the idea that like we're a part of God's body or something, no, that's not what we believe. We believe the essence of God is unknowable. His energies can be known in time, right? Like, and the God-man himself who incarnated in time could be known through that revelation in time.
So it's not so much that we're quote unquote worshiping Jesus. We're saying Jesus is God because he came here to know us and we know him, and so now we have a direct relationship with God through Jesus. Meaning like God, Jesus is God, but he's also like the doorway to ultimate reality, essentially. And I guess the question, I think, for Hank, he doesn't see that there could be three versions of not versions, but you know what I mean, three parts of God, essentially.
No, dude, whoa, chill. So the way they explain it is the Holy Trinity is one God in three persons, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The three persons are distinct, but they are not separate, and are not three gods, but they are one because God because they are one in essence or nature. The Father is unbegotten fountainhead of the deity. The Son is eternally begotten of the Father. The Holy Spirit is the helper and the Spirit of truth who proceeds from the Father. So it's not three gods, it's one God in three persons. And they're not separate.
Yes. Now you have to explain all the other parts. There's no reason with the assumption that God is omnipotent to believe that he can only exist as three persons. He could be everything in our universe.
See, you're acting as if like that's a limitation, and it's just how it is. It's just how it is. It's not a limitation.
It was what your church fathers told you, but you can't prove it. It's the way it is. Because if we assume an omnipotent God, then you could just be wrong at any time. It could be retconned.
The reason we're not wrong is because you haven't been revealed that, but we have been revealed that.
Oh, so I don't have without connection with God somehow.
Well, I mean, if you did, you'd have connected with him and found that he's in three persons.
Oh, does God have to ask your permission to talk to me? That you and your church's permission? Couldn't God just tell me different stuff?
Well, I mean, I think that the fact that your attitude is the way it is, that if I was God, I probably wouldn't be talking to you.
Are you God?
No, but I'm just saying that I probably wouldn't be talking to you. So if he's not talking to you, maybe it's your attitude.
Do you see my point, Neil Jack?
I see your point. Do you see his point?
Yeah, I see his point, but it doesn't follow from the premises.
What? But I mean, we're talking about logic and reason, and as compared to God, it's like you can't fit God in a box. What makes you think that God can be figured out in that?
Yes, we can't fit God in a box, but you claim that you and your church fathers figured out a way to fit God in a box. And that's
we didn't figure out a way. That's a false presupposition. We didn't figure out a way through reason and logic. It's through divine revelation. There's two different things there.
Let me put it in a different term for Hank and see if this makes sense. If you were to break down an atom into at least three parts, you have a proton, a neutron, and an electron, right? But that doesn't mean that it's not one thing. It just means that there's three components that make up another thing. That also doesn't preclude that there could be other things involved but it means that if you want the basis of an atom, from your view, you need at least those three components. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and what I'm saying is I reject the model because it's not consistent.
I feel like that analogy doesn't quite relate, or what the word is.
Yeah, it's a false
It
analogy.
doesn't, because the Trinity is a mystery for one. You know, like that's something that it's a mystery. And if you want to know about that mystery, you could read the Holy Fathers on what they say about that mystery. And why do we trust them? It's because they were holy and that they reached such a level of communion with God that they were revealed truths that other men have not, because they were open to it. Not so much in the head, but the heart, a crucifying of the mind, because the wisdom of this world is foolishness to God. So if you're going to talk about the scriptures, then you're going to have to use the scriptures to understand what you're talking about, not your own reason and logic and a half understanding of the scriptures you're talking about. It just, that's not how things work. You wouldn't go read a manual to a toaster oven to figure out, you know, how to fix your car.
And I'm saying there's no reason to assume that God's restricted to the logic of church fathers.
Yes, it is, because they do. The apostle says in the scriptures, we delivered this message through word in our epistle, and this is holy tradition handed down from generation to generation. So Christ ordained the 12 ordained bishops, those bishops ordained bishops, and there's a chain link of teaching there, which is called orthodox teaching. That there's guidelines so heresy doesn't enter, and then wrong theology isn't practiced, and that's how it works. There's a structure there that was set up by God himself in the flesh.
So what prevents God from simply changing the structure like that? He could snap a new structure into place without using any effort. What's to prevent him?
Well, I mean, what ifs? So what? We don't deal with what ifs. We're dealing with reality, and the reality is Christ established the church. Christ, picked out 12 apostles. Those apostles baptized people and set up bishops. We have the writings from Saint Ignatius and Saint Polycarp and Saint Irenaeus and Saint Athanasius and all these people, Saint Justin Martyr, that were part of that early church that had direct contact with those apostles. So why wouldn't we trust their teachings instead of our own thoughts on what we think, and pretty much just like not even a full understanding of what they understood Christianity to be?
So the premise is, I accept the premise. Why wouldn't we accept the teachings? We should always ask, why should we accept the teachings? And the reason why we should accept the teachings because they just made a script and they're sticking to it. So, but there's a lot of people who did that. So we're not getting too far yet.
That's a kind of a fallacy there, is that just because a lot of people did something doesn't mean that this particular case is true or not. That has nothing to do with it. Unless you examine the case in detail of why these people did what they did and were willing to die for it and be martyred for it. And, there's many recorded miracles attached to it throughout the centuries. Something's going on here. 12 illiterate fishermen don't take over Rome with an ideology unless it's something that really affected people. It was revolutionary, and all the way till today. So,
okay. So my request is that the Orthodox Church performs new miracles, and I don't mean the little fire trick with it's just stage magic.
We don't base our faith off miracles. Miracles are just a product of our faith.
Then why do you cite miracles as evidence?
I'm not citing them as evidence. I'm citing them that they have happened. So it's a part of the faith that they have happened. And I'm saying that that's an undeniable thing. It's like, it's not just proof, because miracles can happen. I mean, pagan or whoever can, pagan witches can do miracles or something. You know what I'm saying? But that doesn't mean the miracles are true miracles, and that doesn't mean they're from God. Now, how do you know they're from God? That comes from discernment. How do you get discernment? Purification, illumination, and theosis.
Yeah, your whole argument is that you can contain God with logic, and I reject that notion.
I've never said that you can get God through logic. Logic plays a minor role as far as just understanding words, but the totality of God can't be understood with logic. No.
Yeah, that's my point, though.
Well, what we can understand has been revealed.
I agree.
So, like, for instance, the logos takes no part in the spirit's hypostatic cause. There can only be one cause in the triad, which would, the Roman Catholic position ends up in a dyad, two eternal causes in the Trinity, which would be polytheistic. Christ himself says the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father and he will send him. That's economic procession, not hypostatic. From the Father through the Son is energetic procession, not hypostatic in origin in terms of procession. So we have an understanding of this with human words, right? But it's still a mystery to us. We don't know in what way, the uncreated energies of God really come to us. We just know that he gives us grace in this way,
Yeah, I agree with that. I just don't accept the J. Dye interpretation.
I don't know what Jay's saying. I wasn't really paying attention to him, to be honest. But I mean, he's pretty much like straight out a theology book. Like, he's got like most of it right. Like, Jay's a pretty smart guy, but he'll add in stuff from people like Vladimir Lotsky and these type of like scholastic theologians, where it's almost like a theoretical orthodoxy rather than a lived out orthodoxy, because the saints would learn their theology through suffering and ascetic practices and not at a seminary.
Okay. But I think this discussion played out. I want to watch artifice go at this.
Yeah, is this still your video up here, Hank?
Yeah, it's still my video.
Oh, okay.
Go focus on the. Oh, you have control here. Focus on your tab now.
Okay, let me see. Yeah, I've heard this guy make some pretty bad arguments, but still, IFI is insufferable.
Yeah, those are great questions. Look, we do that. We open this up all the time, so you're welcome to hop in here anytime and ask whatever you, which is good, but way more than usual. I know Iffy's been waiting to come in for a couple days, so we're going to go to him first.
Lols.
At the bottom of the cliff was another pile of garbage, and We decided that one big pile's better than two little piles, and rather than bring that one up, we decided to throw ours down. That's what we did. Drove back to the church, had a Thanksgiving dinner that couldn't be beat, went to sleep and didn't get up until the next morning when we got a phone call.
Yeah, I don't know why I can't hear you, but yeah, you're like muted or something, but yeah, your voice is not coming through. Yeah, Chuck's out there. Yeah, Chuck, can you hear her? Because I cannot hear her out here. Yeah, we're gonna wait for Sis to get this figured out here. Yeah, because I cannot. Yeah, Stephanie says muted. Chuck says muted. Yeah, you muted. Yeah, thank you guys. Gonna make me sound crazy out here. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, peace to the chat. Blessings. Chuck, what up, Chuck? We're gonna start Uncle Chuckle's custard hut at some point, you know? Frozen custard. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, we having technical difficulties. Yeah, there we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but there's an echo. Yeah, we'll get it figured out.
What about now?
Here, let me see. Yeah, it looks like you figured it out. Yeah, blessings.
Is there an echo?
It doesn't seem like it. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it anymore. Yeah. So
Okay, good.
yeah.
So what's going on, dude?
Yeah, peace be with you. Yeah. Just chilling. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody good?
Yeah, everybody's great. How about you?
Yeah, all good, all good.
Yeah, that's good to hear.
I still hear an echo, do you?
Not on my end, but maybe you can hear it, but yeah, I can't hear it.
That's wild.
Oh,
People let me know if you hear it.
yeah, it's not coming through. Yeah, it's a little bit like I just heard it for a second right now. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah. Strange shit. The StreamYard throttles
It-
this shit.
I hate StreamYard. Truly do.
Yeah, honestly. I feel like they save the bandwidth for the top, show producers. They don't give everybody the same service. Right?
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
I know. It's wild.
It's like some type of tech communism.
It is. It really is.
Yeah, because how could they like you could sign in through Google, so it's obvious that they have some type of deal with the Google. You know what I mean? Or else, how
Yeah,
would that be
that's true.
possible? You know?
Yeah, no, that's true, actually. Who knows? I can't even keep up anymore. I don't know who's doing what.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the things I say on my show is that technology basically is communism. You know what I mean? Because
That's true.
because like you need for large scale technology, only a few experts can really produce it, and you need huge funding to get it done. So it ends up centralizing things big time.
Yeah, yeah. So what is the machine lie, by the way, here is one of my friends. How did we even run across each other? Do you remember?
I think it was generally specific, or I was having Bible debates with generally specific. And
Oh, is that what it was?
yeah, I think it was something like that.
How
Yeah.
did that go?
I think well, it ended abruptly. I mean, most
Mhm.
people when pressed, they don't want to get into it. I've noticed that.
Oh, yeah, 1000%, especially
Yeah.
with him.
Yeah, but I'm talking about even the top level guys, like like made by Jim Bob and the Glenn Lawrences, like even they don't want to get into it. So and the things are that these beliefs are tricky things. So I give them some credit. I mean, because
True.
it's like it's like but I'm just trying to demonstrate. Hey, look, it's not so easy to come to a conclusion when these things are being debated for thousands of years. Right. So
Right.
like, let's just kind of hit the brakes, and
Yeah. No, yeah, you're right, they are tricky.
yeah,
They're
big
very
time.
tricky. Yeah, people get super passionate about it too. You know?
Yeah.
And then they
Yeah.
lose the argument and they resort to, you know, calling names and all that crazy stuff. So, did you say that you have a book coming up?
Oh yeah, I got my second book coming up. You know what I mean? And yeah, I'm thinking of a title, but yeah, um,
What is it
uh,
what is it about?
it's really a bunch of aphorisms. It's gonna be like 99 pages of aphorisms. Right? This is a new style in philosophy since Nietzsche, right?
Mhm.
So it's like little paragraphs and things. I mean that you put out. So a lot of it has to do with technology, right? Like my first book, I wrote on a range of subjects. I tried to combine politics, theology, and then philosophy together, right? So
Yeah.
talk about them, you know what I mean, in a historical way, the development of these three subjects, all right? If we could look at them together, right? And
Yeah.
then just look at Western, what is Western or, quote unquote, Judeo Christian, you know what I
Mhm.
mean? Or, you know what I mean? Or European, even you can say, you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
wanted to separate these terms from Christian. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that was my goal. You know, right? And so it was a really strange type of project, right? Because I've been hearing about all of these philosophers, thinkers, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, I saw the great majority of them were from European civilization, right? So I was
Okay.
wondering, like why that is, right? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So yeah, so I was trying to get to the bottom of some things. Being you know, obviously an American citizen, right? But being raised Muslim, practicing the faith, you know.
Yeah.
So it's been an interesting time. I was not born here. I was born in Pakistan. Right?
Oh,
So
okay,
yeah,
I didn't know that.
yeah.
I didn't know that. So, when were what age were you when you moved here?
I was like 9 years old. So
Okay. Do you remember
yeah.
any of it?
Oh yeah, big time. Yeah, big time. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. I remember it.
And
Yeah,
what
and I
is it?
know a lot about it too. You know what I mean? The culture, the history, right?
Yeah.
And obviously I'm bilingual, so yeah, and actually I learned a lot about the history of India in general. I became fascinated, not just with Pakistan, but with the greater Indian civilization, right?
Yeah.
I wanted to get to the bottom of, like where did Hinduism come from? You know what I mean? Right. Right. Like I just did a
Yeah.
whole thing on my show, with it, with my friend. She's she's from Tamil. She's Tamil, I mean, but
Mhm.
but she's Hindu, I mean, so she knows a lot about, different Hindu subjects. So we did a whole explanation of the origins of Hinduism. I mean, because
Yeah.
I'm fascinated. You know, like these are the type of things that fascinate me, right? Like where did technology come from? Where did religion come from? Where did Indian people come from? You know what I mean? Where did brown
Yeah.
people come from? You know what I mean? Like what's America about? How did it start? What are the founding fathers and vision for this country? You know, like American history, you
Yeah.
know, and like all that stuff. That's the type of stuff that fascinates me, you know? You know, I
Yes,
always
same,
fascinated
dude.
with that type of stuff. Like, you know, like because I want to figure out like how did I get here? Like what's the point of me being here? Like you know,
Right.
like like
Right.
freedom, like liberty, like justice, like what's all that about? They keep saying those words, you know?
Yeah. No, I totally get it. Like that's the same stuff that we've been through. I mean, I've been through, I thought about, you know. Um, it really is fascinating. I also find like all these other cultures super fascinating, you know.
Yeah,
Like we can
totally.
learn something from it, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I find it fascinating that like European culture is like basically worldwide.
Yeah.
Like you know what I mean? You know, like English is a language of business, right? And like you know, like you know, the whole economies of the world is like run by the by the petrodollar, and like all that type of you know thing. Like how did you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
you know, like how did this happen? I mean, or why did European culture create universalism? You know what I mean? To
Yeah.
where like, you know, you know, like they created computers and computers created code, and now you don't need to have a language or a culture. You could just translate it through the code and just have anything. You know what I mean?
That's true.
So
Although they're
yeah,
oftentimes are not even accurate, but yeah, true.
yeah. Yeah, like I read this shit in a book one day. I mean, it blew my mind. Let me see if I can find this for you. You know what I mean?
Okay.
This
Yeah.
is one of the this is one of the main things I talk about on my show. I mean, he was talking about um the plasticity of content. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah.
yeah, that really set me off. You know what I mean?
I can imagine. I can imagine. But I have to say, so back to this Jim Bob dude, I'm not a big fan. You know, I don't like the whole like, you know, you just talk over everybody and don't give anybody an opportunity to speak. You know what I mean? Um, so yep, not a big fan.
Yeah,
Let's see. So I saw that one episode where you went up to kind of debate some of that stuff. I think they were saying about like the Islam, you know, the Muslim religion, and you're like, dude, that's not what it is, or something. Actually, I remember Glenn inviting you up, didn't he?
yeah, they tried to do some weird type of stuff, but yeah, it's kind of characteristic of that type of crowd because I have a sort of checkered past, you know what I'm saying? Right,
Yeah.
with that crowd, especially with Made by Jim Bob, right?
Uh-huh.
And you know, we've had little spats in the past as well. So not everything that was going on was really portrayed on the screen there. I mean, so I think that was part of it. So I think Glenn Lawrence was a little bit dumbfounded, you know what I mean, with the exchange.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I think he wasn't aware that I had conversated with Made by Jim Bob so many times previously, right? Like
Okay.
it'd been a few times that we had you know had a little you know what I mean, and a couple of times we came to agreement on a couple issues, and a few
Yeah.
times you know what I mean it ended pretty badly, like you know insults, him throwing me off the stage, you know what I mean, that sort of thing. I mean, right? So and particularly on the religious topics. And as you could tell, it was religious topics again. So you know what I mean? For some
Yeah.
reason, they're extremely dogmatic when it comes to religious issues, right? And that
Right.
type of dogmatism is not good for philosophical debates, right? Because you want to explore the broad issues, right? So to hamper the discussion with like insults and like dogmatism, you know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
low level stuff, but I mean, what can you really expect from people like Glenn Lawrence and Jim Bob? They're kind of coming out of like the Hollywood type of atmosphere, and they're trying to be like YouTubers. So You know what I mean, right? I don't think they're trying to debate with people who actually compose works. I mean, right on that type of topic. I mean, right. So,
Yeah. I
yeah,
have to
like
say, like, I actually like Glenn. I don't see the same stuff that Jim Bob does at Glenn. You know what I mean? With Glenn. Um, I think Glenn is
well, I think they're
like,
not from the same religious background. I think Glenn is more open in his religious beliefs. So there's less
yeah.
dogmatism in terms of Glenn because he's not an Orthodox Christian.
No, he's not. I think he's
Right.
just a
Yeah.
traditionalist. I think he's just like there
Yeah.
for like home, you know, like
Yeah.
the
And
value of family.
yeah, and
Uh,
I can appreciate, you know, Sunni Muslims or Orthodox Christians or some type of people, you know, are extremely vitriolic in their belief system, and I can appreciate that. I mean, because it's
yeah,
like, you know, that's what made them survive for so long. So, you
right.
know, at one end we can criticize it all we want, but you know, I mean, at another end, you know, I mean, they have extreme meritocracy, I mean, right, in their belief system that's kept them, you know, what I mean, going. I mean, so,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? I don't, you know, and I don't want to get too much involved in that, you know, right? But the thing is that, you know, one day I had a gentleman on my show that was Catholic, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
And he was critiquing the Father Peter Hears, right?
Mhm.
And that's the sort of you know, church father that you know, made by Jim Bob and Andrew from the Crucible and Jay Dyer and all these people. They all promote this guy, right? So
Mhm.
so you know, when this Catholic guy came on my show and critiqued him, this dude Andrew Wilson sent me like a message, and he's like, "Well, you're slandering Peter Hears." So I sent him
Huh.
back a message, and I said, "I wasn't even talking about him. I don't even know who that is, by the way." You know, the fact is that there's a Catholic gentleman on my show slandering him, and what am I supposed to do about that? Tell him that his Catholic beliefs and his Catholic church are false? What's my well, you know, where's my
Right.
position to do? You know, where's my position to have interreligious debate between Christians, right? And right, where's my authority to hold that? And right, so you know, the fact is that they're extreme dogmatists, right? You know, so I mean, right,
Yeah.
and they take their belief system and their set of authorities and their people very seriously. And you know, you know, again, who am I to critique that, right? I mean, right,
No.
but yeah, but if I have an Orthodox Christian on my show that says, "Well, we don't follow that specific church," and there's other church
Mhm.
people that reject that, wow, I could give them the forum, right?
Right,
You know, who am
right.
I? I mean, right? I'm not promoting hate for religions. I'm just
No,
having
I
an open
and I
discussion.
noticed that. Yeah, I noticed that about your show. I mean, you do welcome everybody. You know, there are always all kinds of people with different perspectives and backgrounds, and you've been nothing but kind to me. And you know that I'm not Muslim. There's just
Yeah,
so much
bless.
to it, you know, and
Oh
so I
yeah, I
do
let people
appreciate you.
openly, you know, criticize Islam on my show because how are we going to get to the bottom of anything if that's not
Right.
allowed? You know, if I just cut off the disc, well, okay, yeah, we could talk about everything except for Islam. Would it be? Well, that's lame, right? I mean, so
Right.
you know, I've had people, you know, I had my friend up there, and you know, and he's you know, one of my good friends that I met online on these shows. And I gave him a whole
Yeah.
hour. I said, "Go ahead, bash Islam. Just give your best arguments against Islam." And he got into an argument with me on the phone, saying I'm afraid and stuff. I said, "You know what? Why don't you take over my show and and
Uh,
um and just bash Islam for an hour? Go ahead, and I'll only ask you
yeah.
questions. How about that? You know, I won't even attack your positions." So I don't
Yeah,
care.
and we shouldn't. People that have their opinions, and I'm not going to attack their, you know what I mean? Your opinion is your opinion. Like, no, that's it, you know?
Right?
And at the end
Like
of the day, with these debates, honestly, we're not going to change anybody's mind.
right.
You know what I
There
mean?
has to be there has to be you know, they have to be looked at as an opportunity for growth on both sides, you know.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, absolutely. Um, I don't know. I just, some of them are super wild, and I don't even know what to do with it, you know? But some of them are more laid back, like you and I, and other people, Glenn, and just some of the people I think he hosts. I think the Orthodox, I believe, are the ones you're mentioning, right? The super.
Well, I mean, it's like I said, it's a little give and take. I mean, because sure, Protestants have little need for central authority, right? But they have more of an idea about the salvific nature of what Christ proposes through the Bible teachings, right? Now the
Yeah.
Orthodox is willing to leave that up to the priest, right?
Mhm.
But they have but they have more of a sort of understanding of where those teachings came from, right?
Right.
So because and I could see the argument on both sides because they've been preserved through the church, right? So the Protestants wouldn't have them if it wasn't for the church. But then on the other end, it's like Protestants actually read the Bible, right? Like the Orthodox are
Yeah.
not going to debate the Bible. They don't want to because that's the authority of the priests. They don't have authority to do that, right?
Yeah.
So it's a sticky situation for sure.
It really is.
Yeah.
Yeah. It really is. What's up, Resto?
Salute. What's up, comrade? How you doing, TML?
Yo, what's going on?
Chilling.
All good. All good. So, TML, did you watch the craziness on Flow last night?
Yeah, and I think Snowfire, I think that she's she is a kind woman. I think she was just like a little bit litty or some shit. I don't know. You know what I mean? I feel like she was just having a good time, but I think she got a little raucous. Right? But usually she's a very kind woman, so I just put that out there for
I
her.
don't know. I mean, that was, and Resto kind of showed up later too. That was just out of like a left
Well, I think
field.
Cynthia was a bad influence on her, so that's all.
Oh
That's all I'm
yeah.
gonna say. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah.
So Cynthia's because Cynthia's, she's low key a master manipulator. You know what I mean? So I mean, I'm gonna
Bingo.
put that out there for you guys. I mean, Cynthia
No.
ain't no joke. Right?
No,
Yeah.
you're absolutely completely right.
I seen
Because
her
I
do it.
actually left. Oh yeah. So I had dropped and I had no idea what was going on. I left and then I was actually watching Mel and Flo texted me. He's like, "Hey, you might want to come back. They're going crazy." And I'm like, "Wait, what? What did I miss?" And I went in there. They're talking about how they needed to talk to other women and air it out. I'm like, what is happening? Like, what did I miss? And then that's when Snow kind of laid it on me, and she's like, "Hey, I've been having problems with you." I'm like, "Okay." She was like, "You come here, you control the channels, and how does she say it? I don't know if you are a real mom or real married because I've never seen pictures." And I'm like, "And you will never actually see pictures, and it's not any of your business." And then she was all over the place. And she's like, "I respect all the things that you've gone through." I'm sorry, what? Some of the things that I've gone through, I don't even respect because they were horrible. You know what I mean? So it's just wild, like truly wild. I mean, you saw that, Resto. What's up?
Yeah, I was there. And I was like, yo, what the like I was in and out because obviously Flo and Mel were live at the same time. But yeah.
I wouldn't
don't-
call Cynthia a master manipulator, but she's pretty good. She's pretty good.
You
I would
remember
say
her whole?
master.
You remember her on Paul and Slave, dude? She's a master, all right, dude.
Pussy Paul's is pretty easy to
She fed this
she's not
dude's
freaking
ego.
carrot.
Cynthia fed this dude's ego for months and months and months, and then stabbed him in the back. It was insane.
It's not that hard. I did it. Jack did it. Even King Steven did it. It's not Pussy Paul's easy. It's
Yeah,
not
I
a good
guess.
test.
I guess he allows it, but yeah, he
You
allows
think
anybody
she's
to.
good?
She's
sorry,
good,
go
but
ahead.
I wouldn't call her a master yet.
I think she is very good at manipulating people because, again, so she set up Snow to do this. Snow was all over the place. I'm like, dude, just let me drive you there. Like, get to the point.
No, I had a similar interaction with Snow that day. I mean, Snow was complaining about my mic, and I said when I was on the road, I had to use my Apple headset because
Gross.
But but her article is about the same, and I pretty much did the same thing. So Snowplow, she's just So
right. Yeah. At the end, I told her, I'm like, what is actually your problem? Like, what is? I'm confused because you're all over the place, and I don't know how can I help you?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
but if someone presses you on your family, you can just lie to them. As far as I'm concerned, you tell, oh, I'm actually dating Finko, or you say my family's fictional.
Oh, hell
don't
no.
worry about whatever. You don't contradict yourself even.
Well, and I'm not going to, but it's like, it's none of your business. I'm not giving you a picture of my kids. Are you kidding me? Or a picture of my husband?
Go look up stock images and give them that.
No,
it all
I'm not
comes
going
down
to.
to jealousy. It all comes down to jealousy.
Yeah,
They all
and
jealous of
Bristow, you've seen pictures of my family.
Yeah, I've seen her family. I've seen her husband. I've heard her husband
You've
talking in the
talked to them.
background. I've heard her
Yeah.
kids talking. Yeah, so yeah, that's not true. That's just completely false. It's ridiculous.
Just a couple different stock images say you wear a new one every month.
I might do that. But no, Finkel's like my uncle. He's like a family to me.
Salute Finkel. Finkel's cool.
Finkel is the best.
Who
yeah,
is
this
Finkel?
was wild.
So in the channel?
So he is, well,
he's in the shadows.
Maybe he is the owner of the channel.
Maybe.
No, so he's Old Sarge Finkel, and he is such a kind person, and let me kind of like run his channel in a way, and I'm like, dude, I don't even know what I'm doing, but okay. He's a busy dude. He's always out, touching grass with his family. And I'm like, hey, I'm off. Actually, we did a show last night. I'm off all week. I'll take care of it. So I have the keys to all of his stuff.
Wow.
Yep.
Oh.
He's a veteran. Yeah.
So can you pin the link? You have enough? Okay, do that then.
Yeah.
Do you know how to do it?
Yes.
Hank, why are you in Resto cosplay right now?
Why are you wearing purple?
So, first of all, Resto doesn't have a purple fedora that I know of. And I have these glasses because, what are they called? Arpo wanted me to have them, so I got them.
Oh, okay. I dropped the link. There you go.
Any more questions?
No, I like you, Hank. I always love when you pop up on panels.
Yeah, you're liked.
Especially if I'm watching a review and then like I see Hank pop up, I'm like, oh, it's about to get good. It's about to be funny.
Yeah, me and Hank broke down some real philosophical debates in the past.
Really?
I'm not even gonna lie. Yeah, totally. Yeah, totally. Actually, I broke down 15 or so like definitions with Hank, like philosophy definitions.
Yeah, I think Hank is very knowledgeable.
Yeah.
And so, and honestly, the machine, like your knowledge and intelligence are just beyond me. I'm like, dude, you are gonna do great things, and I hope and pray that you would.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah.
Absolutely.
TML is really cool. I'm always like listening to him. Like most of the time I'll be trying to go to sleep because of the times that he goes live. But like I'm always listening to him.
Yeah, same. Yeah, same. Sometimes I'm like listening because your timing of going live, I'm like, dude, I'm running to practices, but I do listen.
And he gave me one of my favorite clips of all time.
Yeah.
Which one?
The how is that possible one.
Oh, I thought it would be the one him taking off the sweater.
Yeah, I say that in real life, and I think of that clip. Like whenever I say that shit, like, cause I'll be walking around like looking at a sign, I'll be like, "Why is this fucking sign here? How's that possible?" And then I'll think of the fucking clip. But yeah.
Good shit, everybody. I feel better though now, Izzy. I got a little bit of sleep. I took a super long hot shower, so
yeah,
I feel a little bit
everybody got sick at the same time. It's crazy shit.
Who else is sick?
I'm not sick. In fact, I'm doing freaking all kinds of freaking hours. I did 54 hours on the clock the last couple of weeks, and I'm actually going back in today for like this normal Monday split shift during peak. So
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, Santa Claus subcontracts to us, which means we have work our asses off. So
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is almost Christmas.
I know.
This might sound bad, but I still gotta get gifts.
Oh no, you
not a big
don't
deal. I'm
sound
getting
bad.
gift cards. I'm gonna do that this White Wednesday.
I don't even do that. I just send like I just send my wife to the other white people. I just go, like, go have your Christmas. Like
other white people.
Yeah.
To the other way. TML,
Yeah.
do you guys celebrate Christmas in a way? Not like the full extent of it, but do you have a tree and stuff?
He's doing
No,
a
I don't.
show.
No, I don't do that. No, I don't do that.
Oh, you don't do that.
He's doing
Okay.
he's doing a Christmas special show this Christmas.
Yeah, but my wife's family is Polish, so they do all
Okay.
that Christmas stuff.
I wonder where the tree actually even came from. I never even looked into that. I don't know where the tree. My children asked me the other day. I'm like, why is there trees and presents and all that? Like, I don't know. That's a good question. If you want to take it away, I would be happy.
I actually don't know.
Do any of you know Hank? TML?
Yule, yeah.
You like Soldier Boy?
I was gonna say that.
Because we're the same person. That's why.
Yeah. Did you say like okay, but where did they come from?
What the
the Christmas tree?
well, it's a Nordic, like it's a Nordic type of thing. I mean, right, where they have because they have the pine trees. I mean, and the taiga and shit. Right? So like it is like it's some Siberian shit where like the deers like pee and shit, and they have the mushrooms under the tree. So it's the gifts, and then the priest.
Mushrooms.
Yeah, and then the priest wears the priest is dressed like the mushroom, the red and white mushroom. Remember? That's why it's Santa Claus, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's some type of tradition where, based off of the Amanita muscaria mushroom, because because the priest would show up basically looking like Santa Claus, and the mushrooms grow under the tree, the Christmas
Wait,
tree.
what?
Right?
What kind of
Yeah.
mushrooms?
The,
Just kidding.
the red and white ones, isn't it?
You said Amanita muscaria.
Yeah.
Or are they
Amanita
magic?
muscaria, yep.
Are they magic mushrooms?
Allegedly.
They're not, but you have to activate the psychoactive elements in them by urinating out, by eating them and urinating them. So the theory is that they drank the urine of the priest.
Ew.
Yeah.
Okay. Starting to like
Did they
this
drink it off the
lesson
tap,
list.
or where did they drink it from?
Yeah. Yeah, and Saint Nicholas was like a priest that basically left coins in people's shoes. So they combined it with the idea of Saint Nicholas, right? Leaving these coins. Essentially, he would leave coins in like he'd put money in your shoes, and then you'd like find it later. So
That's funny. Like in my culture, the Iraqi culture, so if you find a coin or a dollar, whatever, any money, you find it on the ground, you're supposed to put in your left shoe to bring you luck. It's so silly.
And then the third explanation is the winter solstice. Because everywhere around the world they had celebrations of the winter solstice, and of course they had a figure like Santa Claus type of figure, right? That would come in, for the harvest or whatever. So it's a whole type of different thing with the winter solstice. It's like 12/13 or some shit is the winter solstice. So it's extremely close. And then around there they have the Roman celebration of Saturnalia.
I was just gonna bring that up.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say I thought it came from Saturnalia.
Yeah, Saturnalia. Yep. So there's different shit like Saturnalia is winter solstice type of idea. So it's expansion of that. But yeah.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Yeah. And it'd be like gift giving. Saturnalia was also gift giving. And they would like reverse the laws. And yeah, basically a bunch of
They'd
dudes
also
got
fuck each other in the
yeah,
streets. So
yeah, a bunch of
What
dudes
the
got
heck?
drunk and fucked each other. Yeah. Yeah. And gave each other
That
gifts.
is wild.
Yeah, it's a reversal of the law because see, Saturn is a homosexual god and he devoured his own children. So that's the info on that.
yeah, it
Yeah,
gets
So,
deep.
that is wild.
so in
You've
a way,
probably
I'm
seen the
thankful.
painting before, the painting of like the giant guy
Yeah.
eating the smaller person. That's a painting of Saturn eating his children.
Oh yeah. Yes, it's some dark shit.
Yeah, it gets deep.
Wow.
Yeah, El is
Um,
Saturn too. And the Canaanite god El is basically Saturn. But yeah.
that's wild. Well, if I actually do celebrate Eid with some of my Muslim friends, I do.
Yeah, Eid is a lot of
And
fun.
yeah, oftentimes I go just for all the sweets that they have,
Oh
you
yeah.
know,
Yeah, that's
because
like
you know how it is, like a feast.
yeah, it's
It's
like
amazing.
OD on like yeah, sweets, yeah, type of deal. Yeah.
Yeah, all the baklava from and any like all these other sweets, just amazing, amazing stuff.
I respect all religions. I respect everybody's
I do
thoughts.
too.
Like even like so when I'm streaming and
Hmm.
let's say I'm streaming during Ramadan, I don't even eat on camera. I'll
Oh
literally
yeah,
turn my camera off. Like I
yeah,
don't typically believe in it, but just in case, I have some, Muslim people out there that's watching me, like I don't want them
yeah.
to see me eating, like that's just like a slap in the face to me. That I feel like I'm slapping them in the face. So yeah, I respect all religions.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I do
Do you
too. So
respect Officer Snaps' religion? He
who?
had to
Who?
bend down and kiss his ass?
Oh no, I don't respect that.
Excellent.
Who was that? Who are you talking about?
Real religions. I respect real religions. And real is a
they're all
very
fake and
loose
gay.
word right now. Very loose word.
Each and every religion is fake and gay, including my own.
It's a very loose word. I respect beliefs, so let's put it that way.
Yeah, that's a better way to put it, actually. So, yeah, I agree with you. I actually had some of my players that I coach that were fasting at some point, and I'm like, yep, we're not. Even for water breaks, I was like, I told the other players, I'm like, just go in the hallway, drink your water there, you know, just out of respect, and support.
Yeah, it's not gonna affect me. Like I don't shit. I'm good. Like I'm content with mine. So
Yeah, the
keep
Yeah.
reason
yours.
why I always respected religion is because there has to be a framework for ultimate questions. Like for example, where did what is God? Like what is the origin of consciousness and where did the universe come from, right? So
Mhm.
the science and philosophy aren't always going to go there, just to be honest. I
Mhm.
mean, and I've really looked at a lot of the books and shit, and I read through a lot of the shit. Like they don't even get to the bottom of it. All right. So like there has to be a framework where you could pose those ultimate questions to yourself and come to some type of resolution, whether it be by faith or by observing nature and like using your own reason or whatever it may be, to
Mhm.
where that people who have that closed off, you know what I mean? Like it, I have no respect for just closing that off. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we gotta
No.
figure it out eventually, right? Like we have
Right.
to figure it out. And I'm just
Yeah,
open
we
to it.
really do.
That's why I'm agnostic, because I'm just open to like pretty much I wouldn't say everything. If it doesn't make sense, then it don't make dollars, obviously. But I'm
Yeah.
open to pretty much everything. I'm not smart enough to fathom if there is a God. The way that I kind of run my life, or like my religious or spiritual life, however you want to call it,
Mhm.
is basically I feel like I'm an ant building an anthill,
Mhm.
and if God exists, he's a person building a house right next to it. I can't fathom what that person is doing next to that house. And that
Yeah.
person has full control over whether my anthill lives or dies.
Yeah,
And
I
like
respect that.
Yeah. So I'm just like, I can't fathom as a human. I can't fathom. So until I know for sure, then cool. I'm not dismissing a God, and I'm not saying that there is a God, but I just don't know as a human. I've humbled myself to that point where I'm just here. I'm just living. And if I die and there is a God and he tells me I got to go to hell, I'll give him a high five and then do a triple backflip, and I'll see all my friends in hell.
Well, I mean, you shouldn't give him a high five. I don't think he's gonna,
I
you
can't
know what I
high
mean?
five him.
I'm sure you can. I don't know. I mean, I know God is good, and I mean, you'll be fine. But
If
it just,
if he won't accept the high five, then he was never gone in the first place.
Everybody likes a good high five.
that's right. I know when people like sit here and fight about, oh, who did we lose?
Hank dropped for some reason.
Oh, okay.
By the
So
way, I
when
love
people,
the circles. I love the circles.
I do too.
I wish more
I do
people
too.
like the circles.
They don't?
We need to get you a background. But yeah, I do love the circles.
Well, get to work, sir. Um,
Give me the keys, ma'am.
Someone asked me yesterday, like, is Resto really your producer? I'm like, yeah, that's the plan, but he's been slacking. I'm gonna fire him. Yeah.
I've been sick. I've been tired, and we just worked on the male shit. I'm gonna focus on you because we only have one more male versus male. That's it. And I don't even have to
Yeah.
do anything for that. So my focus will be Izzy.
Well, thank
So
you.
yeah, I'm gonna see Izzy blow up.
Oh, it's fine. Did you answer this question?
Do I respect Satanism?
Mhm.
I don't mind it. Just don't like some of the things. Like, I understand Satanism, but I would say let it be a choice and don't force people. That's pretty much it. The only thing I don't respect about Satanism is other people denouncing other gods. I don't fuck with that. If you have a god, let your god be your god. Don't denounce other gods. That's it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Satanism. The thing I don't respect about it is that it's less than like 50 years old, right? So like, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
it's not
Like,
even
yeah,
real.
like for example, like Buddhism, like Christianity, like Islam, Judaism, like those things are like 2,000 years old. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or like 1,500 years old and plus. I mean, right? So like that's a little bit of a different of a story. I mean, to equate something that they just popped up as a reaction to all these other things that's hyper modern in a sense. I mean, right?
Yeah.
It couldn't even got started if there wasn't like cities and like all that type of stuff. You know what I mean? And people didn't have like access to all this information, right? On the occult, right? So we're talking about Satanism that, is basically a very modern concatenation of a lot of occult belief systems, and it's not even, it doesn't, it's not gonna go to the level of some of those shit that's 2,000 that have 2,000-year-old traditions, right?
Yeah. But here's the thing,
Exactly.
like, honestly, some people sit here and fight each other because someone said something about someone else's God or something else about someone else's religion. Like, God is so big and great. Do you think God is really offended right now? You know what I mean?
He don't care. Honestly,
Yeah.
this whole time, like between like all this time that we've been fighting over God, imagine if he's real, right? He's probably been
Mhm.
taking a nap. Time is different for him. He doesn't even know this probably happened. Like, he's probably
Yeah.
just like, he probably gonna wake up like, oh shit. Like,
Yeah.
what the fuck did I
No,
miss?
I know.
You
But
know?
Resto, you mentioned something about not knowing everything.
Yeah, I
You
don't
know,
know everything. Yeah.
think about it from this perspective. When you first married your wife, did you know everything about her?
Not at all. I knew I wanted to fuck. I'm kidding. Okay, no, not at all. No, I didn't know everything about it.
Right.
Oh, Izzy. Oh my God, Izzy, what just happened there? Jesus, Izzy, your mic is it just me? TML.
No, she's Yeah, she's glitching.
Izzy, drop him from that. Oh, it's really bad. It's really bad. Look at God. Praise God, man. Praise God.
Praise God.
Izzy.
Yeah, Izzy, your shit's glitching out hardcore. I think she might have dropped that shit in water.
That might be a fire beat though. Hey, yeah. Oh, wait, she muted.
We're about to start spitting.
Yeah, I was gonna start spitting.
We're about to start spitting out.
Okay, so as my little one used to say, is it gooder?
Yeah.
It's gooder.
It's way gooder. It's way gooder.
Oh boy.
Way much
Nobody
better.
rage quit. Nobody rage quit.
What it do, yo?
Oh, this motherfucker. Can I have one panel to
don't
myself?
stop.
Man?
Don't stop.
Oh
Don't
boy.
stop.
No one rage quit. There's more.
Oh, that guy. You got to get your OBS up.
Yeah, I know, man.
You slacking, bro. You
I
making us
jumped on
OBS users look bad.
I just jumped on real quick.
No,
Leave
that's
me
okay.
alone. I wanted
What's
to
up,
say,
Glenn?
Click,
Salute, Glenn.
You know
Salute
what?
that guy.
clip that shit, Rester.
I'm at the airport right now. About to fly back to LA.
Yeah,
So
I was gonna
Glenn-
ask, how did your shit go?
It went good. Went good.
That's what's up, man.
We had fun. We had a lot of fun. Making some content. We, had a lot of fun with having somebody that could say all the shit that she won't say because she has to worry about getting remonetized. So,
Okay.
Hey,
yeah,
if she
it was
ever
good
needs
fun.
somebody to say the N-word, just let me know. I got it.
Yeah, that would actually demonetize her again. I think she's trying to get monetized.
That's funny. So, Glenn, we were talking about some of your visitors earlier and how crazy they are.
My visitors.
Yeah, some of your guests, not visitors, I guess.
My guest. Like which guest?
What the heck? This idiot. Are you kidding me?
Oh, when you were on, Izzy? Was that what you were talking about?
Well, the one when I was on, and then there's the other guy, the super orthodox person. I don't remember his name, but he was also like just out there, like where I think with you, Glenn, whereas with you, I think you're more of a traditional, just a home. You like you want your home, like you value your home family, and men are men, women are women. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like normal. I'm a normal person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
I'm
understand that.
Yeah. I mean, I think, I think some people can take things to the extreme, but then what is the extreme? Like maybe I don't have all the knowledge that I should have for it. Like maybe I'm dumb. I mean, I am dumb, but
Yeah.
maybe I'm not informed. I know that I'm not perfect, so
But no one is
there's always
perfect.
room to improve. Because some people will think things go too literally or too crazy.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like
nobody is
Resto when he
perfect.
sleeps with his teddy bear. You know what I mean? Like it's just way too much.
Hey, listen. I do it for the funsies. I do it for the content. It was content.
I didn't even find you, dude. I didn't even find you.
I was dead asleep. I love when people don't think that my titles mean anything. If I say I'm going to sleep, I'm going the fuck to sleep. Y'all can watch 10 hours of me sleeping if you want to. And y'all were grilling me in chat. Y'all were grilling me in chat.
I just said to
Don't worry. I'm doing a stream. I'm gonna do a stream. My next stream, once I get unsick, my next stream is gonna be me reading the fucking chat from that stream. And all of y'all getting cooked. I'm about to cook all of y'all.
The chats were funny. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, even with Flo, who else was it? Even I said a joke about your mom. And I mean, it
Y'all
was
waited till I was
easy.
asleep.
Yeah.
The funny
I
thing is,
think I was gone all day actually.
I bumped it through my speakers, so the whole house could hear it. Like
That's
it was
insane.
loud, but I was just knocked. I was knocked out. I couldn't like I was not moving.
Yeah.
Apparently, I was, saying somebody's name. I don't remember saying that,
Yeah.
but
I don't
we'll see.
know. Yeah.
I have to
I
watch it
miss.
back, but it is 10 hours long, so I'll have to check on that.
Wow.
Yeah, it's 10 hours
Yeah.
long. That's not the first sleep stream I did, though. I did another one before, but it wasn't as good as this one. I'm getting better at sleeping, y'all.
Gonna
Maybe
get.
that's my content. And I got paid more on that stream than most streams. So it seems like y'all just want me to shut up. That's what y'all want me to do. Y'all just want me to
Yes,
shut up.
yes, you're finally getting the hint.
Exactly. Flo's super chat was the funniest and like cruel at the same time because he's like, Resto, you're the reason why your parents got divorced. And I'm like, holy cow.
That
I
was
laughed so
hilarious.
hard when your AI person read it, but
Oh yeah, the one that everybody think is Mel. No, that's not Mel. That's I think that's like the default Streamlabs one. I'm not
yeah,
sure.
yeah, that was funny. That was funny stuff. Now I do have, okay, I don't want
Oh
to
wait,
make
no,
any,
that's not that one. That's somebody else. I'm sorry, I totally forgot about her. That's somebody
oh,
else. Jesus. Oh, she's gonna be so mad at me that I said that.
dude, keep track of your girls.
I can't. It's too many of y'all.
Not y'all. Are you kidding? You're just, I'm
You see
just
how he
gonna,
did that? You see how he did that right there? He
yeah.
included you
No, there's not
into
y'all.
the y'all.
Yeah, I'm not
I
a
mean,
y'all.
it's okay. He's just recruiting.
No, 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 no. It's a producer
You
client.
could be y'all as in like y'all female. Like he ain't even been talking about
Oh,
you. He's just
okay.
been
Yeah.
specifically talking about your gender. Duh.
Producer
Okay,
client
okay.
relationship. 100%.
I,
That's my comrade.
I am your
Now, are
comrade.
you
You're my
producing like
comrade.
R. Kelly, or are you doing like?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Well, you just gotta wait
Is
1
it the
week.
Diddy production? Like
Oh
No.
my gosh, you all are killing me. I'm gonna kick you all out. Except
Just
for the
wait
ones I
1 week
think.
and you'll see how Izzy blows up.
I'm already blowing up.
She blowing up.
Blowing up.
We shall see. We shall see.
Exactly. Exactly, CJ. But okay, not to put anybody on the spot here. Machine lying. Glenn, are you cool with machine lie?
Yeah, I think blowing up
I
would not be a good
don't have
tagline
problems
for the
with
Arab
machine
girl. Yeah.
Don't make me laugh.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna
not even
start
a really.
coughing.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a real bad terminology to use. You know, are you jealous? Are you like,
What? I didn't hear anything.
Nothing. Don't worry about it. No.
What
Don't
were you
worry.
saying, Timel?
Oh no, I was just making a joke. I said blowing up would be bad terminology for an Arab girl.
Oh shoot. Dang it. Oh my gosh. See, that's the stuff that you guys need to give me like a heads up. Oh my gosh. Like everything I
Blowing
say
up.
on YouTube.
Jihad unit.
Yeah. Didn't even think about that. Didn't think about that. But hey, they call us white here, so we're good.
Oh yeah, they did call you white.
They called me white. They called me white yesterday. They called, I mean, you're apparently they call you white, TML, so we're good.
Yeah, I've been called white and black. So as well. Yeah, I've been called
But
a light-skinned Jamaican, and also I've been called an Italian, and also I've been called So I've had
Yeah.
all types of things.
Definitely
I
look
just,
out for more Izzy content very soon.
yeah, it'll be booming. There you go. So, no, I agree. So people could, and I'm darker. And I mean, the picture is making me look. Actually, I am light in the winter. I'm not gonna lie. Anyway, so people could never guess my race, and they would ask me, or they come and speak to me in Spanish. I'm like, no, hablo español, like But it's always they would never guess Iraq or the Middle East. They always go for South America, Puerto Rican. What else? Italian. One time someone asked me if I was Jewish, and I'm like, that's not a race. You know?
Ooh. It's an ethnicity.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, that was kind of wild. I'm like,
Yeah.
nope, not even close. Not
I
even
don't feel
close.
like
because
arguing that one right now. I don't feel
yeah,
like
because
arguing that one.
if you go Sephardic and Ashkenazi, and there's also a third type which is Semitic. So there are people who are racially just Jews.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. And
As
when
well
I
as it
first
being a religion. Yeah.
True. When I first met TML, I actually thought the same thing, like he's from South America somewhere. Yeah. Joke
I
on
don't
me.
I don't remember how I met TML. I think it was probably through Jack or Flo, but I automatically knew like he was like either Muslim or like some like Middle East type shit. I
Oh, really?
automatically, yeah. You know
That's
me, I
good.
travel. Like I know like people's kind of like mannerisms and like the way their face looks, the way they talk.
Yeah.
I might pretend to be retarded, but I'm not actually retarded.
Oh, I never thought I thought you were one.
You thought I was retarded?
No, never thought that.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time when I do my show, I wear Pakistani clothes. So
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah, I mean, like
Really?
you can see it. Yeah.
it's pretty. Yeah, I make it pretty
Well,
obvious.
Glenn just went through TSA.
What the heck happened?
Well, he probably just went through TSA. He probably had to put his phone through the
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
He's flying back right now.
Yeah.
Salute Glenn, one of the people that's like actually doing like real content out here. Salute.
Yeah. Glenn does all
Yeah.
right.
Glenn's
Yeah.
doing like really big productions. He's really underrated.
Yeah, he's doing good now. Again, that woman, he's been interviewing and whatnot. I'm not
Bro.
really a big fan per se. I
What's
know
her
she's
name?
not. I don't remember her name.
Pearly things.
Oh, Pearly Things. Yeah, I'm not a fan of her either.
Oh
Yeah.
God. Okay,
What?
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of hers either. Big time. Yeah.
No. Just keep going. I'm not gonna
Okay,
say
so
anything.
I'm not saying anything negative. I'm just saying I watched some of her stuff and I'm like, oh, yikes. Like what?
Yeah, I think Andrew Wilson tried to cultivate some type of, you know what I mean? Like he tried to train her to be a debater or some shit, and I don't think that that's possible. I think she's. I mean,
How's that possible?
Yeah, how's that? Yeah,
How's that possible?
because
How's that
she's
possible?
yeah, because she's just not. She's not ready. She doesn't.
Yeah.
She's not the brightest crayon in the box. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah. Yep.
I have no statement on Pearly Things at this moment.
That means he's
Yeah.
gonna be working with her in the future. It's just like some shit.
Leave me
I mean,
alone.
I'll
Leave me alone.
talk to her. Listen, I'm willing to talk to her. I do have some disagreements, is what I'm saying, you know?
Yeah,
But it's
I'm
not
just
like
not
I
too
won't talk to her.
familiar. Yeah, I mean, I would say more, but I guess I'm just not too familiar with the platform. Something about dating advice or I just, I
Oh,
mean,
wait, I thought she
yeah.
wasn't married.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I mean,
What's
I
up,
don't even know
Kaylin?
what the topic is. I mean, for real.
Yeah.
Like it's like I try to watch it for 15 minutes. It seems like dating advice. You know what I mean? But
It is?
something
What's
like
up, Ariel?
some shit like that.
I can give a lot of dating advice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's people. I mean, I don't know. They might be swingers or have experience and shit. And definitely not one of those. You know what I'm saying? Right? But
Yeah.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I've been like a married man like almost all my adult life, pretty much. So yeah, I'm not too familiar with all that. But yeah,
Your entire adult life, like what is that? 2 years? 3 years?
no, no, it's been 10 years. It's 10 years, dude. Like I'm in like my 20. I'm like I got married when I was 18. So
Yeah, I
and
got married at 22. Yeah.
yeah. So
Gotcha. 10
I don't
years.
remember
Okay.
my age.
So
I
he's
don't
your
remember my
age.
Wait, is he Machine Loss? You're my age?
Yeah.
I'm 32.
yeah, I'm around there. Yeah, I'm
Oh,
around
Yeah.
there. I'm a little bit older than you though. Yeah, but yeah, like I'm like 2 years older than you. But yeah.
You're
Yeah,
almost as
go ahead.
I was just gonna say Resto's almost as young as my youngest brother.
Jesus.
Nice. So which
I mean,
yeah, that
almost.
means
I mean, almost as old. You're almost as old as him.
Oh,
that's funny.
that guy. How
So
old are you?
I'm 41, bro.
okay.
You don't
And
look
my
it.
my
Wait,
youngest. Yeah, I know. I
you're a
know.
millennial?
I look like a kid, and I fucking act like one as well.
So currently he's the oldest one here.
My youngest brother's 33. He's pushing 34 this year. He gets in there just before Christmas.
Gotcha. No, so yeah, I'm like at this moment with Resto's birthday being like last week or something, I am 5 years older than him, which means I am 3 years older than you, TML. So you better
Bit younger
respect
than
your
me.
elderly.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
So are we.
definitely. Yeah, I'm way respectful of elders, definitely. Except
It's
for
so funny. I'll go
yeah.
on some channels and then like I'll be the old guy. They're like, damn, like you old. Like they'll always pick on me for being old. And then like I'll go on some other channels and they're like, you're just a baby. Oh, you're a baby. Like they'll
You're
pick on
always
me.
the baby though.
No, I'm not. Like I'm not even the youngest. Whatever.
You
I
are the
don't.
youngest here.
Yeah, here, yeah, but like other channels I go, they were like, "Oh, you old," like because I dabble in other sectors.
I remember
Oh yeah,
turning
the
30 and
sectors.
thinking I was old.
Yeah.
You do it
I'm
every
approaching.
every
I'm getting
decade, every round number. You're like, oh shit.
dude, we're
You
getting
look,
old. I'm feeling it.
dude, I'm getting old. I looked at I was just going through my YouTube. I noticed that
Ah,
like my 2 year is gonna come up in a couple of months, and I haven't even planned a video for it.
Yeah, I got
look what
like
CJ said.
yeah.
Wait, what is it?
CJ, why don't you come up? I've been trying to talk to you actually. It's real conversation.
Oh, CJ said, "Nah, you tripping, bro. You might want to stay at your place."
I don't belong to anybody. Um nice.
That little nervous laugh, yeah, that says enough.
Yeah. Finkel
Yep.
is older than all of us. I agree, Ariel. He's older than all of us combined. What's
I
up,
don't know how I went.
BSBT?
Oh, it's a cat. It's a damn cat.
Cat wants to say that.
Izzy, look, it's a damn cat.
Oh my goodness.
Beautiful.
Yeah. That guy, you should
That's
actually be
actually a
on
really good
camera
cat.
often. Yeah. I'm not a cat person, but it's actually pretty.
Yeah, I don't even like cats. I like dogs better. And Izzy can attest for that. I don't know how many times we've been like on the phone. I'm like, hold on, my dog's about to bark.
Yeah.
She said so much. She's long haired. So
That's
That's
a
a good
pretty
cat.
cat, though.
That is a
Yeah.
pretty cat, dude.
yeah, she's great.
I'm glad we found that guy, honestly.
Hey, I'm
That
glad I
guy
found
is
you.
the best. Do you need to cam up often, dude? Like you're good.
Oh, thanks, Izzy.
Oh, BSBT. Do you know how to have a normal conversation, Izzy? Do you? Have you found your children, idiot?
Oh shit. I guess we will. Hey, don't be wombanging from chat. Hey,
Exactly.
yo, come up here and get stomped out.
Yeah,
I'm
why
ready.
don't you come up here? Come up
Yeah.
here, tell them who you are, what you do.
Yeah, come up here, bro. I got you, bro. Don't worry. I'll be nice for like the first 2 minutes.
No, you'll be a lot nicer than I am, I can tell you that.
What's his deal, Broken System? I seen him around.
So his deal is that well, why don't we have him come up and tell you?
Yeah, come up here, bro. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. You
Yeah, I
need me to
seen
drop,
Broken
bro.
System.
You scared of me? That's why you scared of me.
No, he's scared of me.
Come up here, get stomped out. I don't even know you, bro. I'll still drag you, bro. All around these YouTube streets. You think I give a fuck?
Yeah, come on up, dude. Dude, hold on,
Hit that
hold
link.
on. Are you on the bus again? How many warrants do you have now out for your arrest?
This thing got more warrants than CJ from San Andreas. Come on, bro. Get up here. I got time today. I got time today.
Yeah, why don't you appear? Explain your situation to them without lying, and I'll actually be cordial.
And I'll throw ad homs in the background.
I don't, you know that I don't block
Accepting everything.
people. I don't block people. I don't time people out unless you're just a typical moron who's here to troll nonstop, then you're out. And even that, like it's a really slim possibility. Like it's very, very rare. But I actually want you to come up here. I will let you speak, allow you to speak. Okay? Come on up, big dude.
I'll translate for her. Get your bitch ass up here. I'm not sure if I can say the word that I want to say, but yeah. No, you know what? I'm gonna stop translating because he might not come up. I'm gonna stop translating right now.
Love it. Oh, I have a new England American. Dude, listen, Wolf. When we were taught English in school, we were taught classic English, which is the England English, right? And it's kind of funny because when I started working for the military, they would just laugh at everything I said. So then I had to pick up the freaking American accent so quickly. But yeah, you'll see the English slip, once in a while. I can speak British.
British.
Mm-hmm.
I can too. It's only because I'm male though.
I can't master the Australian yet, though.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, the down under stuff, kind of, yeah.
I can't wait to go
There are
back to
videos on
Australia.
YouTube that'll teach you how to do it.
Oh yeah.
I'm actually gonna go back to Australia. I think I don't want to leak
Oh,
2.0,
Brooklyn,
but it
okay.
might be Australia.
That's even better. All right, come on up. No one. Why are you getting nervous? No one cares. Like
Why are you
you're
nervous,
good.
bro? Don't worry about, bro. I promise I'm not gonna cuss you out. I'm gonna
Don't be.
respect this channel. I promise I'm
Yeah.
gonna respect this channel, bro. I'm not gonna cuss you out, bro. Come up here, bro.
Yep.
Stupid bitch. Sorry. Yeah, come
Don't
up here,
be
bro.
nervous in the service. You're good. I do like your background, that guy.
Thanks. It's my room.
Oh, really? That's cool. I thought that was a bar, actually.
Wait, Lolo's here? I didn't
Oh
see
my
Lolo.
goodness, Lauren.
Wait, why can't I
Lauren.
see Lolo in the chat?
What do you
Don't
mean?
tell me. Oh no.
She blocked you?
No way. What's going on with that? Nah.
Can she though? I don't know
Okay.
how that works.
Type one more time.
One
And
more
I'll see.
time.
Type one more time. Because that's crazy. Blocking a nigga is crazy.
You're blocked?
I don't see her in my YouTube chat.
That's wild. Why?
I'm not making assumptions. But I don't see her in the YouTube chat.
I see her.
Okay, bet. Super easy.
She my fave. What's up, Lauren? What's up, Chuck? How do I make Lauren? Hold on. How do I make her a mod here?
You go to your YouTube, the 3 dots on the side, you click it, it says add as let me see. Oh wait, I can't do it. Fuck, I'm so used to having the controls. You click the 3 dots and then it should say it on the side. But do standard.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Wow. Okay. Okay. I'm glad I found out this way.
What?
I mean, it might be a glitch. I don't know. We'll see.
It could
I'm gonna
be,
go on mute
but
for a minute. I'm gonna go on mute for a minute. I'll be right back.
Oh wow, you're gonna go cry?
No.
Okay.
You should know I don't cry.
I mean, hey, it's okay, even if you did.
No,
Sometimes I
actually,
cry.
no, because my
Very
keyboard is
rare.
loud as
Very
shit.
rare.
My keyboard is loud as shit. I was about to type. That's why I said it's going on mute.
Yeah.
Because my keyboard is 90% bamboo. So it's loud as fuck.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Killen will let you even speak. Come on up. Come on up. Explain to these guys what you've done, what you did, what you're doing, what's your plan, why everybody has a problem with you. Explain it to them. Even if you're on the bus, it's fine. And don't be nervous in the service. No one cares.
Nervous in the service is crazy.
CJ, I really have been like advocating for you recently, I have to say. But I want to see you fight. Fight.
Fight
Not
back.
fight like that. Fight back, yeah.
Swing back. Get up. Get up.
Yep. You have to play a video if you want me to come up? No, you can come up or you don't. I don't care.
Play,
There you go.
Play what video? Like, sit your stupid ass down. What kind of fucking pull do you think you got over here?
Yeah,
Play a
seriously.
video. Play a video.
And if you don't want to come up, that's fine, dude. I'm giving you an opportunity to speak since no one lets you speak.
Yeah, if you're
Idiot.
not gonna speak, I'm
Let
just
the
gonna
other
dog you.
The other
I'm gonna
cat's here
dog
to
you.
say hello. Oh, no, she's gone. She'll
Who?
come back. I've got 2 cats. The other one just came.
Oh. Hold on one
Then ran
sec.
away.
Okay, apparently I'm
I
not
need to put
blocked.
up the logo screen for a second.
But I do not see her in chat. Whatever. I don't care. Maybe he got video evidence or something. Video evidence of what? Of him being a bitch? Not hitting the link? Hit the link. Hit the link. You sound homeless. That's what it sounds like to me. You sound like you're trying to get to somebody's Wi-Fi. You know, you can go to Burger King and just order fries for like $2 and then like you can use their Wi-Fi for as long as you want to.
He
But,
does
like,
not
yeah.
have $2.
Come up here. Come up here, broski. Come up here, broski. Don't be scared. I hate when people woo bang from chat, bro.
That is totally a GS move. Totally a GS move.
Woo bang from chat. It's crazy. GS your daddy, GS your coach. You love him, huh? Y'all be coloring at night, fall asleep on the phone with each other and shit. You and GS, huh?
You hang out. No, you hang out.
Yeah. No,
Hey.
you hang it.
Right. Oh, look at that kitty cat. My kids want a cat, but I can't deal.
I got too many animals in my house
appar-
right now.
Apparently, half my family's allergic to them, and I didn't
And
find
I
that
have
out
that.
until after I got
Certain
Ace.
certain cats, not all cats. TML, so how did your debate go with GS?
Whoa, he had a debate with GS.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I stomped. As Resto says, I stomped him out. You know?
Did he rage
It is
quit?
what it is. Yeah, I don't think Bible debates with me go very well. I mean, for real.
Okay. What did he say? Like, what happened?
I can't really recall, but I think it was on Demolished Doctrine
Okay, I like
or
Demolish.
another. Can't really remember it at the moment. And but yeah.
Isn't that
Yeah.
so bad when you have a debate with somebody and you don't even remember it? That's how you know you stomped them out, bro. You just like, yeah, that
Yeah, it was
shit didn't even
definitely.
happen.
Yeah, it was low level. Yeah, it was low level. Yeah.
Yeah. But
TML, I'm gonna get you on season 2 of Mel versus Mel, but it's
nah,
over. Right?
ain't worth it.
Wait, it ain't worth it for Mel versus Mel? Watch your mouth.
Oh, I thought you said versus this dude. I'm like, no, he ain't worth it.
Yeah, we could do. Yeah, we could do a debate like Islam is right about women debate, and then I'll just be super nice. It'll be like sock and boppers debate. All right.
Season 2, she'll be better. Season 2, she'll be better.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna go
So,
get her
like,
beat.
I'll just
She's
be
gonna have
nice.
to go get
You know
beat
what I
up,
mean? Like,
thrown
yeah,
into the fire, rolled out, dragged,
yeah,
cleaned off, and then thrown right back in, and then she'll be ready for season 2.
yeah. So what was season
Get her in some
1?
debates with Destiny.
Did she win any of them?
Who's Destiny?
She won a handful. Who's Destiny?
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about Destiny.
Yeah, he's
Why?
kind
What's
of
all the secrets?
he's like a fraud online fucking type of debater guy. And
Destiny's a man.
yeah, like Andrew Wilson used a lot of his like platform, you know what I mean, to organize his sort of you know what I mean? I wouldn't necessarily say grift. That's what a lot of people call it. But and then they started jokingly calling it that themselves. I mean, but that's how they make money. The model that they have online, where it's like a business, right? It's like a Discord debate type of thing.
Yeah.
The online debating.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they were
Yeah, we
both
do
on
have master debate. What's that?
no, I was just gonna say that they were
Muslim.
both on I'm on some show called Politically Provoked originally. Andrew
Mhm.
Wilson, Destiny, all these people, right? As far as I know, and there's also the Kill Stream, right? But they
Mhm.
had a blood sports type of debating online, and yeah, there's a format they had online for online sort of free form debates, right? Where you could
Yeah.
bring up I guess personal attacks, uh or question the person's sources or any of that type of stuff, so it's like a shit talking debate type of thing.
Yeah.
And they also had Kicker Key,
Answer
which
his
was pretty
question,
cool.
will you?
I'm gonna
Izzy
answer
has
his
a
question with saying, "Why are you woo banging from chat?"
I don't think he knows what that means.
Oh shit!
Master debaters. Yes,
Why
sir.
are
Master
you talking
debater.
shit from chat and not coming up on panel? I don't. So look,
He
I don't.
legit scared of me. Legit scared of me.
You scared of Izzy?
Yeah.
Good shit. You
This is
should be
why he
scared of
said
Izzy.
that. This is why
I'm scared
Killen,
of
who
Izzy.
is my friend, said Izzy scares me. That was a hashtag that went around forever. And mind you, I'm only 6 months old, YouTube years. Yeah.
That's like 2 years old at this point.
Yeah.
No, I'm
Oh
scared of
wait,
Izzy
Izzy,
too.
I've seen about 3 minutes of GS game video game this morning, and oh my god.
Hey, what games does GS play? I'm pretty sure I can be better at him at any game, and we can go head to head. Pause.
He plays like weird, like I think like some of the stuff my kids play, Like really, like I don't understand it, you know.
Plays
Yeah,
head games, doesn't he?
Huh?
He plays head games.
Dude, you are so wrong. It's not even funny. You are so wrong. But you know what? You can play your stupid games. I'm never highlighting your comments. If you want to come up, come up. If you don't, go away. Exactly, Red Leg. What's up, Red Leg?
What up, Red Leg?
Exactly. So this dude, by the way, well, let him. I can. This is what I'm saying. Like, I don't want to say misquote whatever, but this is from him. Like, this broken system, broken trust. You know, apparently he's out there to find the truth, right? But he got kicked out of the military because he was doing that drug that makes you lose your teeth. And yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and was caught with that, and then he lost his children. Then there was like a warrant out for his arrest. I don't know for what. Then another warrant out for his arrest. I don't know for what. And then his sister took his kids. Like it's crazy story, you know. What's up, Lauren? What's up, girl? But if he wants to come up here and correct the record, tell the truth, as he would say, he's here to tell the truth. Come on up. Other than that, we are done with you.
Broken system trust. That resto dude got vaxxed, didn't he?
One's
Yeah, I bet
coming
you
up.
got bullied by everybody in your fucking life. I bet you got dragged from your left foot down the street. I bet you got your shoes taken. I bet you bought an ice cream from the ice cream truck and somebody slapped that shit out your hand. I bet people slapped your books out of your hand in the hallway of school and said nerd.
And it's always everybody else's fault. What's up, crazy mama? My favorite mama there is. You know, dude, again, this is truly the last time. You need to come up here, explain, then bring the stupid video with you. I'll play it after you explain yourself. What's up? What's up? What's up? Lauren, you missed a ton of shenanigans apparently last night at Flo's with some of the crazy women. Seriously. That was just like so uncalled for.
Yeah, crazy mama, you should have been there. I don't know why Snowfire was going
Oh,
after Izzy. And well,
she
Cynthia,
was told. She was told
yeah.
by Cynthia.
Oh yeah, I told you I'm not gonna stand for the Izzy slander. That's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
100%.
Oh my gosh. Me and you, crazy mama. When I went back, and this after Flo called me to go back, I'm like, what? It was like the women are going crazy or something like that. So I went, I'm like, what's happening? And they're just going at it back and forth. So it turned out that Cynthia put brainless Snow, you know, to say all the things that she said that made no, even Nightish was like, that's a bunch of word salad. It was funny to her. And it was so wild. So many people dropped Cynthia. They literally like just dropped her. I mean, like I'm talking about 4 or 5 people, different people. And she tried to say that was all Resto. I'm like, dude, you are so clueless. It's not even funny.
I'm not gonna lie, I did it like 3 times. So the first time I got there, I gave my Izzy insurance just in case somebody tried to drop you. So I gave him the money up front, like, hey, if nobody tops this money, then no, Izzy's not gonna be dropped. So then I was like getting mad at Cynthia because she started to piss me the fuck off. And you know I was sick earlier, so I was just like, nah, yeah, I'm getting mad. So I dropped Cynthia. She brought herself back. I dropped her down immediately. And then like she brought herself back again. And I was like, okay, cool. Dropped her down again. And then like somebody else dropped her down. And then somebody else dropped her down. So she got dropped down like multiple times.
Yeah, multiple people too is funny. So Lauren, I didn't even know I was in a fight, honestly. So when I went back and they were talking about, I don't even know what, I'll have to bring it and just show you guys. Like, it was wild. And
Oh, we can. You want
do you
me to
want to
find the
bring it?
timestamp? Yeah, I can find the
Yeah,
timestamp.
yeah, you can bring it and share. So I went back. I didn't know what was. I mean, when Flo called me, he's like, "Hey, the
Shit.
women are
Was
going
that on?
crazy."
Wait, was that on Flow States or Powder Dusty?
Flo.
It sound like flow state like 3 hour into the video. I
Okay,
know.
it's
Oh,
on
was it
Flow
that
State.
long?
I watched it like this morning, I think. But yeah.
Okay.
All right, I was just making sure which channel it was on. Oh yeah, I got it. I got it. Okay.
Okay.
Give
Yeah.
me a second. I'm
So,
going on mute.
and Chuck, no, I didn't fight with them too. So anyway, I went there. I'm like, what's going on? I didn't even know what they were talking about. I was lost. And they then said something about, oh, they need to talk some things out with some of the women they have issues with. And then it was so bizarre. And then Snow was like, okay, do you want me to go first, Cynthia, or do you want to go first? You know, so apparently Snow went first, but Cynthia was like feeding her what to say online, like live. And she's like, I really respect you. I think you're, you know, I respect everything you've gone through. And I think, but like, why do you think that you can come up here and tell these creators like what to do? And I was like, huh? And then she goes, and I don't know about do you really actually have children? Are you actually married? And then on another note, she's like, um, and like, she was like, I do know you're very powerful and you're a strong woman, but why? But just why? So anyway, and I'm like, and she kept like getting distracted and I just can't. I'm like, dude, how many brain cells did I lose? I'm like, dude, get to the point. Get to the point. I'll drive you there. Let's go, you know? And then she was like, so do you not respect the things I've gone through? And I'm like, you didn't even tell me what you've been through. And no, I don't. I don't care. So it was wild. It was truly like even Nidus was like, this is a bunch of word salad on their end. Yeah, crazy mama. Apparently I have a ton of power. I'm like, hey, Flo is sitting here and he doesn't mind it when I tell him what to do. So there you go.
But that's the thing is like these like Snowfire and Cynthia, like I've known them since I began like the first live stream I did like a year ago. So you know what I mean? I think they know each other. So like you know, and I knew Flow State from that time too. So
Mhm.
they've all known each other for a long time. I mean, like
Yeah.
Cynthia, like I know Cynthia Flow State and Snowfire, they've talked to each other for a year now that I've known about them all. Right?
Yeah.
So yeah, so like you know, so I think there's a lot of background shit where it's like, you know, like because before that, I clicked back and seen them on shows like 2 years before that. So they've at least all known each other for like 3 years
Yeah.
that we might not be aware of, right? Or
Yeah.
some shit. Because you said you started this shit like 6 months ago. So
Yeah.
that's the thing is like, yeah, so like same here. So yeah, I feel like these people have known each other for a long ass time. Right?
Okay, I kind
Yeah.
of got. I don't really have the timestamp of where they were like talking about like you in Vegas, but I do have like when you pulled back up on some gangster shit. I ain't gonna lie.
This idiot, I didn't block him. Go ahead.
What?
So it apparently started by saying Izzy's going to Vegas and Flo was messing around and was like, oh yeah, Izzy and I will be in the same house or something like that. And I'm like, no, dude, I'm actually staying in my own hotel room and I'm only going for 2 days, you know.
Yeah.
And then she was like, well, she goes, whether you like it or not, I'm going. I'm like, I didn't even know you were going. You can. I don't care. You know
They're
what I
not
mean?
okay. Okay. So for public record, Cynthia Snowfire, y'all are not invited. I don't know what the fuck y'all got this from.
Yeah.
Like y'all can pull up. Obviously y'all are American. Y'all can do what the fuck y'all want. But like no, like you're not getting into the B&B, and don't worry about what Izzy's doing. She's only gonna be there for
Right.
2 days, and she's a respectable woman. Fuck out of here.
Exactly. It was wild. Wild. I was telling my husband about it, and he was like, well, he also thinks that I'm a nerd for talking to people online anyway. But, you know, but he was like, well, this is why you don't talk to strangers online. I'm like, well, I'm like, what? Yes and no, you know. But anyway, that was hilarious.
Yeah. No, I got it. I got when you pop back up in the back, like this is like right before you pop back up.
Okay.
This is ridiculous.
Anyway, this is crazy.
I'm gonna put it on like 1.25 because
Okay.
That's how I watch videos. Honestly,
Fine by me. Slow talks really slow. Snow talks really slow anyway.
Lindsay, I mean, I wanted to talk about that flat Earth stuff a little bit more.
Izzy's back. Oh wait,
there she is.
You know what? I'm trying to figure out how to.
Ooh, that was
Let
scary,
me
Alfred.
do this. Let me
This
do
is after he called me.
you see how like Izzy immediately got moved up to the top. Let's fucking go. Let's
Yeah.
fucking go.
Gentlemen, I will bring you back shortly. Hold on, Romano, you're not going anywhere. Yeah, you get that creepy smile out of here. I haven't
Who
only
did you
gone
talk
up. Where did Chuck? Oh, Chuck was trying to hide in with the women. Now, Romano,
Oh, come on now.
Hmm?
Oh my God.
I just
Please
want
really
to-
this
I'm
is gonna be too much for me. I don't want
Do you
that.
see how confused I am?
You guys.
Yeah, like you have no idea what's going on at this point.
No idea. No idea. Look, the one and only.
What do you do? I just want one panel without you motherfuckers. Please. I can't escape.
Oh no,
y'all.
Izzy told me to come here. Izzy came finding me. She's like, Flow State, come to Finkel's and share a hotel room with me.
Oh my God, you are so nasty.
Oh, you have no idea. You don't even know yet.
Show the proof. Receipts.
Prove it.
Receipts.
I will.
Yo,
I can't
Flo,
do it right
so
now. The
this-
Hardee's drive-through.
Oh, he
in the
can't do it
Hard-
right
oh,
now.
You're at Hardee's? Jesus. You're keeping them in business?
Okay. You have echo. Flo. Resto. Flo. Thanks. Okay.
So I guess okay, Flo, give me a head nod if this is the correct point where shit went left. Okay. Thanks.
That works for you.
Thanks.
That works.
Go first.
Nothing's left.
Listen, obviously, Izzy, Lindsay, Cynthia, and I guess Snow. I guess there's been animosity between. Oh, and Bex. I'm sorry, Bex is here too. Hey,
Who cares? Don't start naming names. Talk about
No,
yourself.
well, we're confronting this head
I don't know who
on.
Bex
No,
is, by the
Go
way.
ahead and confront your.
Hold the fuck on. Hold the fuck on.
See, she tried to stop her. She tried to stop the bet. She's like, "Don't start naming names." But yeah,
That and bro, look at this guy. He looks like he just got caught doing meth. Look at him.
Oh,
Look at him.
and Bex.
Hold on.
I'm sorry, Bex is here too.
Look
Hey,
at my
Who
facial
cares?
expression.
naming names.
No, we're confronting this head on.
No. Go ahead and confront your situation and what you think. I will agree with the things that we agree upon. Yes.
Oh yeah.
But
No, I'm
don't bring my
okay.
name up when. Yeah.
What did I miss?
About
What's
yourself.
going on?
Thank you.
I don't know. Did you just get here? Hi, Izzy. How are you?
Immediately starts going after Izzy for no fucking reason.
Yeah. Well,
Immediately.
remember they were talking to each other and like, well, don't tell them what we talked about if you noticed. They were talking to each other. Don't say the names I told you about, blah, blah, blah. And then, oh my gosh, Izzy, did you just get here?
Big gay, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Yes, OJ.
Good. I mean, did you have a good day?
Yeah, it's been.
All right, that's what's up.
I'm off
I
all
just wanted
week.
to. I was like, yeah.
You get to keep prattling.
Christmas season. Lucky you. Okay, and fight. No, I'm kidding. Let's do
No,
it.
it's not right. It's just a chit chat. Like obviously we all enjoy coming here, or else we wouldn't all keep coming here, right? Can we all agree on that? Is that something?
All right, let's go.
I'm the
Yeah.
reason all the women keep coming.
Okay.
Yeah, you are. Plus, I love you.
Outnumbered, so I
Such a
guess you
doll.
So
you know what,
I
Izzy,
mean-
you should be happy that you're going to be in his room. I'm a little jealous. How about that?
Look at my face.
What did I do?
I guess you're so worried about your reputation. Oh, well, not so worried. I shouldn't say it like
in
that.
a room together in Vegas, and I think that.
Wait, what? I'm sorry.
Oh, don't start it off with the rumors. Oh God, don't do that, Cynthia. That'll be bad for you.
Not as hard as it will be.
No, I guess you're taking a trip to Las Vegas.
This is gonna be good, you guys.
And so people are.
Wait.
Hey, are you supposed to show that? What is going on?
This is just my sword.
He's
unsheathing his sword. That's his French sword
okay.
that he speaks to every night.
I didn't mean to get off track. So I suppose that you're going, and people are like, well, who's going to room with who? And then it was mentioned that Izzy and I guess Flo are going to be in a room. Oh, and I think Restos was jealous, which, and
Bitch, what the fuck?
Yeah, yeah. This is the gossip committee. The gossip committee right here.
No, it's not. I said that I made up the whole rimming with Izzy thing to to try to like force Resto's jealousy to the surface. It was all planned to expose Resto's hidden feelings for Izzy and his hidden feelings for me, thereby exactly.
What?
Anyways, I'm just playing my fuckhead games. There's not like some deep backstory. I'm just being a douchebag.
Okay, there's
Well,
no
we-
hidden
you
feelings
already
for
are.
Izzy. There's no hidden feelings for Izzy.
There's
Right, comrade?
nothing, dude.
Yeah, no, I know. You keep denying it harder, and it becomes more believable. But yeah.
Yeah,
So
play
that
the
I take responsibility for her saying that Resto is jealous.
Shout out to Restos. I think I want to share the room with Flo, not Izzy.
Stop making it gay. Let me have my moment.
Okay, my bad. And so I was just, I'm sorry, what?
Resto wants to share a room with Flo.
That's just my personal opinion. That's just me.
I totally share a room with Flo.
Okay, me too, girl.
Okay,
Anyway,
well, now y'all made it gay.
so we're not going to talk about that. So, but so I think that Snow just said, I want to share a room with Flo. So that's interesting.
Why don't I have a configuration where like they're all sitting on my face?
Ew, no.
Can you put us all down at the bottom?
Why do you have to be such an idiot, honestly?
Me?
You know what would be perfect merch
That was a
though?
great question.
Izzy, Cynthia, and Bex, and
That's
of
a
course
really good
Lindsay.
question. That's a really good
If
question.
we all had our faces on some kind of merch, and then we could have his face, just like
like
what
a backpack of cum rags.
And then Miss Flo, of course, right there saying, "Oh hell no." Okay,
I mean, that's
Miss
actually
Flo's
like,
queen.
you guys may have missed it. I just
Can
came
we
up with
stop
a
this
brilliant
now?
fucking merch idea.
I guess. All right. What is
Universal
this?
copyright.
Hold on a
My
second.
face can only be put on with the wrestler's body.
So when did I
This
miss?
is the
So
way it
when did
goes.
you guys? Sorry.
Well,
Yeah.
For us all
I get
to
that.
sit
Like,
down
let's
and
talk about
have a
Izzy. Like, what's the point?
Yeah, I was gonna like try for us all to sit down and have some sort of coolness, so when we could go into 2025 and then you know
That's what we're
doing now.
And there is the lie. That is where the lie starts. I
That's
remember this.
Cynthia at its finest.
What lie happened?
So now I'm going to move on. I just want everybody to get along in 2025. And then here comes the woo bang.
Yep.
Here comes the woo bang.
You guys, I was so happy last night.
Huh?
I was so happy last night. I just want y'all to know.
You're an idiot. True idiot.
Here comes the woo bang. Here we go.
Like, okay. And then I find out what your birthday is. And then I'm intrigued even more about who you are after you meet Flo, before actually you said you can buy people off. So now I can see what you are able to do. And I can say you now the reason why I want to tell you why I can respect you. It's not because of what you're doing and how you make awkward moments on panels and are able to control them. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, that's how I feel. And that's what I see. Okay. The other part is you don't cuss, lady, and you stick up for what you believe in and what you've been through. And I respect what you've been through too.
Thank you.
Okay. I do. I really truly do. But your motives and how awkward
I'm still
you
confused.
I don't trust you. I'm sorry. But I could be kosher with you because you are a mother. You are you travel around, I guess, being a basketball coach. That's awesome. And I can see that whole thing that happened with that tornado. I was like, kind of made me feel for you as a mom and having a home and stuff, and thinking about what you might go through. Yeah. So, but I'm just wondering about your intentions, because I can see that you are buying people off. You've been on some big platforms and you made yourself known, and congrats to that. But I don't want to do that. Number one, I'm not doing what you are doing.
Hold
So
on.
I didn't
Pause
ask
this.
me.
Pause
I didn't
this.
ask you to do what I'm doing.
No, I never asked you to ask.
Pause it,
You know,
You
please.
none of
you
that
just
happened.
said it. You just said I don't want to.
Sorry. I thought that
Okay,
was you
so
talking in the video.
no, that's okay. But did you see how, Izzy, I respect everything you've been through. You're a mom, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, and I know you made yourself really big in short times, blah, blah, blah. But I don't want to do that. But I never asked her to do that. Does that make sense? I'm like, okay, there is a disconnect there. Let's get there, right? So go ahead.
Okay.
Do what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm me. That's why.
But no one asked you to do that.
Yeah. So, but I work I guess a different way. I'm just, I guess, more unbalanced, and also like if I was to be you, Izzy, and putting out like what I could do or create my own character, I would be hated too, probably, like, because of whatever. Like a lot of women naturally just can't stand me, so it's okay. But you know, like, and I like everybody. I love a lot of girls, but there's something about you. They're naturally to me. Is it the power
that I have? The fact that I.
Is it the
It's
power?
the power. Power gives sexual tension. This is sexual tension. Brat and brat tamer dynamics. Snow wants you to tame her ass, Izzy. Put her in her plate.
Yeah.
It's the
Make her
power.
suck your strap on.
That's the power.
Is it the power, Izzy? Is it the power that, and look at Nidish's face. I love it.
Nidish doesn't even know where he is right now. Just
No, he's actually following.
Nidish picks up on energy just like I do, and we were both basking in it, I think.
Yeah, look at Nidish.
Like Nidish just looks content. Have you ever seen Nidish look that content?
No, not at all.
No.
No, not at all.
So
Not at all.
I do have to ask you, Flo. So this was happening before I joined, right? They were talking about. That's why you said, "Hey, Izzy, come back."
Somebody, I don't. Maybe it was Cynthia. I don't know who. Somebody had said like, "Oh, Izzy left, right? She should come back." I was like, "Oh yeah, Izzy, get the fuck back here." This weird sexual female tension is about to bubble over, and
Oh, gotcha.
yeah, and like I just need your presence to add to this cocktail, and it'll do its thing, and it did.
Yeah,
It really did.
it was a setup. Okay.
Is it a setup if I get you in on it?
No, not you, not by you, because right before they started this, Snow was telling Cynthia, "Don't say what we talked about." You know what I mean? Don't name the names or something like that.
Like you can't red ball it. Like that's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Like I'm not gonna lie, the actual words coming out of y'all's mouth, I don't listen to most of them.
Not gonna lie, me neither. I've been, yeah.
I was in shock, and I'm like, okay, so who has a problem with who? What's going on? But you'll see here.
I can
It might be.
Okay.
It might be. It might be that, because I have gone through a lot in my life as well, and I've experienced a lot of stuff. Lived all over the U.S. Okay, and I've experienced all types of walks and lifestyles, and I've always tried to remember who I am and stay at that level, like a flow state.
Hold on, Izzy, what are you watching on TV?
What are you talking about?
The lights keep like going like in and out.
Oh, I know. I was watching a show when Flo texted me. I'm like, dang it. I was watching, a documentary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Who's breathing?
But there are certain things
I'm
where
so
you
lost.
can
Like,
become.
why is that has anything to do with your background? I am a separate person. I feel
I'm
like
just
you're
using
projecting
that as an
your life.
example because I know how powerful and rich I could be if I wanted to be, and I didn't do it.
Do you think? Hang on, I'm sorry, Snow. What do you think about what she said, Izzy? Do you
She
think
wants to feel Izzy's
you
power.
agree that I heard you say yes, I can buy people off, but do you think that you come off rude sometimes, not only to her but to other people?
Wait, one person at a time.
one person and they're, you know, whatever.
We'll go with
Like,
Cynthia. That's a good question. Because
No,
I'm
I
like,
totally
yeah,
agree with what
whatever.
Snow was saying, and that
hold on,
sometimes you
hold
come
on,
off rude.
hang
So I was
on,
wondering, do you think you
hang
do?
on.
I don't
Cynthia,
care if she's rude. It's her. It's more than that, you know.
so you
She
kind
can be
of
rude to
troll.
me, her as a person, like not as a person, but like her,
Could you spit in your
like who
mouth?
she is playing to be.
No.
I feel like you
Yeah.
are all over the place because you went from, oh my gosh, Izzy, you've been through
Mhm.
so much. I feel so bad for you, blah blah blah, and
Maybe. Yeah, we haven't seen pictures of anything of your kids,
I don't need
nothing.
to.
So
I
yeah.
will never show you pictures of my kids. Ever.
Or heard them in the background, or your husband. Nothing
Okay,
like
and
that. So
Flo, seen
I
my
don't know.
kids.
It's questionable.
And I don't care about what you think.
Okay.
So here's my point.
That's fine. That's
So, hold
okay.
on, hang on. You went
Mhm.
from, hey Izzy, I have so much respect for you.
You want to say something about that?
That exactly. That's what I mean. I have, you know, you're a strong woman, you're blah blah blah. I've never seen pictures of my kids. Yeah, and you will never see pictures of my kids because you're nobody to me. And I don't think she was getting that. And so you see the tag teaming between her and Cynthia. That's what they were trying, like, okay, like when TML said she's a master manipulator, I truly believe it, you know, and then her comment about you can buy people off. So this was a comment that I made to Crispy when Crispy was getting in her feelings every time I dropped her. And she was like, okay, what are you going to do? Buy me off again? And at one time I said, no, you ain't worth it anymore. So that's where they're coming with that comment. And I know they're both still talk to her. Yeah. I don't buy people. What the heck?
You did make that claim. I actually blocked you for a while for that. I think that
What?
was the one.
No, when you blocked me is when I told you, hey, who was telling
Oh
you
yeah,
what
you were
to
like,
do?
hurry up and check your Cash App, bitch. I was like, blocked.
Oh, I don't say that. I don't even say that word.
You didn't say the word, but like you conveyed that exact message.
Wait, didn't I pay to unblock Izzy?
This was a while back. This was before.
I paid to unblock. It was like how much to
Did you?
unblock Izzy? Yes, I did.
Yeah, I don't think it was for blocking. I think it was for more of, hey, who's giving you orders or something.
You were shit testing me.
I did. Yeah, I did. I admit that.
And
So,
but yeah,
what are your guys' thoughts so far here?
you're all my thoughts. What do you mean?
Oh,
Yeah, can y'all have thoughts while I go smoke?
No, but
no,
honestly,
I'm
like,
actually on a job today. I was just out getting something to eat. I'm back though.
Oh fuck, I don't care.
I don't care about you guys trying to figure out like what's really going on behind the scenes where it's nothing except for
I'm talking about
insanity.
those two. Okay, listen, there's not really much going on behind the scene other than these two idiots are like, you can sense the jealousy, you know, like when her saying, oh, I know you are all these things, and you know, I could have been those things.
2 minutes.
Dude, okay. Dude, no one even play you're gonna come back, right?
Okay, I can play it for 2 minutes, or I can let y'all talk.
Play these nuts for 2 minutes.
Oh my gosh, you're.
I'm asking
so
which one you want.
stupid.
Okay, so talk. Let me play it. Which one? I don't care. Either way, I'm leaving.
Resta, will you just stay here while we figure out what we want you to do for 2 minutes?
Oh my
No, that's okay. Yeah. And then
Resto,
Flo, you
what?
created all this chaos. I don't even know why.
Whoa, me?
You know
No, I'm
exactly
sorry,
why.
Flo.
I didn't do shit.
Not you, Flo.
I feel like it was one of my best chaoses yet.
Like, it's so stupid though, honestly. But anyway, so they
Most
bought
fun
it.
things are.
I ain't gonna lie. Anytime I pause it on Izzy, that shit look like an album cover. Let's start there.
Thank you. But anyway, yeah, so Flo is an idiot. And
Yeah.
then he hosted
But I'm the
those
best at being an idiot.
he hosted those two insane women who just like, nobody likes you, Izzy. I'm like, really? Is it just, or the two of
You don't get to just exempt yourself from the insane women panel that easily.
you think I was insane here?
Oh no, you were cool as a cucumber, which is a demonstration of your own insanity. I recognize
No,
that.
but tell me how. Tell me how.
Good. Y'all can woo bang. I'll be back.
Tell me how. Because your coolness was aggressive coolness. You're doing it to aggravate and belittle because you enjoy woo banging with other crazy bitches just as much as the crazy bitches who enjoy it with you.
No, there's not all these people, right? It's just the two of them because the two of them annoy me so much.
You just responded to something that was not at all what I was talking about. But nice deflection. I
What are you
acknowledge it
talking
right
about?
there.
What are you talking about?
I'm just saying that you're also crazy.
Well, I don't think anyone is normal, right? I
Okay,
wouldn't
that's
consider
fine. That's all I'm
myself
saying.
crazy. Yeah.
I'll accept that.
Yeah, I don't think anyone is normal. And look where I come from, right? So survived all that. I mean, of course there's some kind of damages, right? But my point is everybody else in the chat at the time and on the panel were saying like what these people are doing are just insane. Like she's projecting what she wanted to do, like what she wanted to do with her life, what she could have been on me because I made it the right way or I was successful at it or whatever she thought, right?
Yeah, it was really fascinating.
Yeah. So it was just weird to me. I'm like,
You know what really I think was the first thing that really before things exploded, but what really increased the pressure in the room was when Lindsay came up with that picture.
oh my gosh, that was perfect. Yeah. I actually don't mind Lindsay. I know like I worry about her getting cold and stuff, but I think she's actually intelligent, honestly.
Yeah, she is.
Huh?
She is intelligent. I confirm that.
Yeah, she's very intelligent. Yep.
Okay, going back to work. Suck my dick.
Shut up. Gosh, I thought he would never leave. JK, if he's listening, he might cry. But yeah, this was just crazy and stupid. And so he was feeding into it, and these two idiots came out of just left field talking about their stupid feelings about how, oh, I could have done all these things in my life. Okay, then why didn't you? Like, why are you worried about mine? I can do whatever I want and it's working. Yeah, I didn't get the birthday thing either. I don't know what that was. I think it's because so she believes in the what is it called? What are they called? Like the signs and stuff. My gosh.
Astrology.
Astrology. Thank you. And I'm like a July 23rd baby. So like she's like, "Oh, I know you're, on the cusp of Cancer and a Leo and you're very strong." I'm like, I don't even believe in that. You know what I mean? Um, oh, Chuck, I know. She totally, and it worked. It worked. And then Cynthia was literally body shaming her and telling her all these things. And it worked, totally worked on Cynthia. Yeah. Yeah,
All
dude,
right,
I barely know them.
I'm back.
Okay.
All right, do we want to continue this?
It's up, I mean, just to the point where I just had my one-on-one with
Oh,
idiot.
okay.
And then I
That
told Cynthia, shut up.
is coming up soon. Let me get.
Your sand levels
Then you
are the
went
problem.
and you said, I could have been rich. I could have worked the things that I do. I could have been like you, but I chose not to.
No, not like
Then
you. I don't want to be nothing like you,
hold
girl.
on.
I swear to God, I put that on my life.
No,
I hope to
She
God I
just
die
said
tomorrow.
I
it.
did
She
not
just
speak
said
out
it.
when you were speaking, dude.
Okay.
Let me speak. All right.
She literally just said it. I could have been like you. I could have done these things like just 2 seconds ago. Okay.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
just play it.
No,
And
but
then you
don't
said,
period. I'm not gonna let that happen, Izzy.
all right. Then you said,
Okay.
you know, you came on all these channels and you're this popular now. And then it literally was all over the place. That's why I said, hop on, let me drive you to the point, because it was all over the place.
Drive me to your point then.
Hold on. Bottom line is,
Tell me what your point is. I want to know what you think about what I think, or whatever you want to know, or whatever. What's your problem?
I don't have a problem, dude. You were the one that brought me here, and you had.
Then why are you? My problem with you, once again, I'm going to say this one more time, is when you came on, you were like telling have their own platforms what to do.
And it
Okay.
works.
Okay. That's all I wanted to say.
So take it up with the channels that you are on, or you can pay them more. I don't know what to tell you.
I hear you.
Yeah, that's all. Sounds
Okay.
like to me that you have issues.
So that's why I'm going to say I respect where you, but I don't fully, and whatever, all that other stuff, I respect where you're coming from, because you come from a different place than I would ever come from. That's all I'm saying.
I know that.
Do you get that, or do you not get that?
No, I get that. I know that you will never,
Okay, good.
ever be in the same place as I were. And you'll never understand.
Okay, so do you respect that then?
Respect that you will never be where I was? Yes.
Do you respect
or
Snow?
ever will be?
Respect Snow and her experiences. And
I don't.
you have
Yes,
I
no, I'm saying, like, do you respect? Yeah, she doesn't know me. Do you respect that what I just said about you, though, like what we just talked about, so it doesn't get thrown off? Okay, so you do not respect me, is what you're saying, right?
Nope, that's not what I said.
Or anything I said.
What you
Like,
said
with
was
our
a ton of
conversation.
words that made no sense, dude.
You can easily say that right now.
See what? Say what? I just told you. You said a bunch of words with no meaning.
Okay.
Yeah,
I know, but
word
it's not.
salad.
You can easily
It's word
say it
salad, but a
'cause
word
it's
salad.
It was a word
The
salad?
only reason I came up here, Flo, is because you didn't read my chat, and it was beautiful. I say, why the fuck is Flo playing with his sword, and Resto wants to join him? And then I also said, what up, Cynthia? I know what I could do with your face.
and I threw up the throwing up emoji.
And I can't wait. And I can't wait till Izzy buys me out.
I will
Izzy's
never
not
buy you
gonna
out.
buy you out.
Eat you
So,
out, maybe, but
that went good.
That
I
is
can
so
dream,
much,
damn it.
Is this
You
what
haven't-
you all? Hold on. Is this where you all were talking about while I was gone?
I don't actually have any idea
No,
what
we-
we talked about at any point during the 3.5
Well, I
hours.
was gonna try to make sure we got along in 2025, but
I've literally made more double entendres
Cynthia.
tonight than
My
ever.
fault.
You were trying to get.
Thank you, Squatch.
what I was trying to just for us women to have a meeting, since we were all up here on the panel together. I mean, I think it's no big secret we've all had issues with each other, not Snow and I, nor well Bex and I have, but everybody knows we're cool again. So just just so we could have cool conversations and help the channel grow in 2025. Snowfire was coming to you, Izzy, and giving you some examples of situations that she wasn't sure about you. She felt like you might not be on the up and up. You brag about buying people off. You're kind
Yeah,
of
that's the part I heard about buying people off. Why am I not good enough to be bought off?
because you're
I
nice.
don't brag about it. It
You're
came
nice.
up one time with Crispy.
Cynthia, I know you want me.
Don't even. That's a power game, and I know what you're doing. So
No,
let's
I
finish my
truly don't
conversation,
care.
and let me finish what I was
truly
saying.
Don't care. Truly don't care about
I'm
what
sure
you say.
you don't.
I
So then you're just
truly
proving me
don't.
right.
No,
Okay.
I don't care about what
So
you say.
you have
because
hidden intentions
you
against
listen,
me.
Oh, let me talk
Mhm.
something. Hold on. Let me say something. Hold on.
Let's
Hold
go.
on. You and I are not on the
Okay.
same level at all.
Ever.
Like,
Never. I will never be on your
when
level.
it comes to status, when it comes to life, when it comes to marriage, when it comes to everything, you and I are not the same level. I am right
Never.
here. You're
I
on
am
the bottom.
totally on another level
So
than you.
I don't really give a flying whatever you want to add to that about people like you. Truly.
But do you or do you not?
I
For
truly
who
don't.
I am? So you don't
care
respect
about-
people like
I don't
me, do
even-
you?
I don't even know who
You
you
don't
are.
respect
The
anybody
one
like
thing-
me, right?
The one thing I know is that you and I will never be on the same level. That's it.
And that's
Yeah.
okay with me. I can
Good.
accept your
You
level,
should.
and I can
You have to be
appreciate
okay
who
with
you are. On your shut the fuck up, bitch. I'm not
You
done
should
talking, and I'm
be
sick of
okay
you.
with it. You should. You
Okay.
don't have an option but be
But I am
okay
so.
with it. No,
You
it's
think
done.
you?
It's already over. The
Okay,
conversation
because
is done. I am done. I'm still speaking. You may
So you
not
do
speak
not
until I'm
appreciate
done.
people.
So
You
I
don't respect
care what
women.
You think.
You don't care
Oh,
about
I
a lot of
appreciate-
things. Then this
actually,
is a very.
and respect a ton of strong women.
No, it's
that
okay.
have
You want a
mental
power, so you
reset.
don't understand what a powerful woman is because I don't have money.
Oh, I've met a
And
ton
I,
of
is that why?
women. It's not you. It's not you.
Okay, so
you
you
use your dumb
why is that?
blonde hair and like talking like you're from the valley with your mouth open. That crap doesn't work. It
I
works
can
on
do whatever I want on the internet,
stupid
honey, just as
men.
well as you are.
Listen, it works on stupid
Okay.
men. Does not work on me at all. Okay, you're are known for who you are. I will We're good.
By you, and I wouldn't want to be known by you by anything. So that's
No, not
okay
by,
with me.
not by me, girl. You are known.
Okay, well, you have your standards, and everybody heard her standards. Everybody heard her standards. So all you weak, like you peasants, especially the
So you're
women,
weak. So
because
you're
she's
weak.
way above
You're
you
weak.
guys, right?
Are you a weak? Are you a weak? I'm talking to you, not everybody else. Are you weak?
I don't know.
You belong to a
Whatever you
different
want to
ilk.
call me, baby. Whatever you want to
You
call me, little
belong-
one. Whatever. I'm rich,
belong-
honey.
you
I'm rich.
belong-
You don't even know how rich I am. I am
ilk.
so rich.
You belong to a different ilk. I'm gonna pull a Kevin. You belong to a different ilk.
I'm
We're
rich.
not-
Don't
we're
even
not-
bring up my.
not the same.
Kevin is too cool for this conversation. Okay. Do not bring Kevin's name into this. Just don't do it. That is ugly as fuck on you.
Yeah.
So I was wondering, was this like was that Marathon Kev or like what?
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking too. Well,
Yeah.
I don't think that she knew who Kevin was.
No, she didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, she
Maybe
didn't.
Kevin is like important in her life or some shit, but no,
Yeah.
let's clear that up right now. Pretty sure Izzy was talking about Marathon Kev.
Yes.
Maybe there
1000%.
is an important Kev in her life, and she just defaulted to that in her head.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
But did you that's it. I think I'm done after that. Cynthia tried to chime in, but I'm like, okay, this is stupid, you know? But do you see what I'm talking about? Like, it's just out of nowhere. They were like, oh, we just want to be good people in 2025 so we can build this channel. No, dude, like you have issues. The two of you have issues and you are so butthurt and I don't care. That's it.
Yeah, that's fucking wild.
Yeah.
That whole night was wild.
I did want to say I can call Flo's sword. and I can raise him a sword.
Oh, so
that's a cool sword. Yeah. Let's go. Devil swords. Yeah, crazy mama. I don't know either. I don't even know. I don't even know. Oh, and you missed the point where she was like, well, guess what? Whether you like it or not, we're going to Vegas too. And I'm like, okay, I didn't even know. Like, okay, go. Who's stopping you?
yeah, I just want to say publicly,
yeah,
I will not be linking up with Snowfire or Cynthia in Vegas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do. I mean, they're completely free to go to Vegas, but I mean, I'm not linking up with y'all.
Yeah.
Nah.
But yeah, that was stupid. And I should have probably just, watched my documentary instead. You know what I mean? Because that was just a waste of my life.
I should have stayed my ass asleep. That's what I should have did.
Yeah. I was so literally beyond dumb. I mean, beyond dumb. Like, what was the point of that?
Well, it's like I said, they've known each other for years,
Yeah.
So I'm forced to think like how much of the thing at the end, because he just said that, so the fact is that, nobody knows if Lindsay and Cynthia talked it out beforehand and rehearsed their fight.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then they had a fight
Oh,
on
yeah.
stage. You know what I'm saying, right? So this is the fact of the matter. This is why it's called The Machine Lies. You know? But yeah. It's a game we all play. Right? But yeah, the fact is that you know what I mean? He essentially got like $100 in less than an hour by getting Cynthia and Snowfire to just make a, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Faux attack on you, I guess.
Yeah.
That he knew you and Resto would respond to. So he admitted that. Right? Yeah.
Well, and even Nightish. I mean, I know even Nightish dropped her, and other people dropped her, and yeah, it was so. Again,
yeah, Nightish has been on flow state since the beginning. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Nightish has been on flow state since episode 1. I remember. But yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So it was, again, it was so stupid. And obviously, as you can see, they're just projecting and they're just, oh, I could have been all these things, but I chose not to. No, honey, you just failed. That's all. So,
Damn.
what?
No, that was good.
I mean, no, that's what I think. That's what I think, that they just failed. They just didn't do right? I mean, I made myself out of nothing. Literally, I came up from a crap hole country, worked against the odds. You know what I mean? We grew up eating dirt, like that's how poor we were. And I made myself by myself without handouts, without, help, programs, resources. I did it. And I helped my family. So, and that's why I mean, like I always tell you, like even when I talk to you, Rest, I'm like, I probably will work to the end of my life because I do want to set my children forever. Like, I don't care. People say, oh, they're just going to be another spoiled children. I don't care. I will set them up financially for life. So no one can touch them.
Yeah, that is a true statement.
Mm-hmm.
And we both feel the same way on that.
Yeah. But, oh, wait, BTSD been blocked? Oh, I didn't know that. How do I check for that?
On StreamYard.
Yeah.
I know how to do it if I can do it, but explaining it is weird because I'll have to go through the steps myself and like tell you how to get there. I don't really know how to do it
That's okay.
without doing that.
Oh, it told me before, Izzy. Okay. But yeah, I mean, I think Miss TML, you're on to something. I truly believe what you're saying.
Drop the link again.
Okay.
I feel like I gotta probably lay down for like an hour or two.
Okay, my buddy. Okay.
Yeah. Should probably get a little bit more sleep just to
That's not good. CJ, what the heck? I just saw that. I don't buy people, dude. I don't have that ability. I don't, even if I did, I would want nothing to do with that. That is so silly and crazy. Again, it was about a super chat not super chat. You pay to kick people off panel. That's what it was about. But these two idiots had to take it and twist it and make it into something that it's not even accurate.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about buying people off panel. I'll buy you the fuck off the panel if I don't like. If you're cucking the content, or if you're just being a dickhead to people that I like, yeah, I'm gonna buy you off the panel. I don't care.
Yeah.
You're gone. Get them gone.
Get them gone. I like your thing when you're like, get them gone.
Get them gone. Whenever you see that in chat, that's how you know somebody finna go up. Like, get them gone.
Yeah. Yeah. That's funny, actually. I don't know how to do this. If you can walk me through it, I'll see if I can unblock, but otherwise, I don't know.
Yeah,
Or
I'll
you
have
just
to walk
use
you
your
through
other
it.
alt account, dude. I know you have a ton of them.
I'm gonna walk you through it later, but I'm gonna make some space on the panel. I'm gonna lay down for like 2 hours.
Okay.
I'm getting a little tired. Oh yeah. I'll text you when I wake up. All right.
Yeah, sounds good. Let me know what the plan is.
Yeah, there's always a plan. There's always a plan. Is it gay ops? Running gay ops. That guy. See you later. TML. Much respect.
Yeah. Bro.
Chat. Some of y'all. Much respect. For the cloud watchers. Much respect. I know who y'all are, but still, thank you for watching. Appreciate y'all for supporting Izzy. I will
Yeah,
return
thanks.
once I don't feel like shit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Take care.
You too.
Thank you. Nice try. Nice try, dude. But yeah, so this was craziness, right?
Yeah, for sure.
No,
Yeah.
it's seemed pretty crazy. Yeah.
It was so stupid.
Yeah, see, I used to watch these guys on this Paul and Slave panel. I mean, so I seen them
Mhm.
on there for a very long time. Cynthia and Flow State,
Mm-hmm.
you know. So Cynthia and Flow State were on Paul and Slave's panel. You know what I mean? And from what I could see, Cynthia really, really fed his ego for a long time. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
like she made this dude think he was the shit, basically. You know what I mean? And then she teamed up with Flow State, and this dude got really mad. And you know how Flow State plays videos of this dude all the time. Like most of his shows, like like a lot of his shows been playing videos of Paul and Slave.
Yeah.
So essentially, you know what I mean, and also Talcott. So those are the two dudes. So I seen them for over a year. They went like 6 months from Paul and Slave's panel to Jack Talcott's panel, and then Flow State started his own show. And
Yeah.
Cynthia was there like the whole time. Like Cynthia's always been a Flow State
Mhm.
supporter. But yeah, I kept my eye on these people because I see them
Yeah.
on all the panels and in all the chats. So I've kind of been forced to. But yeah.
Yeah. And it's just funny how she preaches, oh, we just want to have a good 2025. No, you don't. No. You're all about drama. Who is this? Oh, what's up, Wolf?
Hey, Izzy, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Not bad. I was
What's
going to help you
happening?
with
What's happening?
the StreamYard thing.
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
put, yeah, you just go to settings
Mm-hmm.
in StreamYard Studio, and then go to guests, and then there
Okay.
will be a list of banned people in guests, like banned guests.
So the problem is I'm using my iPad. I don't have all the options that you're saying. Let me try.
And then
Guests.
I'm going to drop a link too to the
Okay.
StreamYard
Okay.
support page that like says all the steps to do also,
Okay.
but it's essentially just in studio when
Yeah.
you go to settings there will be it says like virtual background, recording, hotkeys, layouts, and then guests.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you click on guests, it will open up a menu that has a list of all the banned guests in there. And then all you
Okay.
got to do is like hit the X next to the person's name to like unban them.
Okay.
And like how people get banned from studio is when you leave, like you can click next to the hamburger menu on everybody's smaller icon that's underneath the the big screen that's above.
Yeah.
When you add them, hit that hamburger menu, you can like kick a person from the studio
Okay.
or ban them from the studio, I think is like the next one down.
Okay.
And
I think I
sometimes
found it.
right, yeah. So if that guy
Okay.
out there is banned, his name will be in that list. And
Yeah.
if he's not banned, his name will not be in that list.
I don't
I'm
see
not
his name
banned.
in the
I'm here.
list. That guy, you really have to change your name, dude.
I know.
Oh, I mean, not that guy. I mean,
Yeah, no, I know what you
that
mean. Oh,
other
look who's here. Look who's
Holy
here.
shit. You finally got it figured out. Holy shit. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. You need to chill down and explain your story.
How is my audio, by the way? How is my audio?
It's fine right now.
It's perfect.
I didn't say perfect. I said it's fine.
But why was I banned from the studio in the first place?
I don't think you were banned.
Yes, I was. You had to unblock me. You just did it, dude.
I didn't
It was
unblock
probably-
you. I just told you I think I got it, but I didn't see what he. Again, I'm doing this from my iPad, and I don't have the exact same stuff.
You
from
had to
the-
click on that little X to unblock me, and then I just clicked the link just now, and it finally let me in
Nah,
after
you
you
were playing
unblocked me.
games. Nope,
Dude,
you were
like-
playing
So you,
games.
so
Like
you
Wolf
did
just
block me.
explained, like Wolf
Well,
just
there's an
explained,
easy
it was
solution
probably
to
an
that.
accident.
BSBT, I think. If you were banned, you would have took a screenshot, because when you go in and you're banned, StreamYard will pop up and say you are banned from the studio.
That's what it was saying until she just clicked on the X just now. You just walked her through it, and I just watched you walk her through how to unban
Do you have
me.
evidence?
And then
Do you have evidence? Do you have evidence?
oh my God, you guys just did it on a panel. Am I
No,
in?
I did you not hear me saying to him that I don't have those options?
Oh my God.
Fucking
Well,
ban him.
it could have been some kind of glitch too, where you got to go into it, and because sometimes the like mute and the echo buttons, you got to click and unclick
Well-
that shit for some reason too.
Well, the last time I came up, I did get banned the last time I came up, and nobody can tell me why. It's very bizarre. I ask folks why I got banned or why I get blocked from a chat. They can never tell me. They just block me.
No one blocked you, dude. I had you up here.
Okay, cool. So, if you'll remember, I initially started this with the question of, can you have a normal conversation, Izzy? And then the very first thing you do is respond with a very abnormal response.
Tell me more. Why don't you explain the situation first?
Are you capable of having a normal conversation?
Are you?
See, this is what I'm talking about. It's
Are
kind of
you?
like a
Are
little
you?
kid thing.
I
It's like,
invited you up
are
here.
you?
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I invited you up here. So obviously I want you to explain yourself. If you don't want to explain yourself, you are more than welcome to drop down.
Well,
Okay?
and who is
So
this
it's not
resto
about
guy?
me. Listen, it's not about me. It's about
Who the fuck are
you.
you?
Well, that's what every good gaslighter tries to do, is try to spin it around on you so that they don't have to talk about them. And I initially asked you the
What are you
question, which, by the
talking
way,
about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? See, this is the
you
stuff
keep
that
saying you
gets
want me to explain myself to you. Last time I had to
not to
explain
me.
my
Okay, not to me. What I'm saying is you were talking in the chat, and then I told you you can come here and talk to them. Okay, so now you can talk to them and explain to them why people have the perception they have with you. Okay, so you may speak now. Go ahead.
BSBD, can you turn your
Well,
audio down like
getting
just
a
5 or
perception.
10 notches too? It's kind of crackly.
Yeah, mine or his?
BSBT. It's just a little bit crackly. It's like clipping.
Okay.
Is that any better?
Yes, much better.
Okay. All right. Well, I first came up because remember initially you had put auditors in your hashtag, like hashtag auditors on a live stream at one point.
I'm not talking
And
about
then
that. I said share your life story. What's going on?
share my life story, like who I am and what I do. I am a
Yes.
First Amendment champion or a free speech advocate. I am what you might call an activist. I run a YouTube channel that focuses on police accountability. I'm networked with other folks that run police accountability channels on YouTube, often referred to as the 1A community. I don't know. Do you want me to keep going?
No, that's good. So what is it what's going on? Where are you running from now?
Well, you claim I'm running from warrants, correct?
That's what you said.
No, you are the one that said I'm running from warrants. When I asked you if
You
you're
said
capable
that
of
the
having
last
a
time you
normal,
spoke. Hold on. The last time we talked,
I've
you
never
said that
said I'm
there were.
running from warrants. Never once said that. Never said I'm
Okay,
running from
listen,
warrants.
listen. We asked you if you still have warrants out for your arrest. You said yes. I said, are
I
you going to
believe
pay
so.
them?
I believe so. I don't check them every day. I have had times in the past where I've had a warrant out for my arrest and then it just magically gets dropped. For some
Oh,
reason, it
that's
magically just goes
fascinating.
away. Right. So I don't know if the latest warrant has gone away yet. If they were smart, they would just do that. That's the smartest move on their part. But they usually don't do the smartest thing from what I've gathered. They rarely ever do the smart thing and just drop it.
Interesting.
It is interesting, right?
Hmm.
Do you want to hear the arrest story? I mean, you can watch the video if you want, or I could tell you the
No, go
arrest
ahead.
story.
You can explain it. Go ahead.
Oh, what, my arrest story?
No, I mean, I don't even know. What is it that you wanted to share anyway?
Well, I just wanted to know if you were capable of having a normal conversation. If you remember before that, I asked you about a message that you sent in Discord about buying somebody out. It was Vegas VIPs, and then you said I didn't know, I took it out of context or whatever. And then I pulled up the exact quote of what you said, and then I told you what the exact quote is. I shared it into my Discord, and then you still denied that it was you that said that, or you denied that you said that. Just like you denied that I was banned earlier and that you didn't just fix something just now, even though everybody on the live stream heard you being walked through it. And then magically I can appear. Magically I could appear as soon as somebody walked you through being able to unblock
what
me.
did I tell you? Hold on. Stop
That's
speaking for a
amazing. It's
second. Wolf,
amazing
what did
on
I
the
tell
timing of
you?
it.
Shut up. Hold on. Shut up. Wolf, what did I tell you? What did I
Is
have?
he
What kind of device that I have?
An iPhone or something?
right? You're
I'm
using
using my
logical
iPad,
fallacies. Nobody,
and things are
right? That
not
has
the
nothing to
same.
do. Right, but
Things are
somehow
I don't see
magically,
the same options. I think you're playing your stupid stuff again. Why are you even in the, why were you even in the chat, honestly?
why was I in the chat? Because I find it fascinating, this whole psychology experiment that goes on YouTube. I find it fascinating. I ask you if you're capable of having a normal conversation, and the very first thing you do, Izzy, is ask like the most inappropriate questions you could ask.
Can I say
What
something?
about your warrants?
Can I say
not about the
something?
warrants.
Yeah,
Hey,
Ariel, of
Sure.
course you can.
Like just pretend like it's me and Izzy on panel, and yeah, if
listen,
anybody else wants
take
to
a break. Izzy,
yeah.
Well, I can ban you. I can ban you again if you don't stop. Listen, you was banned a long time ago when you was on here with Master Sergeant when you was going at it. Izzy did not unban you just now. Just letting you know. That was done a long time ago. That wasn't her.
Right.
Okay, so the what I'm getting out of this is I was banned at one time. What was I banned for?
Because you interrupt. You keep interrupting and you keep interrupting, and you was very rude that day. And I don't want to say the name who banned you, but it was one of the guys, and I'm one of the guys, and it wasn't me.
Okay, so the reasoning is because I was rude and I was interrupting folks, even though just now I had not interrupted you at all.
Right, but that day you was very.
That day I was what? I kept interrupting folks. No,
Yeah.
the one day I remember it was because I was talking to Muckster, and Muckster was telling me the strange CPS story about how some CPS worker is jumping through all these hoops to try to relocate some kids out of state to some foster parents in a different state or something like that. And then I was telling Muckster, I was like, well, that just seems like a very odd story. And why would a CPS worker be jumping through all those hoops to help an out-of-state foster couple adopt a kid? And then he got really offended for some reason that I didn't buy the story that he was throwing out there. I think he threw it out there like I thought it'd be a feel-good romp, like a, wow, this CPS worker is a hero for saving some kids and him out of state with some foster
Dude,
parents.
okay, hold on. You're all over the place.
Yeah.
Now that you were in the chat, what did you want today?
Well, I asked you initially, are you capable of having a normal conversation, and then you had a very abnormal, inappropriate response to that question.
Dude,
which was,
what
you
kind
still
of
have
fucking
warrants out for
question
your
is
arrest?
that? That is such a weird fucking question. Nobody asked that question.
Thank you.
You're capable of having normal conversations?
Yeah, you only ask that when you've been trying to have a conversation and and someone just refuses to fucking respond like a regular person, kind of like what you're doing right now.
I believe I'm acting very normal, but if I'm not, then please tell me. I'm always down to correct my behavior.
No, you're not being normal. You're being really fucking weird. And I've only
Really
just met you,
fucking
man.
weird. Well, I haven't met you at all. I mean, I'm on a panel with you. I came up on a
You
panel
haven't
to
met
talk
me
to
at all.
Izzy, you're right. I have never met you at all. But I had a few questions for you
To
because I thought it was
what?
odd.
What?
Okay, so
Yeah.
for example,
Wait, you've never met
Vegas.
this lady? Yeah,
No, it
What?
keeps getting better.
Hold on, Izzy, wait a second. Have you ever met Vegas VIPs?
No, I don't want to.
Okay,
But
so
what does that has
if you've
anything to do with
never met him,
anything?
okay, if you've never met him, why were you asking how much it would cost to buy him out?
I
And then
didn't.
why were Yes, you did. And then I have
No,
the Discord screenshot and it's
I
posted in
didn't.
my Discord.
I
And then I
didn't.
asked you
We're not
about it.
talking about that. We're not talking about
Why
that.
were
I
you
asked you
asking
what-
weird questions about CPS workers?
Right.
No, I wasn't asking weird questions about CPS workers. I was bringing up the story that Muckster was telling me. That was the first time I got banned. And then, because this all started back.
Here's my thing. Like, this dude was in the chat. I'm trying to understand, why are you even here? And as you see that I'm having a great conversation with other people, and then for you to put in the chat, Izzy, can you have a normal conversation? Like, what kind of idiotic question is that? Right?
It's obviously something that people ask him all the time. So he thinks it's a question that you ask people when like you interact with them.
Right.
Incorrect. No, that's incorrect. But anyways, I find this entire experiment on YouTube fascinating, and so I'm always eager to be a part of it. And I find it odd how all these channels kind of interact with each other. It's fascinating. It's honestly, it's absolutely fascinating.
All right, cool.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so when I came up here, it was just really to interact with Izzy a little bit, because I don't know, I saw her on the F3 channel, right, with Stone Vet. Are you still working with those guys, Izzy?
Those guys are my friends from real life, and I've known them for 20 years. We were in the same, talk about battlefield. We fought the war together, okay? So be careful with what you say.
Be careful with what I say. Well, I am a free speech champion. Just to
Oh,
let
no,
you
no,
know.
no. This is, hold on. This is a private channel. Free speech champion does not work in a private channel. I can kick you and probably have Ariel help me to ban you. So you can be free speech. There is no free speech in private channels. I do understand that.
There's no free speech in private channels. Got it. Okay.
No.
So, and then just for bringing up the fact that I'm a free speech champion, that's enough to get me threatened with being blocked, right?
It was just a warning, dude. It was a warning.
It was a warning. I appreciate warnings. You know what I mean? I especially appreciate warnings from judges when they're about to threaten me with contempt. So whoever this Resto guy was who claimed to be, who was going to be simping for Izzy here, and this guy who was going to tear me apart or what, I don't know what this Resto guy was going to do to me. But I was really nervous for a little while, especially when I get threatened with contempt from judges. I mean, that Resto guy, I'm sure, is 10 times more intimidating than a judge.
Intimidating? Are
with
you kidding me?
contempt.
Are you gonna play this game? Are you serious? He's a purple freaking avatar. He's a purple freaking avatar on YouTube. You're threatened by Resto because he said, I will drag you.
Here he is. Hold on. Here he is.
Yeah, I heard
Here
a
he
fuck.
is.
No, I heard a fuck nigga got something to say. Yo, nah, bro, what's
You
up?
say
What's
his
up?
name 3
Got something to
times.
say?
No, bro.
He said your name 3
He's a
times and you
rhymer.
showed up.
He's got some
Yeah,
rhymes.
you got
He's
something to
some
say,
bars.
broskies? I got the
Resto's
what?
got some bars. He's got some. You said no, yo, bro. What up, yo? Home. Like you were going for a minute.
No,
dude.
what you got
had
to
some
say?
bars.
No, what you got to say to me? No, you got a lot to say when I'm not here, but you ain't got nothing to say when I pop up. So what you got to say? Hold on, I'll give you a chance.
I was blocked from the studio earlier.
I
was
don't give a shit.
intrigued
They ain't
about.
got shit to do with Resto. Talk
Hold
about
on,
Resto.
don't interrupt.
No, you've been talking
Hold
about
on,
Resto
don't
the whole
interrupt.
time.
See,
No,
don't
say
interrupt.
something. No,
You're
say something.
interrupting.
I don't give a
You're
shit if I'm
interrupting.
interrupting you.
You're
I interrupt any
interrupting.
bitch. Any bitch, I'll
enough.
interrupt.
Oh, that's enough to get you banned from the studio if you keep interrupting, Resto. It got
Oh,
me.
no,
It
not at all.
got me
Not at all,
banned.
sir.
Hold on.
Not at all, sir.
Nope. Hold on. Hold
Resto,
on.
you
Hold
better
on.
call me sir, Resto.
Hold on. Here's the thing. I can ban and unban if I could when I get my computer whoever I want. And let me tell you, Resto, the machine lies, that guy Wolf will never get kicked out of here. There you go. You can call me a tyrant.
Wow, now
You
I
can
have got
speak.
I've got carte blanche to do whatever I
Okay,
want.
so Resto, you were
He called you a
busting
simp.
bars when you first came in here. Oh, you're definitely an Izzy simp. You're definitely simping
So
like
what?
hardcore,
Biggest
bro.
is his simp.
What'd you just
So what?
say?
What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it?
I'm not doing
Absolutely
anything
fucking
about
nothing.
it. Resto.
Absolutely the fuck nothing about it.
I
So
appreciate
what are you
you
gonna?
drawing the
So
crowd,
okay.
though,
So what are you
Resto.
gonna do? What is your whole point in coming up here, going in chats, like talking about this shit? I saw you in the chat the whole time I was up here. I was ignoring the fuck out of you. I'm not even gonna lie to you, bro. But you're starting to really piss me the fuck off. I ain't gonna hold you.
Uh-oh. Watch out for Resto. He's pissed off.
Yeah, obviously you don't know me, bro.
You're right. I don't know you
Good,
at
good.
all.
Continue not to know me, bro. It's probably safer that way. Stay in the chat where it's safe.
Safer.
Stay in
What
the
does it
chat
mean
where
to
it's
be
safe. Stay in the
safer?
chat where it's safe.
Resto
That's
is
what you do.
Oh, we got a YouTube tough guy on the panel. Oh, Resto is the YouTube tough guy.
I'm the YouTube tough guy. I'm the
Are
YouTube tough
you?
guy.
You just said
This
I
is
have
what
to be
you're
careful.
sounding like. Oh, Izzy, why am I blocked? Izzy, please unblock me from StreamYard. Oh no, Izzy, please. I need
Well,
to hear
you
your
sound
voice.
you
That's how you
sound very
sound.
whiny and desperate right there. I just
No, that
simply
was
asked a
me. That was
question.
me pretending to be you, stupid. You're actually retarded.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you,
I'm starting to
stupid.
think so.
He's actually retarded. This guy's remedial. Do I get
A little bit
points for like picking on
remedial.
retarded people? Hey, how many people was in your
If
graduating
you
class?
did,
Like 13?
Resto, you would get a ton of points
I'll
for
get
picking on yourself, buddy.
that little
Now,
nervous laugh already tells me that you're fucking remedial.
This dude's a 14-year-old whose voice dropped early.
Fuck
That's all.
off the panel.
Oh my gosh. And
I
this
mean,
is
he
what I was
will
blocked for.
eventually rage quit. So you guys just give it a moment.
No, the only time I really quit a panel is, well, I mean, obviously if I got shit to do, but if I get muted constantly or if
No,
folks
drop the
wanna
link for Locksmith. Oh, there
Oh,
we
I
go.
did, I
spout
think.
out a
Too
bunch
easy.
of
Too easy.
if
Fuck out
folks
of
want
here.
to spout out a bunch of
If
lies,
this
then Resto, please, buddy.
Shut up, bro. Shut up. Please shut up. Everybody here wants you to shut up. We had a
I
good
thought you were going to
conversation before
bed.
you got
Aren't you
here,
going to
bro.
bed? Isn't it past your night time, Resto? Resto, it's past your night time.
Well, at this point, no, because I got to go to the gym in an hour. So no, I'm not even gonna make it.
You just said it, dude. I can't even trust the thing
Yeah,
you say.
until you start talking shit about me. This guy,
You
who's
said
this
you were-
Resto guy? Who's this Izzy, Sam? Who like Izzy?
Yeah,
Keep
I mean,
Izzy's name out your
in
fucking
all
mouth.
fairness, the reason the minute you left, he came up and he was like, yeah, he said a couple of things about you, and then he left.
Oh, Resto's been sitting here watching the whole time. He said he was going to sleep. He was lying. He's going to the gym in an hour, he said. Now, so he was either going to bed for 2 hours or he's going to the gym in an
Yes,
hour.
everybody
I don't know.
knows
This
I
guy
sleep for
doesn't know.
2 hours a day. Are you stupid?
He doesn't know whether to go to sleep
This
or go to
guy's
the gym and
actually
work out.
stupid.
You're the
dude,
one
this
that
was-
doesn't
this
even
was
know
fun for
whether
like
you're
a
going to
minute.
bed or
Yeah, like
well, if you're
bro,
going to bed
bro,
for 2 hours,
go ahead and go
Resto,
take your medicine. Go take your medicine. Go ask whatever facility that you're in to have a little bit more time on the internet or whatever you have to do. Just do something, bro.
Go
Just
lick
do
the
something
windows.
else.
You are
Go lick the windows
incredibly
again.
powerful, Resto. I don't know how anybody can, they'll all pale in comparison to you, buddy. Like you're just so great and wonderful. You pay your money to kick somebody off of a panel, and you think like that's a power move. That's so
It is.
bizarre. Please tell me how
100% it
powerful
is.
you are. by
100% it
paying
is.
your
I don't give
He
a
is
fuck.
actually
It
pretty
is.
powerful. I'm not gonna lie.
That's pretty powerful. No, that's a weak.
I don't have to pay money. I can
No,
literally
he
pop up
is.
on a
That's a
panel
weak
and shut the
bitch.
whole shit down. I can
A
pop
weak
up on
bitch
any
would
panel
do
and shut
that.
the shit down with my voice, bitch. I don't have to
Yeah,
do.
a
I don't
weak
have to
bitch would
pay
do
money
that.
to these mother.
A
I
weak
don't have
little
to pay
bitch would
money.
do that. Only a weak bitch would do that.
No, because I'm me. Because I'm me. The fuck you thought this
Because
was?
you're me. You're
What the fuck you
nobody.
thought this was? I'm me. I'm Big Resto. I don't know what the fuck you thought this was. I can pull up on any panel I want to. Nobody even puts up a banner when I pop up because they know it's me and they know I'm gonna shut that shit down. And just like everybody else, you're gonna shut the fuck up when I'm fucking talking, just like you're doing right now, sir.
Okay,
So
yes,
now
sir,
you
Resto.
can you
Yes,
now
sir.
so now
Yes,
you
sir.
have the ability to talk. So go ahead and say what the fuck you gotta say. Hurry up. You got 2 minutes.
Oh my goodness, I'm so glad you gave me permission. Thank you, Resto. Is it okay? Can you choose my words for me then? If you're just gonna tell me what I should or how long I'm gonna
I
be
do have a
talking.
question for you. Hold on. I have a question for you. Did you
I
hit
got
your
2 minutes.
kids?
I only Izzy.
No,
I
no, no.
only
You're
have 2
hold on,
minutes.
hold on. Don't be a victim. Did you get your
Izzy, I
children
only
back?
have 2 minutes.
How
Izzy,
many
I
warrants
only have
out for
2
your
minutes.
arrest right now? How many warrants out for your
There's
arrest
one
right now?
warrant. There's one warrant for 3 charges. Resto, you should see how that went for the cops.
What are
buddy.
the charges?
One
What
warrant.
are the
Okay,
charges?
one warrant.
You should
Oh wait, you
see.
got a warrant? Oh, you shouldn't have told me
Yeah,
that. It's over with
you
for
should
you.
see. Oh yeah, you should see how that goes. Yeah,
I'm finna
hey,
snitch. It's over with for you. I'm finna snitch. It's over with for you. Yeah, it's
Resto
over
is
with.
a
It's over with,
snitch
dog.
too.
Enjoy your
Resto is
time.
a snitch.
Enjoy
He's
your
a
time.
snitch. And
Breathe
oh
all
my
the fresh
goodness,
air you can right now. Yep. It's over with for you, sir.
it's
It is
over with
over
for
with
me,
for you, sir.
sir.
You just
Oh,
woke me up. Yep. This is the best pre. I don't even got to take pre-workout before this. Yeah, it's over with for you. Yeah,
Resto.
you're done for.
Okay, thank you, Resto.
Yeah, your
Well,
curtains, guy.
anyways,
Exit stage left, bitch. It's over with for you.
Exit stage left, Resto.
Yeah.
Man, you are like comedy gold, bro. Like, how can I just can you come on my panels with me? That would be great. Can you just
Wait.
team up with
Hey,
me instead
hey,
of
broken,
Izzy? Just
broken. Why are you
come
so
with
jealous?
me and ignore Izzy whatsoever.
Instead
Just
of
come with me,
Izzy?
Resto.
Holy cow, you've been watching us. I have a question. Do you have 2 kids or 3?
Oh, here comes Loopy now. Oh,
I'm
now
asking.
we got a
You have
show.
2 or 3? You have 2 or 3?
Do I have 2 or 3 kids? Is that
Yeah.
the question? Or
You
do I
asked,
have 2
yeah.
or 3 stalkers?
2 or 3
Loopy,
children.
I know
No.
Loopy shows up every
Listen,
time.
we're talking about me. We're talking to me, not Loopy.
Resto, do you have stalkers yet, Resto?
No, answer my question before anybody else will actually.
I don't
I
have
mean, if
ops.
you want one, Loopy.
All of my ops
Loopy,
are in line at the pearly gates.
Do you have 2 or 3? You told me you
Wait.
have
I
3
have a
children.
question for him. I have a question for him.
What the fuck does that mean?
BSBT, are you capable of having a conversation?
I'm wondering if you guys are capable of having a conversation. That's what I'm wondering, because I came in here just wondering if there was going to be a normal conversation, and absolutely not. All I
Are
know
you down
is
with
that
your
Izzy,
transition yet? Are
How
you down
do
with
you-
your transition?
How
are
do you
you
come up
making
here?
Is that a transphobe comment there?
How do you come up here?
Is that
How do you-
transphobe?
How do you come up here, ask for a normal conversation when the first thing you say, are you guys able to have a normal conversation? Yet you still running your trap nonstop. I don't even understand what conversation you want to have, right? You told me you had 3 children, now it's 2 children, and then every question I ask you, you answer with something completely different. So if you're able to have a normal conversation, go ahead without interrupting anybody. Otherwise, you know where the door is. You may speak now.
By the way, that door looks like an X button. It's usually in the top right.
Yeah.
So you can unmute and you can speak now. Do not
Thank
speak
you,
over anybody.
Thank you, Resto. Thank you for that, bud.
You're
I
welcome.
really appreciate you.
You're welcome.
But the X is in the bottom right corner, so you were incorrect again. You said top right, did you?
It depends on the device.
It's on the bottom right. And Resto, you don't know what
It
device I'm
depends on the
do you?
device.
Does Resto know what type of device I'm
Does
on?
it really matter, dude?
I don't think it
Mine is
matters.
No, he wants.
I'm
No,
just busting Resto's balls because he
No, he's
deserves
just
to have
trying
his
to pull
balls
teeth.
busted.
This dude's trying to
No.
pull teeth, bro. It's not gonna work with me, bro. It's not gonna work, bro.
It's not gonna work, bro. It already has, man. Like you should just
You know what
go
else
back and
doesn't work?
replay this.
You.
Okay,
That's
well,
true.
anyways, you should go back and replay this because it's been absolute comedy gold.
What else
And
doesn't work? You.
What do you want exactly?
I wanted to know if you were capable of having a normal conversation, and if you were capable of just accepting reality, which was the fact that I saw your comment about you buying out Vegas VIPs, which I thought was not a comment. Then
Well, we all found that out about
it.
you.
What's that?
Well, we found out that you can't have a normal conversation or accept reality.
Who am I talking to now? And then
And
yes,
matter
we
of
can
fact,
have.
I don't think
Now
that you should be
Resto.
able.
Now we got Resto sitting over there trying to simp again. Quit.
No,
trying
and
to
no,
simp,
matter.
Resto.
Yeah, I was
Let
gonna
this
say,
man
yeah,
talk.
I am gonna sim
Let
because
that-
matter of fact, you're not gonna have a conversation with Izzy again until you pay. Because that
Let
shit,
that
no,
man
fuck
talk.
that.
Let that man talk, Resto.
Of course, I'm gonna let
What
that
were-
guy talk, but you're not gonna talk to Izzy until you pay. That's how
Yeah,
that's gonna
what
go.
were you trying to say? Pretend Resto isn't here. It's just us two right now. Pretend Resto is sitting over there. Like, just ignore him. What
We
you
can't
have to say?
pretend, but he is here.
Yeah, you're the
Oh
only
my
one with
God,
your dick in
Resto,
your hand
shut
right
up.
now.
Resto,
Wait,
I'm
okay,
trying to
now
have
you can. Okay,
conversation.
now I'm finna turn the fuck up. You better calm.
No,
down.
hold on. What did he say?
Resto's
What did he
about
say?
to turn the fuck up. Let's do this. Resto, I've been waiting for you to turn the fuck up, bro. I need you. I need you as a wing.
All right.
You need audio, obviously. Anyway,
I muted him.
That guy.
What was he
Go
saying?
ahead.
Oh, I was just going to point out that we've all realized that he can't have a normal conversation
Right.
or accept reality.
You're saying he as if I'm not right here, that guy.
Which is what you were asking fucking Izzy about. Normally, you don't ask that question. You try to have a discussion with someone, and if they act like you, then you think, okay, this person's incapable of having a normal conversation. I'm going to talk to somebody else now.
Yeah,
Okay,
but that's
so
common sense.
see, I'm trying to do the polite thing and give it a second to talk, so I'm waiting so I don't interrupt anybody. Since
All right.
that will get you
Okay, you don't have
banned
to say
from
all
the
that.
show.
You don't have to say all that. You don't have to say all that. Go ahead.
Yeah,
You just interrupted me again,
just say the next part. Just say the part after that.
It's kind of hard when I constantly get interrupted, and then I was
Well,
banned
go
from
ahead,
the.
talk, dude.
Go
Go
ahead,
ahead,
dude.
speak.
There I'm getting interrupted again. I just
I wish they interrupted. I wish they interrupted you.
Just
Land
say
the
your
plane.
fucking point.
Land
Land
the
your
plane,
fucking
bro.
plane, bro. If anything should be interrupted, I wish it was your fucking birthing process. Dead ass.
Was that supposed to be funny, Resto? That was like 5 out of 10 funny, buddy. Come on,
Oh,
you
it
can
was
do better.
funny, dude. It was
can do-
definitely
It
funny.
was
That
okay.
was
It
good.
was okay.
It was
It
funny.
was okay. It was okay. But
Okay,
anyways,
come on.
am I going to get interrupted this time?
Go ahead
If you
and
don't-
speak. Don't
if you
ask.
don't-
Speak.
Oh my
Speak.
god.
Okay. If I'm not going to get interrupted, I'll be happy to
Dude,
address
just go.
what I was. See, every time. Is anybody else going to get banned? Because I was
Stop
banned for
talking
get to the-
about
no,
how
this is
you're
not-
going to get
this is like-
interrupted.
No,
Did it
hold on.
again.
Hold on. This is not a freaking public or, whatever entity. This is private. So no, if anybody else interrupts, it's up to me who I say yes or no to. Do you understand that? There's no freedom of speech here.
Well, I'm
Do
not
you understand
arguing
that?
Let's go.
I'm not arguing the freedom of speech aspect of this, Izzy. What I'm trying to understand is that you're saying that I got banned from this channel and from the studio because I interrupted folks.
I
Then
did not
pointed
say
out-
that. Ariel
then I-
said that. Ariel said that. Pay attention.
Then
I did not say that.
Okay, then I pointed out how many times folks have interrupted me, yet nobody's getting blocked and banned yet.
Because
what-
again, it's up to me. It's not fair. I mean, you should know that life is not fair.
And
I'm not-
BSBT,
well,
there's a
I'm just
reason
trying-
that you're getting interrupted, dude. It's because we've told you, well, we tried to tell you repeatedly, stop bitching about how, oh, I always get interrupted, and just say the thing you wanted to say. Because it's taking you like fucking 10 minutes going on about how, oh, well, I'm gonna get interrupted, but if I can talk without getting interrupted, then maybe I might be able to say something, and then I can get to my point. And my point, which is something I'll say if I don't get interrupted, it's like, fuck, dude, just
get to the
do you
point.
get our frustration?
This whole thing is a Izzy pay attention to me campaign. That's what it is.
The point of this is I'm trying to understand rules. I'm really trying to
There's
get a
no
firm
rules.
grasp.
There's no rules. It's private channel. There's
You
rules don't work on anybody.
You want to understand rules? Understand the rules of the land that you live in. Maybe you would have so many warrants, you dumb bitch.
Resto,
That's a
where have you
valid
been
point.
all my life, Resto? Resto, I need you, buddy. Like, find my email. Just reach out to me, man. Like, I'm serious.
Not
on
at all.
this.
Okay, well,
listen,
come up
I
with
am
some
dead
content.
serious.
Not at all, sir.
Resto.
Not at all, sir.
You have
Resto,
not endeared
Resto.
yourself to us in any way, dude.
Wait, hold on. What does that say? Stephanie Jenks said Izzy wasn't around when you got banned, so she doesn't know why. Okay, so then if she doesn't know why, right? Then
Apologize.
Ariel, did you just interrupt me again, Resto?
I did.
If I had a-
Apologize.
Oh my goodness. This is why you're white knighting for Izzy
Interruption,
right here.
Cal.
So what?
No, I mean,
So
this is
what?
If
Stephanie.
he is,
This is
if
from
he is,
Stephanie,
what does
by
it
the
matter,
way.
sir? What does it matter if
Yeah.
he is or isn't? This is
I
a
do it all the
family
time.
affair.
So what? So what? So what?
This
I
is
mean,
a
Stephanie
nightmare
just did
of
the
a
same
panel.
thing. Stephanie just did the
This-
same thing. You're not going off on like Stephanie. Is it because he's a man? He can't really like tell you the truth, but Stephanie can. She's telling you, I didn't, yeah, and I was not around when you got banned. Okay. So
Okay,
I
so
just
you don't
again,
know.
what is it that you want us to know right now? What do you
Well,
want?
I asked you if you're capable of having a normal conversation.
Oh
We've
my
been
Okay,
through this.
we
We've been
can't have
over
one
this
if you're not going to
numerous
have
times.
one.
I've answered direct questions. Like all I've
We
done is
can't
answer
have
direct
one while
questions.
you're here.
And then you pretend like I'm not answering the direct questions. It's very bizarre. I'm gonna replay this to myself just so I can try to pay attention because you've asked me
Are
the
you going to
same
jerk off while you're doing it?
questions.
He got his dick in his hand right now. He's doing it on live. This is
Resto,
chatterbait to
aren't
him.
you the guy that said you would be a fag for some other dude that was up on panel earlier? Didn't you say
Oh,
that?
you got me
Oh
fucked
wow,
up.
you've been
You got me
watching.
fucked up.
Yes, you did, buddy.
What's that
Rewind
TOS
this.
word, bro?
Oh, okay, well, I won't say what the F word.
Okay, go ahead,
We're
bro.
not
Go ahead, go
allowed to
ahead.
say that word. Okay, I think you get like 3 of them before you get a strike or a
Yeah,
ban.
Okay,
stop
so
saying
don't
it.
fucking
Next time
make
you say it,
one.
you're
Don't
out.
even make one. Don't even make
Yeah,
one, bro.
I don't
Come
care
on.
on my channel because I'm not monetized.
Okay,
It's
like,
not
but
your
Well, yeah,
channel.
but
this
it's
ain't your
not your
channel. That's
channel.
the
You
problem
stupid
right there,
bitch.
bro.
It's
yeah,
not your
I
fucking
can
channel.
I can say what I want on my channel because I don't care about my.
Well, go
Okay,
over
but
there and
this is
say
not
it.
your
Go over
channel.
there and
But
say it with your 2 fucking viewers. No one cares.
2 viewers. Well, that's one more than I usually get. I usually only get one deranged family member that like
Okay,
stalks
get to
me.
the point. Why are you here?
I've already
Today,
said it a
Junior,
million
hurry
times.
up.
I said a
I ain't got
million
time, bro.
times.
I'm about to go. Bro, I gotta leave soon. Hurry up.
Resto is going to work out. First, he's going to take a 2-hour nap.
Get
but
to
he's
the
going to the
freaking
gym in
point. Are
an
you kidding
hour.
me? What is it that you
Yeah, he
want?
does shit, bro. You who lives in your mum's basement, does nothing all day, probably wouldn't know about that.
He lives in the bus, actually, on some sort of a bus or
Yeah, I heard
something.
you ride the
Because
bus,
I was
bro.
on a because I was
Show
on
me
a
your
bus
bus
one
pass.
time,
Show me your
Izzy.
bus pass.
Izzy, because I was on a bus one time. Okay, and then you wanted me to prove that I was on a bus. I was like, so I
Yeah,
came up
because
and
no
was
one
I on a
believes
bus?
you. Nobody believes you. Like, okay,
Okay,
so here's a
but
fair.
did you?
Shut. Here's the question:
Oh
Do you
my
have 2
God,
kids or 3 kids?
Izzy. Okay,
2
so
or 3? 2 or 3? 2 or 3?
let's just start with me on a bus. So you realize
No,
that
no, 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 no,
that's
no, no, no,
Wow.
no, 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 no.
correct?
2 or 3? Do you have 2 or 3? Because you told me you
Oh
have
my
3
gosh.
children. Do you have 2
I
or
do have
3?
I have 3 children, 2 that are biologically mine, 1 that's my stepdaughter. Anyways,
All right.
Izzy,
See
back
how
to the
easy
bus.
that was? You see how
Right,
simple that was?
I can answer direct questions. Can you, Izzy? Like when I was on a bus, and then you said, "Are you on a bus?" I said yes, and then you said, "I came up. Was I in fact on a bus? Yes or no?"
Yeah, you were. I give
Okay,
you
so
that.
you should know one thing about me on YouTube. I don't come up on YouTube to lie. Like that's the one thing you shouldn't do. Anybody up here, if you're new to YouTube, I don't know how experienced you guys
no, we're
are,
not
but
you.
Oh
We're
my
not
God.
you.
So you
Word
only lie to the
salad.
government?
well, just be careful when you're on YouTube. If you lie, those lies will be
So
there
you only
forever,
lie to the
folks.
government? Is that what it is?
I don't lie I've stopped. I've tried to be as honest as I can with my speech. It's very difficult. It's probably the most difficult thing that I've ever done in my entire life is just trying to be 100% truthful at all times.
Yeah, and we're talking about people that don't answer direct questions. She asked you a direct question. It's a yes or no
Resto,
question.
are you interrupting me again?
I am, because it's a direct question.
Learn
Yes or
your
no, you
place.
stupid
You're
bitch.
beneath
Yes or no.
Izzy.
Shut
You're
up,
beneath
dummy.
Izzy. Learn your
Now, I
place.
already told you you're not talking directly to Izzy without paying something. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, what the fuck you
Well,
think
I've
you're
been
doing?
talking to her ever since you said that. I've been talking
Negative.
to her
Okay,
without
and so
paying
you're in
anything.
debt
No, I
now. You're
address
in debt
you.
now,
You've
sir.
also
You're in
said
debt
you
now,
also
sir.
said
You're in debt.
I'm in debt now. Resto, you also said that you were going to the gym in an hour, but you also said that you were
I
going to
am.
go to
I have
sleep
to
for 2
leave
Why
hours.
are you
very
so
fucking
obsessed
soon.
with Resto at this point?
Yeah, bro, you want to see me in the gym? You want to see me in the gym?
That's
That's
weird.
pretty
I'm just
gay.
wondering
That's gay
how.
ops.
I'm
That's
wondering
weird.
how your the logistics don't make sense. You're going to take a nap for 2 hours, but you're going to the gym in an hour. Are you going?
What
to the
does that
gym
make
to
sense?
sleep?
It doesn't
Didn't
even
I
make
leave?
dude. You were caught like using freaking drugs while you were in the military. Make that make sense.
True.
Sheesh.
True. That's true. See?
Hey,
See
what
how
drugs you were
see how
using?
see
Was
how
it drugs that
easy
you
it
have to
is
light
to
from
be
the bottom?
honest?
Can you answer that question? Was it something
No,
that you had to light from the bottom?
No, I snorted the drugs that I was doing.
Oh,
I
you
prefer
snorted
to
them?
snort.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, okay,
that was
okay.
that
Cool,
was
cool,
my
cool. Let's see. Did it start with an M or a C?
Resto, don't you have to go to the gym or take a nap?
Resto can do whatever the fuck Resto wants to fucking do.
Resto
First of all,
obsesso. That's funny.
Dude,
Goofy.
you
I
totally have
love
not
Goofy.
landed your plane yet, man. Come on, dude.
yeah.
I've
Did
been
the
up here
drug
for like
start
10
with an
minutes
M or a
now.
C, sir?
Well, I was just trying to get the story straight.
Did
That's
the
all.
Okay,
drug
go
start
ahead.
with an
Go
M
ahead.
or a C, sir?
Resto was going to the gym, right?
Did
He was
the
going to the
drugs
gym
You're deflecting, bro. It's like
in an
dick
hour.
shit
No,
right
I've
there,
answered
man.
these questions. I've answered these questions a million
Did
times.
the
It's no
drugs
secret.
start with an M or a C, sir?
Which ones?
Oh,
Jesus. So both. Okay. We can just say both at this point.
holy
So
cow!
why would I even trust your judgment? Why would I even listen to you? Why would I even entertain you?
Resto,
When
do you
you're
smoke
basically
weed?
a crackhead, you're basically a zombie.
Resto, do you smoke weed?
No,
You
No,
don't smoke. You don't do any drugs, Resto?
I
and
smoke
I don't
cigarettes.
either.
I
You
don't
That's
smoke
either.
it.
cigarettes, Resto? How dare you, sir? Don't you know that cigarettes are harmful to your health?
Oh my god.
Yeah,
What is
so
that?
is
What?
meth.
You want to hold his
Oh
dick
my
too, dude?
goodness.
Are
What are
you
you doing?
serious? You don't get
I'm
kicked out of the
concerned about
military for
Resto.
smoking cigarettes, you
Resto is going to
idiot.
give himself lung cancer, and I can't have this kind of
Yeah,
Resto.
and
I
I
care
don't
about
care.
too much.
I don't care.
You have
But
a
You
point,
know,
you're
sir.
literally doing meth.
Clearly, you don't
Something.
care about
Okay,
your
so
own
like,
health,
okay,
Resto.
tell me something. Tell me something. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something in my Kev voice. So you have literally seen people on the street and pictures of people on the internet that have done meth before and after pictures of them looking like fucking crocodiles. And you yourself decided, damn, I'm a try that shit. That's what I want to do with my life.
So what would
How
you
do you
say to
feel about
anybody that's
yourself
ever
after doing that?
tried? So what would you say to anybody that's ever tried any kind of illegal substance there, Resto? What would be
No,
your
no. Don't try to blanket it with illegal substances. It's not about illegal substances. It's about the illegal substances that you do. So hard drugs like that you know will ruin your life. Of course, you should probably not do them.
When I was in the military, I did smuggle drugs across the Mexican border. I smuggled steroids across the border from Tijuana into California. I'm not just kidding
what
about
does that have
So
anything to do
glad.
with anything? Why did you do
So
it
glad that
anyway?
he's admitting that. So glad that you're admitting that,
If
sir.
anybody wants to, yeah, I mean, federal charges, I'm sure there's some charges that the government could drum up on me somewhere for that. You know what I mean? I'm
Why not
admitting
Oh yeah,
face
it.
definitely.
them?
I admit
Why
it.
not
I
face
admit
them?
it. What's that?
Why didn't you like just go ahead and like instead of being on the run, go ahead and like talk to the whoever charging you?
Would you want to play my arrest video so you can see what happened?
No, I'm
Well,
good.
no. I got a question. Don't you feel
We're
some type of
rare
way about immigrants?
explorer.
Wait, don't you feel some type of way about immigrants?
Do I feel some type of way about immigrants? I haven't really given it too much thought, to be honest. I really.
Are you sure? Are you sure
I
that you
don't.
don't feel like immigrants should be over here because it's illegal?
I really don't put that much thought process into immigrant because that doesn't really
Okay, keep lying,
affect my
sir.
life in any way.
So the point that I was trying to get to is that you do something illegal and you say, well, I don't have to face the charges, but you know, other stuff, whatever. Yeah.
For example,
Hold
let
on,
me give you
I
a
got a
quick
question.
example. I was in Texas on a Greyhound, right? I came through Texas and I smoked weed in Texas. And this just happened, by the way. So if Texas would like to come after me and send me a little criminal charge in the mail, that would be fantastic. I smoked weed in your state, and I'll do it again. I'm going to do it again. Next time I'm in Texas, I'm going to smoke some weed, and then I'm going to tell you about it. So
You
if
just
they
want to go
bring
to
me up
jail.
on
You just
charges-
want to go to jail. You just want to. Like that's
he's
what
on
you
the
want. That's
run.
your goal.
What are your warrants for?
My warrants are for police interference. I have 3 counts of police interference. And then the judge in this case also said there's an accusation against me that I threatened the other judge in that building. Yet she, I don't know. For some reason, they don't want to come get me. I was accused of threatening a judge. Somehow they don't want to come get me. I got a warrant for this, but Resto's gonna bail. Resto is gonna save the day. Resto knows I have a warrant. It's all over for me, he said. It's all over for
I'm not
me. I
bailing
don't
you
know
out.
what that means.
I'm not
Resto,
bailing you
if
out.
you ever bail me out, dude, I will be forever pissed off at you. You never pay the ransom to my fucking kidnappers. Do you understand me, Resto?
I do not care.
Do you understand me? Listen, I'm dead serious. You do not pay the ransom to my captors. Do you understand that? All it does is make them want
They
to
can
kidnap
have
me
you.
again.
They can have you.
All that does is make them want to kidnap me again. The first time they got $1,000 out of
What
Troll
is he
Mafia.
talking about?
I don't know.
Whenever-
He probably just snorted something else.
No, he said he would pay my bail. And what I'm saying is, no, you do not do that. Never pay my
Wait,
bail.
who said
Do
that? I
not-
didn't say that.
Okay, well then I answered you. We're all good then. Don't ever offer to pay my bail. Nobody ever offered to pay my bail. Never pay my ransom, please.
It's not my fault what you did with your life.
Well,
That's on
other
you.
folks have bailed me out. Other folks have bailed me out before, and I was really, I don't like when they do that because then it just encourages my kidnappers to kidnap me.
Yeah, and then you got to give
Oh.
him a blowjob afterwards, right?
Well,
For the
Resto,
love.
if that's what you're
For the
thinking
love.
of, buddy, if you're thinking about blowjobs between me and I'm guessing some other guys, and
Well, it is pretty much my blowjob time. So
this is your blowjob time. Aren't you getting ready to go to the gym? Aren't you drinking a pre-drink workout or pre-workout
yeah,
drink,
it's
something like that?
it's 5:30 in the fucking morning. Yes.
Oh, good job.
I would love to get a blowjob in the morning. That would make my day a lot better.
But instead, you're on a panel on YouTube.
Yeah, to cuss you the fuck out, of course.
Well, you haven't cussed me out. You haven't done anything that you claimed that you're going to do. You've just come up here to kind of, I don't know, simp for Izzy, and then you've done a horrible job at, well, I shouldn't say horrible. You've done a pretty good job at
Was I
simping for her.
successful for
But
simping
you-
for Izzy? Can you answer that?
But you've done horrible.
Was I
at
successful
presenting
simping for
anything.
Izzy? Was I successful simping for
You
Izzy?
were a good simp. You were a good
Okay,
simp.
well then I did my fucking job.
All right, there you go. Good job, Resto. All right, are you going to your workout now?
Why? Why you want
okay.
him gone so bad?
I'm just wondering the timeline on all this, guys. I mean, you gotta
Dude, you're
work
like
with
burning so much time. You still haven't even landed your fucking plane. Let's be
Yeah, I don't
honest.
even know what this guy
What
is
do you
even
want to
on right now.
conversate about? What do you want to conversate? You
Well,
just
we
want to
were
be
on-
up here to woo bang and just to argue? I mean,
What
what's
is
your
Wu
point?
Bang, by the way? What is
It doesn't matter
Hey,
now, sir. It
no, you
doesn't
don't even
matter.
got the right to say woo bang.
What
You didn't even say it right.
He ain't got that card.
Say Wu Bang from here on out.
He ain't got
Guess
that
what?
card.
Yeah, you
I'm
ain't
a
even got
Wu
the
Bang-
right, bro.
I'm
You
a Wu Bang you there, Resto. I'm a Wu Bang all night long.
It
No,
just
you
sounds
ain't.
so wrong. It sounds so wrong.
That's
when you
not
say
true.
it.
There's no all night long because I won't be live for that long.
You're
Idiot.
Wu Banging. All right, it's been fun, guys. I'm gonna bounce out of here. It's been.
I'm a
Alright.
rage
Please.
quit. I'm a rage quit.
It's been
I'm
Can
something.
we
definitely
get the
rage
why is
quitting.
he
I'm
over here
so-
go over there clip?
I'm
So
so
sorry.
upset.
Can we please get that?
I'm so upset. I'm rage quitting. All right. Well, it was fun having anything but normal conversations today, guys. You all have a great, wonderful rest of your day. Resto, good job, buddy. You
Suck
did
my dick
fantastic.
sideways. Shut
Oh
up.
my goodness!
The
and
fuck
there
out of
we
here.
have it. We had to go. All right. See you.
He was about to come.
Holy mother of Jesus.
Fuck was that?
The fuck I walk into, man.
Holy cow.
Man.
I feel like I actually like went to the gym and came back and like went for a run also. Just listening to him.
This was like some good pre-workout. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro.
Holy cow.
I'm pretty lit. I'm gonna come.
Oh my God.
Off air, sir.
That guy, are you playing? What is that? Metal Gear Solid? No, that's not Metal Gear.
This is an old game. It's called Resonance of Fate. A mate of mine got it. I'm not sure if it's like I don't know. It was kind of like
Today, Junior.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm sorry.
No, but no, I thought it was Metal Gear. My bad. Wait,
Yeah, it was a bit of an
Let's...
indie game, and I don't think it was very popular. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Let's wrap up the previous conversation first. Let's wrap that up first.
Yeah. Sorry. Man.
Okay. Yeah. People be people, and this is why I don't like people. I'll be staying in the bed.
I really didn't even like, he was like, are you able to have a good conversation or a normal conversation? I'm like, that's what we've been doing. I'm like literally lost. And then he came up here. Oh, why did you block me? And it was even before my time. I didn't even know he, like, you know what I mean?
No, it's
yeah,
your
he
fault.
just wants some of that Izzy attention. I ain't gonna hold you.
It's your fault, Izzy. You weren't here for it. Yeah, it's all your
I
fault.
know. And
He's
then
just like-
Ariel came up and explained to him, like, he was blocked before I was here. Like, what? You know?
He just wants some of that Izzy attention. That's it.
I think that's what it was. It was wild. And then poor Wolf was here to help me understand how to unblock people, but I have this stupid phone which I can't really see anything. I'm not sure even where to go with it. But yeah, so this was, I mean, what are your guys' thoughts?
I can't say the words that I want to say right now. I'm trying to like not do that on this channel.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a bizarre troll, possibly from the GS type of thing, right? Because the dude
Yeah,
is always on his channel, right? So
yeah, that's
the
true. He
fact.
is a GS.
Oh, I was thinking like there was some GS-ness to it.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
It really has to be, because like you got to think he had to bait me out too, because he knew fucking with Izzy and like saying my name is gonna bait me out of it, and like I'm gonna come up and then like, oh, you get your shit, and like maybe they get a review, maybe they get just like a little bit of clout, whatever, because Izzy's the clout right now. So
yeah,
but like I said, they don't get a chance to talk to Izzy unless they pay. Some of these niggas. Oh, that's my gym alarm. You hear that?
yeah,
Hold on.
you're good. Sorry, you have to stick around here with this moron.
Yeah, that is my gym alarm. I am so sorry. I got to go.
You're good. I
'Cause I'm
guarantee you, the
old.
minute you leave, he's gonna come back.
I'm an old person and I have to keep my body up. 32 ain't easy.
Oh God,
Shit.
must be nice.
It's not at all. I'll be sleepy. I'm ready to go to sleep. I'm dead ass probably gonna sleep like 3 days after this. Because I don't have
After
anything
today?
planned. Well, I don't have anything planned, so my schedule is open. But other than that, no, I'm not gonna be streaming.
Oh, gotcha.
Who just
Yeah.
texted me? Oh, this bit. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
You're good.
This female. No, I'm not gonna do that. That's Audi. You just got blocked. All right. Yeah, I'm just gonna go to the gym and then I'll be in y'all's chats depending on who's live. Salute everybody that was here for real. I don't know how many times I gotta do this today. Salute. Love
It's a
y'all.
job.
Salute.
It's a
Later,
job, man.
Roscoe.
Yeah, it
It
really
really
is
is at
that.
this point, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
At this point, it really is, bro. Like, I wish we got paid like a job, but you know, in order to do that, we have to, you know, bring the content and bring the reason for people to
Be here.
people, to be
Yeah.
here, and then, like, you know, one day it'll be respected as a job. So,
Yeah.
and then YouTube will stop skimping me on my goddamn super chats. 30% is
Oh,
crazy.
yeah.
30% is
Yeah.
wild. I'm not gonna hold you,
That is wild.
but I got you.
Yeah. No, this was stupid, but thank you, Resto. Thank you. Thank you.
No problem. Shout out Gamer Subs. Excuse me. I gotta say that a couple times a day. But salute. I'm about to go to the gym.
Later,
All right.
dude.
Yeah, I'll be
man.
listening though.
Yeah,
Okay. Do you, boo? Wowza. Wolf, I'm so sorry you had to experience this. This was nutty.
don't apologize. This ain't shit. This ain't nothing.
This was insane. I mean, like, it went from, why did Muckster did this to me that one time, CPS? I'm like, I don't even know. Like, I don't even know if he knew what he was talking about.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
How's it going, Jeremy?
All right, man. I'm just trying to get all my paperwork done. I've got a lot right now I gotta do. This is crazy.
Oh,
And
yeah?
I crashed out. I just literally woke up. It's too much sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That must be nice.
No, because now I'm irritated. I got a lot to do in a very short amount of time. So, yeah, it's part of life.
Look at Oresto. Do you, boo? There you go.
You know,
That's funny.
he's gonna clip that and he's gonna play that over and over and over on a
Oh, I
loop.
know. I know. Seriously. Crazy. But no, it's funny. This guy was like, "Oh, are you not gonna ban these people for interrupting me?" I'm like, "Nope." I wonder, like, these people understand, like, it's a private channel. Like, there's no free speech on YouTube.
No,
You know what I mean?
It's like this. When you go into somebody's house, you gotta respect the rules of the castle.
Absolutely. And I think that's what they don't understand. Oh, you're not gonna do the same thing. I'm like, nope, nope. The rules don't really apply to every single person, but I'll use the rules on you because you're annoying and I don't even know what you want.
One thing to disrupt the topic and conversation, but if you can't even land your plane,
No.
what are you doing, dude?
Yeah. That was just, yeah. I mean, and that's what that guy told him. He's like, dude, you asked if she can have a normal conversation, and here you are, can't even have one.
Yeah.
That was
Straight up.
funny. That was spot on.
There's plenty of people
Yeah.
out here on these YouTube streets that act just like him. He's not the first time I've seen him. He's not going to be the last time I've seen him. You just got to handle business with them. Sometimes you just got to kick them the fuck off if they're just totally disrupting the entire program.
Yeah.
But it's good to have little trolls like that because it does give you conversation and content. But when just
Well, and
becomes
that's
too
not what I
much,
was looking for.
yeah. But when it comes just to be too much, they got to go. I mean, it's not doing anything.
Yeah, that was just beyond stupid. I mean, beyond stupid. And then, like, whole thing of, are you gonna let me talk? Are you gonna interrupt
Yeah.
me? Are you gonna talk? Dude, just go ahead, say it. Yeah. And then Mitch, you're funny. But that was wild. Holy cow. We were having, like, actually kind of a good conversation
Oh, I
until
could
he
tell.
showed up.
I could tell.
Yeah. No, I mean, it started really well. I mean, I have to say, like, TML and I were talking about, some of the culture and other stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. And I got you on that anytime. You know what I mean? Actually, I'm doing a special now. It's gonna be Taoism and Buddhism. You
Mm-hmm.
know, it's kind of like a master series or whatever. You know what I mean? On those type of things, we're going through readings and stuff. So you know,
Yeah.
we did one on Confucianism and Hinduism recently.
Oh,
So
really?
yeah, so I'm going through a few things. You know, you know, it's a little bit different of a flavor because I'm tired of just going Christianity and Islam, Christianity versus Islam, and the occult and all the
True.
stupid shit. I mean, it just gets old after a while. So it's like let's shake it up with like something different. Right? So
Yeah.
yeah, but yeah, it was definitely you know, a fruitful conversation in the beginning, and definitely the flow state stuff, man. It was crazy stuff. You know what I mean?
Oh, that was wild. That was
Totally
wild.
wild, totally wild. But
Breaking
yeah,
flow.
yeah, but I've been seeing them for a while, so yeah, definitely. You know, I know
Yeah.
how that
Yep.
works. You know, I know how that works. But yeah, you know what I
Yeah.
mean. But yeah, I gotta
Yeah.
call
And
my friend here. I'm in a minute here, but I mean, I know this was a spur of the moment thing. But yeah, we should definitely do this again, madam. You know what I'm saying?
I think it would be great, you know. I'm gonna drop your guys' links too. Um,
Yeah, thank
just
you.
so people know. Absolutely. I don't know if do you know anybody who is Buddhist? I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, I definitely know a few people. I mean, of the panelists, there's actually a couple of guys who've claimed to be Buddhist as well. I mean, you know, but yeah, I mean, I don't know anybody specific that I could tell, you know, especially that goes back to the type of tradition that I'm talking about, right? Because I'm going
Yeah.
very, very early in the tradition. You know, this is like 600 BC stuff, right? Like, there's a lot of people who claim to be Buddhist, I would say, you know, and
Yeah.
they're like following, like, you know, like for example, like Tibetan Buddhism, like it started after the 11th century. I mean, so it's not
Yeah.
even like a OG form of Buddhism. I mean, so it's
Yeah.
like a lot of a lot of
Do you know
people who are
old guy Mitch?
no.
No.
So old guy Mitch is very, very knowledgeable in all this kind of stuff.
Nice.
Yeah, he's in the chat. Um,
Oh.
he's something that you want to know for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, you know,
You
come on
know?
by. You know, we have an open panel format on our show, so anybody can
Yeah.
come by. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, he even knows more about my my culture and stuff than I think I do. Um, which is crazy. I mean, it's good.
Yeah, I mean, Iraq is ancient. I mean, definitely. And the Sumerians are one of the first cities, you know, one of the first to build cities.
Yeah, that's
Organization,
true.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
that's
very
true.
old, yeah. And they talk about the flood myth. And so
Mhm.
it's very ancient. You know, that's really what I started a lot of these presentations with, because in Zoroastrianism and Hinduism, they mention the flood myth,
Mhm.
and even in Confucianism. So it's really strange that Plato and Confucius and um and the Hindus and the Zoroastrians, they all knew about the flood myth. You
Mhm.
know, that's very strange.
He goes, "Don't be telling my secrets." If you guys want to put your links in the back, I'll plug them in um for your channels. But I think it will be great, honestly. No, it's not Iran. It's what he's talking about is in Iraq. Iran is
Iraq.
the Persian stuff.
Yeah, that's the Zoroastrian stuff. But
Mhm.
but the Sumerians, they were from Babylon.
Yep, those are my peeps.
And that's where the Bible starts.
Mhm.
You know, the Bible starts in different places, but the three different places where the Jews got caught up is Egypt, Persia, you
Mhm.
know, and in Babylon, right? So you know, so it's
Yeah.
interesting that you know, if
Fertile
you read
Crescent.
Jewish history, they got a bunch of you know, if you read about those places, I mean, like for example, like in the beginning of the gospel, like magi's come and visit Jesus. And at the time, it wouldn't have been strange to see magi's as priests. Right?
Yeah. Yep, that's true. Oh yeah, Jeremy, you are able to bring links too. So you drop your link, buddy. And
that guy, do you want to drop your link and everybody else? And
Oh, I'm good.
you're good. Yeah. So yeah, I forgot you
I
have
don't
a
stream
wrench.
or anything.
Yeah. But no, I do like that. I mean, we were talking about that yesterday, Jeremy and I. You know, while I do have some street smarts, but I'm a nerd deep down, and I like all that. You know,
Hardened nerd is what I said.
what's that?
A hardened nerd.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a huge big time nerd. I did
Yeah.
recently like 6 or 7 hours on the word technology. So it's like
Damn.
super nerd stuff. Right. So super nerd stuff.
Well, you picked the right topic to nerd out on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What was it? G2 the other day was talking about who was he talking about? Henry the Eighth and all of that, how it went down. And I'm like, I was getting so excited because I know the whole story. We actually were taught that story in high school in Iraq. And I mean, I don't know why, but anyway. So, and I was like, yeah, no, it was Anne's daughter. And then it was like Bloody Mary. That's what Bloody Mary even came from because she slaughtered so many people, you know. His other daughter, Catherine's daughter, you know, and I will like just made my nerd heart happy. I think he had another one about Alexander the Great, and I'm like, yes, because I know a lot of that as well.
Hey guys, I hate to nerd quit, but I got to quit right now. I've got to go. I got 50
Hey,
minutes.
before you nerd quit, share your channel on the YouTubes.
Locksmith Jeremy. Sure, I'll try and grab that and come back and chat and put it in there. But you guys have a wonderful day. I'm sorry to hear all about this crap. This homeboy I just left. But hey, it gave you content, right?
Yeah. True story.
All right, I'll see you guys later. All right.
Take it
Yeah.
easy,
Come on, bro.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I really do appreciate history and all that. Cultures is I love cultures and like how we got here, why we got here, why we speak different languages, the food and everything that, you know.
Yeah, that's one of the things that has been a project on my show is try to separate technology and culture.
Mhm.
You know, it could get pretty dicey if you look at
Yeah.
it that way, right? Because it's like, what is technology and what is culture, and how much of culture is quote unquote social techniques, as I like to call them, right? So,
Yeah.
yeah, it's pretty. It could get pretty interesting because you know, you could think of a high level of cultural refinement and a low level of technology. You know, like
Yeah.
they had in like Egypt and Persia. You know, they had like
Yeah.
really fancy dresses, like really excellent food, like really elaborate plays and right, political schemes. But you know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like they're still like writing stuff, paper and stuff.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Let me know when, and I think I even like accents, you know, dialects and accents, and even that is fascinating, you know.
That's a technology in itself. Just
Mhm.
language, just code.
It is all codes, yeah. Do you TML, do you speak what do you what other languages do you speak?
I speak Urdu, or in
Mhm.
another form, it's called Hindi, right?
Mhm.
And everyone speaks it in the Indian subcontinent. It's a common language, right?
Mhm.
Because there's like over 36 sub-ethnic dialects within you know, the Indian subcontinent. It's an extremely diverse region. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Just from region to
Yeah.
region, I mean, you have an explosion of dialects and languages. I mean, right? So there's nothing like it where I'm from in terms of
Mhm.
language. And we were actually looking at the origins of Sanskrit last time on my show. You know,
Mhm.
they totally jacked Sanskrit and separated it from the Telugu language. You know, and this was done by the British people. You know what I mean?
Right.
It was
Right.
yeah, you know, it was done by British scholars like recently when they just you know, took over India. So it's
Yeah.
fascinating stuff how they, you know, changed languages, and they could separate languages, and you know, this is known as the North and South divide in India. I mean, right? And they could like just create new cultural forms. I mean, right? By you know what I mean? By subverting
Yeah.
language. I mean, it's fascinating.
Do you dream in English or your other language? Is
Both sometimes, yeah. Yeah, because
okay.
I grew up speaking that language. So, you know what I mean? Everybody around me was speaking that language. So, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, so people in my dreams will still speak that.
Yeah. That's really fascinating. So Iraq was invaded by the the Brits way back when. And in our Iraqi
Yeah.
dialect, we have a lot of English words,
y-
which is crazy.
Yeah, it's called Sykes-Picot. I don't know if you ever looked
Mm-hmm.
into it, right? But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, they
Yep.
created all these Arab countries, right? Libya, Iraq, and all these countries, right?
Yeah.
Lebanon, Syria. You know what I mean? These are not
Yeah.
distinct geographical regions, but they were created, and the flags and all that stuff was created recently too. So
That is
fascinating
true.
stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
What's you guys' take on the Tower of Babel and the world being one
Yeah,
language prior to that, and then
I
plus
think it's
the
I think it's computers, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
And that's my because if you look at how much of that is about language and then combining all the languages into one, and then it says nothing will be impossible for them. It's not talking about building a tower, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's talking
Right.
about communication technology. I mean, so right.
Yeah. No, yeah, it is really fascinating. It really is. Um, I don't really my family are out in the Texas area. So I don't really, I'm not with them every day. But when I do see them, when I come home, I do speak in Arabic, but typically it's all English. Even the Arabic speakers in my dream speak English, which is funny.
That's
Yeah.
interesting.
Yep. Isn't that fascinating? And like it's weird for me, even when I do math to this day, and math and numbers and all that all did come from Iraq, right? Um, when I do math and all of that to this day, I have to do it in Arabic. I know I'm doing 2 steps here and then translate it, but it's easier for me that way. I don't know why.
Yeah, I knew how to read English and Arabic since a baby.
That's
You
awesome.
know, so yeah, because we're trained to read the Quran. That's in Arabic, right? So you have to read the Arabic letters, right? So we don't
Yeah.
understand Arabic, but almost all Pakistanis know how to read Arabic, which is strange, right? And then
Yeah.
they almost all know how to speak English because they attend schools and they have British education, and all the books are in English. So even as a kid, I knew how to speak English perfectly. I mean, it's very
Yeah.
strange, right?
You mean in Pakistan?
In Pakistan, yeah, we went to British
Oh
style
yeah,
schools, and
same. Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, we were required to learn English. I mean, you
right,
couldn't even pass to
yeah,
the next level if you did not pass English.
exactly, yeah, yeah. So I don't know if most Americans know that
No.
everywhere around the world you're taught to learn English, which is
Yeah.
which goes back to what I was saying in the beginning, that that all the learning systems in the world are basically from Europe, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. But it worked out obviously. I wish that we could teach other languages here in America.
Yeah,
It
it's
is.
possibly a huge intelligence, like like bad thing
Mm.
for American education. I mean that almost everybody around the world is bilingual except for Americans, right?
I
Yeah.
know. And they wait till high school and okay, you can take Spanish or French and it's like, really?
Oh
Really?
no! When I was going to school, we were offered Spanish, French, German, Greek, and Latin in 6th grade.
Yeah, not anymore. Now it's mainly Spanish or French. Some have German, but not many. Um, yeah, it's just weird to me.
Most
I
of the
wish that.
Amish around where I live right now speak German as their first language.
Hmm, that's good.
Well, it's interesting.
That is interesting.
It's mostly just the Amish culture, though.
Yeah. That is really cool though that they still have that. That's true. I forgot about that Amish, group, you know. But yeah, I find them fascinating. What about you, that guy? Do you guys teach other languages in school there?
Yeah. I mean, I learned Indonesian in primary school.
Okay.
Only for a bit. Yeah, and then in high school I learned like they offer different languages, French, Italian, German, Chinese.
Yeah. Oh wow, that's cool.
Italian is very similar to Spanish.
Mandarin, rather. Japanese, yeah. All those kind of things. I mean, if you want to learn them, you can.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
yeah, I wasn't taught a second language early in life, so I never picked one up, really.
Yeah. TML, do you think they are just a bunch? Okay, so like what I understand as a linguist, worked for the government. Do you think it's so? What we're taught, it's like a bunch of patterns, right? That's what it is. Languages, words, whatever, a bunch of patterns.
I think
What do
it's different spoken language compared to written language. I think of them as two tandem,
Yeah.
similar but separate languages or codes. Kind of like music,
Yes, and codes.
sheet music, right? Like
Yeah.
a lot of musicians can play by ear without even knowing how to read sheet music. Same way with language. There are people that can speak languages, but they cannot read and write.
Yeah.
You
Yeah, that's excellent analysis. And usually what I say is that there's three types of components there, right? One is information, right? The other is language, and the third is symbols, right? Or code, right?
Yes,
So
yes.
yeah. So communication just requires information, and information can be set between 2 points, right? That's communication, and it could just be 2 machines sending information between 2 points, right?
Yeah.
So it could just be an automated exchange, right? That's communication, right? Language requires meaning, right? So it's very
Yes.
odd type of thing where, so it's a special type of communication that requires meaning. Symbols, they over contextualize meaning and language. You know, so symbols are a form of code, a primitive form of code, right?
Mm-hmm.
But nonetheless, they're codes, but they're way beyond meaning, all right? So that's usually how I transmit these types of things. So symbols are the most complex, right? Or semiotics, as they call them, right? Is the most complex
Yeah.
form of, language and communication, which is the use of signs and symbols, right?
Yeah.
We-
Yeah.
You need to have a language before you can write it. Like
Right.
writing would never come before the actual language.
I don't
Does that make
know if
sense?
I agree with that.
So,
I think in
well,
most
are you
cases
talking
it
about
does.
communication? Is that what you're saying? Like when it comes to communicating?
Well, even just I mean, we see it as we develop, as we grow up from children to adults. Like we first learn to be able to speak before we then learn to be able to write and read. But I mean, also historically, that's how it happened. People spoke the languages before they could read or write, before they invented reading or writing.
Right. I mean, people didn't really have. That's true. You can communicate without even speaking.
Like
body language.
Yep.
Like
Yeah.
you were saying, Fox. The alphabet and writing, yeah, they're like the alphabet are just they're symbols to represent the sounds that we make when we speak.
Yeah, it's like if you could take A and B, right, and those could be sounds and consonants and words, right? But you could encode a statement and make it statement A, right? And then you can encode another statement and you can make it statement B, and you can have A and B, right?
What?
And you can say, well, what happens when I combine A and B statements together, right? Now you're saying A and B statements without saying A and B statements. You know what I mean, right? So it's just a way to
No.
compress time and information. All right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But really, I mean, like it's again, if you want to learn a language, the best thing that you could do is like there's what a combination of being exposed and practice, right? And well, interacting also, you know. I'm not gonna. I mean, like I did forget a ton of words in Arabic. After just living here, not talking. I mean, my husband speak English only, and I would have to, for my work, this is like before all the Google Translate, although it's not always accurate, I would have to reach out again for my job. Reach out to my sister or brother. I'm like, hey, do you know how to say this? You know what I mean? And sometimes like the words don't translate like how you want them to translate. Like the word hotline, call the hotline, right? There is no hotline like in the air, like there's, you know what I mean? Like I literally
Yeah.
had to invent a word for, the company that I worked for to come up with a hotline, because if you translate hotline, you're talking about temperature, hot temperature, and a line, just a normal line.
Could mean
And
spicy though too.
what's that?
Could mean spicy hot though too.
Right, exactly. You could, so then, and it's like this was for
She's saying that the
compliance.
literal translation would
I
be
know.
hot,
I know, but those
and
are
literal
those
translation
like
from hot to Arabic
Right.
would be
So he's
right,
saying like a
but,
spicy line.
temperature hot. Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
but that boils down to I forget what it's called right now. I can't think of it. Like cultural slang terms.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. There's a word for it. I can't think of what it is.
But yeah, I find
Yeah.
that very, very interesting, Izzy. The fact that, and like you experience this, I don't,
Right.
because you are multilingual. Um,
Right.
you have these depending on which language you're thinking in.
Yes.
Some
And then there's
concepts
that.
may make sense or may not make sense, or the there isn't a word for it. Yeah, it's interesting.
Right. And even like to this day, when I talk to my siblings, I mean, we try to speak in Arabic, for the most part, but we just can't help it. Like English words are flying everywhere. You know what I mean? Because we can't come up with the right word.
Yeah.
Because again, it's not word by word. It doesn't, and I hate Google translation and all of that because it's so not accurate.
Dude, I'm always trying to come up with the right word. If I knew multiple languages, I'd
Mhm.
I'd be fucked.
You're right, right. But did you know that even babies, like babies in their mother's womb, they hear these patterns and, codes and whatnot. They actually cry in different accents. Did you know that when they're born?
Really?
Wow,
Oh yeah.
that's really cool.
Yeah.
I may have heard that fact a
Mm-hmm.
while ago, but yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. And, and then after that, they kind of mimic whoever's teaching them, typically their parents. So they mimic the parents. That's how they learn to speak. The sounds that they hear. And then, when they go to school, the interaction they have and all of that. But yeah, I was actually shocked when I did learn that they actually speak in they cry in different accents. It was kind of
Yeah,
fascinating.
apparently animals have different accents as well,
Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah, if you really want to
like
nerd out,
birds especially.
yeah,
Yeah.
if you
I
really
think.
want to nerd out, you know what I mean? you could look up the debate between Chomsky and Quine, right? Chomsky, you know, he you know, obviously was a guy who wrote about linguistics, right? So so his theories included ideas about how language was formed in the brain, right? So he said that humans were predisposed to form language because of because it's inherently the structure of the brain, right? So he said that you know, essentially that language was part of our nature as humans, right? And other people really questioned this theory, right? Like Foucault questioned this theory. You know, he's kind of a postmodernist. But then a notable guy was Quine, Willard Van Norman Quine, and he made this theory called radical translation. You know what I mean? And essentially his theory was like a thought experiment. And he said if you gave two linguists the same language and they had to form a lexicon of meanings, they would come to two separate conclusions about the meanings of words.
Oh, I believe it. Yeah.
Yeah. So he said, so he called this theory radical translation, quote unquote. And he thought, and so it was a thought experiment used to separate the concept of language from the concept of meaning.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
If
some
you have a
wild shit.
link to that, send it to me.
Oh yeah.
I just want to
Yeah.
point out that Noam Chomsky's alive. Because you said was, and I'm like, wait, did
Oh.
he die?
Yeah, Noam
I
Chomsky. Yeah, he might be dead. I don't know.
No, I
for sure.
checked. He's still alive.
Oh, he's still alive.
That's
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah.
I mean, it barely. I mean, like,
Yeah, he's definitely going crazier. So I think he should. I think he should quit philosophizing before it's too late. But
really,
yeah,
I haven't heard him speak recently.
yeah, he started developing some ideas about the philosophy of mind, and they're totally out of whack. You know, I think he's totally off his mark. But yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah.
sad.
But have you also heard about like the two theories, how people can learn languages? You know, like one from, what was it? One that you just from behaviorism, and they focus on like imitation and
Yeah, that
practice,
was
right?
yeah, that
But
was
kind of
Quine.
like
He was
through
yeah, he was
osmosis.
more yeah.
And the,
Yeah, that was Quine. He was espousing behaviorism. Yeah.
okay, good. Oh, okay. And then the other one is like nativism, right? And you're just born
Yep.
there,
Yeah,
and you're
that's
just.
the debate I was describing. Yes, very good, madam. Yep.
Oh,
Good message.
really?
Yep. Yep.
Okay. That's
Well,
funny because like that's.
yeah,
Go
the
ahead.
first one sounds right. The second one sounds dumb.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I truly find it fascinating, and we do travel a lot, and you know, there's that, what is it called? The app Duolingo. Is it Duolingo or something? Have you heard of it?
Duolingo.
Yeah.
Yeah, the app. Yeah.
Yeah. So I downloaded the app for my kids. We went to Italy last year, and I'm like, let's, learn as much as we can before we go, because I truly hate it when especially Americans go to other countries and just expect people to know English, and I'm like, nope, we're going to learn as much as we can and go there and try to, you know, respect their culture, language, whatever. I thought that app was good.
I've
It's
heard
close
good things
enough.
about it.
Mm-hmm. It's I mean, by experience, close enough. Although with Arabic, the Arabic was only the Fusha, TML.
Yeah.
The Arabic in that app is only like in Fusha, which is hard, right? Because even
Yeah.
I don't know a lot of that. That's like the classic Arabic,
Yeah.
which, yeah, it's hard because we speak, Iraqi Arabic. I understand Egyptian Arabic. I understand, Jordanian and all Syrian and all of that. But
So it
like the
doesn't
Fusha.
necessarily have all the different dialects.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Arabic was written in 7 different dialects, and then they were
Mm-hmm.
combined into a single language. and this was when they formulated the Quran itself. So so the fact is that the language Arabic was created because of the Quran. So it's a very strange language.
Yeah, like back when it originated, it really united a lot of people, didn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah. There was like
a lot of people who were otherwise just fighting, and you know.
Oh yeah, yeah. They were about to kill each other for sure. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah,
They're still trying to do that.
yeah. They were gonna kill each other because of Islam. If you can imagine, you know, some dude who like is trying to take over basically the place where they house the gods, right? Which is the Kaaba, right? So I mean, so they did not take that lightly. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not just that though. It's I mean Christianity and then Judaism as well.
Yeah, they were already there. You know, there was
Yep.
Christian Arabs and
Well, it's the same
yeah.
God, really.
Yeah, lots of Jewish Arabs too. Right? So, yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
We lived. I mean, they lived in Iraq for a long time. Both,
Yeah.
all of them, and they spoke a different language or dialect for sure that I did not understand. Same like with the Kurdish people.
Yeah.
It's really fascinating. I'm like, how do they even come up with that? Like, it's kind of cool, you know. But then, like, even with the Arabic language, with them agreeing on this, and it's from like several languages, you know, how did that go in the beginning? I wonder.
Well, essentially the like short I guess you know what I mean version you know short end version of it is that you know they had Syriac and Aramaic, right? And then those combined to form Arabic, the different dialects of Arabic. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, so it's interesting. They had two different languages called Syriac and Aramaic that are basically pre-Arabic, right?
Right.
So yeah,
Right. And Aramaic is the closest you can get to Arabic.
yeah.
Um.
And Jesus spoke Arabic, so it's fascinating.
Exactly.
And,
Some people argue that he spoke Greek. I'm like, nope, he did not actually.
yeah,
Greek came later.
yeah, he was most likely a Semitic Jew, which means that he was closer to Arabs than the modern Jews today. All right.
Yeah.
You know,
Very
so
And
true.
the dude was a Palestinian.
Yeah.
What? Yeah. But also
Yeah.
like, you know, like the Arabic language now, there's a lot, let's say Aramaic, there are a lot of Persian words in there, or Greek words, Latin, Turkish, you know, English, French, and Italian. I don't know if you knew that. In our Arabic language today.
Oh
You
yeah.
know?
Yeah. Yeah, because you know, I mean, I mean, as I say, Islam ruled in Spain for like 700 years, you know,
Yep.
and they had this dude basically fight back the Muslims in France. I mean, right? So if it wasn't for this one dude, essentially very famous named Charles Martel, right? You know, Muslims would have conquered France. So, so yeah,
That was the end of the Merovingian dynasty.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, what is this dude even doing, honestly? My gosh.
What?
This troll.
Oh, is it the
Yeah.
one that Resto was talking about in chat before?
Yeah, the one that cried because I called him out.
Oh, him.
And then
Okay.
yeah, and then tried to argue from the Bible instead of his religion. It's kind of wild.
Wait.
It,
So
a
you are
woman hater.
so you are talking about Tarek?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
yeah, just wild.
Oh, I didn't know you guys had had a disagreements with Tarek too, huh?
Oh yeah, I mean, he
Yeah, he's
went
an
down.
interesting character. Yeah, he's kind of raucous, dude. He really
Yep.
doesn't give a fuck sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's like, oh, done with him. Like, literally, he's not invited anywhere. I don't block people typically, so he can.
Well, he's another Cynthia type of, you know what I mean,
Yep.
character. You know
Yep.
what I mean?
Exactly.
Like
Exactly.
like him and Cynthia are actually very interesting because they're both from that Paul and Slave panel. You know, right? So
Oh,
Flo,
really?
yeah, Flow State, Cynthia Tarek. You know, right?
Oh, I
Yeah,
did not know that.
yeah, it's hilarious because yeah, he's been one of the big dogs. I mean, in the panel situation. I mean, him and Talcott, right? Really, so
Oh,
it's funny.
gotcha.
Yeah, yeah, it's
That
funny.
explains it. Yeah. So I thought it was a really good, cordial conversation in the beginning, and then kind of flipped 180. It
Yeah,
just
he
out
can
of
be.
nowhere.
Yeah, he can be very respectful. Tarek, from what I've seen. So you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it was just wild. So then I'm like, okay, I'm not interacting. So, but he's been trolling in the chat, and I'm like, okay, dude. But I noticed that like many of the people, creators here don't really like him, you know?
Yeah, I'm cool with them. Yeah. Well, I gotta keep it peace with my neighbors, because he's from Dearborn, right? So he's from my backyard here, because I live in Detroit. So he's, so
Yeah,
he's
he
about like
mentioned that
10 miles
actually. He
away from me.
mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, he lives like 10 minutes away from me, probably. Right?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's funny, right? But so I know
Yeah,
a
but
lot of it. Yeah,
I agree he's another Cynthia.
yeah, but it's funny that you're not really aware of the whole Dearborn type of thing because the Arabs from Dearborn, they're a different type of Arab. I gotta say that. You know what I mean,
Oh, I
right? Like,
know.
yeah, because they're like I guess you could say like they're highly modern style Arabs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, they're fascinating bunch of people, man, because they're
Yeah. Well,
definitely.
he's in the back chat. Okay, show me your face, dude. I'm not gonna let you in if I don't know you. I think he is. I don't know. Hold on, let me just get. Can you show your face, please? Okay. All right. So you can be up, but you're gonna be very respectful. We're not gonna have any of this because I will literally I'm willing to actually ban. What's up?
What's up, Eric? How's it going, dude?
Hello?
Your audio is messed up.
Yeah,
We can't hear you.
yeah. Sometimes you got the audio malfunction. It's classic.
And I
Yeah.
was muted. We cannot hear you, Tarek.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, if he's willing to have a respectful conversation, that's fine. If not, he can
Is he? You can go into his audio settings and check and make sure his volume's correct and shit like that. If you know how to do it.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
It could be a device settings thing.
Or internet issue.
Very
Because
true.
like he wasn't making any sound at all.
No, none. Dead silence.
It's not like his volume was low or something. It was just like it wasn't there.
Yeah. No, that's true. Leopard asked for your link. TML. Hold on one sec. Yeah, I highly recommend you guys Sophists channel. He has a book out and he has a second one coming up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
He is very respectful, very knowledgeable, and He's been nothing but kind.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you.
Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. Oh, what the heck? Why is there so many Izzies here?
Oh no, they're multiplying.
Oh my goodness. Is there
And we thought one Izzy was trouble.
Can you imagine?
Can you imagine an argument between Izzy and Izzy? Oh my god.
Oh my goodness, I know.
That would not end well.
Mm-mm.
Oh. You're muted, Izzy.
Some technical difficulties, blessings.
Yeah.
Dream, shall we turn off to these short messages? And then
Yeah, but Arctic Timberwolf, I think I seen you over at the Speakeasy channel debating. Am I right?
I've been on speakeasies, yeah, and it flows.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been around a lot.
And
I had a
that
friend of
guy.
mine that I talked to quite a bit. She's from Islamabad, and
Oh,
we've
okay.
been sort of teaching
Yeah.
each other our languages and stuff. It's
Yeah, I
very
was born very
fascinating.
close to there. I was born in Rawalpindi, so it's like, yeah, it's very close to Islamabad. Right? But yeah,
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. She always goes up to Murray. Murray, I think is what it's called, up in the mountains there in the Himalayas.
yeah,
That's cool.
Very
yeah,
beautiful
Murray.
area.
Yep.
That's really cool.
Yeah, that's right. It's a beautiful place. It's like some beautiful hills, grassy hills. So
Yep.
Yeah.
like nice wind blowing, and it's like it's a fucking gorgeous place.
That's funny. Yeah, Leopard, I will share his channel on my Discord as well, so you guys know. The Machine you have to visit his stuff. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, the machine lies. Yeah, we say
The
that.
Machine Lies.
Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. This is totally schizo introduction that I came up with.
That's not confusing at all.
And then I end the show. I say that the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes, and the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just
That
like
is true.
some little credos.
Yeah. No, that's spot on. I don't know if he's coming back, but I do have like 2 minutes and then I have to run.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, for real. Yeah.
I think you
Yes.
guys been really awesome. I really appreciate your help with everything. Sorry
Yeah, of
about the
course.
little craziness.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no, I definitely know
was
how it
fun.
is on here. Like it's just, it's constant. Like,
Um,
a
Can I
mental
okay,
ward.
oh, thanks, Ariel. I appreciate you, dude. Can I give him the link for like 2 minutes? What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down with it. Yeah.
All right. I have to mute. I'll be back. I mean, I'll let him up first. Super cool song.
What song is that?
It's my waiting song.
Oh, I thought it was a popular tune.
I mean, it's 2 fucking notes.
That's funny.
So-
What's happening?
What's up, there?
Kurt?
There it is.
Do I sound good or no?
No,
Your mic is
No.
it's pretty bad. Hold on, let me see what I can do from here.
Please try. I'm trying to like squash the beef between you and I.
Wait. It's getting better. It's getting
Yeah,
better.
it's pretty good right now.
Is it?
Yeah, I don't know
Yes.
what I
It's
adjusted
still
it from
popcorn
here.
though.
What'd you say?
All right. Could you hear me good?
It's still crackly, but it's
Okay.
better-ish.
I'll try. I'll try to talk a little bit slower, just so you can hear me out.
All right.
So first, let me say one thing. We started off of I actually started off good with you because the Muslim guy that came on that was so wrong, and I came on and I said no way, even though I disagree with you on some things. I said no, I'll get up there and say the truth, which I did, and I appreciate you having me on. We started out perfect. Would you agree there?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, the Glenn thing, I'm not gonna talk about it right now because like it's not important. I want to touch up on something that because TML is here, and that's why I was trying to get to you and ask you about your dynamics and things like in terms of
I'm
women and
gonna
men.
hold
all that.
on 1 second. I'm not gonna talk about the women and you said you want to hash things out. So, is there an apology or what's going on?
See, the apology is not that important. If you want an apology, I would apologize for being maybe rude or maybe coming off strong.
Maybe rude.
Okay, how's it?
Maybe rude.
Easy. I'll do this. I apologize for being rude for miscommunication between me and you. Would that suffice?
No, I mean, do you actually mean that?
Of course I do. I'm not like that.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just letting you know. Even though me and you may have different views on anything, I still respect you as a woman, no matter what I think of you and stuff like that. And the reason why I want to talk to you, because I know TML is here, and TML knows me real good, so we can, maybe mediate. So the thing I wanted to get across to you is, like, for example, okay, you say, and I agree with you, Cynthia is a fake Christian. I'll just leave it at that. And just like TML said, she was on Paul's, then Jack's, then Flo's, okay? And Cynthia is, to me, ghetto. That's just my opinion. And me and her have our beef, but I don't really care about Cynthia at the moment. So I do agree with you on that perspective that you are right that Cynthia is way out there. Okay?
Yeah, but
So
we're
I'm
not
with
like,
you.
how are we hashing things out? I don't care about Cynthia right now.
Okay. What I'm saying, okay, let me ask you this. What do you think I did wrong, for example, that was rude to make sure we're both on the same page?
You
Like, what did I say?
literally twisted a lot of my words. Then you turned and then just yesterday on the Glenn's channel or someone else's channel when you were relentless calling me, I think they blocked you eventually, a feminist, you're calling me a convert or something like that. You called me all kinds of other names, which I didn't even reply to you at all. And someone else blocked you. Then you came back and you're like, oh, nice try for blocking me. And I'm like, I didn't even touch the thing, right? and Lauren told you it was her. So I don't even know what happened. We were having a great conversation. We were agreeing and disagreeing on some things on this channel after Glenn's. And then it took you one Mississippi to kind of turn it. And you made it about this whole women against men thing, which I didn't even want to go there. And I told you that I have mad respect for my husband. And you even brought that up. And you're like, why are you here later on in some of your chats? Why are you here if you have respect for your husband? My husband can drop me in the middle of a freaking base full of men, and he knows that I will be just okay and would never disrespect him. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does make sense, and I actually respect that. But the only thing I have to say about that is, for example, when you say, for example, the trust, like many times we asked you, and not just me, some, what's his name? Nathan asked you, do you submit to your husband or not?
That's
And you
between
said,
me and my husband.
yeah,
That's
of
between
course,
the
of
two of
course.
us. Yeah.
Yes, yep, absolutely correct. But you said you are hardcore conservative, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So if that's the case, you're like more of a traditional woman.
I am.
Is that would that be correct?
I don't. What are you trying to get with that, though?
Well,
Like,
okay, what I'm saying
yes.
is, okay, what I'm saying, if you're a traditional woman, submission would have to be 100% from the woman to the man. Would you agree?
So again, my business, my relationship with my husband and children, it's nobody else's business. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but that wasn't a question because you were saying some other stuff that like contradicting.
No,
That's
I
what I'm asking
wasn't.
you.
I wasn't. I was actually kind of trolling a little. Okay. I
Okay.
wasn't doing anything. My husband and my children are off limit. Here, let me just
Hey,
say this up
I
front.
totally
Okay.
agree.
What I do, what I don't do behind the scene, it's none of your business or
No,
anybody else's.
yeah, I totally agree. And that's
Yeah.
why when me and Cynthia got into it, she brought my family. I told her, no way, Jose, that's out of the way. And that's why I have no respect for her. Now,
But you also mentioned in the chats when you were commenting things after you said it got to your children, right? And you were hurt, and I was like with you. I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe people do that. Blah blah blah. And then you're in the chat. You're saying, I googled you, Izzy. Anybody can find you. What would?
okay.
Why? Why?
Okay, so I'll reply and tell you why. When I saw you on the panel, like say from 3 or 4 months ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you started off light, and then as of now, all of us know that you have a lot of panels and you have keys and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my point was, in terms of that, like, why would you, as a traditional woman, right? And you respect your husband, and I agree with you 1,000%. Nobody should ever go there. Nobody has the right, right? Why would you, for example, back someone, and I wouldn't say the name. If you want me to, I can, but I'm saying right now, that does not agree with that. That's why I saw the contradictions, and that's why I said,
Who?
no way. Huh?
Who?
Yeah.
We were on panel. It was you, me, Finkel, and everybody else. I think in the first time I talked to you, when it got a little bit heated up, you were saying things like, I trust my husband, but I don't, like, in the same time, I don't submit. So to me, that was a contradiction, because if you are,
But okay,
trust.
again, this is back to, this is none of your business. And I just literally told you some of it because you were so out of pocket. I was literally trolling you. Okay. I didn't say I don't submit to my husband. You don't know what we do behind the scenes, okay?
Of course, not my business.
You
Of
also
course.
mentioned women submit to men. That's how you phrased it, and that's why I said no way.
Yeah, he's talking total submission.
No, Chuck, you're right. Hold on one second. You went on when we had that talk. The next day, you went on Glenn and said that I said that all women should submit to all men. That
Yeah,
was a
that's how you
lie.
said
'Cause I
it.
said
You said
That's
men.
no. I
what you
said
I
said.
mean, women.
no.
Yeah, you did
Okay,
say
so
that.
let me rephrase and maybe clarify a little bit. What I said is a woman should submit to her husband if she is traditional. I said all women in general, if they are traditional, they should also submit to their husband. So it's
That's not
like
what you said it or how you said it. But
okay,
that's
so
why
that's not
words matter, right? That's why
okay.
the way you say things, they do matter so much. What
Okay.
is your fixation with the whole submission thing?
Okay, the fixation thing is I look at you as a Marine, a strong woman, been through a lot. You said like your story the other day, like that your sister got kidnapped and you had to do a lot of things. So I give you a lot of respect for that, and I mean it. No, I do mean it. But at the same time, you do come off like you're a feminist by a lot of things
So
that you
what?
say. Huh?
So what? Like, who cares?
No, okay, so who cares? To me, that's what I said. It would be a contradiction because that means, are you saying you are traditional and you are like that, or you're playing
So
games? That's all I'm saying.
what did I say that made you think that I'm a feminist? Why are you so scared of feminists anyway?
I am not at all.
He's saying your action.
Yeah. Thank you, Chuck. I didn't say you're a feminist like 100% because I don't know that because I don't know you that like that. I'm just saying. I said from what I saw, you were acting like a feminist, like a covert feminist, right? And I did also troll you by saying
What's a
covert.
feminist? What's a
Yeah.
feminist?
Do you know what a feminist is?
Oh, of course. Come on, you kidding me? We're going to discuss what a
People's
feminist
feminist.
is.
Yeah, no,
What
I
is the
don't. I mean, your
definition of a
definition could
feminist?
be wrong. Yeah, your
Okay, so
definition could
a
be completely
feminist to
different than
me would
mine. What's up, Joey? We're talking about, so there's an incident that happened a couple weeks ago, and with on another channel, and this guy was agreeing with me because this one Muslim guy was getting out of hand. Anyway, so then we moved here, and then he kind of turned it into, if you're a traditional woman, why aren't you submitting to your husband? I said it's none of his business. Now he's saying that I'm a feminist and I contradict myself. And I don't know why feminists even scare you. If you are a real man, right? Why does it matter?
now you're saying like I'm scared and you're projecting. But let me explain to
I
you
don't think I'm
why.
projecting. I'm just
Oh,
I'm
I
asking you a
don't know.
legit question.
Okay, so let me. Why would a feminist at all scare me if I'm like a traditional man, and a man should lead, a man should take care of his woman, a man should
Are you
protect
leading?
her. Of course I am.
Well, then
Because
that's then you're good.
because feminists call for equal rights between men
Yeah.
and women, and you can't have that because to you that means losing control over women.
Power.
Because you love to control women, don't you, bro?
No, that's not true. Is that that guy?
No,
I'm
really?
assuming I'm talking about- Okay.
Yeah, that
no.
was me.
Okay, so let me explain to you what I mean by that. Why would I be in that situation if you're married to somebody, right? And you say they're equal, and that's what we had the discussion in terms of like what's equal. Equal means to me, for example, that if a man's married to a woman, they both treat each other good, and just like you said, Izzy, a man would always ask the woman what she feels about a subject or not. Like, say you want to take your kids somewhere, or if you want to move somewhere, and the man said no. That was a discussion.
So far, so good, man. I agree with all of that.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is, when I asked Izzy that day, is if it comes down to it, where if you're a traditional woman like you're saying you are, or conservative, the man has the final say. To me, when you were speaking, you kept on saying, "I only trust my man," and you didn't say you submit. So I felt like you
Again,
were
it's
saying,
because that is a mute point. I don't need to tell you that. It's none of
I
your
know you
business.
don't have to get personal. I agree with you, Izzy, but like, say, let's just take, we talk in general. Would
So,
you agree? Go ahead.
mhm.
Would
No,
you
I was
agree?
gonna ask you. You're again. I don't understand your fixation here. It's just wild to me. You also mentioned there's real men versus regular men, and I would say for
Yes.
most of the people on this channel, you all are considered regular men, right? So a real man is very confident that their wives or whoever, their daughters,
Yeah. I'm a
they're
beta
very
cuck, bro.
confident. Exactly. They will empower them even more to do more things, right? That's what a real
Yes.
man is to me.
I
Not,
agree.
okay,
I agree.
you lead and I don't, and all that nonsense. Also, you mentioned things about, oh, if the world would end today, oh, if there are
Yeah.
no men in the world today, would women survive? The answer, for a short time, but the world will end because they can't have children. And then you put, then men would actually out survive, which is not true. It's the same concept. Men will fight each other to death.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They have done it through history. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, yeah.
you're like, you were bringing me examples and like things that are truly would never happen.
Well, they're
In terms,
hypothetical.
hold on. When you first, I was given a hypothetical just to test your mindset because we disagreed on some things when the conversation was taking place.
Well, that's when
why
I
I said
started
that.
trolling, because those are stupid things that would never happen.
Okay, you said they never happened. They happened many times in history where men took over, and many things happens. Like you said, men took over men took women's rights and all that, and then there was no say. So when
Oh,
you
and
say,
then let me ask you this. Then you
yeah,
said,
And then they lived without women.
exactly. And then you mentioned, yeah, exactly. How did they get pregnant? And then you mentioned that, you kept saying, who gave you your freedom? Who gave you your freedom? Right?
I did say that, and let me elaborate. Maybe we can, since I'm trying to be calm and be in the same energy as you. So let me ask you this: all I'm trying to get across is, because men are biologically much stronger than women, and God made us that way, and we like 85%
Yeah, I
of
know.
the
I
whole
got
Is
it.
it
labor
me or is
is
his
based
audio
on.
breaking up?
Probably a good
His
time to
audio's
start
spread.
robot.
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
Start
hold
roboting.
on.
Yeah.
Shut up a little bit. All right, is that better?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So all I was trying to get across is not to demean, not to demean women, because women are so important. Because in my belief, and I'm sure TML would agree, that the woman is the trust. That means she, because men have to have kids. She is so important that she has to be treated in such respect and protected and all that. You thought I'm like a hating woman. That's not
Yeah,
true
man.
at all.
She's like your most cherished possession.
Yes, of course. All I'm trying to get across is men died for women all the time. And I'm not saying women didn't die for men either. Of course they didn't. They do. And all I said is that men will always protect a real man. That's what between a real man and a regular man. And he said, people on the panel are a regular man. And I disagree with you, because a real man, I would say TML, Chuck, everybody on here, you would die for your family, your woman, and your kids, and to protect them from any evil, anybody that would mistreat them. Would you all agree on that?
Yeah, because you think that they're your fucking possessions.
No, hold on.
Possession.
You're saying possession. That's the wrong word.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
so let's
agreed
say
to
I'm-
it before.
No,
You were
let's just
like,
say
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
getting-
bro.
Hold on one second. I'm sorry. Let me get my point across. So let's just say I'm getting married to a woman, right? The woman holds the gate, right? She's the one that holds the gate. She has to pick, for example, what man would lead her, correct? So if that's the
No.
case, no? Okay, so let me ask you this, Chuck. If two couples are, if a woman is looking for a man and she finally finds one, right? And say she is a traditional woman and has, let's just say she's like Izzy, very strong. She has good cultural values and all that. She would pick a man that would lead her. Would you agree?
Not necessarily.
What do you mean not necessarily? She would have to pick a man because of her values, her mentality, how she is. She's not going to pick a weak man.
And yo, scientific, my hand kissing, robotic listic, optimistic. You probably missed it. Watch me dolly dick and Scotty Waddy competent me. Big microphone, hippie, kipsy, crispy chicken burst, fuck up a stone Richie. Chop the O, sprinkle a little snow inside of Optimo. Swing the John McEnroe, rap rockin' mode, tidy bow, gun hole pro. Starsky with the gum show, hit the rum slow, parole kids, live for Punto, Patone Stizzy really high. The vivid laser eye guy, jump in a Harley ride, box, I freak a lemon pie, got it. Lord forgive me, Miss Sally shot it. Tracy got shot in the face. My house was overcrowded. You fake cats done heard it first. On the house sitting on your turf that time. Trooping Link first show. Check out the rat kingpin. Summertime fine jury dripping. Face of the box. I seen your air twitching as soon as I drove off. Cap came to me with 3 photos. Give one a ray. That season they raw. Lightning raw fever heaters. Knock neither Shiva for Heva. Diva got rock on the receiver bleeder. Portfolio looking fancy in the pantry. My man got bigger dime, son. Your shit is scampy. Base that. Throw it to your mouth. Don't waste that. See gold slamping in the throne with King Tut ad straight off. Yeah. Yeah. Just one shot niggas. Smack all y'all niggas. Nigga rats. Universal death threats. Yeah. This be the God body. Yeah, no doubt. Judge Wise. Yo, spiced out Calvin Coolers, lounging with 7 duelists. The great adventures are slick, licking with 6 Krugers. Rock those big boy Pilates out of Woodbridge. Porch for the biggest beer, seasoned giraffe frizz, rotisserie roast, chicory, cinnamon, scented glaze, perfect the fine chew with the shell. Let's smoke, all hell to my hands. 50 thou praise you, dirty notes, the nasal drip, click, flipped on fam. Dancing with Blanche and them bitches, flicking deuce bitches. Kick down the ace's face, snatch Jack Riches. Also compulsive lies, flies with my name on it. Dick made the cover now count. How many veins on it? Scooby snack, Jurassic, plastic gas, booby trap. 10 years working for me. You wanna tap shit? Bong, bong, bong. Your bell went wrong, wrong, wrong. Staple lands where the ambulance don't come. Yeah, you see what I mean? See what I mean? You motherfucking crybabies. Get in line, punk. You simply studying your odds instead of studying me. That's how you lost your first job, punk. Now get in line when you get your little thick ass tossed up. Shit, I study on the Bruce Lee, nigga. He was on the 4, I was on the 3rd.
Honey, just flip, black men to cause continental drift. One whip of paddle gets my divine stiff. Quick rock, late night, hit a tick-tock on my clock. I used to run up and pit, a crab lock, hit his stash. Dip back to the left, make a flip, uptown. Now we back on your ass, cognito, fatal Hakito flow. Pop a needle, dick a knock knee hole. Bust out a fetal, 9-inch long, strong. Bobby pop the bitch stomp, spin on her. Spin out veins on my chest like Kong King. Run through the thing, point the killer bee sting, wing things. Right through your head, bing. Snap the wing off her backs. My battle wax, tongue hacks tracks. Once the ball drop, I'ma snatch 10 jacks. Pass the track to a niggerette. Pump a loosely cigarette while your man search the internet for Bob Digitech. In stereo, crazy ass Shapiro. Hold upon myself 10 times, standing next to 0. And snap my fingers like the Fonz. And bag me a golden bronze. Skin girl with the honey blonde. Dip hair, make a nigga flip in his chair. Had the armpit saved off, perfect with the nail. Stomach fat as a pancake for a man.